Chu He, you shameless thing, kneel down at once. Inside the Lin family villa, Lin Qingcheng's face was ashen. She pointed at the drenched young man before her and berated him in a harsh voice. Beside her stood the remaining 6 Lin sisters, as well as their biological younger brother Lin Li, who had been found only a month earlier. All 8 siblings gazed at Chu He with eyes filled with anger. Eldest sister, what happened? Faced with the reprimand, Chu He, who had just returned home through the rain, froze on the spot. He clutched the clay jar tightly in his arms. Inside was the medicine he had painstakingly decocted for Lin Qingcheng. As long as she drank the decoction in the jar, the headaches that had plagued Lin Qingcheng for years would be completely cured. This was originally the birthday gift Chu He had prepared for his eldest sister. Yet who could have imagined that just as he returned home, before he could even speak, what greeted him would be such vicious scolding. From the day he had been adopted into this family 10 years ago, Chu He had regarded the 7 sisters before him as his own blood. Beyond taking meticulous care of their daily lives, Chu He, relying on his exceptional learning ability, rapidly drew together a network of local powers, and within a few short years helped the Lin family rise from a 3rd-tier clan to a 1st-tier prominent household in Zhonghai. Yet due to a congenital defect in his constitution, Chu He had always relied on medicine to prolong his life, and now his end was near. Judging from the deterioration of his body, he had at most 1 month left to live. In order to cure his eldest sister once and for all, Chu He endured the torment of illness, staking his life, determined to find a remedy for Lin Qingcheng before he died. From gathering the herbs to decocting them over the past 3 days, he had nearly exhausted his very lifeblood. Eldest sister, drink the medicine while it's still hot. Whatever the matter is, we can talk after you finish it. Chu He extended the clay jar to her, speaking in a low voice. This particular herb was exceedingly rare. The decoction brewed from it would gradually lose its efficacy as time passed. For this very reason, he had ignored his frail body and braved the torrential rain rushing back with all his strength. Spare me your act. Hearing Chu He's words, Lin Qingcheng's face darkened. She abruptly shoved the jar to the floor. With a sharp crack, the clay jar shattered into pieces, the medicinal broth splashing across the tiles. Boom. Outside the window, thunder rumbled, and the rain poured down even harder. You can guard against thieves by day and night, yet still fall prey to the traitor within your own home. Speak. Where did you take the lotus-shaped golden lamp from Father's Memorial Hall? Lin Qingcheng stood before Chu He, interrogating him like a criminal. That golden lamp was Father's most cherished possession in life. He spent nearly 10 million to acquire it. And you actually stole it. Faced with the accusation, Chu He stood there in a daze. Lowering his head, he stared at the shattered remains of the clay jar. 3 days and nights of his painstaking effort cast upon the floor. His heart felt as though it were being pierced by knives. That medicine was something he had traded his life for. And now it was trampled upon like this. Eldest sister, I did not steal anything, he said. Chu He slowly raised his head, fists clenched tight. These past 3 days. Are you trying to say? Lin Qingcheng's gaze fell upon the shattered clay vessel. That these past 3 days you went through all kinds of hardship to find herbs to cure my headaches, and that's why you look so pitiful now. Lin Qingcheng ground the broken shards beneath her high heels and let out a cold laugh. And another thing, stop calling me eldest sister. We 7 sisters have only one younger brother, and that is Lin Li. Lin Qingcheng, face dark and expression disdainful, said, As for you, an orphan we adopted from the welfare home, what right do you have to call me eldest sister? What did you say? Chu He's heart trembled. He stared at her in disbelief. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and desolation welled up within him. So he had always been an outsider. He had never truly been a part of this family. Eldest sister is right, someone said. Lin Qingcheng, the second eldest, chimed in at the side. For the sake of Father's feelings, we have endured our disgust, and let a mere servant like you call us sisters for 10 years. She made no effort to conceal the contempt in her eyes. Mocking, she said, Have you called us that for so long you've forgotten what you are? In the Lin family, you are just a servant, a substitute Father brought back to make up for our lost younger brother. So all these years you never once called me your younger brother, because that is what you truly thought of me? Chu He asked. Chu He let out a laugh born of fury, his body trembling involuntarily. So everything he had done over the past 10 years had been nothing more than self-indulgent sentiment. A servant? Heh. In the eyes of the Lin sisters, he was nothing but a servant. Answer me. Where did you take the lotus-shaped golden lamp? Dressed in a black suit, Lin Qingcheng spoke impatiently. Keeping you in the Lin family has indeed brought nothing but trouble. I have not stolen anything from this house, Chu He said. Blood surged within him as Chu He fixed his gaze on Lin Qingcheng and enunciated each word. Miss Lin, you are insulting me. Chu He, I'm sorry. At that moment, Lin Li, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke with feigned guilt. I originally wanted to secretly have you return it, but eldest sister kept pressing me, and when you disappeared I had no choice but to tell the truth, he said. What did you say? Chu He widened his eyes, staring at Lin Li in disbelief. He looked at this younger brother who had only been found a month ago, who had been missing for years, and was notorious for indulging in every possible vice. Say that again. Chu He stepped forward and roared. When did I ever steal the lotus-shaped golden lamp? Chu He, what are you doing? Someone shouted. Lin Qingcheng blocked. Chu He barked. Are you flying into a rage out of guilt? Or planning to silence him permanently? Hand over the item and leave the Lin family of your own accord, and I will let the matter rest, she said coldly. Her voice was as frigid as ice. I didn't take it. He's framing me. Chu He's eyes were bloodshot, his whole body trembling. Are you going to condemn me based solely on his words? He is our younger brother. If we don't believe him, should we believe you, an outsider? Lin Qingcheng said impassively from the side. In the entire Lin family, only the 9 of us are allowed into the ancestral hall. Eldest sister gives Lin Li 500,000 in pocket money every month. Would he need to steal? Or are you implying that we would steal father's relic from his memorial? She added. At these words, Chu He slowly turned his head, as if in a mechanical motion, to look at Lin Qingcheng. His voice trembled as he asked, last month the butler told me the Lin group had financial issues and could only cut off the medicine I've been taking for 10 years. Yet you give him 500,000 in pocket money every month. It was I who ordered the butler to stop your medicine, Lin Qingcheng replied, arms folded, nodding slightly. For a mere servant to consume such expensive medicine every month is nothing but a waste. A sickly wretch like you should have died long ago. Huh. Chu He thought of how, in order to treat Lin Qingcheng's headaches, he had risked his life climbing to the edge of a cliff to pick Wanxing flowers. In the end, however, it was Lin Qingcheng who cut off the medicine that kept him alive. Chu He let out a self-mocking laugh. Over these years I have done so much for the Lin family, for you sisters, yet all of it is worth less than one baseless accusation from a younger brother riddled with vices who has just been found, he said. His gaze gradually turned icy. All these years without his help in the shadows, how could the Lin family have attained its current glory? Yet now that the true young master had been brought home, he was discarded like trash. What a cruel joke. A useless man who knows only how to cook and do laundry dares to compare himself with the men of the Lin family. Lin Qingcheng said coldly. Chu He, a person must know his place. Hand over the item and get out of the Lin family, Lin Qingcheng added from the side. He'll say it once more. The item is not in my hands, Chu He replied. Raising his head, Chu He swept his gaze over the Lin sisters. And the ones who should leave the Lin family. Are you, he said. From this day forth, whatever bonds we had are severed. He turned away, his soaked shoes squeaking against the tiles as he walked toward the door, heart as desolate as ash. He recalled how to cure his eldest sister's headaches he had pored over medical texts day and night. To help his second sister become a medical professor, he had conducted constant experiments at home. To aid his third sister's promotion to police officer, he had forced his frail body through training time and again, leaving wanted criminals along the route she patrolled. Yet these women he regarded as sisters saw him only as a clown. Rain poured down in torrents. Chu He let the icy raindrops lash his body. In 10 years he had lifted the Lin sisters to heights that had never truly belonged to them. Now like a stray dog he was driven out of the very home he had built with his own hands. Chu He turned back, flames seeming to flicker in his eyes. Inside the villa, Lin Qingcheng pinched her nose and glanced at the spilled medicine on the floor. Third sister, you're a police officer. When the rain stops, go find him and get the lotus-shaped golden lamp back. If he refuses, we'll take legal action, she said. Lin Qingcheng nodded, then smiled. Eldest sister, that eyesore is finally gone. Let's celebrate with a drink. Come, she said. As she spoke, she raised her glass. Hearing this, Lin Li, standing in the corner, quietly took out his phone and sent a text message. Chu He must die. If third sister really opened a case, his framing of Chu He might be exposed. And only the dead could keep a secret. 3 days and nights of exhaustion compounded by the torment of illness. In the raging storm, Chu He's vision went black and he collapsed like a felled tree onto the deserted highway. In the torrential rain, Chu He, lying face down on the ground, felt his body burning with fever, making it difficult for him to breathe. His consciousness too began to blur. In a haze, he seemed to see a scene of himself being sent to an orphanage as a child. Faint fragmented words echoed in his ears. This ill-omened person will bring disaster to the family. Dean Zhao handled his child as we discussed. As time passed, Chu He curled up in agony. In his blurred consciousness, he seemed to see a fiery bird breaking through all obstacles. Instantly, a warm surge of power flooded his body, gradually dispelling the pain. Chu He didn't know how long had passed nor whether he was still alive. Boom. A thunderclap. His fingers lying on the ground twitched slightly. After a few seconds, he slowly raised his head and struggled to open his eyes. Something unbelievable happened. Each raindrop falling from the sky seemed to descend in slow motion, as if time had slowed down. He spread his palm, letting raindrops fall onto it. The splashing droplets also slowed down. Only Chu He's movements remained unaffected. He froze for a moment, then suddenly sprang up and ran. The water splashed under his feet also moved in slow motion. The previous weakness vanished, replaced by strength in every inch of his skin and bones. Have my body and senses evolved, Chu He looked at his own hands somewhat incredulous, and the images that flashed through his mind during his coma gradually became clearer. Who sent me to the orphanage back then? And what power were they talking about? Who am I? Just then, an engine roar interrupted his thoughts. Chu He looked up. A car appeared in the torrential rain, speeding 100 meters, 50 meters. The car showed no sign of slowing down. In the blink of an eye, the distance was less than 10 meters. Whoosh. Chu He sidestepped. The car splashed high water, screeching to a halt on the road. Then it turned around and charged at him again. Chu He leaped into the air, dodging again. Damn, wasn't he supposed to be a weakling? The door opened. A tattooed youth with earrings stepped out quickly. He held a steel pipe in his hand, wiped the rain from his face, and sneered. Kid, don't blame me when you see the king of hell. I'm just doing a job for money. You want to kill me? Chu He squinted, his voice cold. He was eager to test how much he had changed. I was going to run you over and give you a quick death, the youth chuckled. But since you don't want to die with dignity, killing someone in the street, aren't you afraid of prison? Chu He walked step by step toward the man. Over the years, due to his frail body, he had been forced to learn many martial arts techniques to help his third sister. Countless wanted criminals had fallen at his hands. Now Chu He's physical weakness had been compensated. Armed with his newfound power, the urge to kill surged within him. The surveillance cameras nearby are broken, and the heavy rain will wash away all traces. The youth shook off the rain from his face, raised the steel pipe, and viciously swung it at Chu He's head. Good. Chu He stepped forward, grabbed the youth's head at lightning speed, and slammed it hard against the car window. Crack. A dull thud. The window instantly shattered into a spiderweb pattern. Clang. The steel pipe fell to the ground. The youth leaned against the car door, collapsed, his face covered in blood. Who sent you? Chu He bent down, grabbed his hair, and asked coldly. Boom. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. The youth trembled, looking as if he had seen a ghost. I warn you if you dare touch me. It seems you didn't understand. Chu He stood up, grabbed the youth's hair expressionlessly, and walked to the front of the car. He slowly raised his hand and slammed the youth's head onto the hood. Bang. Once. He grabbed the youth's head, lifted it, and slammed it down again. 3 times. 4 times. Blood splattered, quickly washed away by the rain. Deep dents appeared on the hood. Now can you answer my question? Chu He released his grip, slowly crouched down, and looked at the earring youth. Don't kill me, don't kill me. It was Lin Li who gave me 200,000 to run you over. The youth trembled all over when he saw Chu He's eyes. He had never seen such a terrifying gaze. The youth felt a chill down his spine. Lin Li. Chu He muttered to himself. He bent down, shoved the youth back into the driver's seat, and fastened his seatbelt. Bro, I was wrong, don't kill me. The youth's consciousness was fading, too weak to struggle. You tried to run me over twice, so I'll give you 2 chances. Chu He opened 2 bottles of liquor in the car, poured them inside, and took a lighter from the youth's pocket. The driver's cabin was filled with the pungent smell of alcohol. Bro, let me go, I'll give you any amount of money. The youth panicked, begging in terror. But now he was too weak to even unbuckle his seatbelt. Big brother, it's not my fault, I'm innocent. The punk girl in the passenger seat, who had been silent, spoke tremblingly. Could you let me go? I didn't see anything. If you let me go, I'll do anything. The punk girl with purple hair and full-arm tattoos was tearful. Am I not innocent? Chu He pressed the lighter, looking at her coldly. Should I have died? Perhaps the rain was too heavy, the lighter didn't ignite on the first try. The youth with a bloodied face in the car held his breath, his eyes fixed on the lighter. Click. The second time the lighter still didn't work. God bless. The earring youth let out a long sigh of relief, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. At least he wouldn't die? The previous ones don't count. Chu He pressed the lighter again. Click. A flame ignited. Whoosh, he threw the lighter into the car. The raging fire instantly engulfed the cabin. Screams of a man and a woman came from inside the car. The fierce flames enveloped them in an instant. Chu He turned around, letting the rain pelt his body. Over a decade ago, he was abandoned at an orphanage. Over a decade later, he was kicked out again. Boom. A thunderclap roared in the sky. The cars on the street exploded simultaneously, blazing with fierce flames. Cold raindrops hit Chu He's face one by one. But his blood was hot. Flames danced in Chu He's eyes as he stepped through the puddles. The words from his coma echoed in his ears. Element person. Could it be referring to the power within him? But why had this power been dormant for over a decade, only to be released? Chu He gradually calmed down. The only change in recent days was that Lin Qingcheng had stopped his life-preserving herbal decoction, which he had taken for 10 years. Could the emergence of this power be related to the decoction? But the decoction was personally prepared by Lin Tianhua, who had adopted him. Why would he do this? Countless questions swirled in Chu He's mind. Suddenly he remembered that he had saved 2 days' worth of the decoction earlier, which he hadn't drunk, to help Lin Qingcheng with her insomnia. He took out his phone and sent a text message to his subordinate. Over the years, to repay the Lin family's adoption kindness, he had trained a group of people who worked exclusively for him. Originally, he thought they would protect the Lin family after his death. Now these people would become the sharp sword of his revenge. After finishing Chu, he turned and walked toward the Lin family villa. The rain poured down. In front of the luxurious Lin family villa gate, more than a dozen security guards were in the gatehouse gossiping about tonight's events. Did you see? That Chu He was driven out like a homeless dog. Don't mention that person. The Lin family's new young master is only Lin Li. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock came from outside the door. Who is it? The security guard nearest to the door walked over smirking as he swung open the iron gate of the guardhouse. A gust of wind mixed with torrential rain instantly swept in. Soaked through Chu, he stood at the entrance, his face expressionless as he gazed at the group who had just been mocking him inside. "Oh, Master Chu," the guard muttered instinctively. But before he could finish, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a sneer. "Where did this drowned rat come from? Brothers, come take a look." The guard's lips curled upward. They had just been talking about the disowned fake young master, and now here he was. Since he was no longer the young master, there was no need to be polite. "Let Master Chu come in to shelter from the rain," a younger guard said with a frown. "We can't be like this." Among all the people in the Lin family, it was Master Chu, he who treated us the best over the years. "You want to pack your bags and get out?" The head guard stood at the door with a dark expression, sneering as he waved his hand. "If Master Lin Li finds out, we'll be in deep trouble. Chu, get the hell out of here now." The man who once called him master had changed his tune the moment Chu He was driven out. Such is the way of the world. When one leaves, the tea grows cold. "Open the door." Chu He stood in the pouring rain, speaking calmly. "I won't repeat myself. I told you to get lost, can't you hear me?" The head guard raised his hand, pointing at Chu He. "Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." A kicked-out dog. What right did he have to act like a young master here? The next second, Chu He grabbed his throat and flung him violently into the rain. Bang! The head guard's head hit the ground, his fate unknown. "Open the door." Chu He walked into the guardhouse, his cold gaze sweeping around. "Chu, you're asking for death." The remaining guards exchanged glances, grabbed whatever weapons they could find on the table, and charged at him all at once. Bang! 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 A few dull thuds. Except for the young guard who had wanted to let Chu He in to shelter from the rain. Everyone else lay on the ground, their fate unknown. "Master Chu, here is the key to the gate." The young guard who had been grateful to Chu He earlier trembled as he pulled out an electronic key. "No need." Chu He smiled faintly. "I just wanted an excuse to teach them a lesson." With that, he walked out of the guardhouse, his anger blazing, and slammed his foot against the main gate of the Lin family villa. Boom! The iron gate, weighing several hundred Jin, crashed heavily to the ground. Inside the Lin family villa at that moment. After dinner, the seven sisters had each gone out to handle their own affairs. Only Lin Li, idling his time away, sat alone in the living room, eagerly waiting for a phone call. Once Chu He was dead, the secret of his theft of the golden lotus cup would be buried forever. Just then the villa door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Li looked up and saw Chu He, soaked to the bone, standing in the doorway. Where were the men he had arranged to run Chu He over? Why was Chu He still alive? And what were the guards outside doing, letting him in? "Chu He, you still dare to come back?" Lin Li's face darkened as he said coldly, "This is no longer your home." He curled his lips and sneered, "Being wronged. Doesn't it feel awful? Too bad. Those 7 idiots believe everything I say. I stole it, but no one trusts your word." As he spoke, Lin Li grabbed the coffee table in the living room and flipped it over with a violent heave. Crack! All the tea sets on the table shattered into pieces. This was Lin Tianhua's favorite. "Later he'll tell them you came back out of spite and smashed it. What do you think? Will they believe me? Do you think I care?" Chu He grabbed the wine cabinet with one hand and shoved it hard. Crash! Dozens of bottles of Lin Li's favorite wine were all smashed to pieces. "You bastard, he'll kill you." Lin Li was stunned for a moment, then lunged forward in a rage. Those were treasures that Lin Qingcheng had spent millions to get for him, which Lin Li usually couldn't bear to drink. But now they were all ruined. "Die!" Lin Li threw a vicious punch with all his fury. Bang! The next second, Lin Li was sent flying 3 or 4 meters, writhing in pain on the ground. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the sight of the sickly weakling before him. "You like red wine?" Chu He picked up a bottle from the table and walked slowly toward Lin Li. "What are you going to do?" Lin Li retreated in agony, fear in his eyes. Chu He grabbed a handful of broken glass mixed with red wine from the floor, forced open Lin Li's mouth, and slowly shoved it in. "Since you love it so much, drink your fill." Ugh! Lin Li knelt in pain, blood pouring from his mouth. He gasped for breath, kowtowing repeatedly. "I was wrong, Chu He, I was wrong." "You don't realize you're wrong. You're just afraid he'll kill you." Chu He lifted his chin and leaned down. "You think everything here belongs to you, don't you? Don't worry, I won't kill you yet. They'll make you know what it's like to have nothing." At that moment, no one noticed a hidden camera in the corner of the living room, quietly recording everything. Chu He pushed him aside and strode up to the 3rd floor, only to find his room had been cleared out. It was empty, with nothing left behind. It seemed that while he risked his life to find medicine for Lin Qingcheng, the Lin family had already thrown away all his belongings. "Where are my things?" Chu He stood on the upper floor looking down at Lin Li, who was curled up in the living room. In the backyard storage. Lin Li trembled, a flash of malice in his eyes. He wanted that bastard dead. Since returning to the Lin family, Lin Li had never suffered such humiliation. He would have his revenge. Seeing Chu He leave, Lin Li struggled to his feet, walked to Lin Tian, who was Memorial Hall, and slammed the portrait onto the floor. Old man, if you hadn't insisted on adopting a son, would I have to put up with this, eh? He vented all his rage on Lin Tianhua. After doing all this, Lin Li, in pain, pulled out his phone, took a picture of the shattered portrait and his own blood-covered face, and tremblingly sent it to Lin Qingcheng. Sister Chu He came back and smashed Dad's portrait. I'm useless. I tried my best to protect it, but couldn't. After sending the message, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. In the Lin family's backyard, Chu He found his belongings among the garbage that had yet to be cleared. The 2 packets of medicine he hadn't had time to take lay quietly amidst the trash. Amid the clutter, Chu He picked up the group photo of himself, the 7 Lin sisters, and Lin Tianhua. In the picture, only he and Lin Tianhua were smiling. The 7 sisters all had stern faces, just as the 7 sisters had always said. He had always been nothing more than a servant in the Lin family. Chu He tore up the photo, tucked the 2 packets of medicine into his pocket, and turned to leave. These were the medicines he had been forced to drink every day since he arrived at the Lin family. Did Lin Tianhua know about this? If he did, then did he also know the truth about Chu He's origins? Chu He. As he reached the main gate, Lin Qingcheng's Ferrari appeared in the storm. Immediately after, 2 Mercedes screeched to a halt beside the Ferrari. 8 burly bodyguards jumped out of the cars and lined up. One of them carefully held an umbrella for Lin Qingcheng. Today I will teach you, this beast, a lesson on behalf of my father. Lin Qingcheng's stern face was filled with anger. She glanced around, taking in the guards lying on the ground and the shattered gate, and her eyes grew even colder. Do you think the Lin family is a place you can come and go as you please? Seize him and teach him a lesson. The 8 bodyguards swiftly surrounded Chu He. Chu He had smashed the portrait and beaten her brother. Lin Qingcheng was already seething inside. Whoosh. Just then, a fleet of cars sped over, splashing rainwater high into the air, instantly soaking Lin Qingcheng's clothes. The 8 bodyguards instinctively dodged and retreated to her side. A few seconds later, more than a dozen cars slowly came to a stop. Over 30 men in black suits got out and stood beside Chu He. You're right. The Lin family really is a place I can come and go as I please. Chu He extended his hand, and someone beside him immediately handed him a pistol. He raised the gun, released the safety, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot. The bullet struck the concrete floor at Lin Qingcheng's feet. A flash of sparks. President Lin. The bodyguards quickly grabbed Lin Qingcheng and helped her into the car. Next time the muzzle won't be aimed so low. Chu He tossed the gun backward, glanced at Lin Qingcheng, then turned and got into a Maybach. Watching the convoy disappear, Lin Qingcheng pushed away the bodyguards beside her, letting the rain lash against her. Chu He, you, a kicked-out servant, dare to shoot at me. Eyes wide, she couldn't accept this reality. She had once had some doubts about Chu He's alleged theft. But now, seeing the luxury cars and bodyguards, Lin Qingcheng was certain that Chu He had traded the Golden Lotus Cup for all this. No one has ever dared to point a gun at me. She wiped the rain from her face and gritted her teeth. Chu He'll make you kneel here begging for forgiveness like a dog. Inside the Lin family villa, to prevent Chu He from harming Lin Li again, Lin Qingcheng summoned a private physician to treat Lin Li at home. She also increased the number of security guards at the villa. The 7 sisters surrounded the sickbed, their eyes filled with both affection and fury as they gazed at their brother, whose head was wrapped in bandages. Chu He is truly a beast. He took advantage of our absence, came back to injure our brother, and even smashed our father's portrait. Second sister Lin Qingcheng stood up indignantly, looking at the chaotic living room and the mess before their father's memorial tablet. Clenching her teeth, she said, kicking him out was indeed the right decision. We can't just let this slide. The third sister Lin Yuqing, a police superintendent, walked behind Lin Qingcheng and whispered, he hit it too well. Usually he'd call us big sister this and that, but the moment he was thrown out, he dared to shoot at you. After the Lotus Golden Cup was stolen last time, I secretly installed a camera in the living room right where father's memorial tablet is placed. She murmured, they'll go check the footage and catch him on charges of burglary. With that, Lin Yuqing stood up and went upstairs to her room. Chu He, get ready to rot in prison. She opened her computer, launched the surveillance software, and dragged the time bar. A servant expelled from the Lin family dared to bully them. Lin Yuqing was seething with rage. But when the surveillance footage came up, she froze. The one who had shattered their father's portrait was not Chu He at all. It was Lin Li lying in the sickbed. How can this be? Lin Yuqing's eyes widened, her mind a blank. On the computer screen, Lin Li was frantically smashing the portrait, stomping on their father's photograph. Third sister. Slap. Hearing someone enter, Lin Yuqing quickly closed the laptop, her heart racing. Did you find any footage? Lin Qingcheng sat down on the sofa, rubbing her temples in pain. Too much. Her headaches had flared up again. I remembered wrong. The camera wasn't on. Lin Yuqing avoided Lin Qingcheng's gaze and mumbled, "Big sister, did you personally see Chu He smashing father's portrait?" Lin Qingcheng frowned slightly. "I wasn't home at the time." Chu He broke in with his men. Although Lin Li tried to protect it, he got beaten up and still couldn't save father's portrait. That beast. Thinking of her injured brother, her eyes turned sharp as knives, her tone icy. "Since you can't get the evidence, I'll handle it my way." Lin Qingcheng rubbed her temples painfully. "An orphan kicked out of the Lin family. What right does he have to flaunt himself before me?" She took out her phone and dialed a number. "Fourth Master Huang, I need a favor." "Big sister, maybe it's a mis—" Hearing the name Fourth Master Huang, Lin Yuqing's face changed abruptly. In Zhonghai City, Fourth Master Huang was a figure who straddled both the lawful and the underworld, one of the most powerful men in the eastern suburbs. If such a ruthless person got involved, would Chu He have a chance? Misunderstanding. Lin Qingcheng stood up abruptly, staring at her. "Our brother is lying in the sickbed downstairs." "Lin Yuqing, have you lost your mind?" But, thinking of how Lin Li had suffered for over a decade outside, Lin Yuqing ultimately couldn't bring herself to reveal the truth. Between her own brother and the adopted Chu He, she could only choose to conceal the truth and let Chu He bear it all. "At least Chu He has served us for over a decade. Just have Fourth Master Huang teach him a lesson, but don't take his life." Lin Yuqing finished speaking, her eyes darting to the closed laptop. Why did her brother lie? Why frame Chu? She couldn't understand. Lin Qingcheng said nothing more, speaking into the phone. "Just retrieve my father's lotus golden cup and teach Chu He a lesson. Name your price, Fourth Master Huang." "Thank you. He'll be waiting for your good news tomorrow morning." Hanging up, she muttered wearily, "Strange, my headache was cured, so why has it come back?" "What did the doctor say?" Lin Yuqing asked, distracted. After treating Lin Li, the doctor had also checked Lin Qingcheng's headache. The doctor said it's a chronic ailment, and for now, only sleeping pills can help. As she spoke, Lin Qingcheng's face twisted in pain. Her headache hadn't flared up in years. It must be because of Chu He. "Big sister, let me brew you some calming tea." Lin Yuqing hurried out, her heart pounding. Recalling the scene of Lin Li smashing the portrait, she felt that the whole theft accusation against Chu He was deeply suspicious. If her brother had lied, then could Chu He's earlier claim about curing big sister's headache be true? If she remembered correctly, Chu He used to brew tea for big sister in the kitchen. Perhaps there was some leftover calming. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuqing returned to the room with a cup of the calming tea that Chu He had once prepared for Lin Qingcheng. "Big sister, would you like to try it?" She said softly, "A friend gave this to me, but it might work." To avoid suspicion, she added sugar to the tea to mask the original taste. "Give it here." Suffering from insomnia, Lin Qingcheng was nearly frantic. She took the cup and drank it all in one gulp. "I have an early meeting with the Black Gold Group tomorrow morning. This cooperation is crucial to me. Since father passed away, this will be my first meeting with President Tang of Black Gold Group. I can't appear too haggard." Soon she slumped sideways on the sofa and fell asleep without knowing when. Seeing this, Lin Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Chu He was truly innocent? Remembering the call Lin Qingcheng had made to Fourth Master Huang, she quickly got dressed, got into her car, and drove away from the villa. Fourth Master Huang was ruthless and merciless. Before the truth was clear, Chu He must not come to harm. Night. Beside a small food stall, Chu He had changed into clean clothes and was sitting on a roadside chair eating beef noodles. The rain had stopped and a cool breeze brushed by. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. More than a dozen thugs wielding steel pipes emerged from the darkness and surrounded the food stall. "Get lost." The scar-faced leader waved at the vendor, and the surrounding merchants scattered. On the silent street, only the sound of Chu He eating his noodles remained. "Heh, if it isn't young Master Chu." Scarface cracked his neck, walked slowly up to Chu He, and sneered. "What's this? Tired of fine dining, and come to experience street life?" Seeing the once glorious 8th master of the Lin family reduced to this, Scarface felt a strange satisfaction. Chu He, as if he hadn't heard, continued eating. "Calling you young Master Chu. You think we're giving you face?" Scarface chuckled coldly. "Let me add something to your meal. Too." He spat into Chu He's bowl. "Now eat it." The surrounding thugs burst into laughter. Their task today was to teach Chu He a lesson. The more excessive they were, the happier their boss would be. Bang! Before Scarface's laughter could fade, Chu He picked up the bowl and smashed it into his face. Staggering back, Scarface touched the blood on his head and erupted in rage. "Brothers, kill him." At his command, his underlings surged forward. Just this many. Chu He took out a handkerchief, wiped his mouth, and snapped his fingers lightly. Not enough, it seems. Snap! A crisp sound. From the dark streets, dozens of figures emerged from all directions surrounding the thugs. "Can you count?" Chu He looked at Scarface, tossed the handkerchief aside, and put his hands in his pockets. To his subordinate beside him, he said, "Help him count. I'm under Fourth Master Huang's protection. Who dares touch me?" The scar-faced man wiped the blood from his face, stepped to the front of the crowd, and snarled, "Everyone get out of my way. Anyone who obstructs my business is opposing Fourth Master Huang." After his roar, the surrounding thugs regained their confidence. In Zhonghai, everyone knew of Fourth Master Huang's ruthless methods. Leave him alive, beat the rest to death. Chu He raised his hand, pointing at the scar-faced man. Bang! The next second a steel pipe smashed onto a thug's head. Dozens of men surged forward. The wailing lasted less than half a minute before falling silent. A dozen thugs lay sprawled on the ground, their fate unknown. Eighth Master. A henchman grabbed the scar-faced man, now covered in blood, and threw him before Chu He. Chu He, aren't you afraid of Fourth Master Huang's retaliation? The scar-faced man trembled, his eyes filled with terror. Having bluffed his way through years, this was the first time he met someone who dared defy Fourth Master Huang. I have no grievance with him. Why is Huang looking for trouble with me? Chu He bent down, gripping his chin. I'm just following orders from Fourth Master Huang. I know nothing else. Eighth Master, please spare me. By now the scar-faced man was utterly cowed. Even his address for Chu He had. A dozen brothers lay dead in the streets. He feared he might be next. Eighth Master. Chu He straightened up with a faint smile. I still prefer your earlier defiant attitude. Eighth Master, I'll never dare again. The scar-faced man, enduring excruciating pain, kowtowed incessantly. Please at least give face to Fourth Master Huang. Where is Fourth Master Huang now? Chu He reached out, taking the steel pipe handed by a subordinate. At Lanwan Hotel, celebrating his son's birthday. The scar-faced man replied shakily. Let me tell you, Fourth Master Huang means nothing to me. Chu He finished, then swung the steel pipe down hard. Thud. The scar-faced man fell straight to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Even in death, he never imagined that this young master cast out by the Lin family would actually dare to kill Fourth Master Huang's men. Clean this up. Chu He wiped the blood from his hands and said coldly to Lanwan Hotel. These men before him were originally meant to protect the Lin family after his death. Now they were a sword in Chu He's hand. A sword of vengeance. Zhonghai, eastern suburb, Lanwan Hotel. This hotel was Fourth Master Huang's property. As a prominent figure in Zhonghai's eastern suburbs, Fourth Master Huang operated in the gray zone with vast assets and nearly 100 underlings. He had a son late in life and doted on him. Thus, Lanwan Hotel was closed for the day, reserved exclusively for a family banquet. In front of the hotel, a dozen bodyguards patrolled constantly. Just then, several dark figures flashed by. Before the bodyguards could react, knives pierced their chests. Bang! Bang! A few crisp sounds. All the surveillance cameras in front of the hotel were shattered. The dark figures did not pause. They swiftly rushed into the hotel. Inside the supreme VIP room, Fourth Master Huang held a wine glass, smiling at his teenage son. Xiao Rui, today is your birthday. Any wish, Father will make it come true. Apart from a few bodyguards, only the father and son were in the room. Knowing his own sins, Fourth Master Huang did not want his son to have contact with the gray world, so he celebrated his son's birthday quietly at his own hotel. Then he'll make a wish. Huang Xiaorui closed his eyes, but before he could blow out the candles, bang! The door was kicked open. Who? Fourth Master Huang's face darkened. He immediately looked up at the doorway. With dozens of thugs inside Lanwan Hotel, how could anyone have broken in? Having a birthday. Chu He entered the room with his men, glanced at the table, and asked with a smile. Who are you? Fourth Master Huang rose slowly, murderous aura radiating. When Chu He was at the Lin family, although Lin Tianhua treated him like his own son, Chu He spent most of his time caring for the family in the villa. Few outsiders had ever seen this eighth young master of the Lin family. Naturally, Fourth Master Huang did not recognize him. Arrest him. Faced with such provocation, Fourth Master Huang slammed the table, daring to disrupt his son's birthday banquet, courting death. But before the bodyguards in the room could act, Chu He swiftly drew his gun. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots. The 2 bodyguards beside Fourth Master Huang instantly collapsed in pools of blood. Up! Huang Xiaorui screamed, shrinking into Fourth Master Huang's arms. Don't be afraid. Seeing his son terrified, Fourth Master Huang's eyes blazed with even more killing intent. Do you know who I am? He roared, guards. But the only response was dead silence. Guards! Fourth Master Huang shouted again, unwilling to accept it. Outside the door there was still no response. Now it's my turn. Chu He holstered his gun and said calmly, come in. Shuffle. Over a dozen masked figures in gloves instantly flooded into the room. Who exactly are you? Fourth Master Huang's pupils contracted. He knew he had fallen into a trap. But years of living on the edge kept him composed. My name is Chu He. Chu He slowly walked up to him, casually picked up a fork, stabbed a piece of cake. Strawberry cake, not bad. You are the orphan the Lin family kicked out. Fourth Master Huang paused, suddenly recalling the name. But how could an orphan with no backing from the Lin family dare to charge into his territory? Why are you making trouble for me? Chu He asked while eating the cake. Without the Lin family backing you, you can't withstand my wrath. Before Fourth Master Huang could finish, Chu He's steel fork plunged into his shoulder. Tell me, why are you making trouble for me? Chu He whispered in his ear, slowly twisting the bloodstained fork. I have limited patience. Don't test me. Ugh. Fourth Master Huang's face turned pale, and he grunted in pain. Even after years in the gray zone, he felt a strange fear at this moment. It was Lin Qingcheng who made me do it. Fourth Master Huang pulled out his phone showing the call log. I just took the money to do the job. Lin Qingcheng. Hearing this, Chu He's expression shifted slightly. He never expected his former eldest sister to be so ruthless as to deal with him like this. If so, Lin Qingcheng would also have to pay the price. Now can I go to the hospital to treat my wound? Fourth Master Huang asked coldly, his face dark. Once out of danger, he would immediately summon his men and eliminate this reckless brat. You're thinking too much. Chu He grabbed Fourth Master Huang's head and plunged the steel fork into his neck. How could I let you live? Right, you. Fourth Master Huang's body convulsed, his eyes wide open. Blood gushed from his throat, staining the cake crimson. Eighth Master, what about this boy? A masked man looked at Huang Xiaowei, seeking instructions. Do a good deed. Let them reunite. Chu He released his grip, pulled off the necklace from Fourth Master Huang's neck, and let the body fall to the floor. He picked up a napkin, wiped the blood from his hands, and turned to leave the room. Bang! The moment he stepped out, a gunshot echoed behind him. In front of the hotel, the bodies and bloodstains had been cleaned up. Chu He had just walked a dozen meters from the hotel when he ran into Lin Qingcheng, who had just parked her car. Chu He. Seeing him, Lin Qingcheng, who had just stepped out of the car, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Chu He cast not a single glance at Lin Qingcheng, striding straight into the distance. Chu He. Lin Qingcheng frowned slightly, quickening her pace to block his path. For over a decade, this adopted younger brother had been nothing but obedient and submissive to them. Now his cold demeanor made her deeply uneasy. Something on your mind, Doi? Chu He asked, his expression unreadable. You haven't run into any trouble, have you? Lin Qingcheng frowned, her voice edged with concern. She had long grown accustomed to the little brother who always wore a smile around her, but now his tone made her feel intensely uncomfortable. Why would I be in trouble? Chu He narrowed his eyes. It was clear that Lin Qingcheng had approached Fourth Master Huang, and the Lin sisters knew every detail. Good, no trouble then. Lin Qingcheng nodded, then said, I know you didn't smash father's portrait. She had originally feared that Chu He might die at Fourth Master Huang's hands, which was why she came to the hotel late at night, hoping to use her position as a police inspector to protect him. Now that Chu He was safe, she could discuss other matters. You know, Chu He was taken aback. But if the Lin family knew this, why did they still send Fourth Master Huang after him? I installed a surveillance camera and happened to see Lin Li smashing the portrait. Lin Qingcheng nodded. But I didn't tell our eldest sister. So Lin Qingcheng thinks I did it. Chu He let out a cold laugh. Lin Li is our biological brother. He suffered for over a decade outside. Lin Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. Even if he made mistakes or went astray, it's still our fault for owing him. So you want me to bear this injustice? If our eldest sister finds out, Lin Li will definitely be scolded. Injustice? Scolded? Chu He found it utterly absurd. Lin Li had been back in this family for only a month, and smashing their father's portrait would only warrant a scolding. Yet he who had slaved away for this family for over a decade was to be taught a lesson by the gray area figures Lin Qingcheng had hired. Truly bearing an injustice indeed. Miss Lin, is there anything else? He asked coldly. Give me the recipe for the calming tea you prepared for our eldest sister. Lin Qingcheng, utterly oblivious to the impropriety of her words, still spoke arrogantly. Name your price, as long as it's reasonable. Do you really think money can solve everything? Chu He pointed at Lin Qingcheng, shoved her aside, and strode away from the hotel. You. Lin Yuching's face turned pale with rage, and she stamped her foot fiercely. An orphan raised by the Lin family for over a decade. What right do you have to act high and mighty in front of me? Slap. Chu He turned back and delivered a resounding blow to her face. Show some respect when you speak to me from now on. You dare hit me. Lin Qingcheng was stunned, speechless. She erupted in fury and was about to strike back, but Chu He had already vanished. Fine, when Fourth Master Huang teaches you a lesson, we'll see if you can still act so cocky. Fuming, Lin Qingcheng returned to her car and drove off, grinding her teeth. Eighth Master, the test results you requested are here. Inside a black sedan. Chu He took the test report from the driver. These men had been with him for 5 or 6 years. Because he was the 8th child in the Lin family, his subordinates were accustomed to calling him Eighth Master. Even now that he had left the Lin family, many still addressed him that way. Just as I thought. Scanning the list of ingredients, Chu He's expression darkened. All these herbs were cold in nature. Clearly the so-called life-saving medicine he drank every day was specifically designed to suppress his inner power. Why had Lin Tianhua done this? And what exactly was the source of the power within him? Eighth Master, we've already sent people to investigate that orphanage, but it closed down long ago. We're now tracking down the director's whereabouts. The driver reported in a low voice from the front. These herbs are hard to find on the open market. Chu He stared at the test report. Have you found the source? As far as we can trace, it leads to Tianhua International, and then the trail goes cold, the driver replied after a moment's thought. I'm afraid no one but Lin Tianhua knows where the medicine came from. The Lin Group had its origins in Tianhua International. After Lin Tianhua's death, Lin Qingcheng took over Tianhua International and restructured it into the Lin Group. Lin Qingcheng, cherish everything you have now. Chu He lowered the window and gazed outward, muttering to himself. Soon you will have nothing. Eighth Master, where to now? The driver asked. The cleanup crew had already emerged from the hotel and boarded the— If I'm not mistaken, the Lin Group's biggest current partner is the Black Gold Group, right? Chu He gazed out the window, his tone indifferent. Over the years, many of Lin Tianhua's corporate strategies bore Chu He's imprint. It was through these information networks that Chu He had precisely relayed intelligence to Lin Tianhua. That was how the Lin Group had reached its current heights. The Lin Group's largest business is health products, and this sector cooperates most closely with the Black Gold Group. The driver nodded. The Black Gold Group was one of the largest raw material suppliers in Shanghai, nearly monopolizing raw materials for several pharmaceutical conglomerates. The raw materials for the Lin Group's health product business were mostly supplied by the Black Gold Group. Let's pay a visit to Mr. Tang of the Black Gold Group. The flames of vengeance were already kindled in Chu He's heart. He wanted to reclaim what was rightfully his and uncover the true origin of those herbs. But it was obvious that Lin Qingcheng would never divulge the Lin family's secrets. Only by seizing the Lin Group's lifeline and disrupting her business could he force her to hand over what he wanted. And the Black Gold Group, as the Lin Group's largest material supplier, had extensive connections that would facilitate investigating the herb source, while also plunging the Lin Group into crisis. Eighth Master Tang Zhan is proud and arrogant. He's unlikely to agree to see us easily. The driver started the engine and sped away from Lanwan Hotel. He will see me. Chu He closed his eyes, slightly sensing the changes in his power. Ever since he saw the phoenix emerging from the flames during his coma, his body had been strengthened at an astonishing rate. Every bone, every inch of his skin radiated strength. On the outskirts of Shanghai, before the Tang family villa, a black Maybach pulled up slowly. Halt! Who are you? Several bodyguards rushed forward, speaking warily. Leave immediately. I want to see your boss, Mr. Tang. Chu He pushed open the car door and looked at the brightly lit villa, his tone calm. Call the secretary tomorrow to make an appointment. Mr. Tang is asleep and not seeing anyone. The bodyguard's tone was hostile, brandishing an electric baton. Leave now. Then I'll knock on the door myself. Chu He seized the man by the throat and slammed him heavily against the villa's iron gate. Bang! A deafening crash echoed through the silent night like a thunderous knock. You're asking for death. Another bodyguard lunged forward. Before he could even reach Chu He, a fierce blow struck his chest, sending him crashing into the iron gate alongside his comrade. Thud! A second thunderous knock began to reverberate. A minute later, the villa's iron gate slowly creaked open. Dozens of vigilant bodyguards emerged behind the door, their murderous intent palpable. Mr. Chu, please. The leader stepped aside, sneering at Chu He. Mr. Tang is inside. Do you dare to enter? Lead the way. Chu He waved his hand, signaling his men to leave. He walked alone through the crowd of bodyguards and into the villa. Inside the luxurious villa, Tang Zhan, clad in pajamas, sat on the sofa yawning. Beside him sat a young woman, also in a robe. The living room was surrounded by bodyguards. Many of them held guns with the safety off. At any sign of trouble, they could open fire immediately. Chu He. Tang Zhan twisted his neck and smiled at Chu He. I heard this afternoon you were kicked out by the Lin sisters. Mr. Tang's information is indeed well informed. Chu He stepped forward and sat on the sofa opposite Tang Zhan. Stand up. Who told you to sit? A bodyguard reached out to stop him. Crack. The next second, Chu He snapped the man's arm and pinned him under his foot. Clatter. Seeing this, a dozen guns simultaneously aimed at Chu He. The living room was thick with a murderous atmosphere. Is this how Mr. Tang treats his guests? Chu He calmly picked up the teacup from the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Put away the guns. Tang Zhan was taken aback and waved his hand. A guest is a guest. No need to flaunt weapons. Speak. What do you want? Tang Zhan's expression turned unfriendly, his voice cold. Did you come to my house in the dead of night just to rough up my bodyguards? When Lin Tianhua was alive, he still had to consider the Lin family's influence. Now that Lin Tianhua was dead, an outsider expelled from the Lin family was nothing to him. I want you to cut ties with the Lin Group and cooperate with me instead. Chu He raised the teacup, a smile playing on his lips. The formula for the Lin family's health products was concocted by me. I own a company. If Mr. Tang is willing. You say the formula for the Lin family's health products is yours. Tang Zhan raised an eyebrow. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Just because the Lin family kicked you out, you secret? He shook his head. Young man, you treat me like a child. Tang Zhan looked disappointed. Here is the electronic patent certificate. Chu He pulled out his phone and gently slid it across to Tang Zhan. Tang Zhan glanced at it doubtfully. When he saw the drug name and the owner, he frowned slightly. The patent for the Lin family's most profitable health product belonged to an outsider. But even so, I've been working with the Lin family for years with annual net profits over $1 billion. Tang Zhan raised a finger. You alone with a single word and a certificate want me to help you. Business is about profit. Negotiations require leverage. Then I'll give you profit. Chu He reached into his pocket, pulled out a blood-stained necklace, and tossed it in front of Tang Zhan. Mr. Tang, does this look familiar? Tang Zhan instinctively leaned back when he saw the bloodied necklace. Dad, this is Brother Huang's sis necklace. Tang Guogua, who was nearby, glanced at it and quickly pulled out her phone. She soon showed Tang Zhan a photo of Huang Sai wearing the necklace, exclaiming, "It really is Brother Huang's sis." Hearing his daughter's words, Tang Zhan stared intently at Chu He, his voice cold. "Where did you get this? I heard last month Huang Sai intercepted several of your transport trucks, and you had to pay 500,000 to settle the matter." Chu He blew on the tea in his cup and took a small sip. "From today on, no one will hold up your trucks. Moreover, the trucks of the other raw material suppliers won't be able to pass through this area. How about this condition?" Silence fell over the villa. Although the Black Gold Group was wealthy and powerful, it had always been plagued by gray market forces. Many had their eyes on the Black Gold Group attempting morsel and would take bites from time to time. What happened to Huang Sai? Tang Zhan was tempted, but he maintained his composure. Having weathered decades in the business world, he was not easily swayed by a few words from a young man. "He's dead." Chu He said it lightly. "What?" Even Tang Zhan was shaken by these words. Over the years, Huang Sai had established himself in both the underworld and the legitimate world, gaining some notoriety in Zhonghai. Dead just like that. Do you know the consequences of lying to me? Tang Zhan narrowed his eyes, his heart unsettled. You, an outcast from your family, could kill Huang Sai. He didn't believe it. Huang Sai was ruthless and always traveled with at least a dozen thugs. How could Chu He kill him? Then forgive me. Chu He set down his teacup, the corners of his mouth lifting. What do you mean? Tang Zhan had a bad feeling. Crack. Suddenly the lights in the villa went out. Protect the master. The bodyguards erupted into chaos like headless flies. Don't panic. I'm fine, Tang Zhan bellowed. A few seconds later, the lights came back on. Tang Zhan was surrounded by his bodyguards. Across from him, Chu He held Tang Guogua in his left arm, a knife in hand, and a teacup in his right, smiling calmly. Now do you believe me, Mr. Tang? Let go of the young lady. A bodyguard aimed a gun at Chu He's head. Stand down. Tang Zhan rubbed his nose and waved away the surrounding bodyguards. Chu He, you have some skill. For the first time, he looked squarely at the young man before him. Within 24 hours, I'll clear out the gray market forces in the eastern suburbs of Zhonghai. So, Mr. Tang, are you willing to cooperate? Chu He raised his teacup, smiling. I've never been wrong in my life. I hope this time is no different. Tang Zhan raised his teacup, clinked it with Chu He's from a distance, and downed it in one gulp. If Chu He could dominate the eastern suburbs, the profits would far exceed those from cooperating with the Lin Group. They'll be hosting an investment meeting tomorrow morning. Mr. Chu, do remember to come. His eyes flickered toward Tang Guogua. Sorry, I forgot. Chu He released his hold and smiled apologetically at Tang Guogua, but he noticed that the woman's eyes held not a trace of fear. Instead, they sparkled with excitement. Chu He, I'll remember you. Tang Guogua in her pink pajamas stood up and smiled radiantly. No man has ever dared to touch me like that. You're the first. My apologies. Chu He stood up and nodded slightly, then suddenly added, Mr. Tang, there's one more thing. I hope you won't mind. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the bodyguard who had aimed at him earlier and slammed him onto the coffee table. Crack. The tempered glass shattered instantly. The bodyguard lay on the ground, spitting blood, twitching in agony. Sorry, I don't like being pointed at with a gun. Chu He straightened his clothes and smiled. Amid the stunned gazes, Tang Guogua pulled out the gun from a bodyguard behind her and fired 3 shots at the bodyguard on the floor. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, and the bodyguard was dead. While I was still in someone else's hands, you dared to draw a gun. Were you hoping I'd die? She coldly tossed the gun back, looking at Chu He. Show him out. Chu He looked at Tang Guogua's delicate, pretty face, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The next morning, Lin Qingcheng slowly opened her eyes, feeling incredibly refreshed. It seemed the calming tea sent by her third sister's friend was quite effective. She stretched lazily, took out her phone, and dialed Huang Sai's number. Brother Huang Si, does he know his mistake? Miss Lin, Brother Huang Si is dead. A male voice came from the other end of the line. What? Upon hearing this news, Lin Qingcheng abruptly sat up, her mouth slightly agape, still in the midst of a yawn. Who are you? She could hardly believe it. Just last night the two had spoken on the phone, and now Master Huang was gone. I'm from the East Suburb Police Station. After saying that, the other party hung up directly. Police station. Lin Qingcheng's morning drowsiness vanished instantly. Even if Master Huang had died of a sudden illness, the phone should have been in the hands of his family. Why did the police answer the phone? Third sister. She pushed open the door in her pajamas, standing upstairs and calling out. Lin Yuqing was the youngest criminal investigation captain at the East Suburb Police Station. If Master Huang had really been in trouble, she couldn't possibly be unaware. Third sister received a phone call early this morning and left in a hurry, replied the second sister, Lin Qingcheng, drowsily. Last night Lin Li was injured and the house was ransacked. The seven sisters had been up until midnight, all exhausted. Hearing this, Lin Qingcheng's heart sank. She quickly grabbed her phone and called Lin Yuqing. Third sister, has something happened to Master Huang. Master Huang and his entire family were killed last night. Preliminary suspicion is a vendetta murder, Lin Yuqing said in a heavy tone. The bodyguards at Lanwan Hotel all perished, not a single survivor. The scene was cleaned up completely, not a trace left. That Chu He got off too easy, Lin Qingcheng said, standing upstairs, gripping the railing with her right hand, her voice filled with hatred. Why couldn't it have been him? He shattered his father's portrait, beat Lin Li, and even dared to shoot at her. Lin Qingcheng's hatred for Chu He had long reached its peak. An orphan, how dare he show such disrespect? Big sister, we cannot let Chu He off lightly. Lin Yuqing, recalling the slap from last night, was equally seething inside. However, it was Lin Li who had shattered the father's portrait, not Chu He. And the calming tea that had helped Lin Qingcheng fall asleep was also left by Chu He. She feared that if they pushed Chu He too far, Lin Li's misdeeds would come to light. Then there would be no way to handle it. Glancing at the time, Lin Qingcheng immediately began to freshen up and dress. Today's meeting was extremely important to her. Since her father's death, this was the first time she was representing the Lin Group at the Heijin Group Business Conference. As the exclusive material supplier of health products for the Lin Group, Heijin Group was highly valued by Lin Qingcheng. She planned to expand the health product line and scale up the group, to prove that she had surpassed her father and was not inferior to him. Inside the chairman's office of Heijin Group, Tang Guoguo, dressed in a black dress, sat opposite Tang Zhan. What do you think of this, Chu He? Tang Zhan asked, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. His eyes narrowed. He was still hesitating. You've investigated everything that needs to be investigated. If you ask me, I'm interested in this man. Tang Guoguo chewed gum, a slight smile on her lips. He does have some skills, but after all, he's too young. Tang Zhan was torn. The Lin Group brings us hundreds of millions in revenue every year. 10 minutes ago, Lin Qingcheng called me saying she wants to expand the production line and discuss additional procurement. He took out his phone and showed the call log to Tang Guoguo. Don't forget, the health product patent is with Chu He. Without even glancing at it, Tang Guoguo leaned over, pulled the half-smoked cigarette from Tang Zhan's mouth, and tossed it into the ashtray. If you hadn't dared to gamble back, then you'd still be a fish seller now. After saying that, she waved her hand, blew a bubble, and left the office. Spoiled brat, no respect for her elders. I've spoiled her rotten. Tang Zhan frowned slightly and shook his head helplessly. But his daughter was right. It was because he had bet everything years ago that he had achieved his current glory. At the entrance of Heijin Group, Miss Tang, what a coincidence. As Chu He entered, he saw Tang Guoguo with her hair in double ponytails. The scene yesterday of this young lady of the Tang family shooting a bodyguard had left a deep impression on him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to associate such a cute little girl with the phrase, kill without blinking. Not a coincidence. I've been waiting here for you for a full 5 minutes. Tang Guoguo glanced at her watch and chuckled. So how about it? Is my body soft enough? Last night was an accident. Sorry, Chu He said somewhat helplessly. They say women hold grudges, and indeed the reputation is well deserved. When you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Tang Guoguo took a step forward, her finger gently pressing against Chu He's chest. Chu He. Just then a voice rang out inopportunely. It really is you. Lin Qingcheng, who had just entered along with the procurement department head, strode briskly up to the two. Who let him in? Lin Qingcheng raised her voice instantly, drawing the attention of many. Even the security guards at the door hurried over. They wanted to see what was happening. This man was kicked out of my house last night, Lin Qingcheng said, looking around and pointing at Chu He coldly. In other words, he has no relation to the Lin family whatsoever. Chu He, this is a business negotiation. What qualifications do you have to be here? Recalling that the orphan the Lin family had adopted had dared to shoot at her. A surge of anger rose in Lin Qingcheng's heart for no reason. And Chu He's appearance here must be to cause trouble. Miss Tang, don't be fooled. Lin Qingcheng slowly walked up to Tang Guoguo and said haughtily, this man's character is not good. She subconsciously thought that Chu He was using the Lin family's status to bluff. Otherwise, how could a jobless drifter like Chu He be invited to a business meeting of this level? Miss Lin, Mr. Chu is my friend. Upon hearing this, Tang Guoguo smiled, stepped forward, and directly took Chu He's arm in public. I hope you'll be polite when speaking to my friend. Seeing their intimate gesture, Lin Qingcheng was momentarily stunned. She hadn't interacted with Tang Guoguo many times, but she knew the girl had extremely high standards. How could she possibly fancy a servant like Chu He? There must be something hidden. Miss Tang, there's something you don't know. The procurement department head of the Lin Group quickly stepped forward and sneered. This guy stole from the Lin family, and also beat the general manager's own younger brother, which is why he was kicked out. Don't be fooled by his sweet talk. How could he miss such an opportunity to show off in front of his boss? The next second, the man received a solid slap on the face. You, a mere procurement department head, what right do you have to speak to me? Tang Guoguo's face darkened. If you dare to make snide remarks about my friend again, don't blame me for beating the dog without regard for its master. Sorry. The procurement department head covered his face and stepped back. Chu He, you're quite something. Lin Qingcheng's lips trembled, her eyes full of anger and mockery. She knew very well that Tang Guoguo's words were actually directed at her. Just a veiled insult. But businessmen are ultimately driven by profit. The Lin Group gives a huge amount of money to Heijin Group every year. How can a Chu He compare? I've always been— Chu He with his hands in his pockets smiled at Lin Qingcheng. General Manager Lin, I really like your arrogant and unyielding demeanor. I hope you can keep it up. He wanted to take away the Lin Group with his own hands and crush Lin Qingcheng's lofty pride. Chu He, you will kneel and beg me. Lin Qingcheng's face turned livid, and she strode toward the conference hall. Seated on the sofa, Lin Qingcheng grew increasingly aggrieved. The man before her was nothing more than a homeless cur she had cast out of her own home, a servant who had once tended to her household. He used to greet her with a smile whenever she ordered him about, but now he showed her not even the slightest trace of respect. And had Tang Guoguo gone blind? A young lady of noble birth falling for such a useless waste. Even if it were merely a dalliance, why degrade herself this way? She entered the venue and took her seat in the front row. The fury within Lin Qingcheng only blazed hotter. Ever since she took the helm of the Lin Group, she had become the most sought-after star entrepreneur in Zhonghai, the untouchable goddess of commerce. She could not swallow this humiliation. Just then Tang Guoguo, dragging Chu He along, provocatively sat down beside Lin Qingcheng. President Tang. Lin Qingcheng rose slowly, her gaze fixed on Tang Zhan, who was clad in a suit. It seems our business gathering has an uninvited guest. Her eyes swept over Chu He, and she gave a light snort. Does someone like this deserve to be here? Miss Lin, I will say this once more. Tang Guoguo shot back, without hesitation. This gentleman is my friend. Oh. Lin Qingcheng raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. President Tang, if you would have this man thrown out, I can sign the contract for the additional order right now. The Lin Group's procurement volume this year will be twice that of last year. But if you insist on keeping such a servant expelled from the Lin family— She lifted her luxury LV bag worth hundreds of thousands and smiled. Then I must take my leave. Sitting with someone like him is an insult to me. Merchants chase profit. The Lin Group's orders annually brought the Black Gold Group a profit of 1 billion yuan. As long as Tang Zhan was a normal man, he would know how to choose. Is this the Chu He who was kicked out of the Lin family? Seems to have a special connection with Tang Guoguo. The businessmen attending the gathering clustered together, murmuring. Just as she was certain of victory, she noticed Tang Zhan sitting in the front row sipping coffee. He showed no reaction at all. President Tang. Lin Qingcheng frowned slightly, a note of displeasure in her voice. Did you hear what I said? I heard you. Tang Zhan looked up and said flatly, escort President Lin out. What did you say? Lin Qingcheng's eyes widened. She doubted her own ears. Instead of driving Chu He away, Tang Zhan was giving her his business partner the boot. Had he lost his mind? President Tang, are you sure? Her face flushed and her hands clenched into fists. The president of the prestigious Lin Group being shown the door. If word got out, where would she save face? The doors of my Black Gold Group are never locked. You may leave whenever you wish. Tang Zhan picked up the tea his secretary had poured and said with a smile, President Lin, suit yourself. President Tang. Lin Qingcheng's expression shifted. Her gaze swept across Chu He's face only to catch a glaring sneer. Why? Lin Qingcheng forced herself to remain calm, lowering her voice. 1 billion yuan in annual profit means nothing to you. The two companies had cooperated harmoniously for years. Why had the Black Gold Group suddenly turned its back? Because of Tang Guoguo's relationship with Chu He. That was impossible. Merchants care about profit. Tang Zhan's actions today amounted to a complete rupture. What she did not know was that Tang Zhan, after careful deliberation, had chosen to side with the true owner of the patent for the Lin Group's best-selling drug. Chu He. Mr. Chu is my business partner. If you want him thrown out, what can I do? Tang Zhan leaned back in his chair, gazing calmly at Chu He. Starting today, I will invest 500 million yuan to establish a new health products company together with Mr. Chu He. Has Tang Zhan gone mad? He's completely offended the Lin Group. Could it be that the fake young master expelled by the Lin family holds something valuable? The people present buzzed with discussion. Chu He, seated in his chair, gave a slight nod, acknowledging Tang Zhan's words. Good. Lin Qingcheng trembled with rage, her eyes narrowing. President Tang, I've learned my lesson. But the Lin Group is no pushover. Before her arrival today, she had been brimming with confidence. Because of the additional order, the Lin Group had hired a large number of staff in advance and signed massive contracts with distributors. But now, with the raw materials cut off, she could not deliver the products. Whether it was reputation or penalty fees, it would deal a severe blow to the Lin Group. If President Lin needs help, you are always welcome to come to me. Chu He folded his hands on his knees, smiling at Lin Qingcheng. Remember my words. I like the way you look so defiant right now. Humph. Lin Qingcheng gave a cold laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Who would have thought that the heiress of the Black Gold Group would treasure a homeless cur driven out of the Lin family? Since President Tang is willing to break with the Lin Group over a servant, I have nothing more to say. She felt a tightness in her chest. Miss Lin, have you forgotten? Chu He rose slowly, meeting her eyes. Your own ancestors were nothing but ordinary. After a few days of good living, have you already started insulting your own forebears? Chu He. Lin Qingcheng wished she could tear him apart. You're not fit to lecture me. A man with a twisted heart like yours will come to no good. She grabbed her bag, her face ashen, and turned to leave. Without raw materials, the factory's downtime cost millions every day. President Lin. Just then a middle-aged man in a white suit entered the venue. I am Lu Dafa, chairman of the man clasped his hands and said with a hint of smugness, I heard that the Black Gold Group has terminated its cooperation with the Lin Group. As it happens, I have a batch of raw materials. Lin Qingcheng was overjoyed and said earnestly, if President Lu is willing to cooperate, I will raise the purchase price by 5 points. Lu Dafa was also a raw material supplier in Zhonghai. For years the Dafa Group and the Black Gold Group had kept their distance. Lu Dafa's appearance today caught her somewhat by surprise. I've brought the contract. Lu Dafa snapped his fingers and his assistant quickly handed over a document. I had my staff work overnight to prepare 10 truckloads of herbs. As soon as President Lin signs, they can be shipped immediately. Having said that, he looked triumphantly at Tang Zhan and clasped his hands. Sorry, old brother Tang. Tang Zhan's face darkened, and he said nothing. Chu He had gone in the middle of the night, and Lu Dafa had the raw materials ready by dawn. He had clearly been tipped off. Either Chu He had leaked the information and colluded with Lu Dafa to trap him, or there was a mole beside Tang Zhan. Either way, the Black Gold Group was destined to be a laughingstock today. President Lu, I've signed. Lin Qingcheng glanced through the contract and signed quickly. Then she looked at Tang Zhan with a provocative smile. President Tang, I'm sorry to disappoint you. It seems you've lost both your wife and your army today. The pent-up anger in Lin Qingcheng finally found an outlet. The Black Gold Group had suffered a major setback, and Chu He would surely face the consequences. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lu Dafa puffed on his cigar, smiling. In his competition with Tang Zhan, he had always been at a disadvantage. Today's partnership with the Lin Group had turned the tables. Wait. Chu He rose slowly, stopping Lu Dafa, who was about to leave. Who are you? Lu Dafa, carrying a briefcase, turned and looked at Chu He suspiciously. He seemed not to know the other party. He is a servant of my Lin family, driven out a few days ago for theft. Lin Qingcheng stood by, explaining disdainfully. Now this man has climbed the tree of the Black Gold Group, quite something. Perhaps one day he'll become the son-in-law of the Tang family and soar to the skies. The Tang family's attitude just now made her very displeased. Now cooperating with the Dafa Group, although the purchase price was higher, at least she could vent the anger in her heart. So you're a kept man. Lu Dafa sneered, turned, and left. President Lu. Chu He did not get angry, but advised calmly. I studied face reading when I was a child. Your brow is darkened with ill fortune. Oh, once you step out of this gate, life and death are uncertain. Ha ha ha. Lu Dafa was in a good mood and paid no attention, leaving with his men swaggeringly. Soon the guests at the investment conference also left one after another. Tang Zhan remained silent, his face gloomy, feeling worse than if he had swallowed a fly. Now it's fine. Tang Zhan will become the laughingstock of Zhonghai today. He picked up the teacup side and said, Chu He, this is not your fault, you may go. The hatred in Lin Qingcheng's eyes was not something that could be feigned. If it weren't that Chu He and Lu Dafa had set him up together, then there must be a mole around him. President Tang, our cooperation is not yet finished. Chu He stepped forward, both hands on the table. The market share of Lin's group's health products will be yours sooner. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhan frowned slightly. Now Lu Dafa has butted in, and the losses he has brought me are incalculable. The two had originally kept their distance from each other. Now Lu Dafa suddenly launched an attack. Surely he had left a backup plan. I told you he cannot leave alive. Chu He glanced at his watch, sat back in the chair, and said with a smile, wait. At the gate of Black Gold Group, Lin Qingcheng was in a very pleasant mood. She sat back in the car, opened the makeup mirror, and touched up her makeup. The Dafa Group's timely assistance not only solved the raw material shortage problem for Lin's group, but also dealt a heavy blow to Chu He's arrogance. Notify all departments. We will hold a general mobilization meeting this afternoon. Lin Qingcheng's face beamed with joy. I want to double Lin's group's performance within half a year. Not far away, Lu Dafa was humming a tune, walking toward his Maybach, surrounded by bodyguards. The spy he had planted beside Tang Zhan had finally come in handy. Moreover, with the help of a mastermind behind him, he seemed to already see the day when he would swallow up the Black Gold Group. Lu Dafa. But just then someone suddenly called out to him. Bang! Bang! Then 2 gunshots. The bodyguards around him fell into a pool of blood. You? Who are you? Lu Dafa, seeing the gun muzzle pressed to his forehead, trembled with fear and fell to his knees. Good sir, how much money do you want? They'll give it to you right now. Let's talk. Instinctively, he thought the other party was a robber. Did Mr. Chu tell you not to step out of this door? The newcomer asked coldly. Chu He. Lu Dafa shuddered incredulous. You were sent by Chu He. In Zhonghai no one can oppose Mr. Chu. As soon as the man in the baseball cap finished speaking, his finger pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots. Lu Dafa fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. Inside the car, Lin Qingcheng, who had witnessed all this after a brief daze, quickly pushed open the car door. President Lu. She ran frantically to the corpse, trembling with overwhelming fear. President Lu. Thud. Lin Qingcheng collapsed on the ground. Lu Dafa was her lifeline. Now that he was dead, the hope that had just ignited in her was extinguished once more. Inside Black Gold Group, Tang Zhan smoked one cigarette after another in silence. On the contrary, Tang Guoguo was very calm, occasionally kicking Chu He with her foot. It seemed she didn't care about the losses Black Gold Group had just suffered. Just as Tang Zhan's patience was about to run out, a security guard rushed in from outside, shouting in terror. President Tang. Lu Dafa was shot dead at the company gate. What? Tang Zhan abruptly stood up, cold sweat pouring. Say that again. President Lu was gunned down as soon as he left the company gate. The security guard's face was pale, still frightened. Hearing this, Tang Zhan instinctively looked at Chu He. The latter just smiled slightly. Understood. Tang Zhan waved his hand. Report to the police immediately. Tell the officers what you saw and don't hide anything. Understand? Understood. The security guard wiped his cold sweat and quickly disappeared. In the empty conference hall, only Tang Zhan, his daughter, and Chu He remained. Are you crazy? Tang Zhan quickly walked up to Chu He. That's Lu Dafa, the chairman of Dafa Group. Did you kill him on the street? This could drag me into the water if things go wrong. Although Lu Dafa was not as wealthy as him, their social statuses were not far apart. The death of such a big shot would surely cause a sensation in Zhonghai. If he doesn't die, I won't sleep well. Chu He sat on the chair and said calmly, in this world it should be that those who follow me prosper, and those who oppose me perish, don't you think? Drip. Just then a drop of blood suddenly fell to the ground. Tang Zhan reached out and gently touched his nose. Blood dripped more heavily. Tissue. He looked at Tang Guoguo tremblingly. This is the antidote. Chu He stopped Tang Guoguo and handed a pill over. You poisoned me. Tang Zhan was shocked. They had almost no contact. How could he be poisoned? I have countless ways to get rid of Lu Dafa. Chu He stood up, straightened his clothes, and said calmly, but none of them is more deterrent than gunning him down on the street. He'll go talk to the big shots in the eastern suburbs. If it works out, only your convoy will be able to pass through this area. He took a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it to Tang Zhan. Please help me find the herbs listed here, Mr. Tang. If you find them, please notify me immediately. When Chu He first approached the Tang family, besides taking revenge on Lin Qingcheng, he also wanted to use the Black Gold Group as a raw material supplier to help him find the herbs on the prescription. Under the gaze of the father and daughter, he left leisurely. Dad, I'm going to investigate the mole. Tang Guoguo stood up and giggled. What do you think of him as your son-in-law? I warn you, stay away from such a dangerous person. Tang Zhan felt a lingering fear. I like danger. Tang Guoguo blew a bubble and turned to walk toward the office. At the gate of Black Gold Group, Lin Qingcheng, cold and terrified, suddenly felt someone watching her. She quickly turned around and met Chu He's eyes. Where is the lotus golden cup? Lin Qingcheng shouted, her face pale. They'll say it one last time. Hand over the item and apologize to Lin Li, and I can forgive you. I don't need your forgiveness. Chu He replied calmly. Tang Guoguo is just curious. Oh, once she's tired of playing with you and dumps you, you'll be nothing. Lin Qingcheng roared angrily. From the moment you kicked me out of the house, I knew that nothing is reliable except myself. Chu He smiled. Thank you, you've taught me a crucial lesson. With that, he strode away under Lin Qingcheng's. Spread the word, whoever can help me retrieve the lotus golden cup, he'll pay 20 million. Lin Qingcheng gritted her teeth and said to the secretary behind her. That was the thing her father loved most in his life, but she must get it back, no matter the cost. On a suburban road in Zhonghai City, a black Mercedes-Benz sped recklessly forward. 3 cars pursued it closely. After several minutes of chase, the black Mercedes sharply turned the steering wheel. The car plunged into an abandoned factory on the outskirts. With a screech of brake noise, the pursuing vehicles also drove into the factory. Tang Guoguo pushed open the car door, brandishing a gun as she strode murderously toward the Mercedes. 10 bodyguards from the Tang family followed her, holding telescopic batons. Come out. Tang Guoguo walked to the Mercedes and yanked open the door. She dragged the person out of the car. Uncle Song, the Tang family has treated you well for over a decade, hasn't it? Tang Guoguo raised the gun and pressed it against the middle-aged man's head. That morning, while investigating the traitor in the family, she had learned of the butler's sudden departure. So Tang Guoguo had led her men in a relentless pursuit. Finally, she had intercepted him here. Miss Tang, you are still so reckless. The butler, dressed in a shirt, showed no panic on his face. He even wore a slight smile. Facing death, and you remain so calm. Tang Guoguo narrowed her eyes and said with murderous intent, speak. Why did you betray the Tang family? Betray my father. Money. Song Tianlai clasped his hands behind his back and sneered. Your Tang family pays me 500,000 a year, but President Liu offers me 5 million. Tell me which one do I choose? You know I hate traitors the most. Tang Guoguo released the safety catch and gently placed her finger on the trigger. Miss Tang, aren't you curious why I deliberately exposed myself? Song Tianlai laughed loudly. A yellow-haired girl daring to chase me here all by yourself. What do you mean? A sudden, ominous premonition stirred in Tang Guoguo's heart. It's a trap to lure you and then sell you for a good price. Song Tianlai snorted derisively. Tell me, how much do you think your father would pay to ransom you? You're asking for death. Tang Guoguo swiftly pulled the trigger. But at that moment a silver needle flew silently and struck her wrist. A numbing sensation spread through her body. Tang Guoguo's hand trembled and the gun fell to the ground. Immediately over a dozen thugs surged out from around the warehouse. Huh? Song Tianlai bent down, picked up the gun, laughed heartily, and slowly retreated. Despicable. Tang Guoguo gritted her teeth and cursed. Despicable. Song Tianlai sneered. Say whatever you like. In my hands you won't have an easy time. Protect the young miss. The Tang family bodyguards quickly surrounded Tang Guoguo, trying to cover her as she got into the car. But at that moment a gaunt old man suddenly appeared. He moved like a ghost, swiftly and cleanly breaking the necks of several bodyguards. Before the others could react, they felt a burning sensation in their necks. In less than 10 seconds, all 10 bodyguards fell to the ground in unison. Each had a bloodstained mark on their neck. Dealing with such people requires my intervention, the gaunt man said with some dissatisfaction. Hurry up and take the girl away. Young Master Liu is waiting. Young Master Liu. Tang Guoguo's eyes widened. Which young Master Liu? Luring you here was the idea of Liu Dong, President Liu's son. Song Tianlai snickered. What do you think? If you and young Master Liu become an established fact, would your father acknowledge him as his son-in-law? The Tang family has only one daughter. Despicable. Tang Guoguo's gaze was like a blade fixed on Song Tianlai. Despicable. Song Tianlai laughed loudly. You've been hit with a paralytic. In an hour you won't be able to move. Then you'll be nothing but young Master Liu's toy. And your father will watch the entire live broadcast. TSK. You beast. Tang Guoguo mustered all her strength to slap him, but she felt her power draining away. Let's go. Don't keep young Master Liu waiting. As Song Tianlai finished speaking and was about to take her into the car, a sedan suddenly rushed into the factory. Who's there? Song Tianlai raised the gun and aimed at the car. The others also drew their knives. Only the gaunt old man remained relaxed, unconcerned. The car door slowly opened and a woman in a hospital gown stepped out. Wife. When Song Tianlai recognized the woman's face, he cried out in panic. You. How did you get here? Because I told her to come and she had no choice. Behind the woman, Chu He's voice slowly sounded. Hearing this, Tang Guoguo finally let out a long sigh of relief. Before coming, she had sent Chu He her location as a precaution. I thought you bastard wouldn't come. Tang Guoguo bit her lip and said resentfully. What? Do you want to become the young mistress of the Liu family? Then should I leave? Chu He replied with a smile. You wouldn't dare. The fear inside Tang Guoguo suddenly dissipated. In its place was a hint of sweet joy. What do you want? Song Tianlai interrupted their exchange, pointing at Chu He with bloodshot eyes. Let her go. His wife was terminally ill with cancer and needed a huge sum for treatment. That was precisely why he had taken the risk and chosen to cooperate with Liu Dafa. Now that his gravely ill wife had been captured, Song Tianlai panicked. A trade. Chu He raised an eyebrow. I'll give you 10 seconds to think it over. After receiving Tang Guoguo's message, he had relied on his own intelligence sources to quickly uncover all of Song Tianlai's information and had taken his critically ill wife hostage. Yes. Song Tianlai panicked. Let's trade now. But the people around him showed no reaction. Master, I've worked for the Liu family for years. I beg you. Song Tianlai knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Fine. The gaunt old man frowned slightly. Let's count to 3 and exchange the hostages together. What difference would a trade make? In a single second, he could recapture Tang Guoguo. All right. He'll count to 3. Song Tianlai grabbed Tang Guoguo, trembling all over. 1, 2, 3. Both sides shoved hard. Tang Guoguo mustered her last ounce of strength and ran toward Chu He. Song Tianlai's wife, weakened by cancer, moved very slowly. I'm sorry. Song Tianlai rushed forward in agitation. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Chu He, holding Tang Guoguo, raised the gun and pulled the trigger. 3 gunshots. Song Tianlai's wife shuddered, stumbled, and collapsed. A pool of blood spread behind her. Song Tianlai stood frozen. After a few seconds, he rushed over like a madman, embraced his wife's corpse, his eyes wide with fury. You? He slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Touch my friend, and he'll kill your entire family. Chu He said calmly. In that moment, Tang Guoguo in his arms trembled. She held him even tighter. He'll kill you. Song Tianlai raised the gun, but before he could pull the trigger, Chu He's bullets had already struck him. Bang, 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 bang. Four shots emptied the magazine. Song Tianlai fell flat on his back. Brilliant. The gaunt old man clapped from a distance. Now your gun is empty. It's my turn. As he spoke, he arched his body, his legs exploded with power, and he launched himself like a projectile straight at Chu He. His mission was to take Tang Guogua. As for whether Song Tianlai lived or died, he didn't care. The withered old man moved with astonishing speed. In less than a second, he vanished from his spot, leaving only a residual shadow behind. Yet to Chu He, this speed was akin to a decrepit elder hobbling along. He was strolling toward him at a leisurely pace. No wonder he's called the black-handed divine eagle. Too fast. I can't even see him clearly. Back when Mr. Liu was hunted by enemies, Uncle Eagle single-handedly took down over 30 men and fought his way out with Mr. Liu unscathed. The hired thugs watching couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Facing the charging old man Chu, he stepped forward with Tang Guogua cradled in his left arm. He swung his right arm horizontally, smashing toward the old man. Chu He, be careful. This old bastard is extremely Dan. Before the weakened Tang Guogua could finish her words. Bam! The 1,000-gene force of the old man's charge was instantly neutralized, and he was sent flying sideways through the air. The next second, Chu He lifted his leg and swiftly brought it down. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of breaking ribs, the once arrogant old man now lay on the ground, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, dead on the spot. A dead silence fell over the warehouse clearing. The thugs stared at Chu He as if they had seen a ghost, utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the invincible black-handed divine eagle had died just like that. Back then, over 30 young men with knives had charged at him all at once and hadn't even managed to break a single hair on the divine eagle's head. Tang Guogua was closest and saw it most clearly. What did you just say? Chu He turned around, placing Tang Guogua into the car. I didn't catch that. Damn it, Tang Guogua's expression was a mix of joy and fear. She began to feel grateful that she had called Chu He before coming here. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. We're just hired hands. Please spare us, let us go. The remaining thugs knelt on the ground, their courage shattered. You don't want to die? Chu He asked with a smile. No. If you let us go, we'll work like dogs for you. The thugs were drenched in cold sweat, their lips turning purple. If the divine eagle was dead, what chance did they have to fight? If you don't want to die, do as I say. Chu He flicked his finger, and a pill shot out, exploding in front of them. It turned into powder that was inhaled into their bodies. Without my antidote, you'll all be dead within a day. Chu He's eyes were cold. Understood. Understood. The men nodded frantically. Who sent you? The men scrambled over obsequiously. It was Lu Dafa's son Lu Dong. They answered eagerly, afraid that speaking too slowly would cost them their lives. The purpose. Originally, Lu Dong planned to kidnap Miss Tang, force himself on her, and then propose marriage. But after Mr. Liu died at the Black Gold Group's entrance, Lu Dong wanted to rape Miss Tang and spread the video to retaliate against Black Gold Group. Where and when is he taking her? Chu He tapped his fingers, realizing he would have to add another name to his death list. Lu Dong is at the hospital cooperating with the police. There's a funeral this afternoon, so he should come tonight. The thugs answered eagerly. Good. Then tell Lu Dong everything went smoothly and have him come tonight. Chu He raised his hand and pointed at the men. If Lu Dong doesn't come tonight, you all die. Understood. Understood. Rest assured, we're the most shameless people. We'll do anything to survive. The thugs shouted excitedly. After giving his instructions, Chu He returned to the car. You might have to suffer a little tonight. He reached out and pressed his hand against Tang Guogua's neck. No problem. Tang Guogua raised an eyebrow. What are you planning? You'll know tonight. With that, Chu He drove off, disappearing from the warehouse. After he left, the thugs quickly pulled out their phones and called Lu Dong. Mr. Liu, we've got the girl. She's locked in the warehouse. Uncle Eagle is slightly injured and being treated. Good. Wait for your call. The men wiped their cold sweat, their eyes filled only with the joy of surviving the ordeal. Zhonghai First Hospital. In the morgue. Lu Dong, clad in a brown suit and gold-rimmed glasses, shakily extended his hand to touch his father's cold corpse. Have you found out who did it? His voice trembled, his eyes bloodshot. Based on the evidence we have, the suspect is most likely an illegal immigrant. There's no information about him in the public security system. A police officer replied. My father had just snatched Black Gold Group's client, and then he died right outside their door. Lu Dong turned around and roared, it must be Tang Zhan. It has to be. Mr. Liu, we need evidence. The investigation into Tang Zhan has already begun. Well, inform you of the results. The officer glanced at his phone and frowned slightly. Someone take my father home. Lu Dong took a handkerchief, tremblingly wiped his tears, and roared angrily, move faster. A dozen bodyguards quickly stepped forward and wheeled Lu Dafa's corpse out of the morgue. Once out of the officer's sight, Lu Dong asked his secretary in a low voice, any leads? I've spread the word through both the underworld and the legitimate world, but the killer has vanished like smoke. No trace at all. The secretary answered nervously. Call Lin Qingcheng and tell her the cooperation is still on. Lu Dong said coldly, since my father died over this, I'll make sure to oppose Tang Zhan. After tonight, he'll destroy his family. Remembering Tang Guoguo's sexy figure and tempting face, a surge of evil desire rose in Lu Dong's heart. He slowly turned and grabbed his female secretary by the hair, pulling her toward him. Then he slowly unzipped it. The surrounding bodyguards discreetly formed a circle, and one even took off his jacket to cover Lu Dafa's face. Hiss! Lu Dong took a deep breath, already fantasizing about his glorious future after swallowing Black Gold Group. At the Lin family villa, Lin Qingcheng, who had seen hope rise and fall twice in one day, sat on the sofa with a worried frown. She drank glass after glass of red wine while the phone on the table rang incessantly. "Big sis, are you okay?" Lin Qingcheng, just back from work, changed out of her uniform and asked cautiously. Today both homicides were in her jurisdiction. She was well aware of the difficulties facing the Lin group. "Chu He, get me a bottle of iced cola." Lin Qingcheng caught herself mid-sentence, realizing she had misspoken. In the past, when she came home, Chu He would bring her favorite iced cola and pre-prepared fruit. It's hard to change a habit of over 10 years. Lin Qingcheng didn't scold her. She got up and fetched a bottle of cola from the fridge, handing it to Lin Qingcheng. "To be honest, I'm having a hard time adjusting too," Lin Qingcheng said expressionlessly. "Maybe we haven't gotten used to the new housekeeper and servants. Perhaps for others, serving us is just a job, but Chu He might have truly put his heart into it." Smack! Before Lin Qingcheng could finish, the cola on the table was knocked over. "If you don't want to drink, go upstairs." Lin Qingcheng scowled, irritably picking up her constantly ringing phone. In just one morning, her phone had been bombarded by dealers and company directors. Taking over the group only to encounter such a major incident was unbearable for her. "Miss Lin, I'm Secretary Li from Dafa Group. Regarding the contract, young Master Lu can deliver the raw materials to you tonight. However, you'll have to deal with the gang in the eastern suburbs yourself." "Really?" Hearing this, Lin Qingcheng's face lit up with surprise. Without this batch of raw materials, Lin Qingcheng's speech and mobilization at the previous meeting would have become a joke. The company already had veterans who resented her, and upon hearing that Heijin Group had ceased cooperation, they all came to kick her while she was down. "Please tell President Lu that I will arrange the payment immediately. As for the issue on the eastern suburban transport route, I will resolve it right away." Lin Qingcheng hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and walked excitedly to the window. "Big sister, is there a turn of events?" Lin Qingcheng turned back and asked with equal excitement, "Has the problem been solved?" "Of course." Lin Qingcheng felt triumphant, reverting to her previous haughty demeanor. "Lu Dong is willing to continue fulfilling the contract. Let's see who dares to question me within the company now. Once I free up my hands, I will definitely deal with Heijin Group and that scoundrel Chu He." Hearing the name Chu He, a flicker of inner conflict passed through Lin Qingcheng's eyes. She desperately wanted to tell her sister that it was not Chu He who had smashed their father's portrait. But if she revealed that, what would become of Lin Li? How could this brother, who had only returned home a month ago, face the scrutiny of his sisters? "Big sister, please assign Lin Li a position in the company," she spoke up. "A stable job might at least keep him away from those disreputable people. Perhaps over time, he could shed those bad habits." "You're right," Lin Qingcheng nodded. "Third sister, can you go to the gang in the eastern suburbs and negotiate with them not to cause trouble?" For a long time, the thugs in the eastern suburbs had been extorting exorbitant tolls from passing transport vehicles. Dafa Group had never had dealings with them before, and to get through they would likely have to pay far more than Heijin Group. Lin Qingcheng had once had some connections with Master Huang's side, but now that Master Huang was dead, she had no acquaintances in the eastern suburbs. "Big sister, I am the youngest criminal investigation captain in the police bureau. I can make arrests, but if I have any association with them, it would be a stain on my record." Lin Qingcheng politely declined. "If I were reported, my career would be over." In her 3 years of service, she had apprehended dozens of wanted criminals and was promoted ahead of schedule. She had even been featured on the cover of a northern magazine. There was no way she would do something that could ruin her own future. "Big sister." Lin Li, wrapped in bandages and leaning on crutches, hobbled out upon hearing her voice. "Brother, your injuries haven't healed yet. Go rest first." Lin Qingcheng quickly stepped forward and supported him with concern. This younger brother, who had been separated from his family for over a decade, was now the person the 7 sisters cared about most. "Sis, I'm fine." Lin Li deliberately breathed heavily and asked weakly, "I just overheard you and third sister mention that the thugs in the eastern suburbs won't let Dafa Group's convoy pass. Focus on recovering first. I'll handle the company matters," Lin Qingcheng comforted him. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, the Lin family won't collapse." "Big sister, I know a few friends in the underworld in the eastern suburbs. How about I give it a try?" Lin Li asked excitedly. "Your health?" "Big sister, I'm fine. Now that the family is in trouble, as the only man in the household, as long as I have breath left, I must do my part." His eyes burned with urgency. "All right, how much money do you need to grease the wheels?" Lin Qingcheng felt a surge of relief. That Chu He said you hang around with the wrong crowd, but at least your friends come in handy when trouble strikes." She looked at her brother with delight. Once you finish this task, it'll immediately take you to the company and assign you with the merit of opening up the transport route. No one can say a word against it. Lin Qingcheng was well aware of the unsavory company Lin Li kept, so she used this as a pretext to keep her brother working under her watchful eye. "Sis, I estimate roughly that we need 5 million. Lin Li replied impatiently. "That much?" Lin Qingcheng was taken aback. This sum was merely the initial gift for the first collaboration. Subsequent regular payments would be needed to ensure everything went smoothly. "All right, I'll contact the finance department to transfer the money to you right away." Lin Qingcheng nodded and patted Lin Li on the shoulder. "Handle this well, and let that ungrateful Chu He know that the men of the Lin family are far superior to a mere servant like him." "Don't worry, big sister," Lin Li said excitedly, then turned and hobbled off to change clothes. "Big sister, based on the confessions of criminals I've interrogated, at most 3 million should be enough to pacify those local thugs." As soon as Lin Li left, Lin Qingcheng spoke with a complicated tone. "I know," Lin Qingcheng nodded. "It's rare for Lin Li to want to show his worth. A little extra money doesn't matter. The main thing is I can't swallow this anger. I need him to know that my brother is Lin Li. He says Lin Li spends time with the wrong crowd, but isn't his pursuit of Tang Guogua just as morally questionable?" At this point, Lin Qingcheng, who had just relaxed a bit, suddenly felt a headache. The successive blows, the roller coaster ups and downs, and the relentless calls from shareholders throughout the afternoon left her utterly exhausted. "Third sister, brew me some more of that calming tea your friend gave me." Lin Qingcheng sat on the sofa, rubbing her temples continuously. "Even your sister, the medical professor Lin Qingcheng, couldn't figure out that stubborn illness, yet a cup of tea can cure it." She frowned slightly. Strange, why did the headache suddenly hit? It must be that bastard Chu He who infuriated me. Or maybe it's because the tea stopped after Chu He left. Lin Qingcheng muttered under her breath. Every time she returned from a patrol exhausted and drained, that brother would always bring her an iced cola and massage her shoulders and back. But now Lin Qingcheng suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something important had gone missing from her life. "What did you say?" Lin Qingcheng heard the muttering and looked up to ask. "Nothing, my friend only had 1 batch of that tea." Lin Qingcheng stammered. Chu He had only left behind 2 packets of medicine. 1 cup was used for Lin Qingcheng last night. Lin Qingcheng planned to take the last packet to her medical professor's second sister Lin Qingcheng for analysis. Then, based on the formula, they could completely solve the eldest sister's problem. "Also, we must retrieve the golden lotus as soon as possible." Lin Qingcheng frowned in pain. "Third sister, contact your friend and ask about the source. No matter the cost, buy me more of that calming tea." The pain was unbearable. Lin Qingcheng felt as if her head was about to explode. "All right." Lin Qingcheng quickly put on her coat and left. "Are you free? I want to talk to you." Standing at the door, she hesitated for a long time before sending a message to Chu He. At this moment, the only one who could relieve her sister's headache was Chu He. She wanted to make an attempt. But after a minute passed, there was no reply. Lin Qingcheng took a deep breath and dialed. "Sorry, the number you dialed is out of service." Hearing the mechanical voice on the other end, she froze. "Aunt." At that moment, Lin Qingcheng in the living room clutched her head and cried out in agony, "My head. Third sister, go get me that calming tea quickly." "Big sister, I'll have second sister come back first." "Hold on, I'll find you the medicine." Lin Yuching's heart trembled. She tremblingly sent a message to her second sister Lin Qingcheng, then called her colleague. "Check Chu He's location for me." "Yes." The Chu He who was with Heijin Group when Lu Dafa was killed. "Got it." She quickly got into her car and disappeared into the road. In the eastern suburbs of Zhonghai, amidst rows of shanty towns, Lin Li had just parked the Porsche 911 that Lin Qingcheng had bought for him. Immediately a crowd gathered around. "Kid, thought you were dead." A middle-aged man with long hair, cigar in mouth, sneered and reached out to grab Lin Li. "If you don't show up soon, I'll go to your sister's company to collect the debt." "Brother Lei, I've got the money." Lin Li, wrapped in bandages, grinned and said, "Don't go to my sister. If you do, we'll be in big trouble. Besides, last time I lost over 5 million, didn't I give you that Lotus Golden Cup?" He asked timidly. "That thing must be worth at least 10 million, right? Do you think it's solid gold?" Chen Daily slapped Lin Li on the head. "It sold for 3 million. You still owe me 2 million. Got money, got money." Lin Li quickly took out a card from his pocket. "I got 5 million from my sister. 2 million is to pay off my debt to you. And the remaining 3 million. Brother Lei, can you use it to pull some strings so that my sister's company's trucks can pass through here? Check the account." Chen Daily held a cigar in one hand and handed the bank card to his underling. Soon the card was swiped through the POS machine. "Boss, there's 5,300,000 in the card." The underling glanced and replied. "Lin Li, I'll make the connections for you, but where's my commission?" Chen Daily exhaled a puff of smoke. "I can handle the matter, and 3 million is enough to grease the wheels. But why would I do something without benefit? Brother Lei, I managed to drive away my adoptive brother from the family." Lin Li quickly flattered. "Now there's only me, the sole male heir in the Lin family. Everything will be mine in the future. When I strike it rich, how could I ever forget Brother Lei's share of the benefits?" When he first returned to the Lin family, he became reckless with gambling due to sudden wealth. As a result, he lost all the millions his family had given him in one night, and even owed over 5 million. To pay off his debts, he had a brainwave, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He stole the Lotus Golden Cup and framed Chu He. This not only prevented creditors from coming to his door, but also eliminated Chu He the thorn in his side. You're learning. Lin Li sat in the passenger seat of the 911, flicked off some ash, and said, "Let's go. Drive 3 kilometers ahead, and he'll take care of this for you." "Thank you, Brother Lei." Although Lin Li felt pain for his car, he was still extremely excited after receiving the promise. 10 minutes later, Lin Li limping and Lin Li entered a club. 3 men, their bodies covered in tattoos of azure dragons, white tigers, and even Guan Gong sat bare-chested on chairs. 3 big brothers, there's 3 million in this card. Lin Li walked up to them with the card, pulled over a chair, and sat down. "Li, what's the meaning of this?" The man with the Guan Gong tattoo took the card and snorted, "A weasel paying respects to a chicken. The Lin Group needs to move a few truckloads of goods through here. The 3 million in the card, 1 million for each of you." Lin Li grinned. "Ma Dao, how about we cooperate from now on? When old Master Huang was alive, vehicles from outside can't pass through our turf." Ma Dao pushed the card back. "If we break the rules, how do we explain to the Black Gold Group?" Over the years, the Black Gold Group had been paying tribute regularly. Taking money without doing the job hurts our reputation. 3 big brothers, once the Lin Group gets the shipment, they can immediately retaliate against the Black Gold Group. Lin Li interjected, 3 million is just a token of goodwill. In the future, your benefits will only increase. Hearing this, the 3 men exchanged glances. They were the biggest thugs in the area with a gang of hooligans under their command. If any large company's vehicles passed through without paying up, not a single one would get through. Old Master Huang is dead. Since the Lin Group is so sincere, why not give it a try? The man in the middle chuckled. "We need to pay our brothers for their loyalty to seize Huang's territory. Then add an extra 5 on top of the Black Gold International's rate." Ma Dao took the card and tossed it onto the table. "We need to cover the cost of offending the Black Gold Group. Please wait a moment." Lin Li took out his phone and excitedly called Lin Qingcheng to report the good news. "Sis," they agreed. "But the fee needs to be increased by 5, because they have to offend the Black Gold Group." "Okay, don't worry, leave it to me." Lin Li hung up, cleared his throat, and said, "My sister agrees. Then, let's have a pleasant cooperation." Ma Dao stood up, shook hands with Lin Li, and walked toward the women in the distance. "You go back. They'll accompany the 3 bosses for a while." Lin Li tossed away his cigar, his eyes full of the women's fair skin. "Boss." As soon as Lin Li left, a young lackey quickly approached and whispered to Ma Dao, "There's a guy named Chu He who says he wants to treat the 3 of you to dinner." "Chu He? Who does that punk think he is?" Ma Dao frowned slightly. "Never heard of him, but the kid's got a big mouth. He said if you don't go, you'll end up like old Master Huang." "Damn it, he dares to threaten me." Ma Dao grabbed the lackey by the neck. "Find him, bring him to me, and he'll cripple him." "Understood." The lackey quickly left. At the same time, Lin Qingcheng, now in plain clothes, drove at high speed and screeched to a halt on a street by the eastern suburbs. "Chu He." She walked over to a Maybach and quickly rapped on the window. "Something wrong?" The window rolled down slowly, revealing Chu He sitting in the back seat, asking with a blank expression, "Can you get out and talk to me?" Lin Qingcheng felt very uncomfortable. She was used to bossing Chu He around, and even now when she needed his help, she still couldn't let go of her pride. "Did you take the Lotus Golden Cup?" She took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. "You're a police officer. Act on evidence. If I took it, arrest me. If not, finding things is your job as police." Chu He replied calmly. "Get out. Let's talk." Lin Qingcheng suppressed her inner anger and spoke evenly. "It's windy outside. If you have something to say, say it. If not, feel free to leave." Chu He sat in the car, legs crossed, never once looking her in the eye. "You." Lin Qingcheng stomped her foot in anger. "What wind?" A former servant of the Lin family, and now that she needed his help, he was putting on airs. "I know you're resentful, unhappy about us driving you away. But now Big Sis has a headache attack. Can you give me your calming tea recipe?" Lin Qingcheng glanced at the Maybach. Like Lin Qingcheng, she believed this must be the money Chu He got from stealing the Lotus Golden Cup. "Name your price. How much will you sell it to me for? Aren't you fond of luxury cars?" "No problem," she said with contempt. "Let's just talk money. Money, money, money." Chu He turned sideways, his eyes cold. "Is money all you Lin family see? Since you have money, why come begging me?" Lin Qingcheng was getting angry. "Chu He, do you know Big Sis is in so much pain she's about to die? Is it serious?" Chu He frowned slightly. "It's okay. I knew you still care about Big Sis. After this is settled, they'll put in a good word for you." Lin Qingcheng didn't finish before being interrupted. "Not dead yet. I was thinking about attending the funeral banquet." Chu He laughed softly. "You? Have you no humanity?" Lin Qingcheng trembled with rage. "Even if you took the blame for Lin Li and got misunderstood by Big Sis, did you have to run away? Couldn't you have just begged her?" Setting aside the facts, aren't you at fault at all in this? She snorted. If big sis weren't in urgent need, would I bow and scrape to you like this, eh? In Lin Qingcheng's eyes, treating a former servant like this was already polite enough. Beg? Chu He narrowed his eyes, amused by the third miss of the Lin family. Is this how you beg someone? In that case, please leave. Chu He. Lin Qingcheng's temper flared up. Just as she was about to explode, her phone suddenly rang. Third sister, what did your friend say? Lin Qingcheng's weak and pained voice came through. Don't worry about the money, any amount is fine. Hiss. He'll be right back. Hearing the sound of suffering, Lin Qingcheng's heart tightened. For big sis, a strong-willed person to keep calling the situation must be serious. Chu He, what exactly do you want to help? She asked with hatred in her eyes. When you beg, you must act like a beggar. Chu He extended his right hand out the window and pointed to the ground. Either kneel and beg me, or get the hell out of here. You. Lin Qingcheng's face turned pale and her hands instinctively clenched into fists. She wanted to teach Chu He a lesson, but thinking of her big sister's condition, she gritted her teeth and knelt on the ground. At that moment, her eyes reddened, and a wave of humiliation surged through her. What status did she have? To kneel before a former servant of the Lin family. Take it. With a swoosh, Chu He tossed a piece of paper onto her face. Erase the recipe. But I warn you, if the proportions are wrong, it could be fatal. The most important part of a medicine isn't the recipe, it's the proportions. Lin Qingcheng's achievements in the medical field over the past few years were largely thanks to Chu He's secret help. They'll remember this. Lin Qingcheng picked up the recipe, shot a hateful glance at Chu He, and got into her car. Eighth Master Ma Dao has replied. At this, the driver in the passenger seat turned around and relayed the message from the phone. He wants to cripple you. Since I left the Lin family, I've never seen anyone more arrogant than me. Chu He, dressed in a black suit, pushed open the car door, stepped out, and glanced at his watch. Ever since he awakened his bloodline, his speed had become fast enough to dodge bullets. Along with his power, his restless and murderous heart had also surged. Trash all their places and spread the word. I, Chu He, am hosting a dinner at the Peace Hotel on their turf. Only by cutting off Lin Qingcheng's hopes could he use this as leverage to obtain shares of the Lin group. Then he could access the core information and find out the truth about the medicine he had been drinking. Yes. The lackey in the passenger seat immediately sent a text message. Whoosh. On the street, dozens of cars suddenly sped toward the eastern suburbs, kicking up clouds of dust. In a hurry to die, Lin Qingcheng, driving in the opposite direction, cursed angrily. She now had only one thought: find her second sister and confirm the recipe as quickly as possible. Once she confirmed the recipe was genuine, she would make Chu He pay 100 times the humiliation she had suffered. Big brother, it's bad. Inside the bathhouse, Ma Dao and 3 others were engaged in a group activity. A young henchman rushed in frantically. Are you blind? Ma Dao interrupted at the peak of his pleasure, furiously grabbed a fruit knife and plunged it into the henchman's eye. Give me an explanation, or I'll take your other eye. Big brother, all our territories have been swept. Our men guarding them are either dead or maimed, none escaped unscathed. Kneeling on the ground, the henchman clutched his eye in agony. Blood trickled slowly through his fingers. Big brother, our turf got smashed. Boss, ours too. 2 more tattooed henchmen stumbled in hastily. Who's got such guts to sweep all 3 of our territories? Ma Dao was stunned. This area had been their domain since 4th Master Huang died. Who dared to act so recklessly here? It was Chu He. He said since you 3 wouldn't come easily, he'd invite you in his own way. The henchman reported tremblingly. Damn it, who the hell is this Chu He? Ma Dao rubbed his head, gnashing his teeth in fury. Heard he's an orphan adopted by the Lin family, kicked out a few days ago. Rumor has it the kid latched onto the Black Gold group, harboring resentment, and wants to cause us trouble. Fuck, even Tang Zhan wouldn't dare trash my place. Who does this Chu He think he is? Ma Dao put on his clothes, his voice cold. Where is he? If word got out, wouldn't the 3 of them become a laughing? Chu He is at the Peace Hotel, and he told someone to pass the message he's alone, so you bosses needn't be afraid. Bang. Another tattooed man kicked over the henchman in front of him, cursing. Damn it, this is an insult. What's the difference between this and shitting on our heads? On our turf. Gather men, head to the Peace Hotel. Ma Dao's face darkened, murderous intent dripping from his words. If I don't cripple him, I'll change my surname. At dusk. Eastern Suburbs Peace Hotel. Over 30 cars parked at the hotel entrance. Ma Dao got out first, followed by the other 2. Hundreds of henchmen brandishing weapons surrounded the hotel. Scouted it. Ma Dao lit a cigarette, eyeing the hotel entrance. Check if there's a trap inside. Though on his own turf, Ma Dao remained cautious. Scouted. Only Chu He inside in the Tianhao private room. No one else around. The henchman reported promptly. Ma Dao, since 4th Master Huang died, you're the most senior in the eastern suburbs. Don't disgrace us. Zhao Long, another boss, said beside him. When we go in, keep your spine straight. Don't lose face. Hawk. Ma Dao spat the cigarette to the ground, drew his triangular bayonet, and led the men inside with large strides. That's the spirit. The crowd roared and surged into the hotel behind Ma Dao. seeing the murderous procession of the hotel staff, all scattered. Brother Ma from the east side is doing business. Everyone shut up. A henchman raised his knife, pointing at the staff, threatening, "If you don't want trouble, play deaf," and dumb got it. Understood. The hotel manager hurried over, forcing a smile. We know the rules. Leaving a few dozen men downstairs, Ma Dao led about 30 underlings to the second-floor private room. Bang! Triangular bayonet in hand, he kicked the door open. In the empty room, only Chu He sat alone. Clang! Ma Dao burst in, stabbing the bayonet into the table. "Chu He'll fucking kill you. You're nothing but an orphan, a kicked-out stray dog. How dare you oppose me?" He pulled a chair, sat down, and propped his right leg on the table. "Didn't you invite me for a meal? I'm here. Take a seat." Chu He gestured calmly. "Waiter, serve the dishes. Said all of you. Today's meal well, enjoy it properly." Ma Dao waved his hand, and the other two, over 30 henchmen lined up around them, murderous intent palpable. "Did Tang Zhan send you?" Ma Dao squinted, trying to see through the 20-year-old youth before him. "Food's here." A waiter pushed a cart, placing a dish covered with a metal lid on the table. "Then let's start with..." Chu He stood up, lifted the lid, revealing a pitch-black pistol inside. Instantly, everyone in the room tensed up. Bang! Chu He picked up the gun, raised it, and shot Ma Dao in the stomach. Blood splattered, and an unprepared Ma Dao let out a scream. "Big brother." The henchmen snapped out of it and started to charge, but then saw the waiters in the room almost simultaneously raise their guns, aiming squarely at them. Which is faster, the gun or the blade, eh? Chu He, gun in hand, strolled leisurely to Ma Dao, who was drenched in cold sweat from pain. "Weren't you pretty cocky just now? He'll kill you." Ma Dao reached for his bayonet, only to take a bullet in the arm. The bullet pierced his wrist, exploding into a mist of blood. "Art!" He clenched his teeth in agony, snarling, "Cut him down." But none of the henchmen dared to move. Who would gamble with their life? "Looks like the gun's faster." Chu He bent down and shoved the gun into Ma Dao's hand. The sight stunned. "You're asking for death. Don't blame me." Blinded by rage, Ma Dao raised the gun and pulled the trigger instantly. But suddenly, everything went blurry before his eyes. Chu He pulled out the bayonet and chopped off Ma Dao's handgun, and all in one swift motion. "My hand." "Ugh." Ma Dao stared at his spurting stump, his eyes wide with agony. "Seems the blade's a little faster than the gun." Chu He dropped the bayonet, grabbed Ma Dao by the head, and slammed it hard against the wall. Bang! A dull thud. Ma Dao's skull was deformed, blood gushing out. He was dead beyond any doubt. "Let's eat." Chu He took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from his hands. Zhao Long and Gao Hu, the remaining two, were already scared out of their wits. Hearing Chu He's words, they quickly stood up and grabbed the chopsticks from the table. "You're actually going to eat?" Chu He turned around, smiling at them. "Mr. Chu." Thud. They dropped to their knees in terror. "Let's talk, we can talk." "Reasonable." Chu He patted their shoulders, nodding with a smile. "I like reasonable people. Let's start with hot pot." As he spoke, the waiter placed a steaming hot pot in the center of the table, adding lamb and vegetables, while casually removing the chopsticks from the table. "Mr. Chu, how can we eat without chopsticks?" Zhao Long wiped his sweat, his heart pounding. "Then you're not giving me face." Chu He leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. "Use your hands." Gao Hu beside him steeled himself, stood up, gathered his courage, and plunged his hand into the hot pot. Up. The boiling soup scalded him, making his whole body tremble. But a waiter immediately seized Gao Hu's wrist, preventing him from pulling back. After a full 5 seconds, the waiter released his grip. Ugh! Gao Hu collapsed into his chair, drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Beside him, another waiter walked over, and with a single stroke of a knife, severed Zhao Long's hand. Blood sprayed everywhere. "I want the eastern suburbs territory. Any objections?" Chu He raised his head, looking at the two men with a "Mr. Chu, that was originally your territory." Gao Hu, enduring excruciating pain, forced a smile. "Tonight." "No, right now, I'll return the territory to you immediately." "Chu He, do you have any fucking rules?" Zhao Long, with one hand severed, roared through his agony. "Ma Dao is dead, and you won't leave this door alive today." In Zhonghai, anyone who wanted to rise to power had to follow the unspoken rules of the Grey Forces. Whoever broke the rules would be attacked by all. "Here, I am the rule." Chu He tapped the table with his fingers and smiled. The next second, a waiter behind Zhao Long stabbed him through the heart. Thud! Zhao Long collapsed onto the table, convulsing in agony. He mustered all his strength to raise a finger at Chu He, but soon his head lolled to the side, and he died. Blood dripped to the floor, making faint sounds. The restaurant fell into a deathly silence. "Mr. Chu, don't kill me. Please give me a way out." Gao Hu, witnessing his comrade die horribly beside him, broke into a cold sweat, his eyes filled with nothing but terror. He no longer even felt the pain from his severely burned hand. "They'll be your slave, your beast of burden, just don't kill me." He pushed back his chair and knelt upright before Chu He. Even though he had lived on the edge of a knife for years, today's scene still terrified Gao Hu. The two big shots who had ruled the eastern suburbs for years died inexplicably on their own turf. What was this young man if not a madman? Snap! Chu He snapped his fingers. Gunfire erupted in the private room. The thugs brought by the three men fell into pools of blood before they could even react. Gao, who shuddered tremblingly, raised his hand and wiped the blood from his face. Mr. Chu will give you everything. His words were already slurred. Congratulations. Chu He rose, walked over to Gao Hu, and slowly helped him up. What did you say, Mr. Chu? Gao Hu trembled, fearing that a bullet would pierce his body the next second. The territory that once belonged to three men is now all yours. Chu He placed his hands on Gao Hu's shoulders and whispered in his ear, Don't disappoint me. Hearing this, Gao Hu shuddered and quickly replied, Mr. Chu, it's all yours, all yours. Then what use are you? Chu He picked up the gun and shoved it into Gao Hu's mouth. Mr. Chu, Master Chu, thud. Gao Hu knelt again, sweat pouring down his face. They'll do as you say. They'll do everything you say. After you leave, how will you explain this to your men outside? Chu He sat in the chair, crossed his legs, and asked with a smile. Ma Dao and Zhao Long fought over a split of the spoils, and both sides slaughtered each other. Everyone died. Gao Hu's mind raced, and he answered swiftly. He picked up a knife from the floor and stabbed himself in the stomach. Blood gushed out. I was wounded too, but I survived by luck. Gao Hu curled up on the ground in agony. Then how do you explain my presence here? Chu He took a cigarette from his pocket, and the waiter beside him immediately offered a light. What? Mr. Chu was never here. The messenger was one of Ma Dao's underlings. Ma Dao set him up to lure us here, all to pocket the 3 million and partner with the Lin group himself. Gao Hu answered weakly. Very good. I didn't choose the wrong man. Chu He held the cigarette and pointed at him. Go stop the bleeding. Tonight take your men and block all the Dafa group trucks. Understood. Understood. Gao Hu's anxious heart finally settled. I heard they call you Eighth Master. From now on I'll call you Eighth Master too. Enduring the pain, he knelt upright. Thank you for your patronage, Eighth Master. Swallowing the territories of 3 gangs meant that in the eastern suburbs, he Gao Hu would have the final say. His power would even surpass that of the once illustrious 4th Master Huang. This was something he had never dared to imagine. As long as you obey, I won't treat you poorly. Chu He bit the cigarette and stood up. See him out. 2 waiters flanked Gao Hu and walked toward the door. You can betray me if you can bear the cost. Chu He raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. Exactly 7 o'clock in the evening. It was time to settle things with Tang Guobua. Gao Hu at the door of the private room shuddered at those words. The fleeting thought that had just arisen was instantly extinguished by fear. Boss, what happened? On the first floor of the hotel, the underlings, seeing Gao Hu covered in blood, quickly surrounded him. Ma Dao tricked us into coming here to monopolize the deal with the Lin family. Facing the questions of dozens of underlings, Gao Hu gritted his teeth. Zhao Long died saving me under Ma Dao's blade. And the only one who survived the whole private room. From now on, anyone willing to follow me ill, let bygones be bygones. He snarled, anyone who disobeys, let's see whose life is tougher, his or mine. For a moment silence fell outside the hotel. Master, who will follow you? Clang. One of Ma Dao's underlings threw his steel pipe to the ground and was the first to pledge allegiance. They were in this for the money. It didn't matter who they followed. Now that their boss was dead and Gao Hu stood alone, it was time to show loyalty. In an instant, dozens of men voiced their allegiance. We'll get to the bottom of this. A few trusted confidants of Ma Dao and Zhao Long, their eyes cold, left the hotel after saying that. The matter was too suspicious. They felt something was off. Seeing these men stubbornly refuse, Gao Hu signaled with a glance. Dozens of underlings surged forward and cut them down in a pool of blood. Master, who let me take you to the hospital first. One underling helped Gao Hu, flattering him. First, arrange for the Dafa group trucks to be seized. If anyone asks, tell them to come directly to me. Gao Hu was sweating from the pain, but he still didn't dare forget Chu He's instructions. The deaths of Ma Dao and Zhao Long were still fresh in his mind. Understood. Dozens of men set off in a grand procession toward the road where the Dafa group trucks would pass. At the Lin family villa. Third sister, is it ready? Lin Qingcheng lay on the sofa, a hot towel over her head, asking in pain. Her headache was getting worse, and even painkillers had little effect. Upon hearing the news, her 6 younger sisters all rushed home to take care of the Lin family's pillar. Big sister, wait a moment, almost done. Lin Qingcheng and Lin Qingcheng were busy preparing the medicine in the kitchen. On the way back, she had arranged for the butler to prepare the herbs according to the prescription. Then Lin Qingcheng took the remaining medicinal tea to the hospital where Lin Qingcheng worked. Using instruments, they analyzed its exact composition and proportions. After confirming that the measured herbs matched the prescription exactly, the 2 quickly returned home. Third sister, where did you get this prescription? Lin Qingcheng asked curiously as she weighed the ingredients. Even she, a renowned medical professor, couldn't alleviate big sister's headache. Yet Lin Qingcheng had somehow found such a miraculous prescription. On the way back, Lin Qingcheng had even consulted her mentor. The 70-year-old professor became emotional upon seeing the prescription and praised it repeatedly. He even wanted to meet the person who wrote the prescription. Even her mentor's reaction filled Lin Qingcheng with immense curiosity. A friend's. Lin Qingcheng recalled kneeling on the ground begging, and the humiliation surged back. Second sister, are the proportions correct? He specifically warned about the proportions. She suddenly remembered Chu He's instructions. Third sister, your second sister is the youngest professor at Chu He Hospital. Lin Qingcheng said confidently, do you think such a trivial matter could stump me? She poured hot water into the prepared herbs. Later introduce me to your friend. Forget it. Lin Qingcheng bit her lip. She couldn't understand how a servant of the Lin family could possess such remarkable medical skills. Big sister, the medicine is here. Lin Qingcheng, not noticing her sister's agitation, carried the medicinal tea and quickly brought it to Lin Qingcheng. Lin Qingcheng, nearly driven mad by the headache, took the cup and drank it all in one gulp. A few minutes later, Lin Qingcheng's headache eased and a smile returned to her face. Third brother, where did your friend get that prescription? She asked, sitting up and removing the warm towel, her voice filled with pleasant surprise. As the head of the Lin Group, a pharmaceutical-focused listed company, Lin Qingcheng fully understood the value of such a prescription. She had long suffered from headaches and had consulted renowned doctors over the years. Even Lin Qingcheng's mentor had once treated Lin Qingcheng, but her condition had never been fully cured. The prescription that Lin Qingcheng had obtained must have been quite valuable. The prescription itself is nothing special. The real credit goes to second sister for her precise replication. Hearing this, Lin Qingcheng felt a thorn prick her heart. First, second sister and her mentor were praised, and now even eldest sister was full of compliments. If they ever learned that the true owner of the prescription was Chu He, whom they had personally driven away, and that she, Lin Qingcheng, had knelt before Chu He to obtain it, she wondered how they would react. Your second sister is the youngest medical professor at Chu He Hospital, naturally brilliant. Lin Qingcheng looked around, walked over to Lin Li, and her eyes filled with pride. Although our younger brother has only recently returned an hour ago, he helped me resolve the eastern suburb transport issue through his connections. Since that ill-mannered servant left, every one of us in the Lin family is an outstanding figure. Father would be very pleased in the afterlife. Hearing these words, Lin Qingcheng felt even more stung. She glanced at the remnants of the calming tea in her cup, her emotions a tangled mess. Perhaps Chu He wasn't as worthless as she had thought, but from the moment she knelt, the two had become irreconcilable. I was just running an errand, nothing significant. Lin Li said this, but his face was full of pride. Eldest sister, the problem was solved by our brother. Lin Qingcheng asked in pleasant surprise. Resolving the transport line issue, coupled with the Dafa group agreeing to continue cooperation as retaliation against the Heijin group, and even lowering prices slightly. The Lin group not only averted the crisis, but also emerged stronger. More than that, Lin Li said, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. From today onward, not a single Heijin group vehicle will pass through the eastern suburb. Ridiculous that Chu He once said our brother was uneducated and kept bad company, Lin Qingcheng sneered. A servant who doesn't know his place deserves to be kicked out. Let's not mention him. Lin Qingcheng began, but suddenly felt something drip onto the floor. She wiped her hand and saw crimson nosebleed staining her fair fingers. Eldest sister. Lin Qingcheng, being the closest, stepped forward and helped Lin Qingcheng onto the sofa. What's wrong with eldest sister? Lin Qingcheng asked, suddenly recalling Chu He's words, a hint of worry creeping into her heart. Is there a problem with the proportions? She asked in panic. Impossible. Lin Qingcheng shook her head. I couldn't have made a mistake. As they spoke, Lin Qingcheng's consciousness began to fade. Quick, take eldest sister to the hospital. Lin Qingcheng hoisted Lin Qingcheng onto her back and ran out the door with the other sisters. Just then Lin Yuching's phone rang. Tianyuan Hotel Room, 888. Someone is committing a crime, the caller said and hung up. Hearing the message, Lin Yuching's body trembled. Over the years, she owed her rise to becoming the youngest criminal investigation captain in the police bureau to this very number. Since the first call, Lin Qingcheng had conducted over 40 operations in just a few years, each time capturing key suspects at the locations provided. With these achievements, she had been promoted rapidly, becoming a rising star in the police force. Second sister, I have some urgent business. He'll join you after I'm done. She caught up to Lin Qingcheng and spoke. 2 months had passed since the last call, and she had even begun to worry if something had happened to the caller. Over the years, Lin Qingcheng had tried to break free from her dependence on that phone, but she found that months of hard work couldn't match the results of a single call. They'll handle things here, don't worry. Lin Qingcheng said, her expression tense, but her voice reassuring. If it's convenient, ask the friend who gave you the prescription. All right. Lin Qingcheng nodded, quickly got into her car, and drove toward the hotel mentioned in the call. Is she behaving? Under the night sky, Lu Dong, accompanied by his men, arrived at the hotel entrance and asked. His left arm was wrapped in black cloth, his eyes bloodshot. After dealing with the police inquiry and entertaining the guests, he finally found time to come for Tang Guogua. That little vixen is fierce. She hasn't eaten or drunk all day and keeps cursing. A lackey beside him grinned. How's Uncle Eagle's injury? Lu Dong waved his hand, and the car behind quickly drove away. Master Shinying was hit by a bullet and is receiving treatment. I'll call you later. The lackey's eyes flickered. This girl is quite spirited. Lu Dong took out a pill and tossed it into his mouth. I love taming wild horses. He rubbed his hands together ready to vent all his pent-up anger on Tang Guogua. Any movement from Tang Zhan. Lu Dong led his men upstairs toward the private room. Tang Zhan has reported it to the police and is searching everywhere. The lackey followed behind, answering in a low voice. After I'm done tonight, move her to a safe place. A month later, when Tang Guogua is pregnant, send her back. Thinking of Tang Guoguo's enticing figure and beautiful face, Lu Dong, feeling the effects of the drug, felt as if his body was about to burst. His steps unconsciously quickened. Miss Tang, I'm here. Bang. Lu Dong pushed open the door, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he looked at the bed. Inside the private room, Tang Guogua, her clothes disheveled, was smiling at him. Why isn't she tied up? Lu Dong was surprised. Wasn't Tang Guogua supposed to have a fiery temper? It's my honor to share a bed with young Master Lu. Tang Guogua gently slipped off her nightgown strap, revealing a pale, snowy shoulder. Young Master Lu, come here. She bit her finger, her eyes glazed. Slut. Lu Dong, burning with lust, quickly stripped off his shirt and lunged at her. Tang Guogua dodged nimbly, leaving him grasping at air. Haha, interesting, very interesting. Lu Dong's eyes were glued to her. Thump, thump, thump. Just then a knock came at the door. Who is it? Lu Dong roared angrily. Who had the nerve to ruin his fun? Get rid of him, he shouted at his lackey behind him. The lackey closest to him suddenly shoved a gun into Lu Dong's pocket, turned around, and opened the door. Police. Freeze. Lin Qingcheng stormed in with her team. At the same moment, Tang Guogua snatched the gun from Lu Dong's pocket and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang. Bang. 2 shots, and Lu Dong's body erupted in a mist of blood, leaving him a eunuch. Freeze. Lin Qingcheng slapped the gun out of Tang Guoguo's hand. The officers quickly subdued both of them. He tried to rape me. This beast kidnapped me and tried to rape me. Tang Guogua screamed in terror. Help me. Help me. I'm so scared. Are you Tang Guogua, the heiress of the Heijin group? An officer stared at her face in disbelief, his eyes wide. It's me, Tang Guogua cried, her face pale with fright. I was kidnapped this morning and imprisoned here. Just a few minutes ago, this beast came in and tried to rape me. You're finally here. Whoa. Tears streamed down her face, ruining her makeup. Save me. Take me to the hospital quickly, I'm dying. On the ground, Lu Dong's legs were stained with blood, and he was almost unconscious from pain. Captain Lin Tangzhan reported this morning that his daughter was missing. Never expected to find her captured here. The officers took the people out, their looks toward Lin Yuqing changing. You're truly amazing. Captain Lin, there's no one in Zhonghai you can't find. Fellow officers praised her in unison. Tang Zhan was a public figure. His daughter's disappearance for a day had already attracted great attention in Zhonghai. The police station was under immense pressure, but after searching the entire city, they had made no progress. Who would have thought that such a difficult case would be solved by Lin Yuqing? Have you identified both of them? Lin Yuqing felt something was off. One is Tang Guogua from Heijin Group, the other is Lu Dong, the young master of Dafa Group. An officer answered. Young master of Dafa Group. Lin Yuqing's heart trembled. Dafa Group. Wasn't that the partner of her elder sister? Now that she had arrested Lu Dong, could the cooperation between Dafa Group and Lin Group continue? She thought of her elder sister's joy when she talked about the company's future last night. Lin Yuqing's mood sank to the bottom. This case must be thoroughly investigated clearly. Lin Yuqing's first thought was that Dafa Group might have been framed. Lu Dafa had signed a contract with Lin Group in the morning and was assassinated by stowaways as soon as he stepped out. And that evening, Lu Dafa's son was suspected of kidnapping and rape. It was clearly an attempt to collapse Dafa Group. Was it Tang Zhan? But could Heijin Group really have that much power? Captain, good news. Just as Lin Yuqing was thinking about the future of Lin Group, an officer rushed in excitedly. Several of Lu Dong's bodyguards have voluntarily provided evidence, hoping to atone for their crimes. The officer took out his phone and played a video. This contains evidence that Lu Dong arranged the kidnapping of Tang Guogua. Congratulations, Captain, you've made another great achievement. What? Lin Yuqing's eyes widened, feeling the world spin. Had she personally sent her sister's Captain Lin, what's wrong? The surrounding officers asked in confusion. Nothing. Leave the case to you. I have some personal matters, I need to go to the hospital. Lin Yuqing forced a smile and quickly left the hotel. After taking off her uniform and changing into plain clothes, she hesitated for a moment, then took out her phone and called Lin Shushua. Second sister, how is it? Big sister has been poisoned. My teacher is on the way. Lin Chuksha's voice was slightly anxious. Third sister, is there something wrong with your prescription? Something wrong with my prescription, eh? Lin Yuqing's already bad mood was completely ignited. Big sister drank this yesterday, I had it tested and compared. Did I remind you to pay attention to the proportions? What did you say? You said with you around it's fine. When big sister had a splitting headache, I was the one searching everywhere for medicine, begging people for help. What about you all? Now you blame me. Why don't you say it's your incompetence that this quack doctor harmed big sister? Thinking of how she had knelt on the ground begging Chu He for the prescription only to be doubted by her second sister, and even shift the blame for big sister's poisoning onto her, Lin Qingcheng could no longer hold back her tears. I have a problem. Fine. I won't argue with you. Lin Qingcheng hung up the phone. My problem. Lin Qingcheng's eyes reddened as she slammed the steering wheel wildly. Everything is my fault. Lin Qingcheng. Without a doubt, Lin Qingcheng's words had made her a target. The Lin siblings would all think it was her prescription that harmed big sister. Why do I have to be wronged when I've given so much? Lin Qingcheng wiped her eyes, found Chu He's number, and reluctantly called him. To her surprise, the call went through. Where are you? Lin Qingcheng asked coldly. In front of Tianyuan Hotel, 20 meters ahead of your car. Chu He replied on the phone. Lin Qingcheng looked up and looked ahead. Sure enough, 20 meters away, a Maybach was flashing its hazard lights. Is it because Lin Qingcheng got hurt and you're being wronged? Chu He's voice came through the phone. How do you know? Lin Qingcheng gritted her teeth. Tell me, what should I do about big sister's poisoning? Sure enough, it's the wrong ratio. Being wronged doesn't feel good, does it? Chu He said with a smile. But why, when I clearly know that Lin Li smashed the memorial tablet, do you make me bear this injustice? Chu He, what do you want me to do for you to tell me the solution? Lin Qingcheng's heart trembled and her hands couldn't stop shaking. Yes, being wronged really hurts. Why should she ask Chu He to bear everything? But then she thought, didn't she offer kneel down and move step by step to my car? Chu He said coldly. He'll only stop for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, he'll leave. He was determined to trample the high and mighty dignity of the Lin sisters. The more they cared about something, the more he would make them lose it. Chu He, you! Lin Qingcheng shouted angrily, only to find the call had ended. She called again, but the phone was off. Bang! Lin Qingcheng got out of the car and slammed the door heavily. She stared intently at the Maybach in front. In front of the hotel, there were still officers handling the case. Lin Qingcheng was in great turmoil. She suddenly regretted that if she hadn't insisted on driving Chu He away with her sisters, the person sitting in the Maybach would still be the younger brother who always listened to her right. But now nothing could. She had never imagined that one day the brother who always obeyed her would become so cold and ruthless. Ding ding ding. Lin Qingcheng's WeChat kept ringing. She took out her phone and found it was all messages of reproach from her younger sisters. Without exception, the Lin siblings all believed that the prescription had caused big sister's life to be in danger. It's not me, it's not my fault. Lin Qingcheng, you bitch. Lin Qingcheng gritted her teeth, slowly knelt on the ground, and moved step by step toward the Maybach. She wanted to prove that she was the one who had sacrificed everything for big sister and this family. In front of the hotel, the officers who saw this all stopped their work. Stunned, they watched the scene. The star of the police force kneeling on the street. 1 step, 2 steps. Lin Qingcheng was completely unaware of the strange looks around her. There was only one thing on her mind: to prove her innocence. She had humbled herself before a former servant just to get medicine for her big sister. Why should she be wronged? When she finally struggled to the back of the car, the window of the Maybach rolled down. A piece of paper was thrown out from inside. Chu He's fingers, holding a cigarette slightly extended, flicked the ash, and then the car roared away. Lin Qingcheng picked up the paper, returned to her car, and sped off toward the hospital. In a corner, no one noticed, someone quietly took a photo of this scene. What's wrong with Captain Lin? The officers found it incomprehensible. Mind your own business. Captain Lin is off duty. Don't pry into her private life. At Zhonghai Hospital, Lin Qingcheng lay on the hospital bed as several doctors examined her with various devices. As Director Lin diagnosed, it is initially determined to be poisoning. The patient's heartbeat is weakening. Administer a cardiac stimulant immediately. Prepare oxygen. If her condition deteriorates further, send her to the ICU at once. The hospital's top physicians gathered to discuss a solution. What's going on? Just as everyone was at their wits' end, an elderly man with white hair entered the ward. Master, Vice President. Several people turned around and spoke almost simultaneously. Master, after my elder sister drank the herbal tea, she suddenly had a nosebleed and suffered drug poisoning. Lin Qingcheng explained nervously. I tried many methods, but none worked. Is it the prescription? Vice President Zhao frowned slightly. That prescription is astonishingly ingenious. It is absolutely safe for treating insomnia. But my elder sister. Lin Qingcheng looked at the unconscious Lin Qingcheng, momentarily at a loss. Don't panic. Let me take a look. Vice President Zhao stepped forward quickly to take Lin Qingcheng's pulse. As the Vice President of Zhonghai Hospital and Lin Qingcheng's mentor, Zhao Donglai possessed extraordinary medical skills. It is indeed poisoning, but where is the source? Just as he was pondering, Lin Qingcheng walked in carrying a watermelon. How dare you show your face? Seeing her third sister, Lin Qingcheng's gaze turned cold. Why shouldn't I? Lin Qingcheng sneered, walking over to Lin Qingcheng's bed. Vice President Zhao, the reason my elder sister is unconscious is because Lin Qingcheng made a mistake in the proportions. You're lying. Lin Qingcheng frowned. Third sister, don't try to shift blame whenever something goes wrong. I've worked at Chu He Hospital for 5 years and have never had a single medical accident. How many difficult cases have I solved? Could I possibly get the proportion of a simple calming tea wrong? Hearing their argument, Zhao Donglai took out his phone and found the prescription Lin Qingcheng had sent him. Qingcheng, tell me how you prepared it. Lin Qingcheng recalled briefly and recited her proportions. The more he listened, the tighter Zhao Donglai's brow furrowed. The root cause of your elder sister's headaches is excessive cold invading her nerves. The brilliance of this prescription lies in dispelling the cold and bringing your sister's internal yang energy to a point slightly above balance. In this way, with a gentle, warming nourishment, she can sleep peacefully. Disappointment flickered in Zhao Donglai's eyes. The reason I said the prescription was wonderful is precisely because of this. In recent years, you've focused entirely on Western medicine, forgetting everything I taught you. Devices can diagnose, but the key is the person. Machines are only aids. Scolded publicly, Lin Qingcheng's face flushed crimson. I'm sorry, master. She lowered her head. What should we do now? Eat the watermelon. Feed elder sister some watermelon juice and she'll recover in a few minutes. Lin Qingcheng spoke from the side. Seeing her second sister humiliated, she felt a deep satisfaction. Why should she be the one to sacrifice her dignity for her elder sister's headaches? And then have to bear the blame for harming her sister? What nonsense are you talking? Lin Qingcheng scolded. Several senior experts are here. It's not your place to speak recklessly as an outsider. Since she had come to Chu He Hospital, she had never been reprimanded by her master before. Today, Zhao Donglai's harsh criticism in front of all the directors made Lin Qingcheng feel extremely embarrassed. Having personally sent her own elder sister to the hospital. If word got out, what would people think of her? Excellent idea. Slap. Zhao Donglai slapped his thigh and adjusted his glasses. Lin Qingcheng's internal heat is too strong, causing her nosebleed and coma. As long as she eats something cold-natured, she will naturally wake up. Watermelon alone isn't enough. He'll prescribe a formula. Go and prepare the herbs immediately. He took out paper and pen, scribbled a line, and handed it to the doctor beside him. Young lady, that prescription, was it from your friend? Zhao Donglai looked at Lin Qingcheng with eager anticipation. Yes. Lin Qingcheng nodded. The humiliation of kneeling before Chu He earlier seemed to dissipate. In its place came a feeling of vindication. Especially seeing Lin Qingcheng's pale face, her mood lightened. And this watermelon, was that also your friend's idea? Zhao Donglai's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes. Lin Qingcheng nodded again. If opportunity arises, you must introduce this friend to me. Zhao Donglai sighed in admiration. This person's use of medicine is nothing short of exquisite, reminiscent of the ghost doctor of old. He turned to Lin Qingcheng. Xiaoxue, your sister has such a friend. You should connect with him more. Such a master is rare to encounter. Do you understand? Understood. Lin Qingcheng felt worse than if she had swallowed a fly. She still couldn't help asking, Master, was it really my mistake in the proportions? Lately you've been restless, always going out to give lectures and attend events, as if you've forgotten your true work. Zhao Donglai stood up and said earnestly, for the next 6 months, suspend all activities and focus on training in the outpatient department. Yes. Lin Qingcheng clutched her white coat tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. That night Lin Qingcheng slept exceptionally well. When she woke up, it was already 7 in the morning. How is elder sister? Still in her pajamas, Lin Qingcheng asked drowsily from upstairs. Elder sister woke up as soon as we got back last night. Third sister, your friend is truly amazing. The fourth sister, Lin Anning, was drinking coffee and looked up to answer. An hour ago, Lin Li drove to pick up elder sister and went straight to the company for a meeting. She thought for a moment and continued. It seems elder sister wants to arrange a job for Lin Li, hold a mobilization meeting, and announce an increase in production. Oh no. Lin Yuching's face turned pale. After returning, she had forgotten to tell her elder sister about Lu Dong's arrest. Once Lu Dong was out of the picture, the Lin Group's production would inevitably face difficulties. This was like putting Lin Qingcheng on a hot plate. She quickly took out her phone and called her colleague. Any progress on Lu Dong's case? The evidence is solid. Lu Dong is suspected of kidnapping and rape, and the case has been transferred to the judiciary. Tang Guoguo was taken away by Tang Zhan last night. This morning they sent a banner and arranged for media interviews. Captain Lin, you've made a major contribution. Thud. Hearing the reply, Lin Yuching's phone slipped from her hand and hit the floor. It was over. At that moment, inside the Lin Group's conference room, Lin Qingcheng, with a healthy complexion, sat in the chairman's seat, introducing her younger brother to the nearly 100 people present. No one can defeat the Lin Group. The Heijing Group broke its word and will inevitably suffer the consequences. After this ordeal, our Lin Group will grow bigger and stronger. Starting today, all departments must increase production capacity, overcome difficulties, and strive to double our market share within 6 months. After finishing her mobilization speech, Lin Qingcheng shifted her tone and looked at Lin Li beside her. The reason our progress has been so smooth is thanks to my brother Lin Li, who negotiated with the local bosses in the eastern suburbs. Without his loan negotiations, those local bosses in the eastern suburbs would never have easily betrayed Tang Zhan and allowed the Dafa group to cooperate with us. Pride was written all over Lin Li's face. He took over from Lin Qingcheng, saying, also the Heijin group's transport trucks will have to take a detour. They won't get through the eastern suburbs. As expected of Chairman Lin's brother. Truly impressive. Thunderous applause erupted in the conference room. Lin Qingcheng smiled radiantly, feeling deeply gratified. Thinking of how Chu He had slandered her own brother, she found it laughable. Chairman Lin, something terrible has happened. Just then the conference room door burst open. The factory reports that our raw materials are exhausted. Production cannot continue. A department manager shouted breathlessly. Didn't the Dafa group deliver several truckloads of raw materials last night? Lin Qingcheng blinked, asking in disbelief. Dafa group. The factory manager frowned. I just came back from the warehouse. It's completely empty, and I checked the inbound and outbound records. Since yesterday, they've all been blank. Hundreds of eyes stared intently at Lin Li and Lin Qingcheng. The vast conference room fell into silence. President Lin, last night 5 transport trucks indeed left Dafa Group. Our people sent word from their warehouse. The secretary pulled out her phone and handed it to Lin Qingcheng. Call them. Lin Qingcheng's face darkened. Ask them what the hell they're doing. A half-day shutdown of the factory would cost us over $1 million. The secretary winced and hurriedly called the procurement staff. This is Secretary Su. Why didn't Dafa Group's transport trucks arrive at the warehouse as scheduled? I'm Gao Hu from the eastern suburbs. Last night those trucks hit my brothers. I've reported it to the police and had the vehicles impounded. A sinister voice came through the phone. If there's nothing else, just send your lawyer. Secretary Su had the speaker on. Everyone in the office heard it. What's going on? A director sitting at the conference table tapped the surface. President Lin, you just said. The eastern suburbs were handled by your brother Lin Li, right? Gao Hu is clearly cutting off our supply. I heard the company specifically transferred $5 million from the accounts to bribe those people. You didn't pocket that money yourselves, did you? In the office, shareholders who harbored grievances against Lin Qingcheng began launching verbal attacks. Impossible. Ma Dao promised me personally. Had only worked with the Lin Group. Lin Li's face turned pale as panic seized him. It must be a misunderstanding. Lin Qingcheng furrowed her brow. I believe the problem isn't with Lin Li. You believe? Bang. The bald-headed director slammed the table. Sure, your Lin family holds 35 of the group shares, but the rest belong to us. What good is your belief? The money spent, the goods are seized, and the factory's losses are over $1 million in just one morning. President Lin, don't you owe us an explanation? All eyes in the conference room fell on Lin Qingcheng, leaving her at a loss. They'll give you all an answer before tonight, Lin Qingcheng said in a deep voice. Meeting adjourned. Without waiting for anyone to react, she led Lin Li out of the conference room. Tell me the truth. Did you lie or not? Lin Qingcheng stood in the corridor, staring intently at Lin Li. Sis Ma Dao really agreed. Lin Li was on the verge of tears. They had clearly settled it. Why did it suddenly change? Final demand an explanation from him. Lin Qingcheng's voice dripped with menace. My Lin family's money isn't so easily taken. Since her brother wasn't the problem, she finally let out a long breath. Everyone, until the eastern suburbs issue is resolved, have Dafa Group's trucks take a detour. The extra costs will be temporarily covered by our Lin Group. Lin Qingcheng turned back into the conference room and said coldly, if the factory shuts down, you all suffer losses too. Since President Lin proposes it, I agree. But the eastern suburbs problem should be solved as soon as possible. The bald-headed director said helplessly, every detour cuts our profit margin by 5 points. That's no small figure. I said I'll resolve the eastern suburbs issue before tonight. Lin Qingcheng displayed her commanding presence. Secretary Su, contact Dafa Group and ask them to reroute the raw materials to our warehouse. The Lin Group will bear all the costs incurred. President Lin. The general manager in the conference room slowly raised his hand, hesitating. Speak. Lin Qingcheng was in a foul mood. Last night your third sister Lin Yuqing personally arrested the young master of Dafa Group. The general manager looked troubled. I heard the evidence was gathered by last night, and Lu Dong has already been transferred to court for prosecution. Dafa Group harbors a deep grudge against us, and it seems. What? Lin Qingcheng felt her head spin. She reeled backward. Fortunately, the secretary caught her just in time. What do we do now? Black Gold Group just cut ties with us, and now Dafa Group is in turmoil. President Lin, what's wrong with you? When old President Lin was here, none of this happened. Without raw materials, how can we deliver the orders? The penalty alone would be enough to bankrupt us. The office instantly descended into chaos. Silence. Dizzy and overwhelmed, Lin Qingcheng roared and forced herself into a chair. One thing at a time. One problem at a time. She felt as if the sky were falling. Why had everything gone so wrong lately? They'll go to the eastern suburbs first. We'll pay for those trucks of goods. That's enough for a week's production. As for raw materials, my father had many partners when he was alive. He'll negotiate with them personally. And I can do everything my father could. She left those words behind and strode out of the conference room without looking back. Born proud Lin Qingcheng had never felt so hopeless as she did today. Come with me to the eastern suburbs. She tossed her bag to Lin Li. My Lin family's money isn't so easily taken. Sis, let me handle this. Lin Li panicked instantly. 2 million of the 5 million had been used to pay off his debts. If Lin Qingcheng confronted them in person, the truth would come out. And then the matter of the Lianhua Jinzhan might also be exposed. They fooled you last time. This time will go. Lin Qingcheng knew many were waiting to see Lin Li humiliated. She wouldn't allow the Lin family's children to be doubted. Sis, you're not well. Let me handle this. Lin Li quickly explained. If you solve it for me, how will the board members see me? Fine. Lin Qingcheng sighed, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. You're worthy of being a Lin man. You've got backbone. First, come with me to visit some of father's old friends. It's a good chance for you to show your face and get acquainted. ITLL make things easier later. Years ago, Lin Tianhua had contacted 7 or 8 suppliers to avoid being price gauged. Now, with no other options, Lin Qingcheng could only pin her hopes on them. When they reached the lobby, they saw a crowd gathered at the company entrance shouting. What's going on? Lin Qingcheng asked, puzzled. President Lin, word got out that our factory is shutting down. These dealers rushed over and are demanding to see you. The security chief hurried over. Let's take the back door. Lin Qingcheng clenched her fists, a surge of helplessness washing over her. What had happened to her luck lately? Her health was failing and her career was in shambles. When you meet people later, be sharp. You are the only son of the Lin family. The entire group will be yours one day. Lin Qingcheng looked at Lin Li and sighed. In the reception room, Lin Qingcheng led Lin Li to sit opposite an elderly man. Uncle Cheng, this is Lin Li, the son my father lost touch with for years, my own brother. She introduced Lin Li with great pride. Oh, isn't your brother Chu He? The old man was slightly surprised, sizing up the yellow-haired youth before him and asking doubtfully, when did this one appear? Lin Li got lost when he was little, and we only found him a month ago. Upon hearing Chu He's name, a flicker of disgust passed through Lin Qingcheng's eyes. That Chu He is just a servant in our family. She added, we don't have such a brother. A servant? Hearing this, the old man raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Qingcheng. As far as I know, he has always regarded you as his own sister. Uncle Cheng, I hope you won't mention him anymore. Lin Qingcheng's expression of disgust deepened. Do you play chess? The old man looked up, turning his Buddhist prayer beads, and looked at Lin Li. No. Not really. Lin Li scratched his head awkwardly. He was good at smoking, drinking, and womanizing. Chess and such held no interest for him. Drink some tea. The old man poured a cup and handed it to Lin Li. Thank you, uncle. Lin Li took the tea and drank it in one gulp. Seeing this, the old man frowned slightly. The contrast between this yellow-haired youth and Chu He was too obvious. Uncle Cheng, I came to see you this time to discuss the raw materials. Lin Qingcheng dispensed with pleasantries and got straight to the point. I plan to expand the market share of our main products, so let Chu He come talk to me. The old man swirled his teacup, gently sniffing the fragrance wafting from it. Chu He. Lin Qingcheng was stunned. He's just a servant in our family. When Lin Tianhua was alive, didn't he tell you? The old man's brow furrowed deeper. All the cooperation between your Lin group and me was negotiated by Chu He. What? Hearing this, Lin Qingcheng's eyes widened. She asked tentatively, Uncle Cheng, are you joking with me? Chu He, a servant besides washing and cooking. Just then the door of the reception room was pushed open again. The three looked up and were all stunned. Chu He, what are you doing here? Lin Li stood up, his face dark. Don't you know any manners? Didn't you learn to knock before entering? The beating he had endured back then was etched in his memory. Now that he had the chance to make things difficult for Chu He, he was naturally willing. What's there to knock? This is his home. Changwen waved his hand and said with a smile, You little rascal, you haven't been here for a month. I almost thought you were dead. His warm attitude toward Chu He was in stark contrast to his coldness toward Lin Li. If you haven't died, how could I? Chu He hung his suit on the coat rack and sat down beside Changwen. Chu He, do you have any manners? How dare you talk to Uncle Cheng like that? Lin Qingcheng's face darkened, and she quickly seized the opportunity to add, Uncle Cheng, you may not know yet. He was kicked out of the house for stealing my father's belongings. Now this person has nothing to do with our Lin family. In Lin Qingcheng's view, Chu He's appearance here was surely a deliberate attempt to sabotage. He wanted to sabotage the cooperation between the Lin family and Changwen. Chu He, your methods are too despicable. Her eyes were filled with contempt. Right, he's a thief in the family. Uncle Cheng, you must be careful. He is not a good person. Lin Li echoed from the side. Chu He, are you no longer connected to the Lin family? A flicker of surprise passed through Changwen's eyes. Chu He nodded. Security, throw this uninvited guest out. Lin Qingcheng shouted from the sofa. Without the backing of the Lin family, what right did Chu He have to be here? Bang. The next second, Changwen slammed his palm on the coffee table. The sudden scene startled Lin Qingcheng and Lin Li. This is my office. You have no right to give orders here. Chengwen narrowed his eyes and said bluntly, get out. Uncle Cheng, he is a liar. I'm doing this for your own good. Lin Qingcheng was stunned. All these years, if it weren't for Chu He's sake, why would I cooperate with your Lin group? Chengwen snorted coldly, looking at Lin Li with disdain. If Lin Tianhua knew he had such a worthless son, he wouldn't rest in peace in the underworld. Chu He and I are friends despite the age gap. This lad knows chess, understands tea ceremony, and even cured my chronic migraine that has troubled me for years. This yellow-haired brother of yours. How dare he compare himself to Brother Chu? With that he turned to Chu He. Xiao Chu, what brings you here? I just started a new company short on funds, and wanted to borrow some goods from you. Chu He took out a pack of tea from his pocket. Xiao Li. Chengwen called out, instructing the secretary at the door, later whatever Xiao Chu needs, just arrange it directly. Come. It's been a month since I played chess with you, my hands are itching. He completely ignored the Lin siblings at the door. Then I want stand on ceremony. Chu He unbuttoned the top button of his shirt and began to set up the chess pieces. You two, I have things to do. No need to see you out. Chengwen waved his hand, not even glancing at Lin Qingcheng and Lin Li. President Cheng I, opening with the cannon again. Not moving the pawn. Chengwen completely ignored Lin Qingcheng's words, engrossed in the chessboard. Lin Li, let's go. Lin Qingcheng clenched her teeth, and as she turned, tears streamed down uncontrollably. Her proud self-esteem seemed to be riddled with holes. Ouch, he captured my rook. The office was filled with a doorway. Lin Qingcheng's tears fell. Underhanded tricks, just underhanded tricks, she growled in a low voice. Chu He, besides these despicable methods, what other abilities do you have? Lin Li, I'm going with you to the eastern suburbs, now to talk to those local bosses. Lin Qingcheng turned around, looking at her brother, who had been humiliated by Chengwen. Let those snobbish people see that the men of the Lin family are not to be compared to a servant. Sis. Lin Li's heart trembled, and he was about to speak. With me around, those people in the eastern suburbs won't dare act recklessly. Lin Qingcheng gave him no room to back out, arranged for a few bodyguards to accompany them, and prepared to head straight to the eastern suburbs. Getting back that batch of goods would buy them a week of breathing room. Thinking of the faces of those board members and the dealers blocking the company building, Lin Qingcheng's head began to ache again. After a moment of deliberation, she turned back, pushed open the door, and looked at the two men playing chess. Chu He, how much money will it take for the Black Gold Group to supply me? Lin Qingcheng sneered. You've been opposing me at every turn. It's all for money, isn't it? Fine. As long as the Black Gold Group supplies me, I won't pursue the matter of the Lotus Golden Cup. I can also give you money. Much better than being a kept man. Chu He, my sister is asking you a question. Lin Li chimed in from the side. Are you deaf? Old Cheng, have you been keeping a dog in your office? Chu He picked up a chess piece and asked with a smile. No, I don't like those cats and dogs. Chengwen's eyes were fixed on the chessboard, already sweating profusely. Then why do I hear a dog barking? Chu He raised an eyebrow and asked. Chu He, you. Lin Qingcheng was so furious that she directly picked up the vase by the door, intending to smash it. When had she ever been humiliated like this? That vase cost 30 million. Bought at an auction. The certificate is on the wall. Chengwen put on his reading glasses, pointed to the collection certificate on the wall, and continued playing chess. Lin Qingcheng's face turned ashen, and she carefully returned the vase to its original place. Chu He, I will make you regret this. She slammed the door shut. There are 3 bosses in the eastern suburbs. I don't believe they are an unbreakable united front. Once I solve the raw material problem, no matter how vast Zhonghai is, I will leave you no place to stand. She gritted her teeth and muttered to herself. In the eastern suburbs, at the Huanglong Footbath Club, Lin Qingcheng stormed in with Lin Li and over a dozen bodyguards. Oh, isn't this President Lin? Gao, whose abdomen wrapped in bandages, sat on the sofa in the lobby and asked with a smile. Where are Ma Dao and Zhao Long? Lin Qingcheng glanced around and said coldly, I want to see them. You took my 5 million and now you're afraid to show up. Since Lin Li had said that Ma Dao was the one in charge back, then all 3 of them had to appear today. Ma Dao? Yesterday Ma Dao tried to embezzle the 3 million you sent and nearly killed me. Gao, who pointed at the bandage on his abdomen, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Both of them are dead. I'm in charge of the eastern suburbs now. President Lin, what are your instructions? He scratched his head and raised an eyebrow. President Lin, trying to extort me. You only gave 3 million in total, and now it's 5 million. What? Both dead. Lin Qingcheng's eyes widened as she stared at Gao Hu. The situation in the eastern suburbs had remained unchanged for over a decade. Why did trouble arise in the eastern suburbs precisely when she took over the group and prepared to ship goods from here? Gao Hu, I gave you 5 million. How did it become 3 million? Lin Qingcheng's cold gaze carried a chill. The Lin family's money is not so easy to take. Erase the thing. Chen Dalei hurried forward and explained, Lin Li owed me 2 million in gambling debts. Erase the IOU. He took out the IOU and handed it to Lin Qingcheng. Knowing your third sister is a police officer, I had to keep evidence. Haha, sis. Lin Li pale-faced bit his lip and said, "I'll never do it again. I was just confused before. Lin Li, if you need money, ask me. How could you use the company's accounts?" Lin Qingcheng was about to lose her temper, but remembering that Lin Li had developed bad habits outside over the years, and that she and her sisters also bore some responsibility, she swallowed the harsh words. "Never mind, let's pretend this never happened," Lin Qingcheng said softly to comfort him. "Gao Hu, name your terms. How can I get those few trucks of goods back?" She raised her head, regaining her previous assertiveness. "To be honest, I work for 8th Master. Unless 8th Master agrees, your goods haha." Gao Hu casually picked at his nails with a dagger. Who is 8th Master? Lin Qingcheng seemed never to have heard the name. Besides 4th Master Huang, only Gao Hu and his 2 men were somewhat known in the eastern suburbs. Where did this 8th Master come from? Show the guest out. Gao Hu thrust the dagger into the table, and his smile vanished instantly. "Gao Hu, aren't you in this game for money? Is there anything we can't discuss?" Lin Qingcheng refused to give up. "I need to live to spend it, damn it." Gao Hu muttered and left with the help of his underlings. Meanwhile, Chu He, who had just finished a game of chess with Cheng, entered the club through the back door. Gao Hu was his black glove. He didn't want others to know about his relationship with Gao Hu for now. 8th Master. Upon seeing Chu He, Gao Hu snapped his fingers excitedly. Hurry, hurry. Several subordinates quickly brought a box and approached the two. "What's this?" Chu He sat on the sofa and asked casually. The herbs that restricted his powers were simply unavailable on the market. Even the Heijin group had no leads. This could only mean one thing. The medicine was obtained by Lin Tianhua through his own channels quietly. But Lin Tianhua was dead. The only way for Chu He to uncover the truth now was to get the purchase records. Judging from the words that echoed in his ears when he awakened his power, there must be someone else behind Lin Tianhua. For now, Chu He's focus was on the Lin Group. He needed to reasonably acquire shares, enter the company's core, and investigate secretly. Thinking of Lin Tianhua, who had treated him like a son, Chu He's heart churned with mixed emotions. Mysteries hung over him like dark clouds. He needed to strengthen his power to break through the obstacles that might come. Gao Hu was one part of the plan. 8th Master, this is a treasure. Gao Hu opened the box, revealing a golden lotus cup inside. Seeing this, Chu He's pupils contracted sharply. Where did this come from? He had been framed for stealing the golden lotus cup back then. Little did he expect it would end up in Gao Hu's hands. "I'm offering it to you." Gao Hu chuckled. "I heard from Zhao Dalai that he had a treasure, and it was from the Lin family. I thought you might like it." "I do like it very much." Chu He reached out and gently stroked the cup. If not for Lin Li's frame-up, he would still be treating those 7 cold-blooded women as his own sisters. He would still be silently sacrificing for the family. If not for those 7 cold-blooded women, how could he have awakened this power within him? Where did Zhao Dalai get this? Chu He looked at the cup and asked slowly. Lin Li owed gambling debts and stole it to pay off the debt. Gao Hu quickly replied. "Do you have evidence?" Chu He was eager to see how the Lin sisters would react when the truth finally came to light. Yes, Zhao Dalai is cautious, especially since Lin Qingcheng is the head of the criminal investigation squad, so he kept evidence and recorded everything. Gao Hu nodded. "Do you want it? By the way, Lin Qingcheng and Lin Li came to see me just now. They probably haven't gotten in the car yet, since it can be proven that Lin Li stole the cup." Chu He stood up holding the cup. "Then I really should meet the arrogant Miss Lin. Stay here. Tell Zhao Dalai to have the evidence ready and wait for my signal." With that, Chu He unbuttoned his suit jacket, grabbed the golden lotus cup, and strode toward the door. "Big sister, actually, the 2 million I owe has another reason." In front of the hotel, Lin Li said in a low voice, "I spent the money to cure your headaches. Third sister's prescription, I bought it with money." "What?" Lin Qingcheng was astonished. "Are you telling the truth?" "Yes, absolutely true." Panic surged in Lin Li's heart, afraid that Lin Qingcheng would dig deeper and uncover his theft of the golden lotus cup. "You could have told me directly." Lin Qingcheng's eyes filled with tenderness. "You've been through so much, little brother. Sis, I just returned to the family and wanted to do something for you all, but the more I tried, the more I messed up. I'm sorry." Lin Li was panicking now, planning to find Lin Qingcheng first and beg her to keep his secret. Otherwise, how could he stay in the family? "It's okay. Big sister thanks you." Lin Qingcheng patted Lin Li on the shoulder. "Having us in your heart is enough. Your 7 sisters will always cherish you. Big sister will go back first and make you some tea. You've had a tiring day and your head must hurt." Lin Li made an excuse to go and beg Lin Qingcheng. After all, the prescription was already perfected. As long as Lin Qingcheng didn't speak, no one would know the truth. He got into the car and sped away. Lin Qingcheng took out her phone, and the calls from the company's directors and distributors flooded in. Her mood sank again. But just then Lin Qingcheng looked up and suddenly saw Chu He walking out of the club. In his hand was none other than the golden lotus cup that had been stolen from their home. When Lin Qingcheng, plagued by constant misfortune, saw the stolen lotus golden cup, her fury blazed to the heavens. That ungrateful, duplicitous Chu He was indeed the thief within the house. Hypocrite. Recalling how Chu He had vehemently denied taking the lotus golden cup, Lin Qingcheng found it utterly laughable. Now caught red-handed, she would see how this expelled servant could explain himself. Yet in a flash of thought, Lin Qingcheng swiftly calmed herself. She first took out her phone, snapping a photo of Chu He holding the lotus golden cup. Then switching to video mode, she tucked the phone into her chest pocket and began recording. Thinking of all the wrongs Chu He had done to her, Lin Qingcheng was determined to ruin his reputation and make him pay an unbearable price. Chu He. Having made her preparations, Lin Qingcheng cast aside the earlier gloom and resumed her haughty demeanor. Now that you're caught red-handed, what do you have to say for yourself? Her tone carried a hint of glee. A first victory doesn't count. Only the one who laughs last truly wins. Chu He, standing by the club entrance, paid no heed, walked to his car with the golden cup and prepared to leave. Stop him. And remember, don't damage the lotus golden cup. Lin Qingcheng rushed forward with her bodyguards. She adjusted the camera's position from time to time, ensuring Chu He and the cup were within the frame. This was evidence. In mere seconds, 7 or 8 bodyguards encircled Chu He. What? Not so tough now. Lin Qingcheng crossed her arms, a mocking gleam in her eyes. Where's the arrogance you showed at Cheng Wen's place? An orphan kicked out of the family. Do you really think you can compete with me? She shook her head, sneering. If it were washing and cooking, I'd admit I'm no match for you. But when it comes to brains, playing a game of chess or sipping a few cups of tea can't bridge the gap between us. She felt humiliated at Cheng Wen's place. Now she would return the humiliation 100-fold to Chu He, a former servant of the Lin family, a dog raised for over a decade. How dare he bite his master? Lin Qingcheng, what do you mean by that? Chu He, dressed in a white shirt, stood among the crowd, his eyes defiant. Are you planning to rob me? Or commit murder? Huh? Lin Qingcheng let out a bitter laugh. She shook her head, disappointed. Cheng Wen must be blind. How could he not see through someone like you? And father, his greatest mistake in life was bringing you home. Several burly bodyguards surrounded. Everyone instinctively placed their hands on their waists, ready to draw out batons at any moment. Caught red-handed. Do you know how many years you'll serve for stealing something worth millions? Lin Qingcheng kept her hands in her pockets, snorting. Once Cheng Wen and Tang Zhan find out, do you think a woman like Tang Guoguo would still shield you? You mean this thing in my hand? Chu He jiggled the lotus golden cup, his tone calm. A gift from a friend. If you don't mind, step aside. Still stubborn, even at death's door. Lin Qingcheng found it almost laughable. He'll give you a chance. She took a few steps back, pointing at the ground. Crawl on your knees to me, return the lotus golden cup, and convince Black Gold Group to resume cooperation with me. They'll keep this matter quiet and won't pursue it further. In Lin Qingcheng's eyes, Chu He had no choice but to comply. No matter how much humiliation, he would have to bear it. Otherwise, once the theft charge was established, he would face decades in prison. Who would want to eat steamed buns in prison for a lifetime? Idiot. Chu He said flatly, turning to leave. Get the cup back. Stop him. Lin Qingcheng's expression darkened. So he still refused to kneel for the sake of pride. Whoosh. The bodyguard closest to Chu He snatched the lotus golden cup. Meanwhile, another bodyguard reached out and placed his hand on Chu He's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Chu He seized the man's arm and twisted it violently. Crack. The bodyguard's arm shattered instantly. Chu He kicked him hard in the abdomen, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Witnessing this, none of the remaining bodyguards dared to step forward. Some even began to retreat involuntarily. When you return this thing, remember to crawl and bring it. Chu He pointed at the lotus golden cup in Lin Qingcheng's hand, then turned and got into his car. As he closed the door, he pulled out his phone and said expressionlessly, the way those bodyguards looked at me, I didn't like it. After hanging up, Chu He dialed another number. Zhonghai Police Station. I've been robbed in the street. The item is worth millions. In a street corner, a man in a peaked cap put away his phone, spat out his cigarette, and ground it gently under his foot. With his right hand on his waist, he slowly walked toward Lin Qingcheng. Take him to the hospital. On the road, Lin Qingcheng, seeing the bodyguard critically injured and unconscious, was deeply shaken. How had the sickly weakling from the Lin family suddenly become so formidable? Or had Chu He been feigning weakness all along? If so, his intentions were despicable. Looking at the lotus golden cup in her hand, her gloomy mood began to lift. She had offered $1 million reward before without any leads. She had wanted to report Chu He to the police, but lacked evidence. Now caught red-handed, she had undoubtedly seized the upper hand. Next, she could use this as leverage to perhaps solve the raw material issue. At the very least, she could send this disrespectful former servant of the Lin family to prison. With that thought, Lin Qingcheng found Tang Guoguo's number and quickly dialed. If Black Gold Group cared about Chu He, they would be forced to cooperate with her. If they didn't care, she could still strip Chu He of the Tang family's backing. Who is this? A lazy female voice came from the other end of the line. Miss Tang, it's Lin Qingcheng. I have evidence of Chu He's theft, enough to put him away for life. I think we can. Before she could finish, the call was disconnected. She froze for a moment, then dialed again in frustration. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. She had been blocked. Lin Qingcheng was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Chu He, you've done so much for the Tang family, yet they don't care about you at all. You've never truly understood yourself. You're nothing but a servant. Without the Lin family, you're nothing. She flipped her hair and called Cheng Wan. Uncle Cheng, I have evidence of Chu He's theft. If I sue, he could face decades in prison. If you said your Lin Li had stolen something, I believe it. Chu He stealing. Huh. Cheng Wan's voice carried disappointment. Lin Qingcheng, your methods are too dirty. I can't understand how your father, a remarkable man, could have raised 8 such. Fine. Lin Qingcheng could not tolerate any doubt about her abilities. Ever since she took over the group, she had been tirelessly proving herself. Since none of you believe me, I'll open your eyes and show you what Chu He really is. The fury she had long suppressed blazed fiercely. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. The bodyguard closest to Lin Qingcheng staggered as a bullet pierced his chest. Protect Miss Lin. A few bodyguards had just regained their senses when the man in the baseball cap raised his gun and fired rapidly. Bang! 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 With several deafening reports, every bodyguard Lin Qingcheng had brought fell to the ground. They were dead beyond any doubt. Who sent you? What do you want? Lin Qingcheng clutched the golden lotus cup, her face ashen, her body trembling like a leaf in a storm. In the blink of an eye, all the surrounding bodyguards were dead. Suddenly she shuddered. You are the one who killed Lu Dafa. Bang! The man in the baseball cap raised his gun, pressed it against Lin Qingcheng's ear, and pulled the trigger. The deafening noise instantly robbed her of hearing. She crouched on the ground, covering her ears and screaming. Hey! The man in the baseball cap knelt down and aimed the muzzle at Lin Qingcheng's forehead. Who sent you? He'll give you 10 times that amount. No, 20 times. Click. The man pulled the trigger. Lin Qingcheng shuddered, her eyes vacant. An empty chamber. Ha! Seeing her terrified expression, the man stood up and walked away laughing. A full half-minute later, Lin Qingcheng sat on the road trembling as she picked up her phone and called Lin Yujing. Big sister, I'm sorry. I didn't know Lu Dong would do something like that. I can overlook what Lu Dong did. But now I demand that you immediately arrest Chu He. Lin Qingcheng clutched her phone, her eyes filled with resentment. I have evidence that he stole the golden lotus cup. And I suspect Lu Dafa's death is also related to him. How could a killer appear right after Chu He left? Big sister, are you sure? Lin Yujing was very surprised. The scene of her being forced to kneel by Chu He had been wildly circulated among circles unknown to her. Every colleague looked at her with strange eyes. Lin Yujing hated Chu He, hated him to the bone. Moreover, she was in charge of the cases involving Huang Sai and Lu Dafa's deaths. With no leads for a long time, the pressure from above was mounting. The only case she had solved had a suspect who was her sister's most important business partner. Everyone in the Lin family knew the predicament Lin Qingcheng faced. Arresting Lu Dong was like cutting off the foundation which made Lin Yujing suffer both at home and in the police station. And the root cause of all this was Chu He. She was more than willing to have Chu He arrested. I recorded everything, and I have the golden lotus cup. He'll send you the video right now. You can make the arrest. Lin Qingcheng said viciously. I want to show those who look down on me that Chu He, a mere servant of the Lin family, will never turn the tide. They'll bring people over right away. Lin Yujing was extremely excited. The depression she had felt earlier was swept away the moment she received the call. The humiliation of kneeling and begging could finally be avenged. Hurry up, don't let him escape. Lin Qingcheng urged over the phone. Big sister, I'll arrange for people to protect you. Once we arrest Chu He and capture the smuggled killer, you'll be completely safe. Lin Yujing hung up her hands, trembling with excitement. If she could solve Lu Dafa's case, she could re-establish her authority in the police station. Looking at the video Lin Qingcheng had sent, Lin Yujing quickly stood up and snapped her fingers. Team 1, come with me to make an arrest. At that moment, Lin Li's call came through. Lin Yujing answered quickly, and before Lin Li could speak, she said proactively, Brother, great news for the Lin family. When big sister and I get back, we'll give you a surprise. With that, she hung up and led her officers out on the operation. Lin Li had been beaten badly by Chu He before, so now she was avenging her brother as well. Captain Lin, who are we arresting? Do we have evidence? A fellow officer asked. Yes, concrete evidence. Lin Yujing hadn't felt this exhilarated in a long time. But this doesn't seem to follow proper procedure. Her colleague frowned slightly. If anything goes wrong, he'll take full responsibility. Lin Yujing's mind was filled with the image of herself kneeling on the ground twice. Now she had only one thought: to send Chu He to prison with her own hands. With the captain's order, the subordinates had no choice but to follow silently. At Zhonghai Hospital, Lin Qingcheng lay on the hospital bed, gripping her phone tightly. Big sister, you're only temporarily deaf, but physically you're fine. Lin Shushu, dressed in a white coat, leaned against the bed and spoke absent-mindedly. Xiaoxua, what's wrong with you? Although Lin Qingcheng was immersed in joy, she still keenly sensed Lin Chuxu's unusual mood. Last time I caused you to be poisoned, the vice director scolded me and canceled all my outside activities. Lin Qingcheng fiddled with her nails, her face showing dissatisfaction and helplessness. After a full day of outpatient consultations, I feel like I'm on the brink of death. Since she arrived at Zhonghai Hospital, she had solved many difficult cases with her outstanding medical skills. The vice director held her in high regard, and her promotion had been as fast as a rocket. In her second year after graduation, she became a chief physician, accompanying the director to various high-end academic conferences. But now the vice director wanted her to work in the outpatient department to gain more experience. Lin Qingcheng couldn't accept that. A tree dies if it's moved, but a person thrives by moving. Lin Qingcheng, in a good mood, said with a smile, "With your excellent resume, you could be a vice director at any hospital. They'll help you arrange it when I get a chance." "Big sister, I've been thinking the same. If it weren't for repaying a debt, why would I stay here as a chief physician?" Proud and ambitious Lin Qingcheng already had other plans. Donghai Hospital has already approached me, promising me a vice director position. They'll resign tomorrow and change my environment. After we deal with Chu He, let's have a celebration together. Lin Qingcheng remembered Cheng Wen's words, which felt like a thorn in her heart. The Lin siblings were so outstanding, yet in his eyes they were inferior to Chu He, a mere servant. Just then Lin Qingcheng's phone rang. "Miss Lin, I just received news that Cheng Wen and the Heijin Group have jointly invested in a new company. It said that the backstage boss is called Eighth Master." The secretary reported over the phone. "As for Chu He's whereabouts you requested, I've found out. He's also at this banquet which is being held at the Heijin Hotel owned by the Heijin Group." "Got it." Lin Qingcheng threw off the covers and got out of bed quickly. "Big sister, what are you going to do?" Lin Qingcheng asked curiously, seeing Lin Qingcheng's excitement. "I'm going to humiliate Chu He in public. Let the Tang family and Cheng Wen see what kind of lowlife they think is better than us Lin siblings." Lin Qingcheng was emotionally charged. Just imagining Chu He being taken away by the police in front of everyone made her think Tang Zhan and Cheng Wen would be quite surprised, wouldn't they? Suddenly Lin Qingcheng sensed something wrong. Chu He was just a servant. Why was she so overjoyed about her true rivals were Tang Zhan, Cheng Wen, and the most powerful entrepreneurs in Zhonghai? To the Heijin Hotel, Lin Qingcheng walked out of the ward and ordered the 30-plus bodyguards guarding the corridor. "Chu He, you're quite something." Inside the banquet hall of the Black Gold Hotel, Tang Guogua crossed her legs, her black stockings beneath the skirt lightly brushing against Chu He's leg. She was dressed in an evening gown, swirling a glass of red wine in her hand, utterly indifferent to the strange glances from those around her. "Even Cheng Wen wouldn't give my father face, yet you managed to get him to contribute money and effort to invest in your new company." Tang Guogua said with a half-smile. "As far as I recall, Cheng Wen doesn't have a daughter." She deliberately leaned closer to Chu He, pouting coquettishly. "Are you hiding something from me?" This scene happened to be witnessed by a passing guest. "Who is this guy?" "Hooking up with the heiress of the Tang family. I heard that many wealthy young men who pursued Miss Tang before were beaten badly. What's his background?" "Word has it he's Lin Qingcheng's adopted brother, kicked out of the house a few days ago." Tang Guogua had a sexy figure and a sweet face, once hailed as one of the 4 little golden flowers of Zhonghai. But her temperament was so eccentric that she had never even had a rumor. Now so openly intimate with a man, it naturally stirred up gossip. "Eighth Master, when you used me to get rid of Lu Dong, you called me Guogua. Now that Lu Dong has taken the fall, I'm just Miss Tang." Tang Guogua, heedless of the rumors, pressed her body gently against Chu He's shoulder. "I heard you haven't found a suitable general manager yet." Tang Guogua blinked her big watery eyes, looking pitiful. "How about I manage your company for free?" "That's a good idea." Chu He nodded. The words whispered in his ear the night he passed out had taken root deep in his heart like a seed. Who were his parents? Why was he abandoned? What did that person mean by jinx? Chu He needed to gather strength both to find out why Lin Tianhua had concocted that medicine, and to investigate his own origins. Over the years, Lin Tianhua had treated him like a son, which didn't seem fake. But the medicines he had been fed, Chu He couldn't fathom Lin Tianhua's motive. "Miss Tang, hello." A man's sudden appearance interrupted Chu He's thoughts. "Oh, Master Wang." Tang Guogua frowned slightly, then introduced, "Wang Yang, son of Wang Baichuan, vice president of the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce. Please step aside. I'd like a few words alone with Miss Tang." Wang Yang swirled his red wine glass, his gaze sweeping over Chu He. But Chu He acted as if he hadn't heard, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. "Can't you hear me?" Wang Yang's face darkened. In Zhonghai, no one had ever disrespected him like this. Several bodyguards stood behind Wang Yang, staring at Chu He with murderous intent. "Ha, how amusing." Wang Yang walked over to Chu He, glass in hand, and slowly loosened his fingers. "I've only been studying abroad for half a year, and now even a nobody dares to show me disrespect in Zhonghai." As he spoke, the red wine glass slipped from his hand. Barring any accident, the wine would have spilled onto Chu He's head. But an accident occurred. Wang Yang didn't even see what happened before the glass was in Chu He's hand. The next second, Chu He flung the entire glass of red wine out. Caught off guard, Wang Yang was drenched, his shirt soaked. You're asking for death. Humiliated in public, Wang Yang's face turned livid. Through gritted teeth, he said, take him out. With so many guests watching, having wine poured on him in front of the woman he liked, how could he ever show his face in Chu He again? Where to? Right here, I think. Chu He unbuttoned his shirt, grabbed the glass coffee table with one hand, and hurled it forward with force. Bang! The 100-pound tempered glass table sent the 4 bodyguards crashing to the ground. You? What are you doing? Wang Yang was startled. How could one person lift such a heavy table with one hand? You like wine? Chu He unbuttoned his cuffs, grabbed Wang Yang by the tie, and dragged him toward the liquor cabinet like a dead dog. He'll treat you to as much as you want. You're fucking tired of living. Wang Yang's face turned purple. He struggled to get up, but before he could say another word, bang! A bottle smashed solidly against his head. Blood. Wang Yang's mind went blank. He tremblingly reached out and touched his face. The wound stung by the alcohol sent waves of pain through him. You made me bleed, I'll fucking kill you. Bang! Chu He, as if he hadn't heard, grabbed another bottle and smashed it heavily on his head. Wang Yang screamed in agony, collapsing to his knees in pain. Bang! 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 In front of the liquor cabinet, Chu He smashed bottle after bottle of red wine onto Wang Yang. Blood mixed with red wine staining Wang Yang's shirt. What's going on? Isn't that President Wang's son? Who's got the guts to do this? Inform President Wang immediately. The screams quickly drew the attention of the guests. Some watched, some sent word, but no one dared to step in to stop the fight. Soon a middle-aged man surrounded by a crowd hurriedly stormed over to the liquor cabinet. Stop! Wang Baichuan bellowed. Seeing his son curled up on the floor covered in blood, his heart convulsed. But Chu He, as if he hadn't heard, continued smashing bottles onto Wang Yang's head. Get him! Wang Baichuan trembled with rage. Several bodyguards didn't hesitate and rushed forward, but they grabbed at nothing. Chu He appeared before Wang Baichuan like a ghost. The broken wine bottle in his hand pressed against the man's throat. If you so much as move, I'll make sure your entire family dies without a trace. Wang Baichuan flinched, squinting as he sneered. In Zhonghai, you're the first. Before he could finish, Chu He, still stepping on Wang Yang's head, thrust the bottle forward a centimeter. President! The surrounding bodyguards gasped, but none dared to advance. They feared this madman might act on impulse. If anything happened to President Wang, these bodyguards would all pay with their lives. I'm an orphan. Chu He leaned close to Wang Baichuan's ear, slowly pushing the shards of glass deeper. Only then did Wang Baichuan begin to panic. He could clearly feel the blood flowing, the glass about to pierce his throat. Are you insane? Wang Baichuan didn't dare to gamble. We have no grudge. Why are you doing this? The surrounding guests had already gathered around. Tang Zhan and Cheng Wen looked worried, unsure of what to do. Tang Guogua, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement and anticipation. Afraid to die. Chu He's cigarette dangling from his lips asked with a smile in Wang Baichuan's ear. What exactly do you want? For the first time facing death, Wang Baichuan could no longer keep his composure. Kneel down and beg me to let you go. Chu He spoke softly, smiling. He'll count to 3. Either kneel or die. 1, 2, thud. Overwhelmed by the pressure of death, Wang Baichuan was forced to his knees, gritting his teeth. Please, spare me. He didn't dare to gamble, because the man was a madman. At that moment, dead silence fell over the entire hall. The guests' eyes bulged. They couldn't believe that the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce had been forced to his knees. And beneath his feet, he was still stepping on the face of his son Wang Yang. One must keep a low profile and not be too arrogant. Chu He discarded the wine bottle, bent down to pick up the cigarette, and pressed it against Wang Yang. The intense pain made Wang Yang's body convulse. Is this kid tired of living? How dare he make President Wang kneel? Those attending today's reception were all prominent figures in Zhonghai. They all wanted to see who the so-called 8th master was. But instead of the 8th master, they witnessed President Wang being beaten. Move aside. Just then Lin Qingcheng in a flurry led people through the surrounding guests and strode straight to Chu He. What's going on? She glanced around and was startled. It's nothing. My son had too much to drink. Wang Baichuan, supported by his bodyguards, slowly stood up and covered his wound with a towel. Are you sure it's nothing? Lin Qingcheng was surprised to see Wang Baichuan. In Zhonghai, the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce was also a notable figure. How could he have been injured? I said it's nothing. Wang Baichuan waved his hand, and his bodyguard lifted Wang Yang and quickly walked away. Seeing this, those present sighed with emotion. Since Wang Baichuan didn't want to involve the police, it was clear he intended to handle it himself. That young man was in for a rough time. Whether he would live to see tomorrow was questionable. Chu He, we meet again. Lin Qingcheng, not interested in meddling in other matters, adjusted her hat and stood before Chu He like a victor, head held high. Having knelt twice before she could finally hold her head up. Miss Lin, something on your mind? Chu He wiped his hands and tossed the tissue on the ground. Of course. At that moment, Lin Qingcheng strode in with a group of people, her brow radiant, restored to her image of a businesswoman. Chu He, you've really put yourself through a lot. Standing in the center of the crowd, Lin Qingcheng said with a light laugh, after leaving the Lin family, in order to take revenge on us, and to regain the life you once took for granted. You fawned over Miss Tang, going to great lengths to squeeze into this circle. Even today at the founding of Master 8's company, you had to show your face. But a thief is always a thief. A servant is always a servant. Pointing at Chu He in front of everyone, she said, it was him who stole the treasure my father cherished most in his life. After I discovered it and kicked him out, he flew into a rage and went home to beat up our younger brother. And he smashed my father's portrait. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing's eyes flickered. She knew very well that it was Lin Li who had smashed the portrait. She had originally planned to wait until Lin Qingcheng had calmed down before probing the matter. But now that Lin Qingcheng had publicly spoken of it, Chu He would have to take the blame. Recalling how she had been forced to kneel twice and become a laughingstock at the police station, the guilt that had just arisen in Lin Yuqing's heart dissipated without a trace. What? Isn't that an ingrate? Too much. Like the farmer and the snake. The people around condemned him. Miss Lin present evidence when making accusations. Tang Guogua slowly stepped forward. Defamation can land you in jail, you know. It seems Miss Tang has been thoroughly deceived by this scumbag. Lin Qingcheng smiled softly. I called to warn you once, but you refused. Sorry, but now I have solid evidence. If you still care about him, perhaps we can talk. Then he'll issue a letter of understanding. Lin Qingcheng glanced meaningfully at Cheng Wen. Uncle Cheng, you'll prove that you misjudged him. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wen shook his head, unable to hide his disappointment in Lin Qingcheng. Chu He, come with us. Lin Yuqing took out handcuffs and under the watchful eyes of the crowd locked them on Chu He's wrists. Lin Yuqing, think carefully. Chu He looked at the shiny handcuffs on his hands. If I go with you, it won't be easy. You still want to get out? Lin Yuqing narrowed her eyes and whispered, I told you we'll pay you back for everything you did to me. Double. Chu He rot in prison. Take him away, she ordered in a deep voice. Chu He said nothing and cooperated fully as he followed the officers out of the hotel. This disappointed Lin Yuqing slightly, as she had even placed her hand on the gun at her waist, hoping Chu He would resist so she could teach him a lesson. My apologies for disturbing everyone. Lin Qingcheng stood in the center of the venue like a victor. If any of you are interested in cooperating with Qingcheng International, I would be most welcome. She turned her head to look at Tang Guogua. Miss Tang, I await your call. Tang Guogua did not reply, but instead pouted her lips. Pop. She blew a bubblegum bubble. Everyone please continue. Just a minor hiccup. Tang Guogua turned around and raised the wine glass in her hand. Enjoy yourselves. Seeing this, Lin Qingcheng sneered inwardly, just as she had expected. In the eyes of Tang Guogua, the Lin family's servant was nothing but a toy. There was not a trace of true concern. Guogua, what's going on? Tang Zhan pulled his daughter aside and asked in a low voice, now that Chu He has been arrested, what about his newly established company? I'm the general manager. He'll handle it. Tang Guogua chewed gum and shrugged. Do you know something? Tang Zhan began to wonder. His daughter's reaction was far too calm. Children's affairs, grown-ups don't pry. Tang Guogua said, then turned and left. Not far away, Wang Baichuan sat in a chair while his personal physician bandaged him. The young master has been sent to the hospital, President Wang. I made inquiries. That kid seems to be charged with theft. The bodyguard reported in a low voice. Slap. The next second he received a solid slap on the face. A bunch of incompetents letting someone take me hostage right in front of you. Wang Baichuan's eyes were bloodshot. Chu He, I'll remember you. President Wang, please forgive us. Several bodyguards knelt on the ground, kowtowing incessantly. Drag them out and break their limbs. Wang Baichuan said coldly. President Wang, have mercy. The bodyguards were carried away, pleading endlessly. Keep a close watch on this, Chu He. Inform me immediately of any move. Wang Baichuan's face was pale. You are the first person to make me, Wang Baichuan, kneel in public. Zhonghai Police Station. Lin Yuqing was in high spirits, eager to bring Chu He into the interrogation room. With solid evidence, she and her sister could finally vent their anger. Captain Lin, there's something I need to tell you. A middle-aged officer approached with a troubled expression. This afternoon we received a robbery case related to your sister. Since you weren't available, and I couldn't reach you, I sent someone over. My sister. Lin Yuqing blinked, frowning. She was robbed. The two of them had just been together. How could she not know? No, it was a person named Chu He who reported that your sister led people to rob his belongings. The middle-aged officer took out the record. Oh, and there are several witnesses outside who just finished giving statements. It seems your sister took something called a lotus golden cup. Lin Yuqing's heart jolted, and she asked incredulously. Yes. The middle-aged officer slapped his forehead. That's the thing. How is that possible? Lin Yuqing frowned, finding it utterly baffling. It must be that Chu He was caught, and someone behind him was making trouble over the phone. What's the point of using such despicable tricks? She scoffed disdainfully. Captain Wang, ignore them. They're just a bunch of clowns, utterly ridiculous. The video provided by Lin Qingcheng fully proved that the Lotus Gold Cup was stolen by Chu He. The certificate of the Gold Cup was still with the Lin family. Once the evidence was collected and the smuggler involved in the serial murder case was apprehended, Chu He would be doomed. Officer Lin. Hearing this, the middle-aged police officer frowned slightly. As far as I know, the evidence is solid, and the people to arrest your sister are already on their way. What did you say? Lin Yucheng's face changed. Is there a mistake? Officer Lin, please watch your words. The middle-aged officer said sternly. Our procedures are very impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Yucheng felt a blackout before her eyes leaning against the wall. Her colleague was right. Everything in the police station was strictly followed. If the evidence wasn't conclusive, they would only ask Lin Qingcheng to assist with the investigation, not arrest her directly. With that thought, she pulled out her phone to make a call. Officer Lin. Her colleague grabbed her hand. The deputy director wants you in his office for questioning. Hearing this, Lin Yucheng's body trembled. In the meeting room of Lin Group, facing a crowd of aggressive distributors and company executives waiting to watch the drama unfold, Lin Qingcheng sat in the chairman's seat, slowly rubbing her temples. Strangely enough, since Chu He left the house, her headaches seemed to have started again. Although the prescription from Lin Yucheng's friend was very effective, its dependence was too strong. If she missed a day, the headache became unbearable. President Lin, we've been waiting at the company gate all day. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? A dissatisfied distributor tapped the table. From morning till now, none of these people had eaten a single meal. Hungry and anxious, they were already fuming. The factory will resume production by tomorrow at the latest. Lin Qingcheng said confidently, everyone please calm down. What about our losses? The distributors asked. They had signed large orders with Lin Group, but on the day of delivery, they heard the factory had stopped production. Every distributor who signed a contract with Lin Group will receive a compensation of 1,000 boxes of health products. Lin Qingcheng leaned back in her chair, speaking with assurance. At market price, that's a profit of 100,000. Hearing this promise, the distributor's emotions eased slightly. President Lin. At that moment, a company director asked, how do we solve the raw material shortage? Dozens of eyes turned to Lin Qingcheng. Such a sensitive issue should have only been discussed internally. Now someone was bringing it up publicly, clearly kicking her when she was down. Without raw materials, the factory will shut down. The promises you made will ultimately cost us shareholders. The director took a sip of tea and said with a smile, I think you owe us an explanation. I assure you, Lin Qingcheng said with a smile, the factory will be back in production by sunset tomorrow. Chu He's case would be interrogated tonight. With Lin Yucheng's help, they would eventually uncover the murder of Lu Dafa. And since Chu He was closely linked to the Black Gold Group, Tang Zhan couldn't be clean either. With this leverage, Lin Qingcheng was confident Tang Zhan would yield. Her other backup plan was a call from Wang Baichuan, vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, half an hour ago. In the call, Wang Baichuan promised that if Lin Qingcheng would issue a letter of forgiveness, he would find new partners for Lin Group. With these two preparations, Lin Qingcheng felt a rare sense of relief. The difficulties before us are only temporary. She gently pressed her temple and stood up, smiling. The light boat has sailed past countless mountains. Excuse me, which one is Lin Qingcheng? Her words had barely ended when the meeting room door was pushed open. Several police officers entered and asked, I am. Lin Qingcheng turned around, startled. We suspect you are involved in a robbery. Please come with us. Several officers quickly stepped forward and with lightning speed handcuffed Lin Qingcheng. What are you doing? Lin Qingcheng's face paled. I will file a complaint. Sorry, we are just following procedure. The officers said and took her away. What's going on? The chairman is arrested. Will the promises still hold? What has Lin Group done? The distributors erupted into chaos. The company management exchanged bewildered glances. In the interrogation room, Lin Qingcheng sat in a chair, her eyes sharp as knives. Give me an explanation. She spoke calmly. Miss Lin, this afternoon we received a report that you led a group to commit robbery. The interrogating officer presented a photo. Do you recognize this? Of course I do. Lin Qingcheng sneered. This is the Lotus Gold Cup my father bought during his lifetime. The certificate is at home. Let me remind you, this treasure was stolen by a former servant of the Lin family, and I recovered it today. Officer Lin Yucheng is handling this case. Do you admit that you led people to take this item by force this afternoon? The officer asked. By force? It's just returning what was rightfully ours. Lin Qingcheng frowned. And I recorded the whole process. The evidence is with Lin Yucheng. Who is Lin Li to you? The officer ignored her words and asked again. My younger brother. Lin Qingcheng was puzzled about what this had to do with Lin Li. Here is the evidence. Take a look. An officer handling the records brought a stack of materials to Lin Qingcheng. Half a month ago, your brother sold the Lotus Gold Cup to Zhao Dalai for 3 million yuan. And Zhao Dalai, the owner at that time, donated it to Chu He. This afternoon, you led a group to forcibly take this item on the street. Here is the video of your brother Lin Li's transaction with Zhao Dalai. The officer lit up the phone and played the video. The purchase contract provided by Zhao Dalai bears your brother's signature. After verification, the contract matches the video, and the handwriting is your brother's. Now do you have anything else to add? Lin Qingcheng stared at the image of Lin Li holding the lotus gold cup and felt her mind go blank. Wasn't the item stolen by Chu He? How did it become Lin Li? This is a frame-up, a setup. Lin Qingcheng roared like an enraged lion. I will file a complaint. My brother doesn't need money. I give him hundreds of thousands in allowance every month. What reason would he have to do this? Silence. The officer slammed a stack of papers on the table. This is Lin Li's own confession and other testimonies. Look carefully before you shout. Lin Qingcheng's body trembled, clearly startled. She shook as she picked up the papers on the table, flipping through them page by page. Why would he do this? Why would he do this? When she saw Lin Li's testimony, Lin Qingcheng's eyes widened in disbelief. It clearly stated that Lin Li, due to gambling debts, had set his sights on the lotus golden cup. Afterwards, to cover up his crime, he framed Chu He, who was away. No, it's fake, it must be fake. Lin Qingcheng stared at the testimony, tears streaming down uncontrollably. How could someone from the Lin family do such a thing? She couldn't believe it. The person who stole her father's beloved golden cup was actually her own younger brother, the one she was proud of and talked about incessantly. But if that was the case, where did Chu He get the money to buy a Maybach? Lin Qingcheng couldn't accept it. Faced with ironclad facts, her mind felt like it was exploding. The pain was unbearable. Could it be? During those days, Chu He was missing. Was he really looking for medicine for her? But in the afternoon, Lin Li had clearly said that he bought the prescription with his own money. Lin Qingcheng, your lawyer is here to see you. The officer collected the evidence, left a word, and left with his superior. At this moment, Lin Qingcheng was in so much pain that she couldn't hear anything. The successive blows left her mind disturbed. Big sister, big sister. The lawyer called out a few times and gently pushed Lin Qingcheng. Fourth sister. Seeing the visitor, Lin Qingcheng grabbed her hand. Fourth sister, what should I do now? Seeing her fourth sister, Lin Anning, she couldn't hold back anymore and cried out in pain. You're a top lawyer, tell me, what should I do now? Lin Qingcheng was on the verge of emotional collapse. The person she trusted and cared about most had deceived her. If Lin Li had admitted it earlier, why would she be in the interrogation room now? And taken away in front of the company's board of directors and dealers. Thinking of all the efforts she had made to prove she was no less than her father. Now she had become a laughingstock. Lin Qingcheng's proud self-esteem felt riddled with holes. Big sister, this matter is both difficult and simple. Lin Anning adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and bit her lip lightly. Tell me. Lin Qingcheng, as if grasping at a lifeline, grabbed her hand. Big sister, what should I do now? Given that you were unaware, you can shift the blame onto your younger brother. Lin Anning had just started speaking when she was interrupted. No, even if our brother did wrong, he is still our own brother. Lin Qingcheng kept shaking her head, directly rejecting the proposal. Then there is only one way. Lin Anning shook her head helplessly. Seek forgiveness. Whose forgiveness? Lin Qingcheng bit her lip, her nails digging deep into her flesh. She knew in her heart, but she couldn't accept it. Chu He. Lin Anning's eyes were full of helplessness. Big sister, when you asked third sister to arrest Chu He, you should have known how many years of prison he would face for stealing something worth tens of millions. The charge you arranged for Chu He was theft, but you are the one who robbed. Silence fell in the interrogation room. Lin Qingcheng's tears fell drop by drop, hitting the table. She was the head of the Lin family, the female president of the Lin group. Now she was supposed to seek forgiveness from a former servant. Lin Qingcheng couldn't accept such a psychological gap. Big sister, I will do my best to help you. Lin Anning sighed. Given that you didn't know the items were sold by your brother, you might get out in a year or two. This is already the best outcome. A year or two. Best outcome. By then, would there still be a place for her, Lin Qingcheng, in Zhonghai? Could the Lin group, the empire her father built his entire life, still be preserved? I want to see Chu He. You. Help me convey this. Lin Qingcheng clenched her teeth and spoke in a barely audible voice. Big sister, bend when you must. Lin Anning patted her shoulder. Where there's life, there's hope. With that, she picked up her bag and left the interrogation room. At the same time, Chu He sat in the interrogation room. Before him stood two officers. Mr. Chu, we are just following orders. Please don't make things difficult for us. The two held up keys, saying helplessly, just let us unlock the handcuffs. No. Chu He shook his head, raised his hands, looked at the silver handcuffs and smiled. I think it's quite nice. He looked around, crossed his legs, and said, the environment is good. I haven't stayed long enough. Mr. Chu. The officer frowned, unsure what to do. What? You arrest me when you want and release me when you want. Chu He said expressionlessly, under the watchful eyes of everyone, you brought me here in front of so many people. And now you want to dismiss me with a mere mistake. It's easier to invite a god than to send one away. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. Let's go. The two officers exchanged glances and had no choice but to leave the interrogation room. At that moment, Inside the deputy director's office, a middle-aged man was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. Lin Qingcheng, you have truly disappointed me. The man pointed at Lin Qingcheng, who stood by, his face pale with anger. Old Fourth Huang was killed, Lu Dafa was killed, both in your jurisdiction. Until now you don't even have a single clue. And now you bypassed procedures and made an illegal arrest. Do you know my phone hasn't stopped ringing? The man rubbed his head, his eyes full of disappointment. Lin Qingcheng, where is your ability? You are the youngest criminal investigation captain, and this is how you do things. And you even knelt on the street. You have brought shame to me. Deputy Director, I'm sorry. Lin Qingcheng gripped her clothes tightly, tears welling in her eyes. From the moment she entered the police station, she was a prodigy. In 3 years, she solved countless cases, and her medals filled an entire row. Now falling from the heights, she could barely bear it. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment a knock suddenly sounded. Enter. The man called out in a low voice. Deputy Director Chu He want leave. The officer said with a troubled expression. When I came upstairs I saw many media gathered in the lobby. Lin Qingcheng, you made this mess, you deal with it. The man roared. If you can't settle this, take off your uniform and write your resignation letter. Yes. Lin Qingcheng gritted her teeth, turned around, and pushed the door open to leave. She had no choice. Arresting Chu He had violated regulations. If she couldn't handle it properly, she would indeed be suspended. A minute later Lin Qingcheng appeared in the interrogation room. Chu He was sitting with his eyes closed, as if completely unaware of her arrival. What will it take for you to leave? Lin Qingcheng stepped forward and asked in a low voice. She gave a self-deprecating smile. What? Do you want me to kneel to you again? Chu He did not speak. You're something else. The Lin family raised you for over a decade. Even a dog would know gratitude. Lin Qingcheng's tone was mocking. Big sister said you're an ungrateful wolf, and she wasn't wrong. My shoulders are a bit sore. Chu He slightly twisted his neck. What did you say? Lin Qingcheng's eye. I said my shoulders are a bit sore. Chu He pointed at his own shoulder. If I'm not comfortable, it's hard for me to stand up. Fine, you really know how to push it. Lin Qingcheng slowly walked behind Chu He, placing both hands on his shoulders. Put some strength into it, didn't you eat? Chu He's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. I've been massaging you for over 10 years in the Lin family. Was it all for nothing? Lin Qingcheng's body trembled. Yes. Every time she returned from a call exhausted and weary, Chu He would bring her an iced cola and give her a massage. But what was her status? Wasn't it only natural for a servant to massage her? Are you satisfied now, Mr. Chu? Lin Qingcheng gritted her teeth, forcing the words out through clenched jaws. She, the third young mistress of the Lin family, the youngest squadron leader in the police force, now massaging a former servant. Lin Qingcheng felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on her chest, making it hard to breathe. Legs. Chu He placed both feet on the table, speaking indifferently. Enough. Lin Qingcheng finally exploded. What do you take me for? Then leave. No one is forcing you. Chu He pointed at the door. Go. Lin Qingcheng's throat moved, her eyes red as she crouched down and gently massaged Chu He's legs. You're so stupid you'll end up unemployed sooner or later. Chu He shook his head. Learn a trade, at least you won't starve. These words pierced Lin Qingcheng's heart like needles. She wanted to vent, but lacked the courage. Are you satisfied now? After more than 10 minutes, the pampered Lin Qingcheng felt as if her fingers were about to break. The person she once ordered around was now above her, and she had to grovel. Clatter. Chu He flicked his. The handcuffs fell off without even needing a key. Without me, you're nothing. Chu He grabbed Lin Qingcheng's hair, whispering close to her ear. Tell Lin Qingcheng if she wants to get out. She can crawl on her knees to me in front of those media outside and apologize to me personally. Otherwise, she can rot in prison. With that, Chu He stood up, straightening his slightly disheveled suit. He'll wait only 13 minutes. He looked at Lin Qingcheng, who was full of despair. Consider this my repayment to the Lin family for taking me in for 13 years. After saying this, Chu He turned and left, leaving only the disheartened Lin Qingcheng sitting on the floor, dazed. How could this be? Why could a former servant lord it over her? She refused to accept this. She would take back the dignity she lost today tenfold. In another interrogation room, Lin Anning returned to Lin Qingcheng's side with a complicated expression. Big sister Lin Qingcheng massaged Chu He for 20 minutes just to get the chance. Spit it out. Lin Qingcheng snorted with a sneer. Did he ask for an exorbitant amount of money? Or does he want shares in the Lin group? Or an apology from me? Want to come back to the Lin family? Lin Qingcheng's tone was filled with contempt. He orchestrated this whole drama just to prove his innocence and make me apologize, didn't he? Yeah, none of that. Lin Anning grinned. Big sister, he wants you to crawl on your knees and apologize publicly. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingcheng shot up, roaring. Where does he get the nerve? The Lin family raised him for over a decade, and now he wants me to kneel. It's true that I was wrong about him, but couldn't he have just explained? Big sister Chu He did explain. Lin Anning bit her pen, speaking weakly. Back then at the Lin family, Chu He had tried to defend himself, but no one listened. But is his temper really that bad? Can't he tolerate a little grievance? Lin Qingcheng fumed. He just leaves the house over a disagreement. Big sister, you were the one who drove him away. Lin Anning sighed. Back then, with one word from Lin Li, all the sisters stood against Chu He. Where was there any chance for him to explain? But after leaving the Lin family, he's been opposing us at every turn. Lin Qingcheng said coldly. He even stooped to flattering the Tang family and being Tang Guoguo's lapdog. Big sister, have you forgotten about Fourth Master Huang? Lin Anning didn't put it too bluntly. It was Lin Qingcheng who first sought out Fourth Master Huang to teach Chu He a lesson. I want kneel. Lin Qingcheng shook her head. Even if I have to rot in prison, I will never grovel to a fool. If I really kneel, what face will I have left to run the Lin group? She couldn't accept this condition. Bang. Just then the door to the interrogation room burst open. Lin Yuqing stood at the door, readied and silent. Big sister, third sister groveled to get us this chance. If she had investigated properly, would I have been dragged into this, eh? Lin Qingcheng's anger surged. From the day Chu He left home, I told her to find the Lotus Golden Cup. An elite police officer. Huh. She didn't even know her own brother took the thing. If Lin Yuqing had done a thorough investigation, instead of rushing to make a name for herself, would Lin Qingcheng be in such a passive position now? Big sister. Lin Yuqing was stunned. Her heart turned ice cold, as if plunged into a frozen cellar. To cure your headaches, I knelt twice to beg Chu He. And I was even framed by second sister. But what are you saying now, eh? Lin Yuqing clutched her chest, feeling an unprecedented pain. What did you say? Lin Qingcheng was taken aback. That medicine wasn't from your friend. Didn't Lin Li buy it from someone? Lin Li. Lin Yuqing laughed bitterly. Did brother tell you that? Lin Qingcheng was speechless. You're too proud. If I told you that Chu He had been giving you that medicine for years, would you have accepted it? Lin Yuqing shook her head. Big sister, I've been disciplined too, and now you're blaming me. What? Lin Qingcheng was struck as if by lightning. She recalled what Chu He had said before and his exhausted appearance that day. Could it be that the 3 days Chu He disappeared were truly spent searching for medicine for her? Even if I was wrong about him back, then he smashed father's portrait when he came back. I can never apologize to him. Lin Qingcheng gritted her teeth. The portrait was smashed by Lin Li. The surveillance footage is on my computer. Lin Yuqing leaned against the door, feeling deeply disappointed. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Qingcheng shot up. You told us that brother had suffered outside for over a decade, and we needed to make it up to him. Lin Yuqing shouted, blaming me for everything. You're never wrong. Go, or don't. I bought you 13 minutes. You have 3 left. With that, she turned and ran off. Big sister, if Chu He really presses charges, you'll definitely go to prison. Lin Anning brushed her hair. They'll do my best. Wait. Thinking about being a prisoner, a convict, becoming a laughingstock for everyone. Lin Qingcheng wavered. They'll go. She closed her eyes as if making up her mind. In front of the police station, a group of media reporters summoned by Tang Guoguo were conducting interviews. Chu He glanced at his watch and turned to leave. Chu He. At that moment, Lin Qingcheng appeared in the lobby accompanied by police officers. Starting today, come back home. Let's pretend none of this ever happened. She still didn't want to kneel, especially with so many media present. Stop. Chu He raised his hand, halting Lin Qingcheng as she approached. He pointed a finger at the ground and said with a smile, don't try to cozy up to me. Crawl over on your knees. Lin Qingcheng's face turned pale. Even before stepping out, she had braced herself for the worst. Yet facing so many media outlets forcing her, the outstanding business queen of Zhonghai, to kneel was beyond her imagination. Lin Qingcheng still couldn't do it. Chu He, we were once siblings, she conceded, lowering her head. I wronged you before, and now I, as your elder sister, apologize to you. After speaking, Lin Qingcheng bowed deeply. If you don't mind, I am still willing to recognize you as my little brother. I do mind. Chu He, hands in his pocket, sneered. Lin Qingcheng, do you think bowing your head makes you the aggrieved party? Do you think recognizing me as your brother is my greatest honor? Chu He wagged his finger. I, Chu He, am the one you can never afford to offend. Either kneel or get lost. Lin Qingcheng's eyes widened, her heart pounding wildly. She saw no trace of the Chu He she once knew. All she could see was coldness and ruthlessness. I'm leaving. Chu He glanced at his watch and turned to walk away. Chu He. Lin Qingcheng slowly knelt, tears of humiliation in her eyes. Your elder sister is kneeling to you. The surrounding media snapped photos, incessantly eager not to miss this moment. Under the gaze of dozens of people, Lin Qingcheng crawled forward slowly. I wronged you, please forgive me. Step by step. The short distance of 10 meters felt like half a century to her. The naturally proud woman now begging for mercy in public. Finally she reached Chu. He looked up with tearful smile and asked, are you satisfied? From now on we can never go back. Lin Qingcheng's smiling eyes had boundless fury. We never could go. Chu He patted her face, leaned down and whispered, I've always said I like you best when you're untamed. A mere misunderstanding. Chu He straightened up and said to the officer, give me the item and he'll drop the matter. Since Mr. Chu agrees to settle privately, well, just give a simple reprimand and release her. The middle-aged officer took the golden lotus cup and handed it to Chu He. Mr. Chu He, raise your item. Please check if there's any damage. The moment she saw the golden lotus cup, an indescribable complexity flickered in Lin Qingcheng's eyes. Chu He, can you sell it to me? She asked softly. That was her father's most cherished possession. Now his own son had sold it. Lin Qingcheng wanted to reclaim the cup to clean up after Lin Li. Is this thing important to you? Chu He muttered to himself, oh indeed it is. He recalled that his decade of devotion was worth less than this object. Chu He let go. Bang. He stomped down, flattening the golden lotus cup. You. Lin Qingcheng rose in fury, gritting her teeth. Chu He, you have no humanity. It's my thing, I can do whatever I want with it. Chu He smiled faintly. Miss Lin, this is a police station. Please mind your behavior. Elder sister, calm down. Lin Anning stepped forward to hold Lin Qingcheng. That thing is his, don't fall for it. Chu He, you'll remember this. Lin Qingcheng, eyes bloodshot, screamed hoarsely. It's good to have someone remember me. Chu He kicked the flattened cup away, and a subordinate quickly picked it up. Let's go home. Chu He tossed his suit to his subordinate and strode out of the police station. Watching his back, Lin Qingcheng let out a roar and collapsed into Lin Anning's arms. Elder sister, it's all over. Lin Anning sighed. This matter you know, I know, and the third brother knows. Lin Qingcheng lay in Lin Anning's arms. Lin Li was wrong, but he only just returned to this family. Consider it. What we owed him before. As you say. Lin Anning replied softly. Fourth sister, I don't believe I can't outmaneuver a mere servant of our... Lin Qingcheng took the handkerchief Lin Anning handed her, wiped away her tears, and her eyes gradually hardened. I will make him regret what he did today. After leaving the police station, he sat in the car, carefully examining the golden lotus cup in his hand. The one he had crushed earlier was a fake. The one He now held was the genuine article. Since awakening his bloodline, he had been investigating the connection between the Lin family and the orphanage. Unfortunately, Lin Tianhua was dead. As his most beloved possession, might the golden lotus cup hold some special clue? He observed it closely but found nothing remarkable except its exquisite craftsmanship. If the golden lotus cup was truly just an ordinary artifact, why had Lin Tianhua on his deathbed specifically instructed that it be placed before his spirit tablet? Boom. Just as he was pondering, the car suddenly suffered a violent collision. The car screeched to a halt on the street. Eighth Master, trouble. The rear bodyguards quickly pushed open the door and escorted Chu He out. Meanwhile, all around, a total of 5 cars and over 20 men wielding steel pipes jumped out. Eighth Master, you go well, hold them off. 3 bodyguards led Chu He to a nearby alley, then turned to face the more than 20 attackers. These men were loyal confidants he had trained in his early years, skilled and devoted. Facing the pursuit, Chu He did not flee. Instead, he leaned against the alley wall, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and turned his head to watch the street. In close combat, the 3 bodyguards fought with exceptional skill against the 20-plus men. Though outnumbered, the thugs were clearly no match for the trio. In less than a minute, over a dozen thugs lay on the ground. Move aside. With a roar, 2 brawny men in vests jumped out of the car. One of them pushed aside the thugs and violently repelled a bodyguard. The other, facing 2, at once wounded both bodyguards within half a minute. Eighth Master, go quickly. The 3 injured bodyguards blocked the alley horse shouts. All useless. No one escapes. The 2 men laughed grimly and charged. Eighth Master, go. The 3 formed a human wall. Chu He looked up, dropped the cigarette on the ground, and strode over. Leave? The vest-wearing brute let out a strange laugh. No one leaves us alive. As he spoke, his fist struck with tremendous force. Crack. A crisp sound. The brute's arm shattered, bone fragments piercing through the skin and exposed. My hand. He stared at Chu He as if seeing a ghost. Bang. Before he could react, Chu He grabbed his head and slammed it violently against the wall. The man's head burst like a watermelon. The other, sensing danger, turned to flee. Chu He lifted his right foot, kicked up a steel pipe, and hurled it forward in a flash. Swoosh. The steel pipe pierced through the other man's collarbone and embedded into the asphalt. Don't kill me. The once ferocious man begged. He'll do anything. His words trailed off into a painful grimace. His right hand aimed a pistol at Chu He and pulled the trigger. Beyond 7 meters, the bullet was fast. Within 7 meters, it was both fast and accurate. The 2 were separated by merely 1 meter. At such close range, the man was confident he could kill Chu He with a single shot. Unless God descended, no one could dodge this bullet. Go to hell. He laughed loudly. Bang. The gunshot rang out. The man's eyes widened abruptly. The smile on his face began to freeze. Then, as if seeing a ghost, he shouted, impossible. Are you human or ghost? Within 1 meter, he tilted his head at an unbelievable angle, dodging the bullet that was inches away. Speak, who sent you? Chu He grabbed the man's wrist and squeezed hard. Crack. Blood gushed from the sound of shattered bones, sent a chill down the spines of the thugs lying on the ground. My hand. My hand. The man's voice suddenly changed as he curled up in agony. The fingers are connected to the heart, No one could endure the pain of a broken hand. "I'll ask you one more time." Chu He bent down, pulled out the steel pipe embedded in the man's body, and asked coldly, "Who sent you? If I tell you, will you let me go?" The man gritted his teeth and asked through the intense pain. "In Zhonghai, no one negotiates terms with me, Chu He." Chu He raised the steel pipe and slammed it heavily onto the man's head. Bang! A dull thud. The man let out a howl. Bang! Chu He struck his head again. Clang! He continued until the pipe bent and the man's head was deformed. Only then did he drop the pipe. The injured thugs around looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Chu He, with blood-stained hands, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it in the silent street. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he bent down to pick up a new steel pipe. He brutally smashed it onto the head of the nearest thug. The thug's skull cracked on the spot, and he died in the street. "He'll talk. Another was about to speak when he too took a solid blow to the head. It was the new boss of Dafa Group and Wang Baichuan who sent us. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and shouted tremblingly, "Dafa Group." Chu He squinted and asked coldly who. Lu Dafa and Lu Dong. One was killed, the other imprisoned. Within Dafa Group, who dared to oppose him? Lu Dong's elder brother Lu Zhang returned to Zhonghai overnight the day before yesterday. The thugs dared not conceal anything. "The two you killed were experts hired by Wang Baichuan." A deathly silence fell over the street. A dozen injured thugs held their breath, awaiting their fate. "I don't want anyone else to know about today's events." Chu He tossed the cigarette but to the ground, crushed it lightly, and looked up at the dark, deep street. Wang Baichuan. He beckoned to a man in a peaked cap beside him. "Mo, someone wants my life. What do you think we should do?" "Eighth Master, then you'll have to kill his whole family." The man in the peaked cap chuckled after hearing this. "I heard he has a son in the hospital. That man's life is mine." "Young Master, you're awake." In the luxurious ward of Zhonghai First Hospital, Wang Yang slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, the Wang family steward beside the bed exclaimed excitedly, "The young master is awake." My head." Wang Yang slowly raised his bandaged hand, trying to touch his throbbing head. "Young master, don't move recklessly." The steward quickly pressed down Wang Yang's right hand and instructed, "You have a mild concussion. You need rest." "Concussion?" Wang Yang's memory began to return. The one who hit me, what's his name?" His tone was cold, his eyes vicious. As the son of the vice president of the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce, he had been publicly beaten by a nobody. Where would his face be? "Rest assured, young master. The master has already arranged for it." The steward snorted coldly. "Those who oppose the Wang family can only die. No death is too easy for him." Wang Yang gasped in pain, his voice fierce. "Bring him back." Is it safe here?" he suddenly asked. After being beaten by Chu He, Wang Yang had developed a shadow in his heart. "There are 6 bodyguards outside the door. No one can get in." The steward comforted him. "Rest easy, young master. They'll go out and report the good news to the master. Tell my father when he catches that bastard, don't kill him. Send him to me." Wang Yang raised his hand and shouted in pain, "That dog'll make him kneel before me and beg for mercy." Lying on the hospital bed, he couldn't help muttering to himself. But just then, as the steward opened the ward door, he suddenly froze. He stepped back, his face filled with shock. A man in a peaked cap was pressing a dark gun muzzle against the steward's chest. He forced him all the way back to Wang Yang's bedside. "Why are you back?" Wang Yang frowned irritably. The next second, the man in the peaked cap covered the steward's mouth, and a short blade slashed across his throat in an instant. The steward collapsed limply, blood spraying onto the bed. Blood! Wang Yang felt the burning liquid on his arm. When he saw it clearly, a chill ran down his spine. "Who are you?" Only then did he notice the uninvited guest in the ward. The man took off his peaked cap, revealing a sinister smile. At the same time, Wang Baichuan was leading dozens of bodyguards marching imposingly toward the hospital entrance. The men he had sent out earlier had all gone silent, making him deeply uneasy. Just as he was about to step through the hospital doors, his phone suddenly rang. "Who is it?" Wang Baichuan answered impatiently. Few knew his private number. "President Wang, 8th Master asked me to send you a gift." A hoarse male voice came from the receiver. "Stop playing tricks with me." "What 8th Master? I don't know him." The man's voice made Wang Baichuan very uncomfortable. The man on the other end sneered. "Dad, save me." Then Wang Yang's voice came through. "Son." Wang Baichuan's face changed drastically. "Quick, go upstairs. To my son's ward." He broke out in a cold sweat. Just as the bodyguards received the order and were about to rush into the hospital, Wang Baichuan sensed a blur in his peripheral vision. Bang! Then something crashed heavily to the ground. Someone jumped. After a brief silence, a hospital security guard screamed. Wang Baichuan's heart skipped a beat. He rushed over in 3 steps to where the object had landed. On the open ground in front of the hospital entrance, Wang Yang lay face up, eyes wide open. Blood slowly oozed from under his head. His limbs were severely deformed from the fall, twisted into a grotesque shape. "Son." Wang Baichuan's vision went black and he fainted. "Quick, protect Mr. Wang." The surrounding bodyguards quickly clustered together, shielding Wang Baichuan back into the car and racing toward the Wang residence. In the western suburbs of Zhonghai, inside a luxurious villa, Lu Zhang, wearing a bathrobe, was playing chess with an old man across from him. Master Zhao, an hour has passed. He pointed to his Rolex. Your two disciples still have no news. No hurry, the old man said with a smile. President Lu, just wait for good news. My two disciples have followed me for many years. Oh, I know well how strong they are. Just then Lu Zhang's phone suddenly rang. President Wang. Lu Zhang picked up the teacup and leisurely answered the phone. My son is dead. My son is dead. Wang Baichuan roared on the phone. Why didn't Chu He die? Why? Chu He didn't die, and he killed your son. Crash. The glass in Lu Zhang's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Lu Zhang, why isn't Chu He dead? Wang Baichuan, like an enraged lion, roared, answer me. Lu Zhang wiped his face and said in a low voice, I'll investigate immediately. Do you think Chu He only has a deep grudge against me, eh? Wang Baichuan panted heavily, grinding his teeth. Don't you find your brother's case suspicious? President Wang, what do you mean? Lu Zhang's heart trembled. When his father and brother met with their accidents, he was returning to the country. This time his most important task was not to investigate the truth. In fact, it was to ostensibly cooperate with Lin Qingcheng and find an opportunity to annex the Lin Group, and to obtain the confidential documents that Lin Tianhua had stored in the company before his death. This was also why Lu Zhang, upon returning, joined forces with Wang Baichuan to eliminate Chu He. Now, hearing that his brother's accident had hidden circumstances, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Before your brother's accident, he once arranged for someone to kidnap Tang Guogua, but the leading Black Hand Divine Eagle vanished without a trace. And as soon as your brother entered the room, he was caught by the police. Lu Zhang, do you think such coincidences exist in this world? Wang Baichuan struggled to contain his rage, calmly recounting what he had learned. As the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, there were some things he couldn't do personally. He could only rely on Lu Zhang to act. Otherwise, leaving evidence would threaten his position and safety. I've consulted it. As long as Tang Guogua forgives your brother, can be released soon. Wang Baichuan said in a deep voice, tonight, kidnap Tang Guogua. Force Chu He out and save your brother. It's already midnight. Will Tang Guogua come out? Lu Zhang's hand gripping the phone was already slick with sweat. The business he ran abroad was illegal. His methods were ruthless. His return brought dozens of desperados. And with the help of Master Zhao Tianlong before him, with his father killed and his brother framed and imprisoned, the flames of vengeance burned within Lu Zhang's heart. He'll arrange it. You just need to seize Tang Guogua at the location I give you and force Chu He to show up. Wang Baichuan's tone was grim. Fine. Lu Zhang hung up, pulled out a cigarette, and slowly lit it. He suddenly recalled a call from his father half a month ago. Back then, Lu Dafa had been exuberant on the phone, repeatedly emphasizing that successfully annexing the Lin Group would elevate the Lu family to unprecedented heights. But now, his father had died tragically on the street, the murderer still at large. His only brother was also behind bars. Master Zhao will give you all my death warriors. Tonight, no matter what, I want to see Chu He's head. Lu Zhang crushed the cigarette in his hand, speaking coldly. At the same time, inside the heavily guarded mansion of the Wang family, Wang Baichuan pinched a woman's chin and said hoarsely, handle this well, and he'll give you 10 million. Your father's debt to me will also be cleared. Uncle Wang, Tang Guogua is my best friend. I can't do anything to betray her. A woman in a black dress knelt before him, sobbing, please find someone else. Rip. Wang Baichuan tore her dress apart, snarling. Then he'll hand you over to the brothers in this room. They can do whatever they want. Dozens of burly men leered at her, as if she were a plump, tender lamb. He'll do it. The woman shuddered, wiped her tear-streaked makeup, and nodded frantically. He'll do whatever you say. Then, trembling, she pulled out her phone, found Tang Guogua's number, and dialed. Guogua, something terrible happened at home. I don't want to live anymore. Can you come to Beihai Park? I want to see you one last time. With that, she hung up before Tang Guogua could ask. Good. Wang Baichuan, eyes bloodshot, nodded approvingly. Wang Bolin, take her along, and have her make a few more calls on the way. No matter who killed my son, Chu He must die. It's his honor to be buried with the young master of our Wang family. Wang Bolin, with a thick beard, scowled, grabbed the woman by the hair, and left the villa. Late at night, unaware of the plot, Tang Guogua, upon hearing that her college best friend wanted to end her life, sped off in her Ferrari toward Beihai Park. In just 10 minutes, Song Jia had called 6 times. Her tone grew more desperate with each call. This only made Tang Guogua more anxious. As she drove onto a suburban road, a man suddenly appeared in the middle of the empty street. Are you trying to die? Tang Guogua slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. Just as she was about to close her eye, bracing for the worst, a loud bang echoed. The car seemed to hit a wall, jolting violently. The man standing in the middle of the road was unharmed, staring at her coldly. Oh no! Tang Guogua's heart sank. An expert of this caliber appearing could only mean one thing. He was after her. Recalling Song Jia's sudden call and evasive tone, she knew she had likely been tricked. Otherwise, how could this man have known her route? She must have been tracked during the call. Tang Guogua quickly shifted into reverse and floored the accelerator. But it was too late. The old man lifted the car's front end with one hand, and despite the engine's furious roar, the vehicle didn't budge. Little girl, come with me. The old man punched through the engine block, then gently set the car down. Who are you? What do you want? Tang Guogua swiftly sent a distress message to Chu He. She knew he was her only hope now. You'll find out. The old man tore open the car door, hoisted Tang Guogua over his shoulder, and vanished in an instant. Zhonghai, Wang Webei. Chu He sat by the river staring at the dark water. Since the power within him had awakened, he had never craved to know his origins as much as he did now. Forcing Lin Qingcheng to kneel was not only revenge for her harshness toward him, but also a strategic move. It was to shatter Lin Qingcheng's prestige within the Lin group, paving the way for his no one, not even Cheng, when knew Lin Tianhua's most secret supply channel. To find out where the medicines he had taken came from, he had to enter the heart of the Lin group and investigate himself. Ding! Just then the sound of a text message interrupted his thoughts. Chu He lowered his head and took out his phone. When he saw Tang Guoguo's distress message, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. At the same time, a call came in. Wang Baichuan. Before the other party could speak, Chu He asked direct, "You're clever. If you don't want your woman to die, come to Beihai Park alone within half an hour." A cold, threatening voice came through the phone. Does Wang Baichuan have any relatives in Zhonghai? Chu He hung up and slowly stood. Since they could kidnap Tang Guogua, he could just as easily take Wang Baichuan's family. The underworld boss of Zhonghai, known as the Jiangdong Tiger, Wang Li, is Wang Baichuan's uncle and one of his pillars. From a distance, Mo wearing a cap replied in a low voice. Should I go capture Wang Li? Mo asked. Capture? I'm going to wipe out the entire Wang family. In an instant, Chu He vanished from the spot. Grandpa ghosts. A young fisherman on the opposite bank rubbed his eyes and shouted in terror. That man disappeared into thin air. Stop shouting. There's no ghost here. You'll scare away my fish, and then I won't buy you that Nova 11 SE. The old man said impatiently. Meanwhile, Zhonghai. Inside a luxurious private room at the Tianshang Renjian KTV, white-haired Wang Li was holding a microphone, singing blissfully. Since you left, tenderness has been lost. Waiting on this snowy mountain road, listening to the howling wind. Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked open. Inside the private room, the music was deafening. Wang Li turned his head and looked at the uninvited guest at the door, a look of astonishment on his face. Who are you? On the sofa, the old man in a Chinese tunic suit frowned and said, Wrong room perhaps. Brother Wang, your men are getting less and less professional, he said with a tone of dissatisfaction. They can't even keep the door shut. Allow me to introduce myself. Chu He walked over to the old man in the tunic suit, slowly sat down, and casually picked up the glass on the table, draining it in one gulp. My name is Chu He. How do you know who I am? Do you know who the man singing here is? The old man's eyes glinted with cold light. The man singing before you is Wang Li, the tiger of Jiangdong. Do you know him? You're Wang Baichuan's uncle. Chu He leaned back on the sofa looking at Wang Li. Interesting, these young people. Wang Li put down the microphone and slowly walked up to Chu He. It's been nearly 30 years since anyone dared to speak to me like that. The moment he finished speaking, several burly men stood up inside the room. The reason Wang Baichuan could become the vice president of the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce, aside from the wealth and prestige left by his father, was this very uncle. The tiger of Jiangdong, Wang Li, whose name shook Zhonghai. The Wang family held considerable sway in both the underworld and the legitimate world. The only reason Wang Baichuan hadn't asked Wang Li to deal with Chu He was that he wanted to take revenge himself. Stand up, the old man in the tunic suit snorted coldly. You're not qualified to sit before us. In terms of seniority, they were godfather-level figures in the underground world of Zhonghai. Even fourth master Huang wasn't even fit to shine Wang Li's shoes. Chu He raised his left hand, pointing a gun at the old man in the tunic suit. With his right hand, he picked up the wine bottle and filled the glass. Huh, interesting. The old man in the tunic suit showed no fear. Instead, he looked amused. In this little patch of Zhonghai, it's been years since anyone dared to point a gun at me. Shoot me. Do you think you can walk out of this room alive? Bang. A gunshot. The old man lurched backward, blood and brain matter oozing from the bullet hole in his forehead. Blood splattered all over the sofa. Wang Li's body trembled. He stood frozen, his calves involuntarily shaking. The several bodyguards were also stupefied. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Chu He raised his glass, drained it, and looked at Wang Li. Now am I qualified to sit? Could we have no grudge against each other, do we? Wang Li, after all, was a big shot, quickly regaining his composure. He gestured, and the nearest subordinate rushed to open the room door and whistled. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A rapid succession of footsteps sounded outside the room. Chu He did not answer his words. Instead, he raised his pistol and aimed at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out continuously. The bodyguards rushing in were hit and fell to the ground. Your gun only has 7 bullets. You can't kill all my men. Wang Lei's face darkened. A veteran falconer who would have thought he'd be pecked by a hawk today. Young man, you're too arrogant. He did not leave, but stood in the room, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. Finally the gun clicked empty. A dozen bodyguards wielding daggers charged in. Seeing this, Wang Lei's cigarette dangling from his lips flicked open a lighter and sneered. Crack! Chu He smashed the wine bottle and stood up. He swept it forward. The sharp glass instantly sliced through the bodyguard's throat. In just 5 seconds, nearly 20 bodyguards had their throats slit. They collapsed to the ground, twitching incessantly. Wang Lei's eyes widened. His hand holding the lighter froze midair. Phew! Chu He stepped forward and blew out the lighter. Do you have any more men? Old Wolf. Wang. From the corner of the room, a one-eyed man stood up. Dead or alive? The one-eyed man cracked his knuckles, striding over with murderous intent. Dead. Wang Lei's gaze was icy. Dead is easiest. The one-eyed man suddenly exploded with force, throwing a heavy punch. Die, kid. This punch carried 1,000 pounds of force. How many had died under that fist? Bang! The two fists collided. Chu He grabbed the one-eyed man's shoulder with his right hand and forcibly broke his leg. Remember, my name is Chu He. He lifted the coffee table and smashed it heavily onto the one-eyed man's head. Not kid. Wang Lei's lips trembled, unsure how he had offended this living hellion. Call Wang Baichuan. Tell him to bring Tang Guohua here to find me. Chu He returned to the sofa and picked up an orange. Wang Baichuan. You too. Bang. Chu He raised his hand and fired. Wang Lei was shot in the right leg, instantly falling to his knees, sweating from the pain. Are you not understanding my words, eh? Chu He stared at him coldly. I understand. I understand. Wang Lei took out his phone and hurriedly called Wang Baichuan. You little bastard, who the hell did you capture? You've dragged me into this. Third uncle. Bring someone named Tang Guohua here immediately. There's a guy named Chu He waiting for her. Wang Lei roared through gritted teeth. Tianshang Renjian, Imperial Hall Room, 888. He came to you. Wang Baichuan was startled. Bring the person here now. Wang Lei said no more and hung up. At the Wang family villa, bang. Wang Baichuan violently overturned the coffee table. That bastard dares to mess with my family. Tell Lu Zhang to take his men there, rescue my third uncle, and kill Chu He. Wang Lei was his pillar of support and could not be harmed. On the wasteland 2 kilometers from Beihai Park, Wang Belan paced back and forth while smoking. He was extremely anxious because he couldn't get in touch with Chu He. Beside him, Zhao Tianlong and dozens of death warriors had already set up an ambush ready to kill the target the moment he appeared. Just then Wang Belan's phone rang. What? Got it. He stubbed out his cigarette and said in a low voice, Let's go to Tianshang Renjian. What's going on? Zhao Tianlong stepped forward to ask. His disciple had been out of contact, and something bad had likely happened. Chu He went to Tianshang Renjian and kidnapped President Wang's third uncle. Wang Belan cursed through gritted teeth. Has that little brat grown a leopard's gall, daring to capture the tiger of Jiangdong? In Jiangdong, Zhonghai, Wang Lei's businesses were everywhere. Offending him meant offending half of Zhonghai's underworld. Under the moonlight, countless men in black, carrying long knives, surged into Tianshang Renjian. The guests had already been driven away, leaving only Wang Lei's subordinates. By the time Wang Belan and his men arrived, there were already over 100 people in the KTV, gathering 100 or 200 in just 20 minutes. That was Wang Lei's influence in Jiangdong. Chu He, I've brought the person. Wang Belan shouted from outside the room. Release Uncle Lei, or you won't leave. Bang! A chair flew out from inside, smashing the door to pieces. The death warrior at the door, caught off guard, was killed instantly. Enter. Zhao Tianlong took the lead, bringing Tang Guohua and the others into the room. Chu He, where is my disciple? He asked with his hands behind his back, murderous intent seething. The two disciples had followed him for many years, and their bond was deep. He wanted to see them alive or dead. First, release her. Chu He raised his hand, pointing at the bound Tang Guohua. What does it matter if I give you the person? Do you still think you can walk out of here alive? Zhao Tianlong gave a sudden shove, and Tang Guohua stumbled into Chu He's arms. Seeing this, Wang Lei struggled to his feet and limped over to Wang Belan. Uncle, you should go to the hospital first. Wang Belan was startled. No matter how thoroughly he had considered it, he never imagined that Chu He would dare to trouble his uncle. Leave? I can't take this bullet in my leg for nothing. Wang Lei's voice was low, brimming with murderous intent. In Zhonghai, no one has ever dared to shoot me. Gazing at the dead brothers in the private room, his eyes grew colder and darker. Charge! Wang Belan waved his hand, and dozens of death warriors around him surged forward. With hundreds of people here, there was no way the enemy could escape. Chu He unbuttoned his shirt, placed Tang Guohua on the sofa, and grabbed the toothpick holder with his right hand. He shook it gently, then hurled it forward with a sudden flick. Each toothpick shot like a sharp bullet, instantly embedding into the bodies of the death warriors. In a single exchange, all the warriors Lu Zhang had brought collapsed to the ground. Impressive skills. Zhao Tianlong narrowed his eyes and nodded. It seems my beloved disciple met his end at your hands. Give you another 10 years, and you might surpass me entirely. Unfortunately, I won't give you that chance. The moment he spoke, he vanished from his spot. The next second, he appeared before Chu He with incredible speed. Up! Zhao Tianlong grabbed Chu He's shoulder with his right hand and roared. But Chu He stood as steady as a mountain, unmoving. Up! Veins bulged on Zhao Tianlong's face as he exerted force again. Yet he still could not budge Chu He an inch. His expression shifted drastically, and an inexplicable panic crept into his heart. At that moment, Chu He seized his wrist and snapped it with a sudden twist. Crack! Zhao Tianlong's entire right arm was broken. He tried to pull back quickly, but it was too late. Bang! Chu He shoved hard, slamming Zhao Tianlong into the wall. His internal organs felt as if they were shattered, racked with agony. Up! Zhao Tianlong roared, his body erupting with another surge of power. You forced me to this. Boom! The moment he spoke, Chu He drove a fist into Zhao Tianlong's head. His skull shattered. Blood sprayed. The headless corpse swayed and collapsed limply against the wall. Fall back. Wang Lei retreated several steps, appearing in the KTV lobby. Han Xiaoqin, who had lured Tang Guoguo out with a phone call earlier, was already trembling with fear, too weak to even walk. Guoguo, they forced me. Han Xiaoqin sobbed, curling up against the wall. If I hadn't agreed, they would have gang raped me. I'm sorry. If sorry were enough, what would be the point of a gun? Tang Guoguo, now untied, stood up, picked up Chu He's gun, and walked over to Han Xiaoqin. Guoguo, I was really forced. I had no choice. No choice. Then die. Tang Guoguo shoved the gun barrel into Han Xiaoqin's mouth and pulled the trigger. Bang. Bitch, you betrayed my feelings. She wiped the blood from her face, grabbed the gun, and strode out. What are you doing? Chu He stopped her. You're in danger because you came to save me. I have to die before you. Tang Guoguo raised the gun and charged forward. Kill one, get one. Bang. The moment she took a step, Chu He struck the back of her neck. Looking at the unconscious Tang Guoguo in his arms, he frowned slightly. The girl was pretty, but why was she so fierce? He lifted her in a princess carry and walked out of the private room. Chu He. Wang Lei's face darkened. Leaning on his cane, he snarled. Do you still think you can leave alive? My 200 brothers won't allow it. You've even offended the tiger of Jiangdong. Chu He, you're really asking for death. Wang Belan narrowed his eyes, savoring a joy of survival. Chu He might be strong, but 200 people could drown him with their spit alone. Then do you think my men will allow you to kill me? Chu He smiled calmly. You dare speak to me like that? Wang Lei lit a cigarette, drenched in cold sweat from pain. In front of his underlings, he had to show he was still formidable. Otherwise, Jiangdong would be in chaos. Crack! At that moment, the glass of the KTV shattered. Teams of men wielding knives and wearing black shirts swarmed in. Without a word, they raised their blades and hacked down. Screams filled the air. Wang Lei's underlings fell like wheat mowed down, wave after wave. Uncle, what's going on? Wang Belan was shocked, his speech faltering. How should I know? Wang Lei was equally dumbfounded. This is your territory. Wang Belan's legs trembled as he shouted excitedly. Who dares to oppose you? I've never seen them. Wang Lei stepped back, completely losing control of the situation. The incoming men spoke not a single word, each strike aimed at a vital point. In less than 3 minutes, over 200 men were cut down. The dozen or so who could still stand gathered around Wang Lei. Fear filled every man's eyes. Friend, whose men are you? Wang Lei pushed aside his underlings and walked out slowly, his voice low. Can you give me a name? He had operated in Jiangdong for decades and was renowned. Whoever moved against him would be challenging Jiangdong itself. Those who broke the rules would be ganged up on. The White Path has its ways, and we have ours. Wang Lei feigned calm. Doing this on my turf, aren't you worried? Eighth Master. A blood-soaked man walked up to Chu He, his face full of reverence. Eighth Master. Wang Lei's lips trembled. He had never heard of any Eighth Master in Zhonghai. Chu He, you. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Tiger of Jiangdong. Chu He, holding Tang Guoguo, slowly walked up to Wang Lei. Do I have the right to sit? Hearing this, Wang Lei's lips quivered wildly. You broke the rules, he said in a low voice. In Zhonghai, wherever I set foot, my rules prevail. Chu He looked him straight in the eye. I killed your brother and shot you in the leg. Yet I still stand before you unscathed. I killed hundreds of your men and will walk out over their corpses, and you can do nothing. Those who follow me thrive, those who oppose me perish. These are my rules. As for the tiger of Jiangdong, in my eyes you are nothing. Kill him. Chu He spoke coldly. The man beside him raised a gun, pressed it to Wang Lei's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The shot rang out. Wang Lei's body crashed heavily to the ground. Wang Belan stood frozen. He never imagined that the renowned Wang Lei of Zhonghai would die so easily. Chu He, I know I was wrong, please let me go. Wang Belan knelt, hitting his head in despair. Is my name something you can call it? Chu He turned and walked away with Tang Guoguo in his arms. The next second, a gun was pressed to Wang Belan's head. Bang! The bullet pierced his temple and struck the floor tiles. Standing at the entrance of the Heaven and Earth KTV, Chu He pulled out a cigarette. He took a heavy drag and flicked the butt into the most prosperous KTV in Jiangdong. Boom. An explosion. The cigarette but ignited the bombs buried inside. In an instant the KTV was engulfed in flames. The sign that had hung for 30 years was blown to pieces. The glorious years of that generation had come to an end. Inside the Lin family villa, the 7 sisters sat on the sofa, their expressions varied. The news that Lin Qingcheng had been taken away on the spot during the board meeting spread like wildfire, reaching every corner within half an hour. The photo of her kneeling before Chu He flooded the entire internet. With such a grave incident occurring in the family, the sisters all rushed back at the earliest possible moment. Brother, if you needed money, you could have told us. Why did you take things from the house? Lin Qingcheng bit back the word stole and swallowed it. And why did you frame Chu He for smashing father's portrait? At the mention of this, the expressions of the 7 Lin sisters, their dislike for Chu He stemmed from nothing more than the theft and the shattered portrait. Yet it turned out that both incidents were the doing of their own younger brother. Recalling Chu He's pitiful state on the day he left, they all felt a flicker of doubt. Why was their brother so unworthy? It's all my fault. I've let you down. Lin Li rose and knelt before the 7 sisters. I saw Chu He living in this house, receiving your affection for over a decade, and I grew jealous. In the countryside I was beaten and cursed, living like a dog. Saying this, he crawled on his knees to the portrait of Lin Tianhua. Father, I should never have come back. If I hadn't appeared, my sisters wouldn't have suffered because of me. I'm leaving. Lin Li wiped his tears and stood up to walk out of the house. Stop. Lin Qingcheng's heart tightened as she quickly rose and grabbed Lin Li's hand. Lin Li, with his back to Lin Qingcheng, curled his lips slightly, but feigned sorrow. Big sister, please let Chu He come back. The one who should leave is me. If I hadn't appeared, you would all be living happily. Having caused such a huge mess, he could only retreat to advance. First play the victim, then pretend to leave. As expected, the Lin sisters couldn't stay put. Chu He is ultimately an outsider. Even though we wronged him, he made big sister kneel in public. How could he be a good person? Lin Qingcheng walked over, her voice full of concern. Lin Li, it's never too late to mend. A mistake acknowledged is a mistake corrected. Yes, who can avoid making mistakes? Lin Qingcheng comforted him. Don't blame yourself. If we had found you earlier, you wouldn't have turned out this way. At the end of the day, it's us who owe you, making you suffer. Big sister, I caused you to kneel. I have no face to stay in this family. Lin Li shook his head, squeezing out a few tears. Just let me fend for myself. Lin Li, it's your big sister who failed to care for you properly. Lin Qingcheng said with deep concern. You are the only male heir of the Lin family. All our wealth is yours. Prove yourself to others. Be 100 times, 1,000 times better than Chu He. Thinking of her brother's years of suffering outside, her resentment instantly dissipated. The slight guilt she felt toward Chu He was also cast aside. Big sister. Lin Li rejoiced, inwardly suppressing a smile and murmuring, I'll go upstairs to reflect. Go ahead. After saying this, Lin Qingcheng collapsed onto the sofa, feeling as if her head was about to explode. Is dinner ready? She asked weakly. Returning from the police station, she was exhausted and her headache grew worse. Missed the porridge you requested. The butler placed a pot of porridge on the coffee table. Lin Qingcheng quickly ladled a bowl and fed it to Lin Qingcheng. What's wrong? As soon as she took a sip, Lin Qingcheng frowned. Didn't I tell you to change the chef? Over the years, she had grown accustomed to the porridge made by Chu He. Ever since Chu He left, no chef could replicate that flavor. She had changed several Michelin chefs in succession, but the taste was still off. Miss, this is the newly hired chef. Before the butler could finish, Lin Qingcheng irritably knocked over the bowl of porridge. What kind of chef is this? Can't even cook a bowl of porridge properly. Her agitation only worsened the headache. How could the expensive chefs she hired be inferior to Chu He? Big sister, I'll prepare some medicine for you. Lin Qingcheng bit her lip and headed toward the kitchen. It's useless, Lin Qingcheng said helplessly. My professor said that the medicine only provides temporary relief. After several days, it's no longer effective. Second sister, is there nothing you can do? Lin Qingcheng looked at Lin Qingcheng. Even Chu He had a way. You're a medical professor. Lin Qingcheng was momentarily speechless. She truly had no solution. Chu He might be good at cooking porridge, but the prescription could have been obtained from someone else. Lin Qingcheng was unconvinced. As they spoke, Lin Qingcheng was already curled up on the sofa in pain, covered in cold sweat. Let me call Chu He. Although Lin Qingcheng deeply resented Chu He, her big sister was clearly unable to bear it any longer. Unfortunately, her number was blocked. Lin Qingcheng switched to a secondary SIM card and called again. Who is it? Chu He's hoarse voice came through. Chu He, it's me. Lin Qingcheng took a deep breath and said softly, I misjudged you before. I apologize. Now big sister can't hold on any longer. Please think of something. She hasn't eaten all day. Could you cook some porridge? Whenever Lin Qingcheng felt unwell, Chu He would always make porridge at home. Lin Qingcheng, who was usually picky, had no resistance to Chu He's porridge. If she's sick, see a doctor. If she wants to eat, go to a restaurant. Why come to me? Chu He finished speaking and hung up directly. The room fell into an awkward silence. I would rather die than eat his food or take his medicine. Lin Qingcheng felt humiliated and roared angrily as she lay on the sofa. Wasn't being wronged enough. She had already knelt in public. What more did he want? After more than a decade of bond, could he be so unforgiving? Just then the villa door suddenly swung open. Big sister Uncle Cheng is here. The Lin sisters quickly rose to their feet. The visitor was none other than Cheng when the late Lin Tianhua's close friend whom Lin Qingcheng had once sought help from. Uncle Cheng. Lin Qingcheng struggled to get up looking haggard as she greeted him. Although Cheng Wen looked down on Lin Li and treated her coldly, he was still her father's friend. She had to maintain the proper etiquette. Uncle Cheng, are you here to laugh at me? Lin Qingcheng gave a bitter smile. Lin Qingcheng Chu, he gave so much to the Lin family, yet you wanted to have him imprisoned. Cheng Wen tossed 2 file folders onto the coffee table. His voice was cold. Have a look. Though puzzled, Lin Qingcheng picked up one folder and said in surprise, organ donation. Inside was a complete organ donation agreement, and at the signature line the name Chu He was clearly written. The beneficiary was none other than Cheng Wen. Uncle Cheng, what's going on? Lin Qingcheng was utterly astonished. Chu He knew he didn't have long to live. Cheng Wen sighed. My heart and lungs are failing. Though he has improved my condition, the only cure is organ transplantation. No wonder you value Chu He so much. Lin Qingcheng gave a cold smile. Chu He was truly disloyal. The Lin family had raised him for over a decade, yet he was willing to donate his organs to an outsider. This agreement came with conditions. Cheng Wen paused before speaking. Chu He asked me to help him find several extremely rare spirit herbs. Unfortunately, despite all my efforts, I could not find the rebirth flower. Knowing his time was short, Chu He resolved to risk his life and set out alone to search for the rebirth flower. What did he need those herbs for? Lin Qingcheng frowned slightly. The rebirth flower existed only in medical texts with no market price. It was simply unavailable. To cure Lin Qingcheng's headache before he died. After Cheng Wen spoke these words with profound meaning, the villa fell into a deathly silence. Could it be that Chu He wasn't lying? Lin Qingcheng clutched her head, her mind filled with the image of Chu He holding a medicine pot, looking utterly disheveled. At that time, both sisters of the Lin family believed Chu He was pretending to be pitiful after stealing. No one cared about him. Or rather, from the very beginning, he was merely a servant in their eyes. No one gave a damn about his life or death. Big sister Chu He risked his life to gather herbs to save you. But you cut off the medicine that sustained his life. Lin Anning, dressed in a black silk skirt and gold-rimmed glasses, sighed. No wonder he harbors such resentment. Anyone would find it hard to swallow such an injustice. Enough. What's done is done. Lin Qingcheng snapped. The Lin family raised him for over a decade. We owe him nothing. From today onward, debts are settled. I don't want anyone to utter Chu He's name again. Regardless of what he had done, the fact that he made her kneel in public was unforgivable. Uncle Cheng, thank you. Lin Qingcheng returned the items to Cheng Wen. The past no longer matters. Are you sure you don't want to have another look? Cheng Wen frowned slightly. I'm sure. Lin Qingcheng sneered. I know what you mean. You just can't stand how we treated Chu He and want to make us feel guilty. Why bring this up now of all times, only after my misfortune? Lin Qingcheng, if you don't look, you'll regret it. Cheng Wen didn't reach out. For the sake of my friendship with your father, I'll give you one more chance. Uncle Cheng, even if you ask me 1,000 times, I won't look. Lin Qingcheng picked up a lighter from the coffee table that Lin Li had used for smoking. In front of Cheng, when she slowly ignited the 2 folders and tossed them into the trash bin. One must look forward. I'll prove to you that Lin Li is no worse than Chu He, and I am no worse than my father. Flames flickered in the trash bin. The folders burned rapidly. Cheng Wen's face darkened. He stood up and glanced at the portrait of Lin Tianhua on the wall. Only a sigh escaped him. Inside the second folder was a patent transfer certificate. The health supplement that had once propelled the Lin family's rise was actually a formula developed by Chu He. After the product became a hit, Chu He had offered to transfer the patent to Lin Tianhua. That formula was worth billions. Lin Tianhua declined the offer. It wasn't until Chu He was about to set out for herb gathering that he again sought out Cheng Wen and signed the agreement transferring the patent to the Lin Group. 3 days later, Chu He returned safely. Cheng Wen left the document in his office drawer. But who would have guessed that the Lin sisters would drive Chu He away that very day? This turned the Lin family's best-selling health supplement into a ticking time bomb. Now the transfer agreement had been reduced to ashes. The Lin family's last hope had vanished. Do you have any sleeping pills? I can't bear this. Lin Qingcheng was drenched in cold sweat from the pain her hair plastered to her face. Just then Lin Qingcheng's phone rang. Now? This late? Isn't there a doctor on duty? All right, I'll go now. Hanging up, she frowned. Big sister, the hospital has an emergency surgery. They say the patient is someone important and they need me there. They'll figure out a way to deal with your headache when I get back. Being called in for overtime late at night, Lin Qingcheng was deeply displeased. This was unprecedented. But she had just switched from Zhonghai Hospital to Donghai Hospital and had no solid footing, so she had to comply. Go ahead. We'll take some sleeping pills. Lin Qingcheng waved weakly. At Zhonghai you were just a department head. Now Donghai has made you vice president. Cherish the opportunity. The Lin family must not be looked down upon. With that she took a few sleeping pills and swallowed them in pain. She truly didn't want to rely on medication unless absolutely necessary. Good night everyone. Lin Qingcheng grabbed her coat and left hurriedly. After she left, Lin Anning returned to her room, pulled out her phone and dialed Chu He's number. Among the 7 sisters, only she had a special relationship with Chu He. Lin Anning, a law major, was the only one who had studied abroad. Accustomed to the open-mindedness of foreign cultures, she often teased Chu He after returning. In her view, they were not blood-related. But Chu He's low status meant they were never from the same world. Now, however, Chu He was different. Chu He, did you miss me? Lin Anning asked cheerfully. See, you still have a place in your heart for your 4th sister. What do you want? Chu He asked coldly. You blocked Big Sister and the others, but you kept my number. Don't. Lin Anning felt a little thrill inside. Thanks for the reminder. Chu He hung up directly. The smile on Lin Anning's face instantly froze. She quickly redialed. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Chu He. Lin Anning gripped her phone tightly, her heart racing faster and faster. Even though she had never liked him before, now thinking of the rumors about Chu He and Tang Guogua, she felt as if something of hers had been taken away. After being her devoted admirer for over a decade, he had stopped. No. Lin Anning walked to the mirror, carefully applied her makeup, grabbed her bag, and left quickly. Charlie, help me look up this person's information. Yes, use some means. I'm in a hurry. Sitting in the car, Lin Anning contacted her personal assistant. The legal profession is closely connected with private investigators. Looking up someone wasn't difficult. At the Tang family villa, Chu He hung up the phone and prepared to leave. You can heal people, right? The weak Tang Guogua reached out and grabbed his wrist. The formula for the health supplement that had propelled the Lin family's rise couldn't have been developed by an ordinary person. So, Chu He turned back. I have a friend whose father is critically ill. If you have the ability. Chu He cut her off. Rest well. I'm leaving. Aren't you looking for rare herbs? Tang Guogua pouted, asking indignantly. Chu He turned back and listened. During his collaboration with the Tang family, he had been asking Tang Zhan to search for herbs that could suppress the energy within him. Through the herb supply channels, he hoped to find out if there was someone behind Lin Tianhua. But even Tang Zhan, one of the largest raw material suppliers in Zhonghai, had found no leads. So far there was no progress. She's the director of Donghai Hospital. If you can save her father, you might find what. Tang Guogua asked softly, can you treat him? A man who had formulated a health supplement and could poison her father without a trace. How could he lack skill? Where? Chu He asked. Those herbs were too important to him. He would never give up any clue related to Donghai Hospital. Someone will pick you up. Tang Guogua said weakly. How is it? Inside the operating room of Donghai Hospital, nearly half of the most elite medical experts from all of Zhonghai City had gathered. Beside them, the 24-year-old director of Donghai Hospital, Wei Yao, asked with a grave expression. Lying on the bed was her father, Wei Tianan, in his 60s. Yet Wei Yao did not reveal the patient's identity. First, she feared these experts would feel psychological pressure. Second, Wei Tianan's identity had always been shrouded in mystery. Wei Tianan's shadow could be seen everywhere in Zhonghai, yet no one had ever heard of such a person. Thus, when Wei Yao founded Donghai Hospital at 23 and gathered a group of top experts, not a single one could trace her background. Director Wei, the patient's vital signs are declining continuously and the medication has no effect. A white-haired expert spoke with utter helplessness. Logically, he's not that old. How could he be experiencing such rapid blood loss and organ failure? You're asking me? Wei Yao's face darkened. I brought you here to heal and save lives, not to ask me questions. Yes, Director Wei. We'll do our best. The experts scrambled to begin the surgery. Director Wei. At that moment, Lin Qingcheng, having changed into scrubs, entered the operating room. When she arrived, she was somewhat shocked. The operating room door was crowded with people. Many renowned experts were discussing and debating in the corridor. Such a spectacle was unprecedented. It was clear how crucial the person inside was. Enough to have Wei Yao personally overseeing and summoning medical luminaries from all fields to devise a plan. Lin Qingcheng, I heard that a year ago you handled a similar patient at Zhonghai Hospital. Wei Yao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she saw Lin Qingcheng. She had poached Lin Qingcheng from Zhonghai Hospital at a high price precisely because she had reviewed the latter's resume. Wei Yao's sole purpose in offering Lin Qingcheng the position of vice director and a high salary was the hope that she could cure her father. Originally, this treatment was scheduled a month later, but Wei Tianan's condition had suddenly deteriorated, forcing the surgery to be moved up. Let me take a look. Lin Qingcheng walked to the operating table, quickly glanced at the patient's records and the indicators on the equipment. Director Wei, this is similar to the patient I treated a year ago. She put on gloves and said with full confidence, this is a viral infection from Africa. Please prepare the medication. Thinking of the experts outside who were at a loss, Lin Qingcheng was inwardly thrilled. An opportunity to make a name for herself was right before her eyes. She couldn't help but thank heaven. A year ago she had performed a very difficult surgery at Zhonghai Hospital. She was directly promoted to chief, earning a reputation in Zhonghai. A year later, she had come to Donghai Hospital and encountered the same kind of patient. This time she would surely shine brilliantly. Heaven, you have truly been kind to me. Lin Qingcheng's heart raced with excitement. Making a name for herself, today was the day. Director Wei. The surrounding experts looked at Wei Yao. Lin Qingcheng was too young, could she really do it? This patient's identity is very special. Are you certain? Wei Yao's eyes were icy as she spoke slowly. I demand 100% certainty. Even 99% success is unacceptable. I can do it. Lin Qingcheng nodded. With a year's experience and facing an identical patient, she had confidence. Besides, this was a chance to skyrocket her career. If you cure him, I'll give you 50 million. If you fail, I guarantee no hospital in Zhonghai will dare hire you. Wei Yao raised her head, her expression stern. All right. Lin Qingcheng picked up the scalpel and swiftly made an incision in the patient's abdomen. For a fleeting moment, she began to envision herself surrounded by adulation. Time ticked by. Lin Qingcheng wiped the sweat from her brow, tossed the scalpel into the tray, and said, "Suture." She sat down in a chair and unscrewed a bottle of water. A miracle. It's a miracle. The experts around her glanced at the monitors and exclaimed, truly worthy of being the youngest professor at Zhonghai Hospital. Director Wei, you found a treasure. None of us old-timers could find the cause, but Vice Director Lin. Amid the flattery, Lin Qingcheng struggled to suppress the smile tugging at her lips and feigned humility. I'm just blessed by heaven. Even Wei Yao, seeing her father out of danger, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and gave Lin Qingcheng a thumbs up. Inform the experts outside. They've worked hard. She turned to the head nurse. Give each expert 2,000 for travel expenses. We can't let them go to waste. No sooner had she spoken than the instruments let out a piercing alarm. The water Lin Qingcheng was drinking splashed all over her. Over a dozen experts along with Wei Yao rushed over. How can this be? The heartbeat is unstable, blood pressure is plummeting. Administer medication quickly. Screech. A grating sound came. The electrocardiogram beside the bed flatlined. It meant the patient had died. The bustling operating room fell silent instantly. Lin Qingcheng. Slap. Wei Yao slapped her across the face, eyes red, and demanded, explain. What happened? Director Wei I. Lin Qingcheng was dumbfounded. The patient's condition was exactly the same as a year ago. How had that patient recovered quickly a year ago? Yet this one died a year later. She couldn't figure out where the problem lay. Remember my words. There will be no place for you in Zhonghai's medical circles anymore. Wei Yao, barely containing her grief, clenched her fists. Everyone out. Out. The experts, sensing trouble, quickly left. They all avoided Lin Qingcheng as if she were a plague, fearing they might be implicated. Lin Qingcheng covered her face and stumbled out of the operating room, utterly dejected. She tried to recall every detail but still couldn't understand why she had failed. The procedure was identical. The condition was identical. The patient's physical state was even better than the one a year ago. She's the one who bragged to Director Wei and ended up killing the patient. All reputation, no substance. I heard Director Wei is going to blacklist her. Facing the pointed fingers, Lin Qingcheng's face burned with pain. It hurt more than Wei Yao's slap. Covering her face, she let out a sob and fled the hospital in disgrace. The higher she had climbed, the harder she fell. Where is Wei Yao? Meanwhile, Chu He, who had rushed over from the Tang family, stood at the operating room door and asked, Who are you? The doctor at the door asked warily, What do you want with the director? Can't you understand me? Swish. Chu He grabbed a scalpel and pressed it against the doctor's neck. And there. The doctor panicked instantly. Bang. Chu He pushed the door open and strode in. Get out. Wei Yao, sitting by the bed, clutching her father's hand, shouted, trembling, No one is allowed in. Her father's death had hit her too hard. I'm a friend of Tang Guogua. Chu He walked to the bed, bent down, and lifted Wei Tianan's eyelid. There's still hope. What are you doing? Seeing someone desecrate her father's body, Wei Yao sprang up and threw a punch. Slap. Chu He reached out, caught her fist, and said calmly, One question, do you want to save him or not? Guards. Wei Yao, eyes red, shouted through gritted teeth. In an instant, a dozen bodyguards burst into the operating room. One of them drew a gun and pressed it against Chu He's head. He'll ask you one last time. Are you going to save him or not? Chu He frowned slightly. Even if you're Tang Guoguo's friend, desecrating his body means you won't leave here alive. Wei Yao's emotions flared. Her father was the person she respected most, yet now, because of her negligence, he had been killed on the operating table by Lin Qingcheng. And now, after his death, someone wants to defile his corpse. He'll ask one last time. Are you saving him or not? Chu He pointed at Wei Tiannan on the bed, his voice cold. If you delay another 3 minutes, not even a god could save him. Fine, I'll give you a chance. Wei Yao waved her hand, stepped back, and her eyes turned sharp. If you can't bring him back, he'll have you buried with him immediately. Even in her fury, she wouldn't let go of any hope that could save her father. After all, this man was recommended by Tang Guogua. But what miracle could a young man in his 20s create? As the director of Donghai Hospital, Wei Yao knew very well that miracles didn't exist. You're wrong. Chu He glanced at his watch. My help comes with a condition. Do you have 1,000-year iron tree fire snakeseed blackhead wood or white tai sui? These herbs were extremely difficult to find anywhere in the country. If he could locate even one and trace its source, he would surely uncover Lin Tianhua's secrets. What did you say? Wei Yao narrowed her eyes, a chill surfacing. I can save him, but you must trade one of them. Chu He tapped his watch. 2 minutes left. Are you threatening me? Wei Yao's expression shifted. In Zhonghai, no one had ever dared speak to her like that. Yes. Chu He nodded. Only I can cure this disease. Get out. Wei Yao waved her hand, and the bodyguards quickly withdrew from the operating room. Before you, Lin Qingcheng gave me her solemn word. She looked at Chu He, her voice heavy. A year ago she performed the same surgery, and today she failed. You want to bring a dead man back to life. How can I trust you? Lin Qingcheng. Chu He couldn't help but laugh. That failure's success a year ago had nothing to do with her own ability. He tapped his watch. Time's running out. We have white tai sui at home, or I can find the rest. Perhaps infected by Chu He's confidence, Wei Yao began to negotiate. One more thing. Chu He walked over to Wei Tiannan. The one who pointed a gun at me must die. No problem. Wei Yao stepped back, her heart tightening. Surgical gown. No need. Chu He waved his hand, took out a bottle of medicinal wine from his pocket, and drank it in one gulp. Before Wei Yao could react, Chu He lit a lighter and gave a gentle spray. Flame shot out instantly. In the blink of an eye, Chu He pried open Wei Tiannan's mouth, slapped his right hand, and poured the tongue of fire into Wei Tiannan's body. Done. He screwed the bottle cap back on, turned around, and spoke with a smile. On the way here, Tang Guoguo had obtained the patient's medical records. Chu He had glanced through them and determined the condition, so he prepared in advance. Just like a year ago, Wei Tian had been poisoned by a goo worm. This kind of worm came in a male-female pair. Chu He burned the male to death, and Wei Tiannan would soon wake. The female worm, Chu He planned to deal with it after obtaining the white tai sui. After all, something that precious, the Wei family might not be willing to part with it. You're playing me. Seeing this absurd scene, Wei Yao's face changed drastically. He dared to defile her father's corpse with fire. But before she could erupt, beep, beep, beep. The electrocardiogram, which had been a flat line, suddenly began to show jagged waves. Wei Yao froze. Overwhelmed with joy, she trembled as she walked to her father's bedside and cried out excitedly, Dad. She wondered if what she was seeing was real. As if hearing her call, Wei Tiannan's eyebrows twitched slightly. Thank you. Wei Yao quickly straightened up her attitude toward Chu He, doing a complete 180. I was blind. I'm sorry. Now her only concern was whether her father would survive. Otherwise it would be false joy again. A year ago I helped Lin Qingcheng with that surgery. Chu He put his hands in his pockets and said casually, don't thank me. What about the white tai sui we agreed on? Tomorrow I'll deliver it to you personally. Wei Yao's heart ached for the white tai sui, but if her father was cured, nothing else mattered. Good. Farewell. Chu He gave a slight nod, turned and left. Wei Yao glanced at her father, then hurried out after him. Now in the corridor. Besides a few doctors on duty, only a dozen bodyguards remained. The specialists had already left. The rest had gone to prepare for the funeral. The moment the operating room door opened, all eyes turned toward them. Chu He snatched the gun from a bodyguard, raised it, and fired. Bang! The bodyguard dropped straight to the floor. Blood splattered across the wall. Everyone else was stunned. Even Wei Yao hadn't expected Chu He to be serious. Issue a death report. He'll sign it. She pointed at a doctor. Give his family 10 million in compensation from the finance department and bring the paperwork to my office. Under the shocked and terrified gazes of everyone present, Wei Yao walked down the stairs side by side with Chu He. Your name is Chu He, right? Wei Yao asked. By now she remembered the message Tang Guoguo had sent. Chu He nodded. Are you Tang Guoguo's boyfriend? Wei Yao asked curiously. Friend. Chu He replied flatly. Hearing this, Wei Yao felt an inexplicable joy. Mind if we exchange contacts? She smiled. You've done me a great favor. I owe you one. If you ever need anything, just call me. Okay. Chu He took out his phone, and they added each other's contacts. Though he didn't know how influential Wei Yao was, she was the only person in Zhonghai who possessed white tai sui. Tai sui was hard to find. White tai sui was even rarer. The fact that Wei Yao had it spoke volumes about her family's power. At that moment, at the hospital entrance, Lin Qingcheng, elegantly dressed with a bag in hand, stood with her arms crossed, fuming. She was naturally beautiful, with a delicate figure. Paired with black stockings, high heels, and the unique aura of a lawyer, many passing men couldn't help but glance her way. Some even let their imaginations wander. Finally, Lin Qingcheng spotted Chu He. Chu He. She strode over quickly, but was surprised to see Wei Yao there too. Lin Qingcheng was beautiful, but comparisons were inevitable. Wei Yao outshone her in both presence and appearance. And this is... At the hospital entrance, Wei Yao looked at Lin Qingcheng curiously. I'm his fourth sister. Lin Qingcheng smiled politely. She naturally recognized Wei Yao. She was known as one of the 4 golden flowers of Zhonghai. Thus Lin Anning was merely surprised that Chu He could walk side by side with Wei Yao. But she didn't suspect any relationship between them. One was in the heavens, the other on the ground. 2 different worlds. Former 4th sister. Now there's no relation. Chu He said calmly. Chu He, I know. Lin Anning stepped forward and smiled. All right, don't sulk. Be good. Big sister knelt in public. You've had your revenge. In the past, no matter how outrageous the request, Chu He would do it if she acted a little coquettish. Now Lin Anning was trying the same trick. Do I know you well? Chu He asked with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Anning froze, finding it unbelievable. Wei Yao, sensing the subtle tension between them, casually hooked her arm through Chu He's. Chu He, can you walk me? As she spoke, Wei Yao leaned gently against Chu He's shoulder. Men all cared about face. Since Chu He had saved her father, she was more than willing to help in such a situation. You too. Lin Anning was stunned. Who was Wei Yao? Even while studying abroad, Lin Anning had heard her name. The year Wei Yao returned to China at 2012, she single-handedly founded Donghai Hospital. She had forcibly poached half of Zhonghai Hospital's doctors, making Donghai Hospital the most prestigious private hospital in all of Zhonghai City. How could such a legendary business queen have ties with Chu He, a former servant of the Lin family? And so intimately, a sense of unprecedented crisis suddenly stirred within Lin Anning. Before coming, she had been extremely confident in her own charm. She believed that with just a little effort, she could easily captivate him. After all, having grown up together for over a decade, she knew exactly how well Chu He had treated her. Coupled with Lin Anning's fiery figure and seductive demeanor, no man could resist such temptation. But now beside Chu He stood a woman who surpassed her in education, appearance, and temperament. Lin Anning was shaken. Against Tang Guoguo, she could still rely on her decade-long bond with Chu He to fight. But Wei Yao, Lin Anning simply could not fathom a reason why Chu He would choose her over Wei Yao. Why, just as she resolved to mend things with Chu He, did such a woman appear. Chu He, can we talk? Her eyes fixed on him, she asked earnestly. In the past, even when she played tricks on him, he would never get angry. It had never failed. But this time Chu He smiled calmly and said, Lawyer Lin, I believe there is nothing left to discuss between us. Chu He. Lin Anning was truly panicked. You never used to refuse me like this. She was a lawyer. Even in such a situation, her mind remained clear. When Wei Yao had come out, she had walked side by side with Chu He. They were clearly not a couple, so she still had a chance. Yet Wei Yao's presence would overshadow Lin Anning's. For a woman hailed as one of Zhonghai's 4 golden flowers, to make such an intimate gesture, their relationship, if not already closed, was certainly not far from it. No, Chu He could only belong to her, Lin Anning. In the past, whenever I was upset, you would comfort me, Lin Anning said with a pitiful tone. You know sister's temper. When she's in a rage, who dares to defy her? You said it yourself, that was the past. Chu He shook his head with a smile. Lawyer Lin, don't you know that silence is complicity? When Lin Qingcheng drove me away, not one of you spoke up for me. Chu He. Lin Anning's eyes brimmed with tears, and she bit her lip. I'm sorry. They'll make it up to you. They say tears are a woman's most powerful weapon. Now she was crying. For the first time, she wept in grievance before Chu He. I don't need your pity or your charity. Chu He stood on the steps looking down at her. In his eyes, they were crocodile tears. Come back to me. In the past, you would never have let me cry. Lin Anning slowly extended her hand. Come back. Chu He sneered. To continue being your doormat. To be overjoyed for half the night over a single word from you. To toil like a beast of burden only to be teased and pranked by you time and again. Let me tell you that Chu He is dead. With that, Chu He strode away alongside Wei Yao. Lin Anning stood rooted to the spot, a sudden inexplicable jealousy surging within her. Once Chu He had been nothing more than a toy for her amusement, no different from keeping a dog. But now she suddenly realized that the brother she had once overlooked was so remarkably outstanding. In both appearance and temperament, he was no less than any wealthy heir. She began to envy Wei Yao. If not for Wei Yao's appearance, Chu He would have belonged only to her. Thank you, sisters. Wei Yao suddenly turned around halfway, revealing a sweet smile. If not for you two, I would never have met Mr. Chu. He is exceptional. One of the rare outstanding men I have encountered. None of the experts in all of Zhonghai had been able to cure Wei Tianan's illness. Only Chu He had succeeded. Lin Anning crouched on the ground, feeling a pain she had never known. Wei Yao's words struck like a dagger to the heart. No, I cannot lose. She took out a tissue and wiped her tears. I will win you back. In the parking lot, Wei Yao released her arm from Chu He's and said with interest, I never expected you to be Lin Qingcheng's brother. They never treated me as a brother. Chu He got into the car. If you can help me look into the origin of the white tie, he'll do my best. Wei Yao nodded. She suddenly felt that the man before her was unique. Ordinary men, when they saw her, would involuntarily let their eyes wander. Some would even show elation at a single glance from her. Yet just now, when she had held his arm, he had barely reacted. Interesting. When Wei Yao returned to the intensive care unit, she found her father already awake. Several elderly patriarchs of the Wei family were seated neatly by the bedside. Father, you are better. Wei Yao was stunned. She had only been downstairs for a little over 10 minutes. I heard it was a divine physician found by your friend who saved my life. A faint smile appeared on Wei Tianan's pale face. Grant whatever he asks. He wants the white Tai Sui, Wei Yao said, walking to her father and happily nestling in his arms. White Tai Sui. Wei Tianan frowned slightly. That won't do. Yao Yao will handle this matter. His tone changed as he spoke. But Dad, let's discuss the important matter first. Wei Tianan waved his hand, signaling Wei Yao to be quiet. Wang Lei is dead, he said slowly. The tiger of Jiangdong. Wei Yao was shocked. The Wang family had Wang Lei as a formidable figure in the underworld. In the business world, they had Wang Baichuan. Everything had been smooth sailing. In Zhonghai, Wang Lei was a renowned powerhouse. If he died, the underworld would surely be shaken. A few hours ago, a massive fire broke out at Tianshang Rinjian. Wang Lei and over 100 of his men all perished. Wei Tianan reached out a hand. Got a cigarette. Dad, you're still sick. Wei Yao frowned slightly. All right. Wei Tianan smiled, then his expression turned grave. With Wang Lei dead, our business dealings will become difficult. Who did it? Wei Yao was curious. She had never been very interested in family affairs. But as her father's health deteriorated, she had to gradually take over the family business. I heard it was a man called Eighth Master who killed Wang Lei, an elderly Wei family member interjected. This Eighth Master took out a few thugs in the eastern suburbs a few days ago and monopolized the transport business there. Eighth Master. I've never heard of him. Wei Yao had been in Zhonghai for years and knew everyone of note. But she had no impression of this Eighth Master. Strange. He seemed to have sprung up out of nowhere. Another elder slapped his thigh. To this day, no one knows who Eighth Master really is. Wei Yao tried to arrange a meeting with this Eighth Master. Despite his narrow escape from death, Wei Tianan was not in good spirits. Wang Lei's death had dealt a massive blow to his business empire. Father, what about the white Tai Sui? Wei Yao did not want to break her promise. He'll have someone deliver it to Chu He. A flicker of barely perceptible coldness flashed in Wei Tianan's eyes. Wang Lei's death was like a bomb, shocking both the underworld and legitimate society in Zhonghai. His underlings in the criminal world all declared they would avenge their boss. The Zhonghai police also dispatched investigators. Overnight, everyone knew that a figure called Eighth Master had emerged in the city, yet no one had seen him, let alone knew his true identity. Second sister, a minor mistake is nothing to worry about. Inside the Lin family villa, Lin Qingcheng, with dark circles under her eyes and looking haggard, held Lin Qingcheng in her arms, offering gentle comfort. Having taken sleeping pills, she woke to the devastating news of her sister being blacklisted in Zhonghai. Overnight, she fell from being the vice president of Donghai Hospital to an outcast in the medical field. Lin Qingcheng's inner turmoil was immense. Last night, I saw Chu He with Wei Yao, Lin Anning said, rubbing her slightly swollen eyes. They seemed close. Perhaps you could go and plead with him. If Chu He resented the Lin sisters, might Lin Qingcheng's humble apology appease him? Chu He. Hearing this, the weeping Lin Qingcheng looked up stunned. How could he be with Wei Yao? Their social standing was worlds apart. How could they possibly have any connection? I told you that name is not to be mentioned in this house. Lin Qingcheng gritted her teeth, cutting off Lin Anning. He's nothing but a servant. Even if he's turned his life around, what of it? A toad is a toad, even if gilded, it's just a golden toad. Can't the Lin family survive without him? With that, Lin Qingcheng grabbed her coat, rubbed her temples, and left the villa. The name Chu He was like a needle constantly pricking at her. Fourth sister, is Chu He really that close to Wei Yao? After Lin Qingcheng left, Lin Qingcheng asked softly. Wei Yao held great influence in Zhonghai's medical circles. No one would risk offending Donghai Hospital by taking Lin Qingcheng in. That would render her years of hard study useless. Absolutely true. Lin Anning adjusted her glasses. Maybe you should give it a try. No, Lin Qingcheng said, rising and returning to her room. She was tempted. She desperately wanted to seek Chu He's help, but feared her sister's contempt. After all, she had never looked upon Chu He with any respect in the past decade. What should she do? Lin Qingcheng pondered and decided to play the family card. She would rather apologize to someone she despised than accept being blacklisted. With this thought, her gaze unconsciously drifted to a box in the corner. It was the one she had deliberately kept when clearing out Chu He's room. The books inside were all borrowed from her by Chu He. Strictly speaking, they were originally Lin Qingcheng's. She had been too busy with various activities to read them, so she never asked for them back. She couldn't understand why a servant like Chu He would borrow books. Was it to treat Lin Qingcheng's illness? But now, to play on sentiment, she had to suppress her disgust. Opening the box, it was densely packed with books. Though the box was old, the books were spotless. Lin Qingcheng picked one up and flipped through it, surprised to find Chu He's handwriting inside. Second sister's treatment approach is correct, but the dosage is too high, which could cause the patient to go into shock. I need to find a way to remind her tomorrow. Below the text was a description of a medical accident caused by excessive dosage. Lin Qingcheng's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that surgery. Before leaving Chu, he had mentioned the medical accident in the book. Though she despised her jinx of a brother at the time, she still reduced the dosage. Could it be that Chu He had deliberately helped her? But he was just an orphan staying home to cook and clean. Lin Qingcheng hurriedly flipped further. This book was like a memorandum, a diary filled with Chu He's handwriting. Second sister's treatment plan will lead to error. The patient is infected with a tropical rainforest virus, not a lung infection. The correct approach is to use medication to detoxify, not to remove organs. Below the elegant script was a series of specific solutions. Lin Qingcheng's buried memories surged back. She remembered that surgery vividly. After a consultation, everyone agreed the patient had a lung infection requiring removal. When she returned home, Chu He happened to be watching a nature documentary. The image on screen showed a tropical pest. Back then she researched it and found the clue. The next day before the surgery, she revised the plan, earning the hospital director's praise. Lin Qingcheng was dumbfounded, mechanically turning pages. Every page recorded a major surgery she had performed. Though many were flawless, several had flaws that without Chu He's warnings would have led to medical accidents. Finally, Lin Qingcheng's hands trembled. She saw the record of a surgery from a year ago. Poisoning. Poisoning. This is a goo worm from southern Xinjiang, not a tumor. To treat it, fire must be used to kill the worm. Once the worm dies, the patient will recover naturally. This surgery is crucial to her career. I must act myself. Suddenly tears streamed down Lin Qingcheng's face. So Chu He had performed the surgery. Sobbing, she fiercely tore the books apart. Chu He, are you proud? Do you think I should be grateful? I'm a formally trained doctor, top of my class. I could have made a name without you. You ruined me. Without that surgery, how could I be blacklisted? She was filled with hatred. He was the root of all her troubles. Gratitude, regret, hatred. Complex emotions intertwined within Lin Qingcheng. She no longer knew whether she felt thankful or resentful toward Chu He. I don't believe it. I have to investigate myself. Lin Qingcheng closed the box and headed to Zhonghai Hospital. She couldn't accept the harsh reality that her success was due to Chu He's help. At the Lin Group, Lin Qingcheng had just entered her office when she heard shouting outside. President Lin, the factory has been shut down for 2 days. A director said displeasedly, you were publicly arrested and forced to kneel and apologize. The Lin Group's reputation is in ruins. Tell me, what do we do now? Several directors entered the office voicing their criticisms. They'll find a way. Lin Qingcheng felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. The pressure from sales agents and within the company was like a flood threatening to engulf her. President Lin, something's wrong. The secretary rushed in, placing a bottle of health supplements on the desk. This morning, many distributors pulled our ads and replaced them with this on our shelves. Lin Qingcheng's gaze slowly settled on the bottle. The bottle's shape and color were similar to the Lin Group's bestseller. Even the ingredient list was identical. Lin Qingcheng quickly unscrewed the cap, poured out a pill, and popped it into her mouth. The taste was the same. Where did this come from? She exclaimed in shock. Who in Zhonghai would dare to counterfeit the Lin Group's long-selling star product and poach their distributors? It's from a company formed by Black Gold Group and Chengwan. The general manager is Tang Guogua, the secretary replied. Tang Guogua. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Qingcheng's mouth, dispelling her earlier gloom. She stood up and said, barring any surprises, we'll resume production by sunset. Counterfeiting medicine was a serious crime. This time she would send that bitch Tang Guogua and Chu He straight to hell. President Lin, almost all our distributors have abandoned us, and the factory has been shut down for 3 days. A director said impatiently, the entire company is in a state of panic. As the chairman, you are to blame. Indeed, another bald director chimed in, you've been saying the same thing for 3 days. And what's the result? Humph. Lin Tianhua's death was so sudden that he had no time to arrange the company's personnel before he passed away. Since Lin Qingcheng took over the Lin Group, she had faced considerable internal pressure. That was also why she always wanted to prove she was no less capable than her father. Alright, I'll tell you now. Facing the director's aggressive inquiries, Lin Qingcheng tossed the medicine bottle in her hand. Take a look, what is this? She sat in her chair, confident and composed. Huh, doesn't this packaging look like our wisdom pill? The bald director unscrewed the cap and poured out a pill, ready to taste it. Old gung, aren't you afraid of getting poisoned? The director beside him quickly grabbed his hand to stop him. Who would dare touch a counterfeit? Upon hearing this, Gung Ming hesitated. He turned the bottle around, examined it carefully, then pointed at the words on it. It's produced in Zhonghai with a license mark. You should all know about Chu He. Lin Qingcheng took a sip of tea and said slowly, after I kicked him out of the house, he got involved with Tang Guogua. I had been wondering why Heijin Group cut off our cooperation. She shook her head, her tone laced with sarcasm. It turns out the Tang family wanted to use Chu He to get the formula of our best-selling medicine. She had thought Tang Guogua was genuinely interested in Chu He. Now it seemed Chu He was just a tool to be used. But then again, Heijin Group was one of the largest suppliers in Zhonghai. Could the daughter of the Tang family really fancy an orphan with no background? Let me see. Another director snatched the bottle, pulled out his reading glasses, and examined it closely. Even the patent number is the same as ours. Isn't this blatant infringement? Who would dare to counterfeit? Geng Ming leaned in astonished. Upon closer inspection, the patent number indeed matched their own product. Wisdom Pill was the cash cow of the Lin Group, its most profitable product. Thus, every director had the patent number and other details memorized. This was no longer just counterfeiting, it was fraud. Once held accountable, the legal representative would definitely face prison time. Good heavens, no wonder they snatched all our distributors. This is outright forgery. Geng Ming pointed at the bottle and looked at the secretary. Have you confirmed it? Collected evidence. Yes, the secretary nodded somewhat indignantly. They are distributing the goods, openly acting as if they have nothing to fear. How arrogant. Which pharmaceutical company forged it? Geng Ming was even more astonished. The manufacturer of Wisdom Pill was the Lin Group in Zhonghai. Now they were brazenly distributing in Zhonghai. Did they think the Lin Group was blind? Shenlong Group, the secretary said, placing the information she had gathered on the table. Shenlong Group has shares from Tang Zhan and Shengwon, and it's said the big boss behind it is called Master 8. The secretary spread out the documents and explained there is no information about Master 8 yet. The actual controller of Shenlong Group is Tang Guogua. Master 8. At the mention of this name, the joy on Geng Ming's face instantly froze. Are you sure there's no mistake? He stared at the secretary. I'm certain. A former classmate of mine works at Shenlong Group. She helped me gather this information. The secretary nodded, answering very confidently, no one in the company has ever seen Master 8. Tang Guogua, as the general manager of Shenlong Group, oversees all operations. Maybe we should drop it. Geng Ming looked troubled. Why? Lin Qingcheng frowned slightly and said Tang Guogua approached Chu He to make achievements, stealing the secret formula of our Lin Group. This is a perfect opportunity. As long as we report it to the police and sue Tang Guogua, we'll have to pay compensation and go to prison. If they want us to settle and keep Tang Guogua out of jail, the Tang family must restore the supply. And those distributors, once the counterfeit health product is shut down, will have to come back and cooperate with us. She tapped the table as she spoke. The crisis of the Lin Group will naturally be resolved. She couldn't understand why Tang Guogua would make such a rookie mistake. Of course, Chu He as an accomplice would face imprisonment as well. With that, the face Lin Qingcheng lost when she knelt would be regained. Just last night Wang Lei was killed, and I heard it was done by someone called Master 8. Geng Ming said with some concern, shouldn't we avoid provoking such a figure? Wang Lei, the tiger of Jiangdong. Lin Qingcheng was somewhat surprised. The Wang family had connections both above and below the board. Wang Lei was known as the local emperor of the Jiangdong region. Such a prominent figure in Zhonghai, gone just like that. I think we should send someone to negotiate with Shenlong Group. First, another director chimed in. Everything can be discussed. I suggest we try courtesy before force. This Master 8 was unfathomable, quite terrifying. The more unknown, the more they dared not offend. If Wang Lei could be killed, what about Geng Ming and the others? Those are just rumors, Lin Qingcheng said resolutely. Master 8. If we make a big enough stir, he won't be able to cover it up. This was her only chance to turn things around. No matter who the opponent was, she would strike back. Otherwise, distributors fleeing and raw materials being cut off would leave her helpless. More importantly, she wanted to make Tang Guogua and Chu He beg for mercy. She had held in this anger for too long. Xiaolon. Lin Qingcheng waved her hand. Yes, President Lin's secretary Xiaolon awaited instructions. Contact the media in Zhonghai. No matter how much it costs, create a buzz. Lin Qingcheng displayed the tactics of a business queen. Standardized the wording of the news. First, our Lin family found a long-lost younger brother. Out of jealousy, Chu He stole from the family and tried to frame Lin Li. When the truth came to light, he was expelled from the Lin family. She hesitated for a moment. It was true that Chu He had been driven out, albeit due to a misunderstanding, but it was not a dignified affair. But now there was no time to worry about that. Second, after leaving the Lin family, Chu He bore a grudge, contacted Tang Guogua, and sought revenge on the Lin family. Third, he once forced me to kneel in public. This point alone would prove Chu He's resentment toward the Lin family. It would also mitigate the negative impact of Lin Qingcheng's kneeling incident. Fourth, Tang Guogua, in collusion with Chu He, counterfeited the Lin Group's Wisdom Pill, even copying the patent number. It's blatant plagiarism. Steer public opinion and make the whole of Zhonghai know that Shenlong Group has infringed on our rights. Lin Qingcheng felt confident of victory. She sat back in her chair with ease. At this point, if anything happens to us, the entire Shenlong Group will be investigated. Understood. Secretary Xiaolon took her work notes and swiftly left the office to contact the media. Tonight my Shenlong Group will crumble. And all the crises facing the Lin Group will be easily resolved. Lin Qingcheng said, with full confidence, please wait for the good news. This time she would make Chu He pay. She would fulfill her promise and make Chu He kneel and beg for mercy. Donghai Hospital. In the VIP ward, Wei Yao looked much better. She sat beside her father holding a fruit plate. Dad, how are you feeling? The doctor just examined me and said I'm basically fine. Wei Tianan reached out and patted Wei Yao's head. I, Wei Tianan, have 4 sons, but I never expected that at the critical moment of life and death it would be you, my daughter, who saved me. Is Chu He really that formidable? Wei Yao recalled Chu He's appearance and couldn't help feeling intrigued. The entire Zhonghai medical community had been unable to treat the illness, yet a 20-year-old youth had cured it. She planned to find an opportunity to talk with Chu He in depth about her father's illness to see what exactly had caused it. Dad, have you sent the white tai sui to Chu He yet? Wei Yao recalled her promise from last night and asked. She could tell that Chu He valued this item greatly. Her father's reaction last night had made her a bit worried. Although the white tai sui was expensive, the Wei family was not short of money. Why did her father react so strongly when he heard about it? I've sent someone. Wei Tian'an nodded. We must thank him properly. By the way, take care of 8th Master's matter, he reminded. The incident in Jiangdong has greatly affected our business. Understood. Although Wei Yao didn't know what the Wei family's real business was, since her father had instructed her, she had to handle it. Walking out of the ward, she suddenly noticed that there were over a dozen fewer bodyguards at the door. Her fourth brother, who had rushed back overnight, was also nowhere to be seen. With her father critically ill, fourth brother Wei Yuan should have been by his side every step of the way. Unless something urgent had come up. Where did everyone go? Wei Yao walked up to a bodyguard and asked, Where's Wei Yuan? I don't know where fourth master went either. A flicker of panic flashed in the bodyguard's eyes. Oh, then drive me home. Wei Yao turned around and walked downstairs. The bodyguard dared not neglect following closely behind and getting into a car in the parking lot. Tell me, where did Wei Yuan go? Before the car could start, the bodyguard felt a gun pressed against the back of his head. Wei Yao, sitting in the back seat, stared coldly and asked in a low voice. Miss, I really don't know. The bodyguard stammered. Do you think I wouldn't dare kill you, eh? Click. Wei Yao released the safety and gently pressed the trigger. He'll talk. He'll talk. The bodyguard shouted in panic. This morning the master called fourth master in and told him to take some men to find someone named Chu He. Wei Yao's heart jolted. Yes, to find Chu He, the bodyguard said, drenched in cold sweat. Drive home immediately, hurry. Wei Yao's voice was icy. Chu He was the Wei family's benefactor. Why was her father hiding this from her? There must be some hidden reason. Regardless, since Wei Yao had promised, she had to deliver the item to Chu He. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the mysterious Wei family mansion. Wei Yao pushed open the door and strode quickly toward the courtyard. The bodyguard inside the car, seeing her leave, quickly took out his phone and made a call. Fourth master, just now. Bang. A gunshot. The driver slumped against the seat, his face covered in blood, dead. Wei Yao stood by the car window holding the gun, her gaze cold. Hello? Hello? Talk. What happened? Wei Yuan's voice came through the phone. Wei Yao ignored it, picked up the gun, and returned to the inner courtyard. Crossing the long, narrow courtyard, she walked straight to her father's study and skillfully opened the safe. Seeing the white tai sui stored in a box inside, her heart skipped a beat. Just as she had guessed, her father had never intended to give the white tai sui to Chu He. Then what had her fourth brother taken the men to do? Wei Yao quickly hugged the box, took out her phone, and called Chu He. Where are you? He'll deliver the white tai sui to you now. But you'd better change your location. I'm worried my fourth brother might cause you trouble. After learning Chu He's current location, Wei Yao hung up and hurried out of the study. But the scene at the door surprised her again. Over a dozen bodyguards stood in a neat line blocking her way. Miss, by the master's order, you cannot take the white tai sui. The head bodyguard, hands clasped behind his back, stepped forward and said, Please don't make this difficult for me. In unison, the other bodyguards stepped forward, blocking her path. What do you mean by this? Wei Yao grew increasingly unable to understand her father's actions. Please, miss, be understanding and leave the white tai sui here. The head bodyguard said, coldly expressionless. Do you know who I am? Wei Yao, holding the wooden box, suddenly spoke. Miss Wei Yao of the Wei family. The head bodyguard frowned. Sorry, but this is the master's strict order. Since I am the Wei family's eldest daughter, am I to be bitten by my own dog? Wei Yao raised her gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled sound. The head bodyguard's head exploded in a mist of blood, and he fell straight to the ground. Move aside. Bang! She stepped forward and fired again. Bang! Bang! 4 more bodyguards fell in succession, and the rest quickly stepped aside. They were here for the money, not to risk their lives. Moreover, the killer was the Wei family's eldest daughter. If they died, it would be for nothing. If you don't have 9 lives, don't try to stop me. Click. Wei Yao reloaded the magazine, then disappeared from the study doorway. She had to find Chu He as soon as possible. If Wei Yuan found him first, the consequences would be dire. In Zhonghai, at the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House, Chu He sat in a private room, sipping tea with a calm expression. The street outside was silent and empty. Chu He, just as you guessed, Lin Qingcheng really struck hard. Tang Guo sat across from Chu He, stirring her juice with a straw and kicking her legs restlessly. Heartless hump. But what surprised me was that she got the media to spin the story. She really intends to destroy us. The entire morning, all the media had been competing to report. Some meddlesome journalists even wrote reports about the grudge between Chu He and the Lin family. Many citizens and self-media followed suit, attacking the Shenlong group with harsh words. They cursed Chu He as an ungrateful turncoat. For a time, countless people expressed sympathy for Lin Qingcheng. Even raw material suppliers from outside the province extended a helping hand to the Lin group. Labels like ungrateful, the farmer and the snake, turncoat, fake and shoddy, and kept man were constantly plastered onto Chu He. Lin Qingcheng is digging her own grave. How ridiculous. Tang Guogua rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Chu He with a starstruck look. If she knew the prescription patent was in your hands, she'd probably cry. Such an outstanding man was actually thrown out. What were the Lin family thinking? In terms of looks, temperament, and ability, Chu He was among the best in Zhonghai. And the Lin sisters didn't treasure such a man. Actually, I transferred the patent to the Lin group. Chu He said, are you kidding me? Tang Guoguo's movements stopped instantly, and she blinked her big, watery eyes. Really? Chu He nodded. Tang Guoguo was dumbfounded. If the patent truly belonged to the Lin group, then the Divine Dragon group was unequivocally infringing upon it. The immense online outcry would inevitably trigger an investigation, and with the several tens of millions in contracts already signed by the Divine Dragon group, the consequences would be dire. It would be enough to send Tang Guogua and Chu He to prison. The economic compensation for damages would also be astronomical. For a fleeting moment, Tang Guogua even suspected that Chu He was colluding with the Lin sisters to plot against the Tang family. 3 days after I left the Lin family, I sought out Cheng Wen and signed a patent transfer agreement with him, Chu He said calmly. I thought that if I died, I would have Cheng Wen approach Lin Qingcheng to sign it. And then, oi. Tang Guogua was utterly stunned. Cheng Wen called me last night. Chu He gazed out the window and spoke slowly. He has a deep friendship with Lin Tianhua and also sensed the hidden danger. So he called me personally, saying he decided to send the transfer agreement over. You. Tang Guogua was on the verge of tears. The Lin sisters treated you so badly. Why are you such a fool? She sighed helplessly. Look at Lin Qingcheng. She's trying to destroy you, wanting the whole world to know about this. Her phone had not stopped ringing all morning. Tang Zhan Wei Yao and all her friends had sent messages asking whether the media reports were true. Since Cheng Wen did that, why did he still invest? Tang Guogua felt as if all her strength had been drained. He invested tens of millions, even more than my father. Cheng Wen giving the document to Lin Qingcheng was honoring his friendship with Lin Tianhua. Investing in the Divine Dragon Group is about our bond, Chu He said. Chu He picked up his teacup and took a small sip. We're doomed because of him. Tang Guogua fumed. Don't worry, knowing the Lin sisters as I do, Lin Qingcheng won't even look at anything related to me. She'll probably burn it directly. Chu He recalled the decade he had devoted to the Lin family and felt a pang of sorrow for no reason. Indeed, one must live for oneself. What if you're wrong? Tang Guogua was disheartened. The feeling of being unable to control her own destiny was particularly agonizing. I won't be wrong. Chu He drained the tea from his cup and said to the person beside him, escort Miss Tang back to the company. Contact the media and announce that the Divine Dragon Group will hold a press conference tonight to respond to today's events. He instructed Tang Guogua. Media pressure was like a spring. The harder it was compressed, the greater the rebound. This time he would crush Lin Qingcheng and obtain what he desired. Only by seeing Lin Tianhua's ledger could he unravel the secrets of his own origins. Less than 5 minutes after Tang Guogua left, hurried footsteps sounded from downstairs. Where is Mr. Chu He? Wei Yuan, dressed in a suit and leading a dozen elite bodyguards, asked arrogantly. The Wei family. Chu He raised his head slightly and asked, You're Chu He? Wei Yuan walked over to sit opposite Chu He and casually pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips. Wei Yuan, Wei Yao's brother. He took out a lighter and flicked it. Huff. But before he could light the cigarette, Chu He blew out the flame with a single breath. Heh. Wei Yao laughed and pressed the lighter again. Chu He gently exhaled and extinguished it once more. What's the meaning of this? Wei Yuan put down the lighter and narrowed his eyes. The bodyguards around him bristled with menace, their hands hovering near their waists, ready to strike at any moment. Where is Bai Tai Sui? Chu He leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, and asked. From the moment he received Wei Yao's call, he knew the Wei family had no intention of honoring their agreement to deliver the item. Since they refused to follow the rules, he would not be courteous. You saved someone, and the Wei family can give you money. Wei Yuan said. Though he wanted to hit Chu He, he pulled out a check from his pocket and held it high. Then he let it fall to the ground. Write any amount up to 500 million. It's more money than you could spend in 10 lifetimes. He spread his hands and laughed loudly. Where is Bai Tai Sui? Chu He asked again. Kid, are you deaf? Bang. Wei Yuan slammed the table hard and stood up, shouting, Bai Tai Sui is priceless. You're dreaming. Pick up the check and get out of Zhonghai. So the Wei family has no intention of giving me the item? Chu He asked with a smile. Does Wei Yao know? Who do you think you are? My sister is the eldest daughter of the Wei family. A toad lusting after a swan. Wei Yuan finished and burst into laughter. How dare you blow out my cigarette? You must be tired of living. The surrounding bodyguards also joined in the laughter. Slap. The next second, Chu He swung his hand and slapped Wei Yuan across the face. Thump! Wei Yuan, caught off guard, staggered and stood there dumbfounded. This was Chu He. He was the fourth young master of the Wei family. He had been hit. Kid. Wei Yuan suddenly laughed. You've got guts. Do you know who I am? I'm Wei Yuan of the Wei family. In Chu He, you're the first bastard to touch a member of the Wei family. You're dead. He snapped his fingers. The bodyguards drew their guns and aimed at Chu He. Come on, show me what you've got, Wei Yuan said, wiping the blood from his face with a sneer. Let me see what gives you the nerve to lay a hand on me. Beat him to death. He gritted his teeth. Chu He said nothing, slowly raised his teacup and calmly took a sip. The man in the baseball cap standing beside him abruptly unbuttoned his coat, revealing rows of explosives strapped to his body. Stop! Wei Yuan's heart lurched, and he quickly ordered his men to halt. In such a confined space, an explosion would kill everyone. What's wrong? Afraid to shoot? The man in the baseball cap sneered and swiftly drew a gun. Bang! 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 The elite bodyguards Wei Yuan had brought were hit and fell to the ground, each shot fatal. The tea house was small, and the men, wary of the explosives, dared not return fire. In less than 20 seconds, fewer than 5 were still alive. Wei Yuan swallowed hard, completely stunned. He turned to flee, but at that moment Chu He picked up a gun from the table and fired at Wei Yuan's left leg. Bang! Wei Yuan collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Blood instantly stained his white trousers. The remaining Wei family bodyguards were eliminated by the man in the baseball cap before they could retaliate. Is the Wei family so formidable? Chu He asked, holding the gun as he crouched beside Wei Yuan, pressing the muzzle against his head. You bring a bunch of useless men and they can't even defeat one of my subordinates. Wei Yuan remained silent, staring at Chu He with red-rimmed eyes. Afraid to die? Chu He pressed the gun against his right leg and pulled the trigger again. Bang! Bones shattered, blood gushed out. Wei Yuan howled in pain. If you're afraid to die, don't be so arrogant. Chu He stood up and gently ground his heel into the wound. Chu He, if you dare touch me, you'll never leave this tea house. Wei Yuan's face twisted with rage. If I die, your whole family will die with me. Downstairs, dozens of men jumped out of cars and surrounded the tea house with murderous intent. Oomph! Wei Yuan forced a smirk. I'm an orphan. Bang! Chu He fired another shot into his knee. Release the young master, or all of you will die. The Wei family bodyguard in front of the tea house roared. Let him go immediately. Did you hear? Hear me. Wei Yuan, cold sweat trickling, pointed feebly out the window. Before I came, I had already arranged for men. They are not afraid of bombs. With both legs shot, he was at risk of going into shock from excessive blood loss at any moment. Old Mo, take him to see. Chu He threw the gun onto the table, took out a cigarette, and slowly lit it. Mo Gio, wearing a duckbill cap, bent down and grabbed Wei Yuan, lifting him up. Chu He, you're finished. Wei Yuan laughed miserably. I'm finished. Chu He chuckled, grabbing his head with his right hand and smashing it heavily against the glass. Bang! Wei Yuan's nose spurted blood. His face twisted in pain. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Chu He, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, grabbed the gun on the table and fired 3 consecutive shots into the air. Bang! 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 With each shot, Wei Yuan's heart trembled. Clang! Chu He threw the gun onto the table and pointed out the window. Open your eyes wide and look carefully for me. Below the tea house, the Wei family bodyguards, like startled birds, were deliberating whether to rush up and rescue him. Boss, what's that sound? Suddenly someone spoke warily. Sounds like footsteps. The bodyguard leader turned around only to find the empty street devoid of people. Misheard. The others also furrowed their brows. But the sound grew louder and louder. On the entire street, in 17 alleys, hundreds of neatly dressed thugs slowly emerged. Dense and numerous, they carried steel knives that glinted with cold light, walking toward the tea house. Damn it! The bodyguard leader's eyes widened and a chill ran down his spine. No fewer than 500 people, each with a cold gleam in their eyes. The killing intent from nearly 1,000 knives made the temperature drop abruptly. Though it was over 20 degrees, the 30-plus Wei family bodyguards felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Stop! The bodyguard leader trembled all over, his voice quivering. Come any closer and I'll shoot. Upstairs, Wei Yuan was also trembling. Standing high, he could see clearly. Nearly 1,000 people had emerged from the alleys. A dense dark mass packed full of the entire street. Could it be? All of these were Chu He's men. Can I leave alive? Chu He pointed at Wei Yuan's head. Do I have the capital to kill you? Can I trample over your Wei family? Wei Yuan swallowed his saliva, his arrogance completely gone, replaced by waves of terror. Finally, the Wei family bodyguards downstairs could no longer bear the pressure and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot. One man fell, but the rest, as if they didn't see it, grabbed their knives and began to sprint. Kill! On the street, the sound of killing cries filled the air. The 30-odd bodyguards barely had time to fire before they were engulfed in the sea of people. No more breath. Chu He, you. Who exactly are you? Wei Yuan was terrified. As the fourth young master of the Wei family, he had never been so afraid before. Downstairs the sound of footsteps came. A thug carrying a steel knife held the head of the Wei family bodyguard leader and placed it directly on the table. Chu He pressed Wei Yuan onto the table, took the offered steel knife, and slashed down fiercely. Wei Yuan's 5 fingers were neatly severed. You pointed at me with this finger. I don't like it. Chu He waved his hand, and the thugs quickly disappeared. Immediately after, countless people retreated like a tide. On the street, nothing remained except the residual bloodstains. If I don't see Bai Tai Sui within half an hour, you will die. Chu He patted Wei Yuan's face with the knife. Your Wei family will have more deaths. Wei Yuan trembled all over, not daring to utter a single sound. His sharpness, his arrogance, seemed to be cut off along with those 5 fingers in that instant. In front of a sports car screeched to a halt. Wei Yao pushed open the door, clutching a wooden box, and hurriedly ran up. She had already confirmed that Wei Tiannan was unwilling to send out Bai Tai Sui. Even if she gave it to Chu He would be in mortal danger. Chu He, take Bai Tai Sui and leave quickly. Someone in the Wei family might be after you. Wei Yao, panting, ran upstairs and stopped mid-sentence. Before her lay the bodies of Wei family bodyguards scattered on the floor. Her fourth brother Wei Yuan, usually so arrogant, was lying on the table covered in blood. The head of the Wei family bodyguard captain was quietly placed on the tea table. Clang! The wooden box fell from Wei Yao's hands, and she stumbled back a few steps. She couldn't believe what she was seeing was real. On the way, she had specifically inquired. The Wei family had dispatched over 50 elite bodyguards. Chu He. Wei Yao blinked, took a deep breath, and asked tremblingly, what happened? Nothing. Chu He stood up and smiled calmly. Someone said they wanted to kill my whole family. I just happened to want to taste what it's like to be beaten to death. Pity him, a bit disappointed. Chu He, I brought Bai Tai Sui. Wei Yao picked up the wooden box from the ground and handed it to Chu He, asking in a low voice, can you give me the man? Wei Yuan was her fourth brother. She had to bring him back no matter what. Chu He opened the wooden box, inspected it, and confirmed it was real. It seemed Tang Guoguo was not wrong. The Wei family's influence was indeed considerable. Remember, there is no second person in Zhonghai who can cure your father. If you want to cure him completely, come find me with sincerity. Chu He finished calmly and turned to leave. Wei Yao was stunned at his words. Her father's illness wasn't cured. No wonder he had to hold back a card. The Wei family's actions were something even she found despicable. If possible, I suggest you leave Zhonghai. Wei Yao said meaningfully. I don't mean any threat. I'm staying in Zhonghai. Chu He patted Wei Yuan's face, waiting for you to come and kill me. With that, he led his men out of the tea house. Sis, save me. Wei Yuan called out weakly. Fourth brother, what exactly happened? Wei Yao carried Wei Yuan on her back and went down the stairs with difficulty. This guy is a madman. He's a fucking madman. Wei Yuan looked around nervously, afraid that Chu He would suddenly appear and shoot him again. He would never forget that look. That gaze as terrifying as the abyss. Zhonghai. In the lobby of Shenlong Group, hundreds of media outlets had gathered here. This newborn enterprise, Shenlong Group, was finally going to respond to the uproar over the fake medicine incident. It was said that the Lin Group had already filed a report, and Lin Qingcheng, also dressed in a gorgeous gown, came personally to Shenlong Group. Last time, she had fled in disgrace, ridiculed by others. This time she would return as a victor, a king's comeback. President Lin, is it true that your nominal younger brother Chu He bears a grudge against you and colluded with Miss Tang to forge the cleverness pills? Shenlong Group played dead for a day, but suddenly wants to respond. Is it because they are afraid after you reported to the police? May I ask, do you intend to pursue the matter to the end? Sorry, I have already handed this matter over to the police. Lin Qingcheng stood before the media, smiling confidently. I believe the police will give an answer that satisfies everyone. They're out. At that moment, someone shouted. Tang Guoguo, dressed in a black evening gown, slowly descended from upstairs with her people. It's Tang Guoguo. As Tang Guoguo appeared, the hundreds of media personnel on site swiftly encircled her. It was rumored that the Shenlong Group held a substantial stake in the Tang family. Tang Guoguo herself was the general manager of the Shenlong Group. Given the press release Lin Qingcheng had issued that morning, many speculated about the true reason the Heijin Group had declined to collaborate with the Lin Group. Miss Tang, did the Heijin Group abandon cooperation with the Lin Group to peddle counterfeit drugs from the Shenlong Group? We've heard you struck a deal with Chu He to steal the formula for that Songming pill. Is that true? Some say you have an ambiguous relationship with Chu He, who was cast out by the Lin family, even a romantic liaison. Is that true? The media jostled eagerly, each vying for the first scoop. Since the Heijin Group has decided to hold a press conference, we will explain everything that needs to be explained. Tang Guoguo offered a polite smile. Please return to your seats and wait quietly. Pushing through the media blockade, she stopped beside Lin Qingcheng. Miss Tang, fortunes change in 30 years. I just didn't expect this day to arrive so soon. Lin Qingcheng parted her crimson lips, a victorious smile gracing her face. The entire Zhonghai was watching this counterfeit drug case. Even the judicial authorities had begun to gather evidence. This was precisely the effect Lin Qingcheng had intended. She had been publicly taken away by the police during a meeting at the Lin Group. Now she would see Chu He and Tang Guoguo arrested in full view of everyone. She wanted to destroy the reputation of the Heijin Group and the Shenlong Group. She wanted those who opposed her to pay the price. It's not over until the final moment. The outcome remains uncertain. Tang Guoguo raised an eyebrow, meeting Lin Qingcheng's gaze. Chu He is nothing more than a servant my family cast out. Lin Qingcheng's tone dripped with disdain. You treasure someone like that. How can you possibly defeat me? With that petty cleverness of his. The previous Lianhua Jinzhan incident had been due to her underestimation. But this time Lin Qingcheng had made thorough preparations. When she struck, there would be no turning back for the Shenlong Group, Chu He and Tang Guoguo. Is that so? Then we shall wait and see. Tang Guoguo retorted sharply, then took a few steps before turning back. Did Chengwen visit your home? Did he give you something? How do you know? Lin Qingcheng was momentarily startled, then snorted coldly. So you two arranged for Chengwen to come and play the sympathy card, presenting that so-called organ donation certificate to persuade me to drop the matter. Realization dawned on her. I was wondering why Chengwen suddenly showed up at my place. In Lin Qingcheng's impression, Chengwen was no honest man. Everything he did must be for Chu He's sake. And given that Chengwen held shares in the Shenlong Group, it all made sense. Those two folders were meant to convince Lin Qingcheng to overlook the counterfeit drug issue. What did you do with the items? Tang Guoguo looked slightly tense. If those things still existed, they would be like a ticking time bomb. Today's press conference could very well spell the end of the Shenlong Group. What's done is done, Lin Qingcheng said with smug satisfaction. I'm sorry I burned them. I advise you to focus your energy on legitimate matters and stop playing these petty tricks. In her view, the Shenlong Group wouldn't survive the night. This so-called press conference was nothing but futile struggle. Chu He knows you well. Tang Guoguo couldn't help but laugh. Miss Lin, you will lose terribly. The weight lifted from her heart. Lin Qingcheng taunted, fine, I'd like to know how I could possibly lose. The evidence of the Shenlong Group's infringement was ironclad. Lose? Fourth sister, you're a top lawyer. Tell me, how could I lose? She asked with a smile. This might be the easiest legal fee I've ever earned. Lin Anning raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk curling her lips. Chu He's treatment of her the previous night had left her deeply humiliated. Yet in just one day the situation had shifted so dramatically. Tang Guoguo, as the woman rumored to be involved with Chu He, naturally became the target of Lin Anning's hostility. A dog my family drives away, we may not want it ourselves. But others cannot pick it up, understand. Lin Anning's mindset had undergone a drastic change. Chu He could only be her sycophant, her personal possession. No one else could ever lay a hand on him. The Lin sisters are certainly confident, Tang Guoguo remarked before leading her company's staff toward the podium of the press conference. At that moment, having dealt with Wei Yuan, Chu He also entered the Heijin Group building. Seeing him, Lin Anning quickly stepped forward and blocked his path. What's the meaning of this? Chu He frowned slightly. Apologize to me, Lin Anning said arrogantly. Apologize for how you treated me last night. She had never been humiliated like that before, especially by someone who used to be her sycophant. If you apologize and go back to how you were, I'll be your lawyer. Lin Anning leaned in her warm breath, almost brushing Chu He's face. Shift all the blame onto Tang Guoguo, and I guarantee you won't serve more than 3 years in prison. And I'll persuade my sister to forgive you. She wanted Chu He to bow his head, to make him understand that the arm is never stronger than the thigh. Opposing her would lead to no good end. Chu He looked up at Lin Anning's seductive face and suddenly smiled. Do you think this is a favor to me? He didn't understand why the Lin sisters were always so confident. How much of the Lin family's glory was actually due to these 7 women? Isn't it? Lin Anning reached out and gently stroked the collar of Chu He's suit. Tang Guoguo has no future, and Wei Yao won't be friends with someone who goes to prison. She had found out that Tang Guoguo and Wei Yao were friends and former classmates. So Wei Yao's acquaintance with Chu He and her ambiguous behavior were surely just out of respect for Tang Guoguo. Otherwise, how could someone like Chu He with no background or status possibly know Wei Yao? Come back, be your sister. Slap. Chu He raised his hand and knocked Lin Anning's delicate pale hand away. He took off his suit jacket and tossed it to the bodyguard behind him. Dirty, throw it away. With that, he walked toward the podium without looking back. Haha. Lin Anning couldn't help but laugh. Fine, let that be your last show of stubbornness. Just beg me, and I can overlook it. At that moment, the white-haired Chengwen entered the venue with a solemn expression. Uncle Cheng. Lin Qingcheng greeted him proactively. Seeing his expression, she felt her suspicion was correct. Recalling how relaxed and carefree Chengwen had been when he humiliated Lin Li, and now seeing his worried face, Lin Qingcheng felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction deep inside. Sigh. Chengwen sighed and shook his head helplessly. When Lin Tianhua first sought his cooperation, he was merely a small-time merchant. Chengwen had initially intended to refuse, but Chu He persistently coaxed and cajoled, staying in his office every day to brew tea and play chess. He charmed the old man into a constant smile. At one point Cheng even considered adopting Chu He as a godson. It was because of this that the two families reached a partnership. Afterward the Lin Group took off, eventually rivaling Cheng's own company in standing. Even so, Chu He still came to accompany him whenever he had free time. He was not the type to turn his back after achieving. Yet after a period of inner struggle, Cheng chose to send the transfer agreement to Lin Qingcheng. This was the last bond of friendship between him and Lin Tianhua. Once Lin Qingcheng signed the agreement and accepted the transfer, Chu He would lose his greatest leverage against the Lin family. He had expected Chu He to obstruct, but never imagined the young man would be so indifferent. In contrast, the Lin sisters returned kindness with ingratitude, burning the transfer agreement right before his eyes. The comparison left no doubt as to who was in the right. Uncle Cheng, you need not be disappointed. Lin Qingcheng finally felt a moment of vindication. Everyone can be wrong about someone. You were blinded by Chu He back then, and I won't hold it against you. But, Lin Qingcheng changed her tone. I still say this, whether it's me or Lin Li, we of the Lin family are all better than anyone named Chu. I'm sorry, Uncle Cheng. I heard you invested tens of millions in Divine Dragon Group, causing you losses. Lin Qingcheng. Chengwen looked at her sternly. The Lin family's business will eventually be ruined by your hands. Is that so? Lin Qingcheng was unperturbed. She was the victor now. Any verbal attack from the other side was a pleasure to her. An unprecedented pleasure. Chengwen was utterly disappointed. He snorted coldly and strode forward. Mr. Chu He, I heard that because you were driven out of the Lin family, you harbor resentment and seek revenge. The Lin family raised you for over a decade, treated you like a real brother, and this is how you repay kindness with enmity. You bite the hand that feeds you. Have you no gratitude at all? After receiving the prepared press release and learning the so-called facts, the media began attacking Chu He relentlessly. All kinds of harsh words and insulting terms were thrown at him. Now doesn't he look like a clown? Lin Qingcheng tilted her head slightly and asked Lin Anning with a smile. He's like a dog. Lin Anning felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Last night, he couldn't be bothered with me. Today, I am beyond his reach. Silence. With Tang Guoguo's sharp reprimand, the press conference of Divine Dragon Group fell into dead silence. Tap tap tap. Just then footsteps sounded again from the entrance. Lin Qingcheng in uniform appeared in the venue with a few colleagues. Due to a procedural violation last time, she was now a team leader. This time she was assigned to the city-shaking counterfeit medicine case. Lin Qingcheng hoped to use this opportunity to reclaim her position as captain. The arrival of the police officers pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Lin Qingcheng carried a gleaming pair of handcuffs, communicating with a colleague. It seemed she intended to take the top brass of Black Gold Group into custody right after the press conference. Soon after, Wang Baichuan, his face dark, entered with his men. His son had been killed, his uncle died tragically. The Wang family had suffered a devastating blow overnight. He could not swallow this. Anyone connected to Chu He would destroy. President Wang, what are your thoughts on such a major incident in the Zhonghai business community? I came here to announce one thing. Wang Baichuan's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse. The Chamber of Commerce will not tolerate scum like Divine Dragon Group in Zhonghai. I have already communicated with several companies and decided to provide assistance to the victimized Lin Group. After speaking, the surrounding bodyguards quickly dispersed the media. Wang Baichuan approached Lin Qingcheng and lowered his voice. Can you make sure he dies in prison? If you can, I'll grant you any condition. There were now only two paths. One sentenced Chu He to death. The other acquit him. Wang Baichuan wanted Chu He dead. Nothing else mattered. President Wang Lin Qingcheng suddenly froze. She had been bent on revenge against Chu He, but she had never thought about killing him. After all, they had lived together for more than a decade. It had not reached a life-or-death level. If you don't agree, Wang Baichuan said in a low voice, then there will be no place for your Lin Group in Zhonghai. With that, he turned and left with his men. The exact cause of Wang Lei's death was still unknown, but he knew Chu He was definitely involved. For now, the Wang family was in turmoil, and he had to return to take charge. Watching Wang Baichuan's retreating figure, Lin Qingcheng's eyes wavered. Fourth brother, can he really be sentenced to death? She asked the question almost involuntarily. Big sister, are you serious? Lin Anning was startled. I was just asking. Lin Qingcheng relaxed her brow and sat down on the chair. The show is about to begin. No matter what happened to Chu He today, would be her most brilliant counterattack. Inside the Lin Group, preparations for a victory banquet were already underway. They were just waiting for the dust to settle so Lin Qingcheng could attend. Selling counterfeit medicine plus copyright infringement. Given the scale of Divine Dragon Group and Black Gold Group, the compensation would be in the hundreds of millions. And through the press release she had provided, the Lin Group had been packaged as the victim. It would surely win public sympathy and drive massive purchases. I am Tang Guoguo, General Manager and Chairman Secretary of Divine Dragon Group. On the podium, Tang Guoguo, dressed in an evening gown, smiled at the media. You may ask any questions now. Manager Tang, how do you intend to explain the Divine Dragon Group's sale of counterfeit medicine? Someone stood up and asked using the press release Lin Qingcheng had prepared. It is said that you obtained its own pill formula through Chu He, and even the patent number is identical. And Chu He is an ungrateful, treacherous man. The Lin family raised him for over a decade, treating him like a real brother. Yet Chu He bit the hand that fed him, even forcing his own sister to kneel. Please, why would you cooperate with such? And there are even rumors of an affair. Does Divine Dragon Group favor such despicable ingrates? After finishing the questions, the reporter sat back down. Everyone in the room stared at Tang Guoguo. Lin Qingcheng was very satisfied with that question. Kill the body, but also destroy the soul. She wanted to roast Tang Guoguo and Chu He over a slow fire. First, I must point out your mistake. Tang Guoguo pointed at the reporter with ease. Chu He was driven out of the Lin family by Lin Qingcheng, and the reason was that Lin Qingcheng framed Chu He to protect her own thieving brother. This is a farce. They orchestrated themselves with the most despicable means. Then Tang Guoguo looked at Lin Qingcheng in the distance. Officer Lin, you witnessed this incident. Is that not the case? At this, the whole room erupted in uproar. The foremost principle of the media is traffic. In the information age, whoever controls the traffic wins. Now that the situation has reversed, the media instantly erupts. Countless eyes all turned to Lin Qingcheng. Sorry, I am on official duty. Lin Qingcheng set her face pale as she stood there awkwardly and uneasily. Lin Qingcheng's expression was equally grim. She had deliberately downplayed the matter of driving Chu He away. After all, the focus of today was the counterfeit drug case. As for the relationship between Chu He and the Lin family, it was merely Lin Qingcheng's deliberate distortion of facts to vent her anger and play the victim. Was Tang Guoguo out of her mind, making a fuss over such matters? At this thought, Lin Qingcheng smiled again. Desperate measures. Otherwise, why would she avoid the crucial points? It's fine if you refuse to answer. I've already found the case file. Now please distribute it to the media friends present. Tang Guoguo snapped her fingers with a smile. Snap. Dozens of security guards quickly handed out the prepared copies to the media. Even Lin Qingcheng and Lin Anning each received one. So it was indeed Lin Li who stole it. Who would have thought the men of the Lin family could be so shameless, even framing Chu He? And those sisters, they're no better. After seeing the case file, even though the media had been paid, they couldn't help but start cursing. Compared to that small amount of money, the reversed plot of the Lin family would undoubtedly bring greater traffic. Even more despicable, after putting on such a show with her brother Lin Qingcheng, even sent Lin Qingcheng to arrest him. They arranged for someone to deliver the items to Chu He, and then Lin Qingcheng reported the case, having Chu He arrested in broad daylight. This is outright persecution. Tang Guoguo shouted excitedly. Chu He slaved away for the Lin family for over a decade. His only sin is that he isn't surnamed Lin. Does he deserve to die? Beast. Driving him away is one thing, but how could they try to kill Chu He? Who would have thought that Lin Qingcheng with her respectable facade would stoop to such despicable deeds? And Lin Qingcheng using her public office for private gain, she's worthless. The curses at the scene grew even more intense. Tang Guoguo, I'll sue you for defamation. Lin Qingcheng's face flushed red, and she couldn't help but rush forward. She was the youngest criminal investigation captain in Zhonghai. If she were severely damaged by rumors, she would likely have no hope of promotion for the rest of her life. What? Arrest me like you arrested Chu He? Tang Guoguo extended her hand and said provocatively, arresting someone requires evidence. If you have the guts, take me away now. You. Lin Qingcheng narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. You think I wouldn't dare? Captain, don't be rash. Shenlong Group is suspected of selling fakes. They'll definitely be arrested. She's provoking you, don't fall for it. Her colleague pulled her back firmly. Tang Guoguo, do you know what defamation is? Not far away, seeing her eldest sister trembling with rage, Lin Anning stood up and asked. Defamation? Tang Guoguo let out a light laugh. The case file clearly states that the items were stolen by Lin Li, yet you drove Chu He away. Then Lin Li arranged for someone to deliver the items to Chu He. That very night, Lin Qingcheng took people to arrest Chu He. There's one entry that says Lin Qingcheng was aware and obtained Chu He's forgiveness. Tang Guoguo's voice suddenly rose at the end. Explain to me, what does aware and obtained forgiveness mean? After you failed to completely destroy Chu He, you knelt and begged. Such an outrageous act, and Chu He chose to forgive. And you still have the nerve to call him an ungrateful wretch. These words were earth-shattering. Chu He, who was offstage, revealed a faint smile. Tang Guoguo was indeed no pushover. He had not made a mistake in choosing her for the position of general manager of Shenlong Group. The media reporters at the scene all turned their guns and began to denounce Lin Qingcheng. Miss Lin, is the Lin family truly devoid of humanity? I never expected your character to be so bad. It's disgusting. Lin Qingcheng gripped the chair tightly, her whole body trembling. She couldn't defend herself. If she hadn't claimed to be aware at the time, Lin Li would have gone to prison. And being aware meant taking the responsibility onto herself. Lin Qingcheng was also dragged into the pit. Unable to argue, Lin Qingcheng suddenly stood up. Tang Guogua, the affairs of our Lin family are none of your concern. Now please explain the infringement of our Lin Group's wisdom pill. She had to turn the already derailed press conference around. At this moment, she wanted to see Tang Guogua rot in prison. Manager Tang, what the Lin family did to Chu He is indeed despicable. But did Chu He disclose the formula to you of his own accord in order to retaliate? Sure enough, the focus of public opinion all shifted to the counterfeit drugs. Lin Qingcheng was panting, her eyes full of murderous intent. I need to remind everyone of something. She stood up again. Last night, Chu He even commissioned manager Cheng Wen to come to the Lin family, hoping to settle the matter. And he sent a so-called organ donation folder. I didn't even look at it, I burned it directly. You can call me cold-blooded, call me heartless. But I have to consider the thousands of employees of our Lin Group and the shareholders. Lin Qingcheng spoke with righteous indignation. There's such a thing. Playing the emotional card. The media reporters were shocked. Cheng Wen was involved too. Looks like none of them are clean. Lin Qingcheng was in a foul mood. She intended to sweep away everyone who stood on Chu He's side, including Cheng Wen. These words meant that Cheng Wen was also aware and a participant. He would inevitably be implicated. I did go to the Lin family and even delivered something crucial to her. Cheng Wen slowly stood up and took out a voice recorder from his pocket. Everyone, I won't explain anything. You can judge for yourselves. He gently pressed the record button. Faced with all this, Lin Qingcheng looked disdainful. Before ironclad facts, what could petty tricks mean? Chu He, there's something I want to tell you. From the large speakers at the scene, Cheng Wen's voice emerged. I want to send that patent transfer agreement you signed earlier to Lin Qingcheng. Investing tens of millions in you is a matter of our friendship. Sending this agreement to Lin Qingcheng is my final obligation to Lin Tianhua. After a moment of silence, Chu He's voice came from the other end of the phone. I respect your choice, but Lin Qingcheng won't accept it. She will burn it without even looking at it. If that's the case, I will have done right by Lin Tianhua. The voice ended there. Last night, I went to see Lin Qingcheng to give her the patent transfer agreement for the wisdom pill, but she burned it. After saying this, Cheng Wen slowly sat down. The scene erupted again. Patent transfer. What transfer? The wisdom pills, eh? Many media professionals sensed something unusual. This is exactly what I wanted to say. Tang Guogua stood up, pointing at Lin Qingcheng. The Lin Group is the one infringing. As soon as she said this, the entire venue was stunned. At that moment, Lin Qingcheng's phone suddenly rang. What is it? I'm in a meeting. Lin Qingcheng asked absent-mindedly. Miss, did you burn the wrong important document last night? While cleaning the trash, I found a half-burned patent transfer document, which seems to be about our family's wisdom pill. As the Lin family's butler, he naturally knew about this product. What did you say? Are you sure you didn't misread? Lin Qingcheng was greatly shocked. I'm sure. They'll take a photo and send it to you now. Ding. A WeChat notification sounded. An image of a half-burned patent transfer document appeared on the screen. Thud. Lin Qingcheng's hand trembled, and the phone fell to the ground. Just as Cheng Wen had said, the document she burned last night was the patent transfer certificate. And it was indeed for the wisdom pill. What? Say that again. Lin Anning, sitting next to her, also shouted in shock into the phone. Are you mistaken? Are you sure? How did you just find out? After a few seconds, she widened her eyes, turned her head stiffly, and said to Lin Qingcheng, big sister. My assistant just told me that during the investigation and evidence collection, she suddenly discovered that the patent owner of the wisdom pill is not the Lin Group. But Chu He. Miss Tang, are you joking? Lin Group has been selling smart pills for 2 full years with profits exceeding 3 billion. If they were infringing, why has no one sued them until now? The media present all felt Tang Guogua had lost her mind. Before the ironclad facts, Shenlong Group was doomed. These words were nothing but the ravings of a sinking ship. No one believed a word Tang Guogua said. If the Lin Group was truly infringing, whose rights were they infringing upon? Who would sit idly by while a product with annual profits exceeding 1 billion was massively infringed upon without lifting a finger? This is the patent certificate for smart pills. The true owner of the patent is Mr. Chu He. Tang Guogua picked up a piece of paper, smiling as she waved it in front of the media. Open your eyes wide and look closely. Such headline news doesn't come around every day. After speaking, she raised her head provocatively, gazing at Lin Qingcheng, whose face had turned ashen in the distance. No, impossible. It must be fake. Lin Qingcheng, pale as death, tremblingly picked up her phone and muttered to herself. When my father was alive, the Lin Group was already producing smart pills. How could the patent belong to Chu He? It must be Shenlong Group that tampered with things. It must be. She refused to believe it, and even more so could not accept it. The Lin Group's current glory, becoming a massive health product pharmaceutical factory in Zhonghai, was all thanks to the smart pill that emerged from nowhere 2 years ago. With its unique formula, this product took the entire Zhonghai by storm upon its release. Even giants in the health product industry from other provinces came personally to discuss cooperation. Therefore, when Lin Qingcheng made the plan against Shenlong Group that morning, she never considered the issue of patents. Who didn't know that smart pills belonged to the Lin Group? Xiao Chen, check the patent for smart pills for me. See who it belongs to. Lin Qingcheng sat on pins and needles, listening intently to the phone, hoping to hear the answer she wanted. Even though Lin Anning beside her had already seen the patent photo from the investigation assistant. Even though Tang Guoguo on stage was displaying the patent certificate to the media. Even though the housekeeper at home had seen the half-burned patent assignment certificate described by Cheng Wan, she still refused to believe it was true. President Lin, the patent. It belongs to Chu He. Hearing the secretary's words, Lin Qingcheng's lips trembled slightly, the phone slipping from her hand, and shattering on the ground, its screen cracked like a spider web. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? She cried out in despair. Today she and the Lin Group would be utterly destroyed. Fourth sister, what should we do? We won't sue anymore, we can have the media leave, can't we? She was panicked and out of her wits, clutching Lin Anning's hand excitedly. Tell me, big sister, what should I do now? Her only hope now was the fourth sister before her, Zonghai's golden lawyer Lin Anning. Big sister, you've fallen. Lin Anning sighed, looking helplessly at Tang Guoguo on stage. This wonderful show today was a carefully laid snare. Do you think Tang Guoguo will let us walk away unscathed? The media had been building momentum all day. Everyone in Zhonghai knew about the grudges between Chu He and Lin Qingcheng. Yet Shenlong Group remained silent, not a single sound uttered. It seemed as if they were tacitly accepting everything. Only at night, when public opinion came crashing down like a tidal wave, did Tang Guoguo produce the patent for smart pills. It was clearly intended to utterly destroy the Lin Group. Big sister, go beg Chu He. Lin Anning bit her lip, her eyes filled with reluctance. Or go beg Tang Guoguo. Impossible. Lin Qingcheng's eyes were red, her voice a low growl. Absolutely impossible. Even if I die, I will not bow my head to Chu He a second time. Just then, many reporters using the patent number on the certificate searched online and confirmed that Tang Guoguo's words were true. Since the patent is in Chu He's hands, why haven't you sued all along? Someone asked. They were brother and sister after all. From the guest seats, Chu He picked up a microphone and said expressionlessly, even though the Lin family wronged me, even though Lin Qingcheng treated me like that, I still couldn't bear to do it. If she hadn't been so aggressive, I would never have thought to pursue the infringement of smart pills. The Lin family is practically inhuman, a reporter directly cursed, framing Chu He, driving him out of the family, and now wanting to finish him off. Making money from Chu He's patent, and then suing him. Does the Lin Group have any shame left? In an instant, countless media reporters began to denounce Lin Qingcheng, a cold-blooded, heartless woman utterly devoid of conscience. One harsh word after another poured into Lin Qingcheng's ears. Officer Lin, Shenlong Group is now formally filing a report. Regarding Lin Qingcheng's infringement of our product, please take her back for investigation. Tang Guoguo suddenly stood up, striding victoriously to Lin Yuqing. Mr. Chu He has officially granted the patent exclusively to Shenlong Group. From today onward, only one pharmaceutical factory in Zhonghai can produce smart pills. That is our Shenlong Group. Lin Qingcheng, seated in her chair, trembled, all over at a loss. Had she lost? Completely defeated. The media's curses and overwhelming accusations terrified her. But what filled her eyes more was regret. If she hadn't burned the documents Cheng Wan brought last night, if she had examined their contents carefully, would she not be facing utter destruction like this? But there is no such thing as a regret pill in this world. At that moment, Lin Yuqing, equally stunned, received a call from her superior. It was an order to take Lin Qingcheng back for investigation. Involving billions, it was undoubtedly a major case that would shake Zhonghai. Big sister. Pushing through the media, Lin Yuqing walked up to Lin Qingcheng and slowly unfastened the handcuffs at her waist. Big sister, I'm sorry. Seeing the handcuffs, Lin Qingcheng recalled her experience in the interrogation room and trembled. Fourth sister, tell me, if I really go, and how long will I be sentenced? The once arrogant business queen now had tears streaming down her face, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was afraid, terrified. With an amount involved of billions, life imprisonment, or even the death penalty. Lin Anning's lips parted slightly, fear also deep in her heart. Big sister was the pillar of the family, the anchor. If Lin Qingcheng, when in the Lin family's decline, would happen in an instant. Is there a way? Tell me quickly, is there any way? Lin Qingcheng stared at the gleaming handcuffs beside her, shaking Lin Anning's hand frantically. As long as Shenlong Group doesn't pursue it, as long as Chu He doesn't press charges, everything can be negotiated, settled out of court. Lin Anning closed her eyes, powerless. But big sister, he'll go apologize to Chu He. He'll go apologize to Tang Guoguo. Lin Qingcheng stumbled, pushed aside the media in front of her, and staggered to Chu He. Thud. For a moment, the clamorous venue fell into a deathly silence. Countless journalists raised their cameras and began snapping photos of Lin Qingcheng frantically. This was headline news. The chairman of the Lin Group had knelt twice before Chu He, who had been driven out of the family. The dignity and image of the female CEO were utterly shattered. The curses directed at Lin Qingcheng grew louder. Hours ago, she was the queen of commerce in Zhonghai, but in an instant, she became the vicious elder sister, a cold-blooded capitalist. The stock price of the Lin Group plummeted sharply within just a few minutes. Calls of doubt came one after another, pouring in incessantly. Lin Qingcheng simply could not bear decades of imprisonment. Moreover, if she were arrested, her father's life's work would be destroyed in an instant. This was more unbearable than death for Lin Qingcheng. Chu He, I'm sorry. I was wrong. With tear-filled eyes, she slowly raised her head and pleaded, please give me a chance. I promise you we'll never trouble you again. For the sake of being siblings for over a decade, forgive me this once. In her 25 years of life, Lin Qingcheng had never humbled herself like this before anyone. She set aside her pride, only hoping to avoid imprisonment. Her tone carried fear, but not a trace of remorse. President Lin. Chu He sat in his chair, lifted her chin with his hand, shook his head, and said disappointedly, I told you I prefer your unyielding demeanor. Faced with such mockery, Lin Qingcheng's face flushed with shame. Her heart burned with hatred, but she forced a smile and asked, can you let me go? Of course. Chu He agreed, readily surprising her. Thank you, Chu He. Before she could finish, Chu He interrupted her again. Miss Lin, you used to call me a mere servant for washing clothes and cooking. Chu He turned, picked up a teacup, and raised it high. As he released his grip, crack! The teacup shattered on the floor, splashing tea and leaves everywhere. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Chu He slowly walked along the table. One by one, he pushed the teacups onto the ground. Moments later, the floor was a mess. Oh, I accidentally made him. Chu He took off his suit jacket and handed it to Tang Guoguo beside him. Is the cleaning lady off today? He asked casually. Huh, yes. Tang Guoguo blinked and quickly replied. Sorry, President Lin. Let me clean up first, then we'll talk about your matter. Chu He said apologetically. I can call a housekeeping service. Lin Qingcheng hurriedly pulled out her phone. By the time Chu He finished cleaning, she would probably already be in custody. You said yourself I'm just a useless person who can only wash clothes and cook. This dirty work is better left to me. Chu He rolled up his sleeves and made a move to squat down and start cleaning. He'll do it. Lin Qingcheng froze for a moment, phone in hand, then forced a stiff smile. She understood that this was Chu He's revenge. You're the female CEO. How could I let you do such menial work? No. Chu He waved his hand in refusal. I can do it. Lin Qingcheng stepped forward, trembling slightly, and said, if only you can let me off this once. In that case, help President Lin get her work uniform. Chu He gestured, and someone immediately brought over a cleaner's uniform along with a bucket and a rag. Lin Qingcheng bit her lip and took the clothes, but tears of grievance still streamed down uncontrollably. She was extremely proud, yet now she had to wear a cleaner's uniform and do dirty, tiring work. For a moment, she wanted to smash the clothes on the ground. But thinking of the impending imprisonment, Lin Qingcheng turned and walked to the changing room. A few minutes later, dressed in white, she picked up a mop and clumsily began to clean up the mess. Surrounding media reporters kept taking photos. Truly inept. Can't even mop the floor, can't manage a company, just a pretty face. Exactly with that attitude, she looked down on Chu He. He's far superior to her. The sarcastic remarks pierced her ears, and Lin Qingcheng's face turned crimson. Overwhelmed with emotion, she slipped on the wet floor and fell heavily. Thud. A dull sound. Lin Qingcheng felt as if her knee had broken. Haha, what an idiot. Stupid dog. The onlookers grew more excited. It was the first time they had seen a female CEO clean up herself. Up. Lin Qingcheng angrily stomped on the mop, venting her fury and grievance. She stomped until the mop handle broke. Your tantrum counts against the time too. Chu He glanced at his watch. If this place isn't as clean as a mirror by nightfall, even if I wanted to show mercy, I wouldn't be able to help. Can you give me a new mop? Lin Qingcheng's nails dug deep into her palms. Do you think it's free? Chu He stood up and glanced at her coldly. Since the mop is broken, use your clothes to wipe. With that, he walked away without looking back. Not far off, Lin Yuqing and Lin Anning had complex expressions. Especially Lin Yuqing. She had hoped to earn merit, but instead nearly sent her elder sister to jail for a second time. What was wrong with the Lin family? Why couldn't they defeat Chu He? It must be the Shenlong group pulling the strings behind the scenes. Lin Yuqing glared at the Shenlong group's leadership on stage, her eyes filled with resentment. She still couldn't believe Chu He had such capability. If he truly had that kind of mind, why would he willingly wash clothes and cook for over a decade? Wasn't he just relying on a powerful backer? Lin Yuqing made a silent vow to secretly investigate the 8th master behind the Shenlong group. She would uproot Chu He's support. She had heard from her underground informants that this 8th master was a man of evil deeds. Even Wang Lei's death bore the shadow of the 8th master. The two quickly stepped forward and knelt beside Lin Qingcheng, helping to clean up. Elder sister will have the last, Lin Yuqing said with reddened eyes. 2 hours later, a disheveled Lin Qingcheng appeared at the door of Chu He's office. Every joint in her body ached unbearably. She was covered in grime. Chu He, I'm done. Lin Qingcheng said softly. Oh. Inside the office, Chu He flicked his fingers and said, if you want me to let it go, fine. But I want to see the Lin Group's account books and the business dealings of the past few years. The drugs that suppressed his body were not cheap. Before the smart pill came to light, the Lin family was merely a second-rate clan. If Lin Tianhua wanted to purchase those drugs, he would have to go through the company accounts. After all, the Lin family could never afford that sum. The white Tai Sui brought by Wei Yao alone had a market value of over 100 million. And the drugs that suppressed Chu He's power were brewed from 6 or 7 kinds of medicinal herbs. The cost was unimaginable. No. Lin Qingcheng's head shot up, and she shouted, I've already worked like a servant for 2 hours. What more do you want from me? Account books were the core secrets of a company. The purchase prices and sources of procurement were the most important things. Even the general manager had no access except for a few top executives. Currently, the Shenlong Group and the Lin Group were still competitors. If Chu He got the account books and leaked the secrets to the Shenlong Group, the Lin Group would be finished. Miss Lin, am I negotiating with you? Chu He said with some surprise. He stood up and kicked the mop aside. Things are placed carelessly, not knowing their place. The words pierced Lin Qingcheng's heart like a thorn. She clenched her fists tightly, tears falling drop by drop onto the floor. This involves company secrets. I really can't do it. Lin Qingcheng bit her lip and pleaded in a low voice. Can you change the request? In Zhonghai, no one has the right to negotiate with me. Chu He left a cold remark and walked toward the exit. Fine, I agree. Lin Qingcheng grabbed his wrist, her eyes red. Do you have to be so ruthless? Aren't you just relying on the Shenlong Group behind you? But have you considered that after Tang Guoguo gets the patent and uses you to obtain the Lin Group's secrets, shall still treat you like this? President Lin, after driving me out of the family, you're suddenly concerned about me. Chu He asked sarcastically. Give me the patent authorization and he'll let you return to the Lin family. He'll even give you shares and treat you like a real brother. Lin Qingcheng was cut off before she could finish. If I don't see the account book list by midnight tonight, you know the consequences. Chu He, I will make you regret this. Lin Qingcheng's hair was disheveled as she glared hatefully at Chu He's retreating figure. A wave of helplessness and humiliation washed over her. Meanwhile, the exhausted Lin Anning slumped defeatedly into the car and called her assistant. Help me arrange a few people. Oh, let's go to the Longting bar on Black Sand Street tonight for some drinks. She desperately needed a drunken binge to vent. She was determined to win back that man. She would make him submit to her charms. At Donghai Hospital. In the VIP ward, Wei Tiannan stared at his son wrapped in bandages, his face dark as a storm cloud. In Zhonghai, someone dares to hit a member of the Wei family. Though he was still recovering from a serious illness, his murderous aura was chilling. I heard this. Chu He has some connection with the Shenlong Group's general manager. And behind the Shenlong Group, there's the shadow of the 8th master. A middle-aged man standing behind him spoke in a low voice. This man was Duan Kuan, one of the 5 tigers under Wei Tiannan. He handled many of the Wei family's dirty work. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake, but the Wei family in Zhonghai is the dragon. Wei Tiannan raised his head and looked at Wei Yao, who had carried Wei Yuan back. Lock her up. Dad. Wei Yao's face changed in the ward and she shouted nervously. Chu, he saved your life, you can't do this to him. But the female bodyguards in the ward had already acted, subduing her. Even Wei Yao's phone was taken away. Besides, your illness hasn't fully recovered. If something happens to him, your life will be in danger. Remembering Chu He's warning before she left, Wei Yao's face showed anxiety. Huh. Upon hearing these words, Wei Tiannan let out a loud laugh, dismissing them with a nonchalant tone. In Zhonghai, this is the first time someone has dared to threaten me. With that, he snapped his fingers. Outside the ward, 3 elderly men in long robes strode in. These 3 are the nation's top medical masters. Wei Tiannan turned around, proudly introducing them to Wei Yao. Even the director of Zhonghai First Hospital is only fit to be their outer disciple. This Master Lu Qingfeng, an expert in internal medicine, is the Hua Tuo of our time. Master Shunbai, known as the Inchbone Hand, specializes in surgery. Master Lan Tianwen, hailed as the Gu King of Miaojiang, is proficient in insect sorcery and venom arts. If not for my sudden relapse last time, why would I have needed Chu He's help? Upon seeing the 3 elders with an otherworldly bearing, a sense of foreboding stirred in Wei Yao's heart. If what her father said was true, then now useless Chu He would surely be in mortal danger. Dad, are we even going to abandon our integrity? Wei Yao felt a pang of despair. Once her father set his mind on something, she was powerless to stop him. That was your promise to him, not mine. Wei Tiannan sat in a chair, glaring coldly at Wei Yuan. He injured my son, he must die. President Wei, what about the Divine Dragon Group? Duan Kuan, standing beside him, hesitated. I've looked into his relationship with the Divine Dragon Group. It's nothing more than a transactional interest over a prescription. Wei Tiannan said in a low voice. Master Ba should know whom to choose between Chu He and the Wei family. But Chu He has been staying inside the Divine Dragon Group. We can't just barge in and snatch him, can we? Duan Kuan asked again. He had been keeping a covert watch on Chu He, but the man had never left the Divine Dragon Group. The Wei family had power, but they couldn't storm the premises. After all, Master Ba, the backer of the Divine Dragon Group, remained somewhat enigmatic. Find some unfamiliar faces, seize Tang Zhan, and have Tang Guogua lure Chu He out. Wei Tianan spoke in a chilling tone. Handle this cleanly. Spare my daughter's face, but don't let anyone trace this back to the Wei family. Dad. Wei Yao saw her father's murderous intent and felt helpless, so she pleaded, can you at least spare his life? Lock the young lady up. Wei Tianan snorted coldly. Duan Kuan, retrieving the white Tai Sui is your task. Don't disappoint me. Understood. Duan Kuan nodded and swiftly left the ward. Masters, please take a look at me. Wei Tianan extended his hand toward the three masters and closed his eyes slightly. With these three masters around, why would he need a young man to save him? Preposterous. In the office of the Divine Dragon Group, Tang Guogua, who had just finished handling company affairs, leaned back in her chair and stretched. It was past 8 in the evening, and she picked up her phone to head home. But just then her phone rang. Dad. Seeing it was Tang Zhan calling, she answered casually. Your father is in our hands. If you want him to live, do as we say. Bang. Then came the sound of Tang Zhan's pained groan. Who are you? What do you want? Tang Guogua gripped her phone tightly, shocked and terrified, and asked through gritted teeth. Since the Black Gold Group's rise, Tang Zhan had always been protected by bodyguards. His capture indicated that the perpetrators were highly professional. It must have been premeditated. Listen, within half an hour, no matter how you do it, lure Chu He out. If you play any tricks, your father will die immediately. The call ended. Then an address was sent via text message. Huff. Tang Guogua took a deep breath to calm herself. She glanced at the time and picked up her phone to call Chu He, but was surprised to see his incoming call. Your father has been kidnapped. Take me there now. Chu He said calmly. You? How do you know? Tang Guogua gasped in shock. She had just received the call. How could Chu He know? Was she being monitored? Someone found Gao Hu and offered 10 million to have me killed. Chu He chuckled lightly. Gao Hu is right here with me. Huh. Tang Guogua was momentarily stunned. Do you know who's behind it? We'll find out when we get there. In the parking lot in front of the Divine Dragon Group, Chu He put away his phone. Beside him sat a sweat-drenched Gao Hu. Ever since Wang Lei was killed, the Jiangdong region had fallen into chaos. At Chu He's behest, Gao Hu had seized the opportunity to move in and claim a lot of territory. Now his forces were strong and his reputation growing. During this time, Gao Hu had considered breaking free from Chu He, but after learning that Wang Lei had died at the hands of Master Ba, he abandoned that thought entirely. Even at his current strength, he was still far from the former Wang Lei. Master Ba, what do we do now? Gao Hu asked in a low voice. Gather your men and follow their instructions. Chu He was eager to know who was behind this time. The Wei family, the Wang family, or the ever-persistent Lu family. According to his original plan, he should have been auditing the Lin Group's accounts. That would have to be postponed. Master Ba, was Wang Lei really? Gao Hu stammered, making a throat-slitting gesture. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Chu He's face was expressionless. Gao Hu shuddered, hurriedly got out of the car, and began calling his underlings. Call every brother we have. Anyone who doesn't show up, he'll make them pay. Gao Hu barked orders into his phone. This was a chance to prove himself. He had to show Master Ba he wasn't useless. Inside a bar in Zhonghai, Lin Li was drinking with his shady friends. He had been feeling restless lately. The Lin family was in constant trouble, and he had racked up gambling debts. To make matters worse, he wanted to retaliate against Chu He, but found no way. What? Now? I'm kind of busy. Fine, I hear you. In the private room, the red-haired thug hung up the phone reluctantly. Damn, can't even drink in peace. What's up, Red? Lin Li asked drunkenly. Brother Hu himself ordered it. They say he's gathering over 300 brothers to go for a fight. Red downed his drink, stood up unsteadily. Such a big operation? Lin Li asked in surprise. Who dared to offend Brother Hu? I heard it's someone named Chu He. Red belched, ready to pay the bill. Who? Lin Li sobered up, instantly wondering if he had misheard. Chu He. Oh yeah, seems like that orphan your family kicked out. Red pointed at Lin Li. Anyway, he's done for. Brother Hu is furious. Hundreds of men. They're going to kill him. Really? Lin Li was overjoyed, jumping to his feet. Brother Long called me personally. The brothers are already on their way. What do you think? Red finished speaking and turned to leave. Take me with you. Lin Li excitedly grabbed Red's hand. I want to see it with my own eyes. Then come along. Red pulled out a cigarette, speaking drunkenly. Great. Lin Li took out his phone and excitedly called Lin Qingcheng. Sis, I've got great news. Chu He won't survive tonight. Lin Li, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Qingcheng, who was photographing the company's account books at the office, felt her heart skip at the mention of Chu He. She had never imagined that one wrong decision of hers would nearly bring the Lin family to ruin. It's true. Chu He offended Gao Hu, and Gao Hu has called hundreds of men to kill him. Lin Li's voice trembled with excitement. Sis, this is a huge blessing. Really? Lin Qingcheng was stunned, a mix of emotions flooding her heart. From the moment she knelt in the police station, Lin Qingcheng had already harbored a deep hatred for Chu He. She even felt a flicker of temptation when Wang Baichuan wanted Chu He dead. But now, learning from Lin Li that Chu He's life was in danger after a brief moment of joy, there was also a trace of sorrow. After more than a decade of living together, deep down, she still had some feelings for Chu He. Recalling the patent transfer document, an organ donation agreement sent by Cheng when Lin Qingcheng subconsciously picked up her phone to notify Chu He. But just as she was about to dial the number, the humiliation she had suffered assaulted her mind. If Chu He died, her nightmare would end. The company's secrets would no longer need to be leaked. Staring at the transaction list before her, Lin Qingcheng began to waver. Once the company's secrets were exposed, the board would definitely hold her accountable, and she would be driven out of the Lin Group. At that time, she would inevitably suffer total disgrace. With that thought, she put down the phone, got up, walked to the bathroom, and turned on the faucet. The icy water restored her clarity. That impulse was completely suppressed. Looking at her haggard reflection in the mirror, Lin Qingcheng murmured to herself, Chu He, with your background and intelligence, getting involved in such a high-level circle only leads to death. The top figures in the business circle are scheming and ruthless. An orphan without connections, did he really think he could turn his life around with a patent for smart pills? Too naive. It's over. She stuffed the documents back into the safe and went downstairs with a light heart, heading home. All her unhappiness dissipated like smoke with the impending death of Chu He. Zhonghai. Inside an abandoned factory, Tang Zhan had tape over his mouth and a timer bomb strapped to his chest. He was tightly bound to a chair. Beside him stood 3 men. 2 of them looked fierce with murderous intent in their brows. At a glance, one could tell they had blood on their hands. The other man, dressed in a black suit, was pacing while holding a phone. Just then his phone rang. Master Duan, the man is here, and the black gloves have been found. The suit-clad man answered the phone, lowering his voice. I gave Gao Hu 10 million for his men to handle Chu He and Tang Zhan. I checked that Chu He's connections are complicated. The young master took a group of experts to find him, but they were beaten and brought back crippled. You must be very careful, understand? Duan Kun's hoarse voice came through the phone. Rest assured, Master Duan. Gao Hu has called in hundreds of men. Plus the 2 assassins behind me. Chu He will surely die here. The suit man chuckled. Tang Guogua, for her father's life, won't tell Chu He the truth. My people have reported that Chu He went alone, so he probably doesn't know the truth. Duan Kun yawned lazily. Handle it cleanly. Don't let anyone know it was my arrangement. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, it's all on Gao Hu. The suit man said, glancing at his watch. According to the estimated time, Chu He should be arriving. Sure enough. Outside, the warehouse car headlights shone over. Then a Mercedes Maybach parked on the open ground in front of the warehouse. Go. The suit man waved his hand lightly. The men ambushed in the grass rushed out with guns raised. Dozens of dark muzzles instantly aimed at Chu He. What's going on? Chu He frowned slightly, pretending to be surprised as he looked at Tang Guogua. Didn't you say the chairman wanted to see me? Sorry, I was forced. Tang Guogua understood Chu He's intent and played along. I've brought the man. Where's my father? You should release him now. She looked at the gunman. Release him? Dream on. The suit man snapped his fingers, and his men immediately seized Tang Guogua and brought her to Tang Zhan. You're not keeping your word. Tang Guogua shouted angrily, let go. Credibility. The suit man picked up his gun, lightly tapped it against his temple, and said with a smirk, go talk about credibility with the king of hell. With that, his eyes turned cold as he slowly raised the gun, aiming at Tang Guogua. What are you doing? Tang Guogua was truly terrified. An unprecedented chill surged through her body. Of course, kill you. The suit man narrowed his eyes and gently rested his finger on the trigger. Just as the bullet was about to be fired, a cigarette flew like an arrow, piercing through his palm. Surrounded by the crowd, Chu He, after flicking that cigarette, grabbed a gunman at lightning speed. Bang! 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 Continuous gunfire erupted. Before the assassins could react, they had already fallen in pools of blood. Those who managed to respond quickly fired back, but their bullets only hit the man in front of Chu He. In just a few seconds, Chu He emptied the magazine. 10 gunmen lay on the ground, none survived. In front of the warehouse, a deathly silence. The suit man in the distance looked as if had seen a ghost, even forgetting his bleeding hand. A pistol turned into a fully automatic weapon. The firing speed was almost as fast as a submachine gun. How could he be so fast and accurate? Keep in mind, those gunmen were professionally trained. So easily crushed. Now can we talk? Chu He dropped the pistol and walked step by step toward the suit man. He had thought their target was him, that kidnapping Tang Zhan was just to lure him out. But he hadn't expected them to kill Tang Guogua as well. Talk. The suit man winced in pain. He straightened up, raising his bloody hand. You're a good fighter. Fighting is useless. Can you fight hundreds of men? The moment he finished speaking, the sound of car engines came from all around. Dozens of vans roared up to the abandoned warehouse and stopped in an orderly fashion. As the van doors opened, countless thugs jumped out. In just 1 minute, hundreds of people stood in front of the warehouse. Gao Hu holding a knife stood at the front. See that? The suit man couldn't help laughing when he saw his hired man had arrived. How about you try? See if you can single-handedly fight hundreds, eh? Fortunately, he had listened to Duan Kuan and set up a double insurance. Otherwise, he might have actually failed. Mr. Gao, please finish him off. The suit man revealed a sinister sneer. Gao Hu stood still, not moving a muscle. That was the recently prominent 8th master. Not to mention 10 million, even 100 million couldn't make him betray. Without Chu He, where would he be today? He didn't move, but someone else couldn't hold back. Lin Li, standing beside Red Hair, walked drunkenly to Chu He, his heart throbbing with excitement. Back then at the Lin family, he had been beaten black and blue by Chu He. Now the time for revenge had come. Chu He, I never thought you'd see this day. Lin Li laughed loudly, raising his hand with a reek of alcohol. Weren't you so tough? Weren't you always going against me? You're a fucking orphan. What gives you the right to throw your weight around in front of me? Seeing you at death's door, I'm so happy. Ha ha ha. Chu He turned his head and beckoned gently. Gao Hu, receiving the signal, walked over with a knife, murderous intent radiating. Gao Hu was about to explode with anger, and Chu He's gaze made him feel a chill all over. He couldn't figure out where the hell Lin Li had popped up from. Chu He'll let you die knowing the truth. Lin Li's face grew even more smug. Let me introduce you. This is Master Tiger, a friend of mine, Lin Li. Tiger Lord, shall I teach this ungrateful fellow a lesson? Slap. Before Lin Li could finish, a solid slap landed on his face. Tiger Lord, I was wrong. He was stunned for a moment, instantly sobered up, and hurriedly apologized. Although the Lin family held some power, it was clearly no match for the rising Gao Hu. Who brought him here? Gao Hu, holding a knife, his face livid, asked with murderous intent. Tiger Lord, he said he wanted to broaden his horizons. Red Hair swallowed his saliva and walked over trembling. He regretted it deeply. Your severance pay is gone. Gao Hu raised the knife and plunged it fiercely into Red Hair's stomach. How dare he make him lose face in front of 8th master? No matter who it was, they had to die. In an instant, Lin Li's hair stood on end. He was so frightened that he fell to the ground on his butt. He never expected Gao Hu to be so ruthless. Red Hair also stared wide-eyed, unable to believe until death that his own big brother would kill so casually. Gao Hu, get on with the real business. The suit-clad man inside the warehouse, covered in blood and pale from pain, said, finish the man. With these hundreds of men, even if Chu He was formidable, he couldn't escape today. Moreover, he still had 2 assassins beside him who hadn't moved. Your orders. Gao Hu pushed Red Hair aside and walked devoutly to Chu He. What? Seeing this, Lin Li, still on the ground, stared wide-eyed, his throat moving constantly. Gao Hu was being so courteous to Chu He. Wasn't he here to kill Chu He? Connecting his own words just now with Red Hair's corpse on the ground, Lin Li quickly knelt down. Chu He, I had too much to drink. I was talking nonsense. Then sober up. Chu He said calmly. Understood. Gao Hu grabbed Lin Li by the neck and pressed him to the ground. On my way here, I passed a cow sheet. Stuff him in there and make him eat cow dung. If he doesn't get enough, they'll kill him. Understood, Tiger Lord. 2 underlings carried Lin Li, got into the car, and drove off. After all, Lin Li was a member of the Lin family. Since Chu He hadn't directly ordered his death, he couldn't act on his own. That would be overstepping. The remaining 100 men quickly surrounded the warehouse. Gao Hu, are you fucking crazy? The suit-clad man stared wide-eyed and roared. You took my money, and now you want to double-cross me. Do you know who's behind me? To avoid offending 8th master, and also to prevent Wei Yao from bearing a bad reputation, Duan Kuan arranged for his men to find a local gray force to handle the matter. As long as Gao Hu killed the man, everything would have nothing to do with the Wei family. But now Gao Hu had actually turned against them on the spot. After arranging his men to surround the warehouse tightly, Gao Hu personally picked up his knife and strode toward the suit-clad man. Do you know who he is? Gao Hu lowered his voice, glanced at Chu He, and sneered at the suit-clad man. This is the 8th master, renowned throughout Zhonghai. You've got the guts of a bear and the gall of a leopard, daring to cause trouble for 8th master. His voice was very low, only audible to the few people present. From the moment Wang Lei died, Gao Hu had been determined to follow Chu He. Now was the time to show loyalty. 8th master. The suit-clad man was stunned. Of course he knew about 8th master. The Jiangdong tiger Wang Lei was killed, and it was said that 8th master was responsible. Dozens of big shots in Jiangdong had joined forces but couldn't find the killer. And the Shenlong group also bore the mark of 8th master. In his impression, shouldn't 8th master be a middle-aged man in his 50s, just like Wei Tiannan? How could he be a young man? But Gao Hu's expression didn't seem to be lying. Drip. Cold sweat from the suit-clad man's forehead fell to the ground. While I still have some patience, talk. Chu He unbuttoned the cuff of his shirt, his eyes like knives. Chu He, you may not necessarily win. The suit-clad man narrowed his eyes and steeled himself. Kill him. To be cautious, besides bribing Gao Hu, he had also brought 2 top-notch assassins. These 2 were desperado killers raised as death warriors by Wei Tiannan. Even 10 normal men might not be able to defeat one of them. What of 8th master? Everyone dies. With his command, 2 men, one in front and one behind, charged fiercely with military daggers. As long as he killed Chu He and then controlled Gao Hu, he could leave and survive. The suit-clad man's eyes were filled with brutality. Go to hell. He squeezed his wrist to prevent shock from excessive blood loss. Facing the 2 assassins' attack, Chu He took a light step forward. In his eyes, the limit speed of these ordinary men was still too slow. Bang! 2 dull thuds. Chu He's fist slammed heavily into the 2 men's chests. The suit-clad man didn't even see Chu He's movements before his henchman flew backward and crashed to the ground. Both had collapsed chests, already dead. Thud! The suit-clad man sat down on the ground, completely stunned. Is this even human? He's a monster. 8th Master, let's talk this out. As he spoke, he lunged toward Tang Zhan, his finger pressing on a remote control. Don't come any closer. The power of this bomb is enough to level this warehouse. Let me go, or we all die. Surrounded by Gao Hu's men, he had no way to escape. For now, he could only use the bomb to save himself. Fake. Chu He walked up to the suit-clad man, grabbed his neck, and pressed the button in front of him. Beep, 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 beep. The time on the bomb began to jump rapidly. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Beep. Time reached 0. The bomb didn't react at all. You? How did you know? The suit-clad man asked, his face ashen in despair. When I was 10 years old, I made a bomb myself. A real-time bomb doesn't make that sound inside. Chu He pointed to his ear. Since the power within him awakened, his hearing had also been greatly enhanced. Many subtle sounds couldn't escape his ears. Who sent you? Chu He slammed the man to the ground, took the long knife from Gao, who held it with both hands, and stabbed downward fiercely. Thud! The long knife pierced through the man's thigh and into the concrete floor. It's Duan Kuan. Duan Kuan made me do it. The suit-clad man screamed in agony. If you kill me, Duan Kuan won't let you go. Duan Kuan. Gao Hu was taken aback, a flicker of worry crossing his face. You know him? Chu He turned sideways, wiped the blood from his hands, and asked. The most prosperous street in Zhonghai is called Haisha Street. And the biggest power on Haisha Street is Duan Kuan. Gao Hu quickly explained. Being able to occupy Haisha Street was enough to show his formidable strength. That place was an inch of land, an inch of gold. How could ordinary people get involved? What? Scared? The suit-clad man, seeing Gao Hu's fear, grinned savagely. Help me kill him, and I can put in a good word for you with Lord Duan. Otherwise, within 7 days, I'll have you driven out of the eastern suburbs. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu He raised his knife and cut off one of his legs. Since Duan Kuan is so powerful in Zhonghai, why did you bribe Gao Hu? Chu He said calmly, holding the knife. You can choose not to answer because you still have 4 chances. As he spoke, he raised the knife and struck again. The suit-clad man's other leg was also severed. 3 chances. He'll talk. Seeing Chu He raise the knife again, he was terrified. One could live without legs, but if the head was gone, not even a celestial god could save him. Lord Duan wanted to kill you, but he didn't want to rashly offend 8th Master of the Shenlong group, so he tried to divert the blame. His face was pale, and he had already lost control of his bladder and bowels in fear. Good. Chu He plunged the knife into the suit-clad man's chest and said calmly, you can die now. The long blade pierced through his chest. It stabbed deeply into the concrete floor. The suit-clad man convulsed, opened his mouth as if to say something, then collapsed limply to the ground. Tang Guogua, who was nearby, trembled all over. She watched Chu He brutally kill the suit-clad man, but instead of fear, she trembled with excitement. At that moment, she felt that Chu He was practically the most perfect man in her heart. Gather the men. Let's go see Duan Kuan. Chu He cracked his neck and turned to leave the warehouse. He wants my life, doesn't he? He'll deliver it to him personally. Inside the Longting bar on Haisha Street, the 3rd floor office area, Duan Kuan, clad in a bathrobe, held a phone in his hand while a young woman in flashy attire nestled in his arms. Mr. Wei, rest assured, Xiao San is my trusted man. Entrusting this matter to him will guarantee no mistakes. As per your instructions, he took 2 assassins and brought in Gao Hu to handle the dirty work. It will never be traced back to the Wei family. Alright, I'll notify you the moment I get any news. After hanging up, Duan Kuan gently stroked the young woman's head and pressed it down. Through the window, he gazed at the dazzling nightlife outside, unable to resist narrowing his eyes in intoxication. 10 years ago, he had personally eliminated the former ruler of Haisha Street. With Wei Tianan's support, he seized control of the most prosperous street in Zhonghai. For a full decade, he had witnessed the might of the Wei family and began to envision his own future. In Zhonghai, there were visible powers like Wang Lei, and also those like Wei Tianan, who could overshadow half the city, yet remained invisible to ordinary people. Wei Tianan had 5 capable lieutenants, and Duan Kuan was merely one of the 5 tigers. If he handled this matter well, there was a chance Wei Tianan would entrust him with all the gray affairs in Zhonghai. Thinking of this, Duan Kuan let out a pleasurable groan. The young woman beneath him worked even harder. Kuan Gil. Thump thump thump. Just then, urgent knocking came from outside. Duan Kuan opened his eyes, pushed the woman away, grabbed an ashtray, and walked to the door. Kuan go. As soon as the door opened, Duan Kuan smashed the ashtray hard onto the head of the underling who had knocked. How many times have I told you not to disturb me? He grabbed the underling's neck and raised the ashtray again. Kuan go, something's wrong. Bleeding profusely, the underling murmured, Someone's trashing the place. What? Duan Kuan dropped the ashtray and narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? He had held his ground on Haisha Street, not only through Wei family backing, but also with his wits and ruthlessness. Who could be tired of living daring to cause trouble here? Someone trashing the place. What are you guards doing? Duan Kuan sneered. Shouting like that. Do I feed you for nothing? The Longting bar housed dozens of his men and over 100 security guards. Weapons were fully stocked. To see them cowering in their own territory infuriated Duan Kuan. It's just, third master is back. The underling stammered. Xiaosan's back. Duan Kuan's face darkened. He's getting more reckless by the day. Didn't even call me after finishing the job. Xiaosan was his right-hand man. Since Duan Kuan rose to power, Xiaosan had handled many dirty tasks. Thus all the bar's underlings knew this third master. Third master did come back, but only his head. The underling's eyes were filled with terror as he wiped the blood from his own head. The guys who brought his head didn't say a word. They just picked up clubs and started smashing. All the customers fled and many of our brothers are injured. What? Duan Kuan's eyes bulged, his lips trembling. Who did this? Trashing his place, killing his trusted brother. Was he being treated as invisible? He didn't even have time to think about whether Wei Tianan's orders had been carried out. Arm yourselves. Duan Kuan tightened his bathrobe and strode toward the elevator, murderous intent radiating from him. Inside the Longting bar it was pitch dark. The place, usually packed with customers, was now deserted. Only a few dozen young men wielding steel pipes. Crash. The sound of shattering glass echoed everywhere. Who? Killed. Xiaosan. Duan Kuan, wearing a white bathrobe and carrying a shotgun, led dozens of men into the bar hall, bristling with menace. He raised the gun and fired into the air. Bang! A muffled roar reverberated through the bar. The thugs who had been smashing things stopped in their tracks. They stared straight at him. Smash! Why aren't you smashing anymore? Duan Kuan bellowed. Don't play dead. Then he noticed a head placed on the coffee table. Under the dim light, he recognized Xiaosan's face. Who? Who did this? Duan Kuan's heart clenched. He raised the shotgun and fired at the nearest person. Bang! A mist of blood burst from the leg of one of Gao Hu's men, who collapsed instantly. The others scattered in fear. Reputation preceded him. Duan Kuan's fearsome name was known throughout Zhonghai. Those who came to trash the place had been terrified, afraid for their lives. They'll ask again who did it. Duan Kuan's eyes were bloodshot as he swept his gun barrel around. Anyone who touches my brother dies. His men surged forward, surrounding the intruders. They'll ask again who killed my brother. Duan Kuan roared, gun in hand. For every time I ask, I kill one person until someone steps forward. I did. Then a voice not loud came from behind the crowd. Duan Kuan narrowed his eyes, staring intently in that direction. The next second, Gao Hu's men quickly parted, revealing Chu He, who was sitting on the sofa smoking. Who are you? Duan Kuan strode forward, gun in hand, and said coldly, Do I know you? He had considered many possibilities, even wondering if an old enemy had come for revenge. But he never expected the one to admit it was a young man. Under the dim light, Chu He, a cigarette dangling from his lips, leaned back on the sofa and said calmly, My name is Chu He. I heard you wanted my life, so I've brought it to you personally. Chu He lifted his head slightly and asked calmly, I just wonder if you have the guts to take it. You're Chu He. Duan Kuan's heart shuddered. He had sent Xiaosan to kill Chu He. Yet here Chu He was. Clearly the plan had failed. Perfect timing. You delivered yourself to me. Duan Kuan raised his gun and pressed it against Chu He's head. When you meet the King of Hell, tell him it was Duan Kuan who sent you. Whether for Wei Tianan's orders or for Xiaosan's death, he had to kill Chu He today. Oh. Chu He remained unperturbed. Go ahead, pull the trigger. The next second, a man in a baseball cap darted out from the crowd. His body was wrapped in explosives, and a golden pistol was pressed against Duan Kuan's head. Kuan go. The underlings gasped and raised their weapons. Anyone who moves will blow his head off. Mo, wearing the cap, said coldly. Huh. Duan Kuan was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Chu He trying to scare me. Do you think I'm a child? He sneered. You've got guts coming alone. But he'll tell you I was tougher than you when I was young. Is that so? Chu He exhaled a plume of smoke and waved his hand. Show him. Mo tore off a piece of explosive from his body and tossed it away. Then he shot it. Boom. A deafening blast echoed through the bar. Glass windows shattered. Chairs and tables were thrown about by the shockwave. Duan Kuan stood frozen. His men were terrified out of their wits. Was this for real? If all those explosives went off, would anyone survive? Come on, shoot me. Chu He held the cigarette with one hand and gripped the gun barrel with the other, pressing it against his own head. Duan Kun's face turned pale. His finger hovered over the trigger, but he couldn't press it. Scared, Chu He slowly stood up, flicked his ash, and slapped Duan Kun across the face with a resounding crack. A crisp slap echoed through the bar. Almost everyone, whether Gao Hu's men or Duan Kun's men, stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. In Zhonghai, in a place as valuable as Haisha Street, it was always Duan Kun who struck others. Even Wang Lei, who dominated Jiangdong, had to show some respect when negotiating with Duan Kun. But now Duan Kun had been thoroughly slapped in the face, right in his own territory, under the gaze of dozens of his underlings. You hit me. Duan Kun touched his face, momentarily stunned. He thought the other party had arranged someone with a bomb just to beg for a way out. But he never expected such humiliation. My. Chu He, holding a cigarette in his right hand, swung his left hand back and slapped Duan Kun across the face again. The immense force nearly knocked Duan Kun off his feet. Symmetry makes it look better. After hitting him, Chu He stood before him smiling. I've hit you now. What can you do about it? You little bastard, it'll blow your head off. Duan Kun, enraged, raised the shotgun and pressed it against Chu He's chest. Since he started following Wei Tiannan 10 years ago, no one had ever dared to bully him like this. Having been on top for over a decade, now being slapped twice in front of his subordinates, if he didn't respond, how could he continue to be the boss? Gao Hu's men turned pale. If they were shocked by Chu He's first slap, the second one completely terrified them. If Duan Kun truly lost his temper, none of them would escape. This was Haisha Street, in Duan Kun's territory. Xiaowen. At that moment, Lin Anning, walking out of the bar's restroom, muttered her assistant's name drunkenly. Having planned to get back at Chu He, she was in a terrible mood after her failure. So she brought her assistant to the bar to drown her sorrows. But after a trip to the restroom, she found the bar empty when she came out. Closed. Lin Anning glanced at her phone blearily. It wasn't even midnight yet. Usually this was the busiest time for the bar. But now, she looked up and suddenly noticed nearly 100 people standing a dozen meters away. The murderous aura in the air made her shudder. Duan Kun. Lin Anning focused her eyes and instantly sobered up. As a lawyer handling disputes regularly, she knew many figures in Zhonghai's underworld. As a major boss in Zhonghai's underground, she naturally recognized Duan Kun. Seeing Duan Kun holding a gun with a murderous look, Lin Anning lowered her head, wanting to leave quickly. But curiosity drove her to look up, wondering who the unlucky person was that had angered Duan Kun. With that one look, Lin Anning was utterly stunned, frozen in place. Chu He. She hadn't expected to run into Chu He in the bar, and Chu He was being held at gunpoint. Know him? Duan Kun heard the voice, wiped the blood from his mouth, squinted, and snarled, grab her. As soon as he spoke, several subordinates grabbed Lin Anning and brought her before Duan Kun. Brother Kun, I was just passing by, Lin Anning stammered, pale-faced. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Going? Duan Kun glanced at Mo, who was strapped with explosives beside him, and said coldly, no one is leaving today. Brother Kun, this has nothing to do with me. Lin Anning had heard of Duan Kun's methods, and even as a top lawyer, she couldn't think calmly. Chu He, how did you provoke Brother Kun? Apologize to him now. She turned to Chu He and hissed. Apologize? Chu He raised his hand, flicked the ash from his cigarette, and smiled. How should I apologize? Are you crazy? Do you know who he is? Lin Anning was frantic seeing Chu He like this. Was he this arrogant just because he had Tang Guobo backing him? His name is Duan Kun, the boss of Haisha Street. Lin Anning stomped her foot and shouted. In all of Zhonghai, those more powerful than him can be counted on one hand. Even Tang Zhan wouldn't dare to provoke him. She thought she had made it clear enough. If Tang Zhan couldn't handle Duan Kun, Tang Guobo certainly couldn't. Provoking Duan Kun on Haisha Street was no different from seeking death. Oh, you're that formidable. Chu He smiled calmly, looking at Duan Kun. Put the gun down. He gestured to Mo, who was wrapped in explosives, to step back. Only then did Lin Anning realize someone was pointing a gun at Duan Kun. Realizing the gunman was with Chu He, Lin Anning collapsed to the ground in fear. Pointing a gun at Duan Kun. Could this incident still be resolved? It was over, as someone was definitely going to die. Surnamed Chu, scared. Seeing the gun beside his head, moved away. Duan Kun sneered, I thought. Before he could finish, Chu He unbuttoned his shirt, pressed the cigarette, but into Duan Kun's face. Do I need help to hit you? Duan Kun screamed in pain. They'll kill you, you bastard. He pulled the trigger in fury. At such close range, once the shotgun fired, even a god would die. In the blink of an eye, Chu He grabbed the shotgun barrel and jerked it upward. Bang! The bullet shattered the flashing light above the bar. The next second, Chu He swiftly disarmed the gun, swung the stock, and slammed it into Duan Kun's face. Thud! A dull sound. Duan Kun staggered and fell, his face covered in blood, wailing in agony. Lin Anning, is this the Duan Kun you were talking about? Chu He aimed the gun at Duan Kun's right arm and pulled the trigger without hesitation. You used this hand to point a gun at me, it's no longer needed. The gunshot rang out. Duan Kun's entire arm was blown through, the bone splinters clearly visible. The underlings in the bar were all dumbfounded. Lin Anning, sitting on the ground, was already pale as death, her eyes wide. Chu He had actually shot and wounded Duan Kuan and crippled one of his arms. Kill him! Kill him! Duan Kuan roared in pain. But none of the surrounding underlings dared to shoot. If Mo Jio detonated the explosives, everyone would die. They were out here to make money and live a better life, not to die. What? Still not convinced. Chu He pulled the bolt and shoved the muzzle into Duan Kuan's mouth. Say that again. The once furious Duan Kuan now stared at the dark gun barrel, silent. Fear and pain drenched him in cold sweat. A madman. This guy must be a madman. Chu He. Lin Anning stammered. Have you lost your mind? Are you insane? Duan Kuan had been beaten like this. Once he retaliated, the consequences would be disastrous. Could the local power broker who ruled Zhonghai swallow this humiliation? Scatter! Chu He waved at Duan Kuan's underlings. But with their boss under control, how could they dare to leave? They stood rooted to the spot, no one moving. I said scatter, can't you hear? Chu He pulled the gun from Duan Kuan's mouth, aimed at the crowd of underlings, and rapidly pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The 7 or 8 men in the front were hit by pellets, collapsing in a bloody mess. Click! Chu He pulled the bolt again. Go! Go! Dozens of underlings scattered like birds, dragging their wounded companions and fleeing quickly. Only Duan Kuan remained lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Anning was completely dumbfounded. Was this still the timid younger brother, the one who always obeyed them? Chu He pointed at Duan Kuan, then sat back down on the sofa. Having received the order, Mo Jio grabbed Duan Kuan by the collar like a corpse and shoved him onto the coffee table. Chu He, you're finished. Lin Anning gasped in terror, stumbling out of the bar. In the underworld, one relied on background and influence. Who didn't know that behind Duan Kuan stood an unfathomable big boss? Would that big boss allow Duan Kuan to be crippled? Standing outside the bar, Lin Anning took a trembling breath and quickly fled. She dared not think. Perhaps this was the last time she would ever see Chu He. Inside the bar, Chu He gazed calmly at Duan Kuan and asked, "Why did you want to kill me?" "Someone wants you dead." Duan Kuan narrowed his eyes. Even with one arm broken, his gaze still held arrogance. "Many people want me dead. Who exactly?" Chu He leaned back on the sofa and asked softly, "Hey, even if I tell you, you can't afford to provoke." Before he could finish, Chu He suddenly stood up, grabbed the ashtray from the coffee table, and smashed it down. Bang! Once, twice, 3 times. Duan Kuan's face was covered in blood. He lay on the table in agony, screaming, "It's Wei Tianan, Mr. Wet. Chu He, you can't fight Mr. Wet." Today he had underestimated his opponent and lost to Chu He. If given another chance, he was absolutely certain he could kill this young man. In terms of fighting prowess, Wei Tianan had a host of experts by his side. In terms of influence, Wei Tianan's power permeated half of Zhonghai. What could 2 men like Chu He possibly stir up? I cured Wei Tianan, and he repays kindness with enmity. Chu He frowned slightly. Had he not made himself clear? In all of Zhonghai, who else could cure Wei Tianan's illness besides himself? Seeing Duan Kuan silent, he slowly picked up the blood-stained ashtray. Duan Kuan's body trembled, and he quickly spoke. "The white polyporus is very important to Mr. Wet. He captured you not only to vent his son's anger, but also to get back the white polyporus." He had no doubt that if he didn't explain clearly, he would surely die under that ashtray. Though Duan Kuan was ruthless, he was truly intimidated by this madman. "I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. But remember this." Chu He pointed at Duan Kuan's broken arms. "From now on, when you see me in Zhonghai, keep your head down." He said with a smile, "Tell Wei Tianan that the parasitic worm inside him has been drugged by me. Without my intervention, no matter who treats him, he will die. Yes." Drenched in cold sweat, Duan Kuan staggered to his feet and returned to the second floor of the bar. "Mr. Chu He." Gao Hu's underlings, already weak with fear, stammered, "You can go back." Chu He waved his hand, sat on the sofa, and opened a bottle of red wine. The crowd scattered. The vast bar was left with only Chu He and Mo Jio. "A drink." Chu He poured a glass of red wine and handed it to Mo Jio. "I don't drink, but affects my speed when I fight." Mo Jio adjusted his cap and chuckled. "You're not leaving. Waiting for someone." Chu He downed the wine in one gulp and said calmly, "Wei Tianan will come to invite me. This time it wouldn't be as simple as the white polyporus." He intended to use the Wei family to uncover his own origins, to find out who had sent him to the orphanage and suppress the power within him. Under the dim light, Chu He's eyes glimmered. Even a wealthy and powerful man like Wei Tianan valued the white polyporus this much. Where had Lin Tianhua obtained so many medicinal herbs to feed him for over a decade? Unfortunately, Lin Tianhua was dead. Chu He could only seek the answers himself. On the second floor of the bar. Call Mr. Wei right now." Surrounded by a group of underlings, Duan Kuan's face was pale, his body shivering with cold. "Tell Mr. Wei that something has happened here. And if anyone else touches the parasitic worm inside him, he will die. Quick, make the call." He had no time to worry about being held accountable for his mission's failure. Informing Wei Tianan was the top priority. At least in Duan Kun's view, both he and Wei Tianan had severely underestimated Chu He. Especially Chu He's last words. If they were true, Wei Tianan's situation was undoubtedly dangerous. He dared not gamble. He had to report truthfully. After giving his report, Duan Kun lost too much blood and gradually fell into a coma. At Donghai Hospital, in the VIP ward, Wei Tianan sat upright in a chair. Beside him lay the severely injured Wei Yuan. The three immaculate masters also sat solemnly before the hospital bed. Just then his phone rang. Mr. Wei Ma-san, one of Brother Kun's men. As soon as Wei Tianan answered, a hurried voice came through the receiver. A young man named Chu He broke into the bar, beat up Brother Kun, and said that only he can cure your illness. If anyone else tries, you will surely die. He said he'll wait for you at the bar for an hour. What? Wei Tianan was startled. He hadn't expected a 20-year-old to be so formidable, daring to storm into Duan Kun's territory, but now he had no mind to dwell on it. The underling's words made him recall how many doctors had been helpless again. What if something went wrong? After hanging up, Wei Tianan's resolve wavered. At that moment, Shun, by the master skilled in surgery among the three, stood up and laughed. I never thought I'd live to see someone show off in front of us three. The three had already heard the call. Mr. Wei, what did the doctor say about your son's leg injury? He pointed at Wei Yuan's leg with a contemptuous smile. The top orthopedic surgeons in the province examined him. He needs surgery 6 months before he can walk, and there's a risk of paralysis. Wei Tianan's hatred flared up at the mention of his son. Then watch closely. Shinbai, known as the Bone Hand, walked to the hospital bed and grabbed Wei Yuan's leg. This is... Wei Tianan stood up, alarmed by his son's cries of pain. Mr. Wei, sit down and watch. The other two stopped him. Shinbei's hands moved continuously, and a secret medicinal liquid seeped into Wei Yuan's body through his fingers. 10 minutes later, Shinbai wiped his hands and said calmly, your son's injury is no longer serious. With my miraculous medicine that can revive the dead and regrow bones, he will be able to walk within 3 days. Dad, I can feel my leg. Wei Yuan slowly moved his body, his face radiant with surprise. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Even at Donghai Hospital, a top-tier private hospital gathering renowned doctors, it would take at least 6 months to walk. Yet from the start of treatment to now, only 10 minutes had passed, and Wei Yuan had almost fully recovered. He could hardly believe it. Truly a divine physician. Wei Tianan was overjoyed. His last shred of doubt vanished. Though he had long heard of the three masters' abilities, seeing his son, who had a broken leg, move immediately, Wei Tianan said with great respect, Honored masters, I entrust my illness to your care. Indeed, if you three had come earlier, why would that Chu He have been so arrogant? Wei Yuan gritted his teeth at the mention of Chu He. He, the young master of the Wei family, had been beaten so humiliatingly for the first time. Forgive my bluntness. Lan Tianwen, dressed in a blue robe, snorted lightly. If I wished to save a life, even the king of hell would have to give me face. He reached out, grabbed Wei Tianan's wrist, and slowly closed his eyes. Half a minute later, Lan Tianwen burst into laughter. Divine physician, what is my illness? Wei Tianan had long heard of the three masters' reputation and had witnessed Wei Yuan's astonishing recovery, so he felt no more worry. It was a pity that the white polyporus had been taken by Wei Yao and given to Chu He. That item was extremely precious. If it were damaged, it would be a waste. Once his illness was cured, he would personally deal with that reckless young man. I thought it was some strange disease, but it turns out to be just a parasitic worm. Lan Tianwen sneered, such a trivial trick. I can cure Mr. Wei completely in the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea. When it comes to the art of parasitic worms, no one in Jiangdong province, or even the whole of China, surpasses Master Lan Tianwen. The other two masters chimed in. Mr. Wei, just sit still. Thank you for your trouble. Though Wei Tianan was puzzled as to why he had been infested with a parasitic worm, he obediently sat down. Lan Tianwen took a cup of tea, added his specially brewed herbal medicine, and handed it to Wei Tianan. At the same time, 3 silver needles flashed as he inserted them into Wei Tianan's brow, philtrum, and neck. I have sealed your central nervous system. Drink this tea. The drugs will force the worm to flee, leaving no escape but through your mouth. Focus your mind and let nothing distract you. Understood. Wei Tianan held the cup with both hands and drank it in one gulp. Instantly, a warm current seemed to surge through his entire body. In the VIP ward of Donghai Hospital, Wei Yuan was plotting how to take revenge on Chu He and restore his Wei Qing, the eldest son of Wei Tianan, and hailed as the Dark Prince of the underworld in Zhonghai, stood guard unwaveringly behind Wei Tianan. Outside the door, the Wei family's bodyguards were armed with loaded weapons. Several top-tier experts were also stationed at the stairwell, ensuring that this treatment would proceed without any mishaps. Master, I feel a sharp pain in my abdomen and have difficulty breathing. Wei Tianan sat upright in the chair, eyes tightly shut, palms facing upward, his brow deeply furrowed. The medicine is spreading through your body and being absorbed. The pain is normal. Lin Tianwen explained with great confidence. This is the secret formula I realized after 30 years of seclusion. Any deadly insect upon contact with this remedy will convulse uncontrollably and instinctively seek to leave the host's body. He raised his hand, pointing at Wei Tianan's neck. The usual hiding places for ordinary goo worms are the heart and the brain, the two most vital organs in the human body. Now I have sealed off the goo worm's escape routes with 3 silver needles. With nowhere to flee, the worm will irritate your stomach, forcing you to vomit it out. As he spoke, Lin Tianwen stroked his beard smugly. The title of Supreme Goo Master is not one I bear lightly. Hearing this, Wei Tiannan felt a slight sense of relief, but as time passed his discomfort grew increasingly severe. A wave of unpleasant sensations surged over him. Suddenly Wei Tiannan's veins bulged, his hands clenched the chair tightly, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Cold sweat dripped down like soybeans falling incessantly. Master, my father. Wei Qing frowned, voicing his concern. As the eldest son and the de facto heir of the Wei family, Wei Qing possessed a sharp mind and a resilient character far beyond ordinary people. This is a normal reaction. The worm is being agitated inside the body, so it will naturally scurry about. Lin Tianwen said nonchalantly, just wait a moment. Hearing this, Wei Qing could only wait in silence. No sooner had Lin Tianwen finished speaking than Wei Tiannan collapsed to his knees in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, his entire body began to convulse. Even the 3 silver needles were shaken off and fell to the ground. No worm. Wei Qing bent down, examining the bloodstains closely, shouting in astonishment. Meanwhile, Wei Tiannan's convulsions grew increasingly severe. This shouldn't be happening, Lin Tianwen muttered, frowning slightly. He rose and placed his hand on Wei Tiannan's wrist, his expression instantly changing. How could this be? The pulse was weak, the breathing shallow. The vital signs were plummeting rapidly. Master, what is going on? Wei Qing growled, gritting his teeth. Though he knew nothing of medicine, the monitors attached to Wei Tiannan were all sounding alarms. Even a fool could tell something was wrong. No, that's not right. The goo worm should have emerged by now. Lin Tianwen took a deep breath, quickly sealing Wei Tiannan's acupoints with silver needles, and nervously opened his personal medicine case. Inside were jars, bottles, and more silver needles. After a moment's thought, he took out a needle and thrust it directly into Wei Tiannan's chest. This time I refuse to believe you won't come out. Lin Tianwen's expression grew grave for the first time. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Wei Tiannan began to foam at the mouth, his face turning deathly pale before their eyes. How can this be? Lin Tianwen, holding the blood-stained silver needle, stood frozen in shock. The situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Mr. Weiss' body may have other issues besides the goo worm. He frowned deeply, speaking in a low voice. I can assure you that the goo worm has been dealt with, but the cause of Mr. Weiss' coma, we will do our best to diagnose. This won't do. At these words, Wei Qing, who had been standing close to Wei Tiannan, felt a jolt of fear. Lin Tianwen's statement was clearly an attempt to shift responsibility. Remembering Chu He, who had treated his father before, and the phone call that had vaguely mentioned Chu He's name, Wei Qing rushed out of the ward, leading his men to the room where Wei Yao was being held in the hospital. Open it. He barked at the bodyguards in front of the door, his face dark. The master ordered that unless he personally says so. Slap. Slap. Wei Qing delivered 2 resounding slaps to the bodyguard's face and kicked the door open. Wei Yao, who had been sitting anxiously inside, ran over at the sight of her brother. How is father? She asked. What did Chu He tell you back then? Wei Qing asked, his face grim. He said in all of Zhonghai only he could save father. Wei Yao's heart trembled. Has something happened to father? Hard to say, but Chu He must not die now. Wei Qing took Wei Yao's hand and led her out of the room. Come with me. We're going to find Chu He. What exactly is wrong with father? Wei Yao was filled with worry. His condition is very bad. I don't trust those 3 masters. Wei Qing confessed his concerns. But I'm afraid Chu He might already be dead. Wei Yao bit her lips, speaking with a trembling voice. Duan Kuan was a ruthless man. Once he took action, few of his opponents survived. Not necessarily. Father received a phone call before the treatment, and I thought I heard Chu He's name. Wei Qing took out his phone, took a deep breath, and called Duan Kuan. After a few seconds, Duan Kuan's underling answered. Wei Qing. Where is Duan Kuan? Wei Qing demanded sternly. Master, brother Kuan lost too much blood. He's being treated now. The underling replied in a trembling voice. What happened? Wei Qing was stunned. How could Duan Kuan, who was perfectly fine, have lost so much blood? Chu He came and broke both of brother Kun's arms. The underling stammered. Chu He is not. Wei Qing was taken aback. His emotions were conflicted. He was glad Chu He was still alive. At least there was an extra safeguard for his father's illness. But this guy had actually injured Duan Kuan. Duan Kuan was Wei Tiannan's most capable subordinate in Zhonghai, known as one of the 5 tigers of the Wei family. Yes, master. He also told Brother Kuan to call Mr. Wei and pass on a message. The underling was terrified. After all, their status was far below that of the Wei family's crown prince. Speak. What message? Wei Qing grew tense. The ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. Chu He said that only he can cure the goo worm in the master's body. If anyone else acts rashly, the master will die. Where is Chu He? Wei Qing lost his composure for the first time. His mind was in turmoil, his panic mounting. Through the crack in the door, he saw the three masters bustling around his father in the ward, apparently at a loss. At the bar on the first floor sitting. Duan Kun's underling could barely speak. Keep an eye on him and treat him well. If he leaves, he'll kill your entire family. After saying this, Wei Qing turned to Wei Yao. Sister, you have a decent relationship with Chu He. Come with me. Nothing was more important than his father's life. If the three masters failed, having Chu He around would give his father another chance. Okay. Wei Yao hesitated for a moment, then said, I've dealt with Chu He. He's immune to both coaxing and coercion. To get his help, we need something he wants. What does he want? Wei Qing was frantic. He once gave me a list of rare herbs. The reason he saved father before was because of the white tai sui. Wei Yao thought for a moment and replied, Sister, go home now. Wei Qing frowned. Bring all the valuable herbs from the house here as a bargaining chip with Chu He. If father asks, he'll take responsibility. Now I'm going to fetch him. With that, Wei Qing hurried toward the bar. Meanwhile, Chu He was sitting in the bar sipping red wine. Driven by curiosity, Lin Anning quietly returned. She found that Duan Kuan was gone. Chu He, where is Duan Kuan? Lin Anning asked in surprise. She had hoped Chu He would suffer a little, but this former brother of hers seemed completely unscathed. Do you have business with him? Chu He looked up, glancing at Lin Anning. No. Lin Anning dared not provoke Duan Kuan. You still have the mood to drink, she said, stepping forward impatiently. Run for your life. You can't afford to mess with Duan Kuan. What's it to you? Chu He frowned slightly. Among the seven sisters, he had always treated Lin Anning the best. Yet when Lin Qingcheng drove him away, she had stood by and done nothing. Chu He, I know you hold a grudge. After we kicked you out, you've been trying to prove yourself. Lin Anning sat down beside him, reaching out to rest her hand on his shoulder. All right, big sister agrees to be with you. Slap. Chu He knocked her hand away and uttered a single word, get lost. Some things are taken for granted when possessed, but once lost, their value multiplies. The same goes for people. Once Chu He was utterly obedient to Lin Anning, following her every word. He was like a dog she had tamed. But now that dog has gone to another. Lin Anning felt deeply unsettled. She resolved to make Chu He sink back into being her fawning admirer. Lin Anning, who had never accepted defeat, couldn't swallow this insult. Especially seeing the ambiguous interactions between Tang Guoguo and Chu He, she felt as if she had swallowed a disgusting fly. Chu He, do you really think Tang Guoguo likes you? She's using you. You've offended Duan Kuan, and Tang Guoguo will definitely distance herself from you. What does it have to do with you? Chu He picked up his glass, asking calmly. Lin Anning said angrily, elder sister was wrong to drive you away. But what about me? What harm have I ever done to you? I even said nice things to elder sister, hoping to get you back. Then what were you doing when she drove me away, eh? Chu He drank the last of his wine, asking with a smile. At least I didn't chime in like second sister did. Lin Anning deflated. Silence is also complicity. Chu He drank the last of his wine again and took out a cigarette from his pocket. Just for your damned pride, for your competitive nature. Lin Anning sneered. Do you know that showing off feels good for a moment? Just now you were impressive, daring to hit Duan Kuan. But what about afterwards? Duan Kun's power is immense, not to mention the mysterious force behind him. Speaking of this, Lin Anning found it ridiculous. Dignity is built on strength. Without ability, everything is empty talk. Come home with me, they'll find a way to get you abroad to avoid the trouble. Lin Anning flicked her hair. She knew that Chu He had no choice now. Either die or flee. Duan Kuan was extremely vicious and would never tolerate such humiliation. Don't be stubborn in Zhonghai. What difference is there between you and an ant? Seeing Chu He silent, Lin Anning continued. Accept your fate, when you must bow your head, when you must. They'll handle the paperwork for you to go abroad, but you must apologize to me and cut ties with Tang Guoguo. In her eyes, when faced with death, people instinctively seek survival. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Chu He glanced at his watch and stood up, saying, I should be going too. At this hour, no one from the Wei family had come. It seemed Wei Tiannin was already dead. He had given the Wei family enough time. Chu He, after being driven out of the Lin family, have you become like this? Lin Anning was furious. He'll ask you one last time, do you want to live? As they spoke, the two arrived at the bar entrance. Dozens of cars suddenly stopped in front of the bar. Then well-dressed, black-suited bodyguards jumped out of the cars one after another. Over 100 people stood in a row surrounding Chu He. Ha ha! Lin Anning sneered at the sight, stepping back timidly. She kept muttering, I told you you're finished, now do you believe it? Too late. Chu He, too late. Duan Kun's retaliation came so quickly, somewhat surprising Lin Anning. But with such a display, how could Chu He alone handle it? She was about to go back into the bar. Duan Kun's men slowly walked out from inside, forcing Lin Anning out, forcing her to stand together with Chu He. Are you Chu He? As a loud voice rang out, the crowd quickly parted. Wei Qing, who was 1.8 meters tall and dressed in a suit, strode up to Chu He. Elder brother. Duan Kun's men shouted with utmost respect. Wei Qing was the eldest, so they always called him elder brother. Faced with such a scene, Lin Anning's legs grew weak. Chu He, you're going to get me killed. She gritted her teeth, tears streaming down from fear. She should have left. Why did she come back to prove a point, wanting Chu He to bow to her? But now her regret was useless. Hello, may I ask who you are? As a lawyer, Lin Anning instinctively, shut up, is that a question you're allowed to ask? A bodyguard shouted with murderous intent. Lin Anning trembled, completely at a loss. The opponent's powerful aura made her feel uneasy and tense. Years of work experience told her that this man was definitely not simple. Are you Chu He? Wei Qing looked at Chu He. That's right. Chu He clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. Lin Anning closed her eyes, utterly despairing. Still putting on airs at a time like this. Still not knowing to bow and admit fault. I'm sorry, he doesn't understand reason. Well, compensate for the losses. I apologize on his behalf. Before Lin Anning could finish, Wei Qing slowly knelt on the ground, his expression solemn. Please, Mr. Chu, save my father. This scene stunned Lin Anning. She had even prepared her apology and thought of compensation terms. But now the other party was actually kneeling. Lin Anning's mind went blank, completely unable to react. As long as Mr. Chu is willing to help, I will agree to any condition. Wei Qing pleaded sincerely. Compared to his father's life, no price was too high to pay. At this moment, Duan Kun, wrapped in bandages, came out, supported by his underlings. Since Wei Qing had come, he had to show his face as long as he wasn't dead. Seeing Duan Kun, Lin Anning's heart clenched. Wei Qing's earlier behavior made her think the two sides were not allied. So this was Chu He's backing. Was this the source of his confidence to not bow? But would the other party really be willing to fight Duan Kun to the death for him? As Lin Anning's mind raced, Duan Kun was already brought before Wei Qing. Slap. Slap. Wei Qing struck Duan Kun twice across the face. Is Mr. Chu satisfied? He turned sideways, asking cautiously. Duan Kun lowered his head, silent. Without the Wei family, he was nothing. Not to mention 2 slaps. Even if he took 2 bullets, he couldn't utter a word. Duan Kun, is it? Chu He brushed his sleeve, not even looking at him. Yes. Duan Kun gritted his teeth and said, I failed to recognize your greatness. Chu He ignored him instead, drawing a pistol from his waist, aiming at Duan Kun's knee and pulling the trigger sharply. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Duan Kun knelt in pain, blood instantly staining the steps. When you speak to me, you must kneel. Chu He bent down, asking with a smile, did you remember? I remember. Duan Kun lowered his head, answering in pain. Also the Wei family's arrogance, I don't like it. Chu He stood on the steps, hands behind his back, and said calmly, if you want me to save someone, I can. Mr. Chu. Wei Qing snatched the gun and pressed it against his own knee. As long as you are willing to save my father, both my legs are yours. With that, a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes, and his fingers moved to pull the trigger. You are stronger than your father. Chu He grabbed Wei Qing's hand, patted his shoulder. Your legs, keep them for now. Mr. Chu. From today, wherever you go, the Wei family, regardless of status, will kneel to welcome you. Wei Qing raised his hand and pressed down. Everyone kneel. He turned to order his men. Tell the hospital that wherever Mr. Chu passes, every Wei family member, regardless of rank, must kneel to welcome him. Having said that, he knelt without hesitation before Chu He, clasping his hands. Mr. Chu, please save my father. I can treat him, but the Wei family must give me what I want. Chu He slowly walked toward the Wei family's car. On both sides, dozens of Wei family members knelt on the ground, all bowing their heads. This time Lin Anning was completely stunned. She couldn't imagine that Chu He had such a powerful backing. He even dared to hit Duan Kun, and could make this big shot kneel and beg. Was this still the same brother she once knew? If Chu He had stayed in the Lin family, then the Lin family's future. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She stood frozen in place. Lin Anning. Chu He turned halfway, looking at her with mockery in his eyes. Just now you said I was an ant, but in my eyes Zhonghai is just a grain of sand. I gave the Lin family a chance to soar, but you refused. With that, he slowly got into the car, leaving Lin Anning in a daze. She couldn't accept it, nor could she understand. Chu He was clearly just a servant who could only wash clothes and cook. How did he become such a formidable figure after leaving the Lin family? She would go back and tell elder sister this news. Tell the Lin sisters. In the VIP ward of Donghai, Lan Tianwen's face was ashen, his eyes fixed on Wei Tiannin on the ground, muttering, impossible, why isn't the goo insect coming out yet? Before him, Wei Tiannin's eyes were tightly shut, completely still. The heart rate monitor beside him suddenly turned into a flat line. Bang! At that moment, the ward door was flung open. How is my father? Wei Qing rushed in first, bursting into the room with anxiety, his eyes fixed nervously on Wei Tiannan. Meanwhile, Wei Tiannan lay curled on the floor, frothing at the mouth, motionless. His body was covered with silver needles. Mr. Wei is suffering from the 5 signs of decay, beyond even the reach of immortals. Lin Tianwen sighed helplessly. The goo worm has been removed, but the 5 signs of decay cannot be altered by mortal power. Mr. Wei, please accept my condolences. He bowed slightly. Lin Tianwen had done his best, but Wei Tiannan's symptoms were unlike anything he had ever seen. Then why did my father show no sign of decline before the treatment? Wei Qing clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, and demanded, he drank your medicine, and now this. He had witnessed Wei Yuan's bone injury with his own eyes. Such a severe wound had healed remarkably fast under the 3 doctors' care. It proved they were not charlatans. Yet when Lin Tianwen mentioned the 5 signs of decay, Wei Qing's resolve began to waver. Could it be that his father's fate was truly sealed? Your father was already near his end last time. These past few days were merely a final flicker of life. Lin Tianwen remained unruffled, explaining calmly. I told you. If the 3 of us cannot cure a disease, only the immortals in heaven can. Nonsense. No sooner had he spoken than Wei Yao, her face ashen, led Chu He into the ward. Outside, all the Wei family bodyguards were kneeling on the ground. They greeted Chu He with the highest ceremony. You incompetent quacks killed my father. Wei Yao raised her hand, pointing at Lin Tianwen. And you still dare to spout such nonsense. A few days ago, Wei Yao had witnessed Chu He's skills. She believed that since Chu He dared to come, he must have a solution. Sister, we're too late. Wei Qing fought back tears, pointing at the heart monitor, his voice choked. Father has already. Chu He, do you? Wei Yao's body trembled, and she looked at Chu He with a complex gaze. Last time her father's heart had also stopped, and he had been forcibly revived. Could there be another chance this time? Yes, but it will cost more. Chu He glanced at Wei Tiannan and said indifferently. Wei Yao had brought all the rare herbs from the Wei family's collection, among which were indeed some he needed. But the Wei family had immense influence, and Chu He was not about to let them off lightly. Miss Wei, do you dare? And Shunbai stood up with a cold snort. Throughout the realm, not to mention your Wei family, even the leading figures of the province treat us with the utmost respect. We came to treat your father today only because he repeatedly begged us. Now that his end has come, you blame us. Lin Tianwen also showed displeasure. Who is this brat who dares to spout nonsense before us? Get out. He glared at Chu He, fury in his eye. Wei Yao bringing this fellow was a clear sign of disrespect. Chu He, I'm counting on you. Without acknowledging the 3, Wei Yao turned respectfully to Chu He. My elder brother is here. The Wei family will not go back on our word. Stop. Lin Tianwen stepped forward, blocking Chu He, his face dark. Miss Wei, the man is dead. Bringing in a young man to mess around like this is an insult to the 3 of us. They were hailed as divine doctors with countless disciples. Across the 9 provinces, countless noble families sought their help. Yet today in the Wei family of Zhonghai, they suffered such humiliation. If word got out, where would they put their faces? Move aside. Clatter. Wei Qing drew his gun and pressed it against Lin Tianwen's head. Master Lin, don't push me. He had grown up fighting alongside Wei Tiannan, spending over a decade in the thick of danger. His murderous aura made Lin Tianwen's heart quiver. Old Lin, can he really bring the dead back to life? Shunbai quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Let him try. It will make the Wei family accept the truth. If he fails, won't it tarnish our reputation? Lin Tianwen squinted at Wei Qing. He'll allow him to try, but if he fails, you kneel and apologize to me. And this man, he'll cripple him. No problem. Before Wei Qing could speak, Chu He nodded and asked in return, and if I succeed? You 3 will call in your disciples from outside, and in their presence kneel and kowtow to me 3 times. How, what a joke. Lin Tianwen laughed loudly, still looking at Wei Qing. Young Master Wei, do you agree? Fine. Wei Qing, too desperate to worry about anything else, was unwilling to give up any hope of saving his father. If he lost the bet, kneeling was a small price to pay. Better than watching his father die. Very well, then we 3 are about to witness something extraordinary. Lin Tianwen stepped back with a sneer. Don't disappoint us. Ha, these young people. Once they have a little skill, they think they can conquer the world. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Haven't you heard that there is always a sky beyond the sky, a man beyond the man? Shunbai snorted. Let it be a lesson to him. The ward fell silent instantly. Wei Yuan and Wei Qing were tense and anxious. Wei Yao's eyes held hope. The 3 masters looked on with disdain. Chu He grabbed Wei Tiannan with one hand and sat him on a chair. Under everyone's gaze, he pulled out a golden needle and gently stirred it in a medicine bottle. Then he thrust the needle directly into Wei Tiannan's temple. Beep. The moment the needle entered the monitor that had shown a flat line began to fluctuate. It meant Wei Tiannan's heart was starting to beat again. Wei Yao's eyes sparkled, her palms slick with sweat. She knew her father might be saved. Wei Qing's lips trembled as he stood by, his breathing becoming rapid. The 3 masters saw this, and their sneers faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Yet they still did not believe Wei Tiannan could survive. Earlier, Lin Qingcheng had examined Wei Tiannan's internal organs and found them completely failing. Once all organs fail, survival is impossible. Young man, you have some skill to bring him back for a few seconds. Lin Tianwen was curious about what the golden needle had been stirred in. If you become my disciple from now on your path. Before he could finish, Chu He abruptly pulled out the needle, pried open Wei Tiannan's mouth, and poured the liquid from the bottle in. As everyone watched in stunned disbelief, Chu He grabbed Wei Tiannan's clothes with his left hand and lifted him upside down. Instantly, black blood began to seep from Wei Tiannan's nostrils, eyes, mouth, and even ears. Drip. The black blood hit the floor with a viscous sound. The entire ward was dead silent. Even Lin Tianwen dropped his contempt, staring intently at Wei Tiannan. Plop. Suddenly, a golden worm crawled out of Wei Tiannan's nostril, writhing in agony on the ground. What? Lin Tianwen could no longer remain seated. He shot up, his eyes fixed on the worm as if seeing a ghost. Master Lin. Wei Qing's spine went cold, then anger surged. Didn't you say the goo worm in my father's body had been removed, eh? Then what is that on the ground? There must be a worm mixed into the drink he just swallowed, Lin Tianwen explained nervously. I am hailed as the king of goo in Miaojiang. How could I fail to remove a mere goo worm? Hearing this, Wei Qing frowned slightly and looked at Chu He. King of goo in Miaojiang. Chu He said, holding Wei Tiannan, his tone dripping with disdain. Nowadays, any stray cat or dog dares to call themselves the king of goo. Since the age of 10, he had devoured medical books, and in his spare time personally gathered herbs from the mountains. To help his second sister Chu, he had once studied goo worms in depth. Thus, faced with Lin Tianwen, who couldn't even handle the golden goo, he naturally held him in contempt. Insolent. Lin Tianwen trembled with rage, unable to accept the challenge to his authority. What? Do you want to compete with me, old man? Having been openly mocked by a junior, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Chu He focused on treating the patient. Wei Yao, worried about her father, intervened to dissuade him. I trust you. These words only further provoked Lin Tianwen. The Wei family would rather believe a young man than trust him. Boy, if you're a man, give me a straight answer. Either apologize to me or compete with me. He had made a name for himself at 30, and at 40 was hailed as the king of goo in Miaojiang. Now he was 73. In the 33 years since his debut, who wouldn't address him respectfully as master or call him the king of goo? Even high-ranking officials and nobles treated him as an honored guest. But now Lin Tianwen was being humiliated publicly by a junior. Chu He ignored him and abruptly slammed Wei Tiannan back into the chair. Suddenly Wei Tiannan gasped, opened his eyes, and shouted, Dad. Wei Qing and Wei Yao rushed over, grabbing Wei Tiannan's hands excitedly. I am. Wei Tiannan felt weak and exhausted. I told you your illness can only be cured. These three incompetents can't break my game. Chu He wiped his hands and said calmly, I saved you today because your entire Wei family knelt on the ground and begged me. Under Wei Tiannan's astonished gaze, he continued, You can send people to trouble me again if you're not afraid to die. Are you threatening me? Wei Tiannan's face darkened, his heart filled with shock and fear. Had he really almost died and been saved by Chu He? I, Chu He, do not threaten others. Chu He said calmly, When I say I will kill someone, they will surely die. In the ward, the three masters were dumbfounded when they saw Wei Tiannan awake. Impossible. This is impossible. Lin Qingcheng, the internal medicine expert, leaped to his feet as if seeing a ghost. 5 visceral failures, the 5 signs of decay. How could he possibly come back to life? In all his life, he had never witnessed anything so bizarre. The toxins secreted by the goo worm cause organ failure. But as long as the poison is neutralized in time, those organs can be saved. Chu He clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, Your ignorance does not make it impossible. Boy, you haven't answered my question. Lin Tianwen, first ignored, and now seeing Chu He's arrogant taunts, was consumed by fury. As per the previous agreement, the 3 of you must first kneel before me. Chu He pointed to the floor. Please. With a glance from Wei Qing, the security guards in the ward quickly pushed open the door and brought in the 3 men's apprentices. Young man, don't narrow your path. You got lucky today, but one should be forgiving when possible. Lin Tianwen said menacingly, Dare you compete with me? Bang. Before he could finish, the bodyguards behind him swiftly struck, kicking the 3 men at the back of their knees. Thud. The 3 masters, with their immortal demeanor, knelt in unison before Chu He. The disciples behind them were stunned. Their masters, wherever they went, received the highest respect. Today in Zhonghai, they were forced to kneel. You? The 3 men felt humiliated and struggled to stand, their faces filled with anger. Boy, you're... Lin Tianwen's face flushed red, his body trembling, and he resorted to provocation. Afraid to die. With a clatter, he opened his medical case. Inside, besides bottles and jars, there was a small piece of withered wood. Seeing this, Chu He's eyes lit up. This item was called wushou wood, one of the herbs needed to suppress the power within him. He never expected to encounter it here. Fine, how shall we compete? Chu He nodded and looked at Lin Tianwen. Didn't you claim your gek-spelling skills surpass mine? Then let's compete in that. Lin Tianwen opened a bottle. Inside is the king of goo I raised. Do you dare to swallow it, and then expel it? All right. Chu He opened his palm, revealing the golden goo that had been inside Wei Tiannan. You eat this. Do you dare? Trying to scare me. Without any hesitation, Lin Tianwen took the golden goo and swallowed it. Chu He likewise picked up the bottle and swallowed the so-called king of goo in front of him. For a moment, Wei Yao's heart was in her throat. She had heard of Lin Tianwen's reputation as the king of goo of Miaojiang. What if something happened to Chu He? Meanwhile, Lin Tianwen's disciples began to jeer. Showing off in front of the master. Pure suicide. That Miaojiang king of goo is extremely venomous. Even a golden immortal would fall if they swallowed it. Indeed, good advice is wasted on a doomed man. They had followed Lin Tianwen for years and knew the power of that goo. Young man, this old man will teach you today that there is always someone better. Lin Tianwen opened a bottle and directly swallowed a goo worm inside. My worm can easily devour the one you gave me. And the worm inside you is already the king of goo. He said smugly. Expelling goo is usually done with medicine, but that's too low level. My method is simple and quick. At this moment, Lin Tianwen smiled, as if lecturing a student, explaining the details carefully. But Chu He from start to finish made no move, merely standing still with his eyes closed. To outsiders it seemed he had resigned himself to fate, waiting to die. Little did they know that inside Chu He a surge of heat was erupting. The moment the goo worm touched this power, it dissolved into blood, slowly seeping out through Chu He's fingertips. Since awakening that power, Chu He had discovered it also protected him from all poisons. Young man, if you don't expel the goo within a minute, you'll surely die. Lin Tianwen, seeing Chu He motionless, couldn't help but laugh. The arrogant are punished by heaven. Hearing this, Wei Yao was extremely worried. Just as she was about to arrange for surgery to save him, Chu He opened. Master Lin, are you sure the goo worm inside you has been removed? His expression was calm, showing no sign of discomfort. Of course, Lin Tianwen said smugly. My worm can devour anything in the world. Mid-sentence his body trembled and his face froze. Master. Several disciples rushed forward, asking anxiously. Quick, get the red bottle. Lin Tianwen shook violently, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. The disciples without hesitation quickly produced a red medicine bottle. Inside were golden pills that reflected light. Master Lin Yu. Seeing the golden pill, the other two masters were startled. This medicine was potent and would only be used as a last resort. If Lin Tianwen needed to take it now, did it mean he was in dire straits? Master, what's wrong? The disciples had never seen their master so flustered. No, nothing, just a minor issue. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Tianwen suddenly fell to his knees, spat out a mouthful of blood, and convulsed in agony. The ward fell into dead silence. Quickly give the golden core to your master. Lin Qingcheng was the first to react. He bent down and pressed his hand against Lin Tianwen's neck. As a specialist in internal medicine, a single touch told him the man was on the verge of death. His breath is like a dangling thread, his heart racing. This is an ill omen. Lin Qingcheng's pupils contracted sharply. What kind of goo insect is so fearsome? He exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Tianwen is the goo king of Miaojiang, immune to all poisons. How could this happen? Shun, by standing nearby, was filled with astonishment. In Miaojiang, those who cultivate goo insects have been ingesting various herbs since childhood. They even bathe in medicinal pools every day. Their bodies possess remarkable resistance to toxins. Ordinary poisons and the venom from goo insects could never harm these individuals. Yet now this master of Miaojiang was on the verge of collapse. One must understand that across all of Miaojiang, few could rival Lin Tianwen in the arts of poisoning and goo planting. Master! Several disciples quickly surrounded him, and one of them hurriedly shoved the golden core into Lin Tianwen's mouth. The Hunyuan golden core is pure yang and overwhelmingly potent. Seeing the core enter his mouth, Lin Qingcheng nodded with relief. Your master will be fine. No matter how domineering the goo insect, it will die under the efficacy of this golden core. He left half of his thoughts unspoken, that the side effects of the golden core were extremely pronounced. Although the Hunyuan golden core could kill the goo insect, it would cause immense damage to the body. Lin Tianwen would need at least half a year in bed to recuperate his internal organs. Ugh! As expected, after swallowing the golden core, Lin Tianwen let out a muffled groan and slowly opened his eyes. His face was deathly pale, his breath faint, and he no longer bore the imposing demeanor he once had. Master, are you all right? Several disciples asked anxiously. They had been under Lin Tianwen's tutelage for years, and no matter how fearsome the goo insect, their master could always resolve it with ease. Today's incident had truly frightened them. Haha. Lin Tianwen waved his hand, speaking with utmost composure. Have you forgotten? Your master is the goo king of Miaojiang. Is there any goo insect in this world that I cannot handle? As he spoke with his disciples' support, he slowly rose and forced himself to sit on a chair. Despite his outward calm and nonchalance, Inwardly, he was both shocked and terrified. Shocked that after decades of studying the art of witchcraft and goo and enjoying a great reputation, he had encountered a goo insect that even the king of goo could not subdue. Terrified that if Chu He did not die and humiliated him in front of all his disciples, Lin Tianwen's reputation would surely be tarnished. If he could not even defeat a youth, what right did he have to call himself the goo king of Miaojiang? No, Chu He must die. A sinister glint flashed in Lin Tianwen's eyes, and between his fingers a small pill appeared unnoticed. At this moment, everyone in the ward was staring at him. In their eyes, the fact that Chu He had reduced Lin Tianwen to such a state was already a victory. Yet they were even more eager to see how Lin Tianwen would counterattack after awakening. After all, he was the goo king of Miaojiang. Boy, don't celebrate too soon. Lin Tianwen stealthily crushed the pill and sneered. You've already missed the chance to expel the goo insects from your body. Now just wait to die. He glanced at his watch, extended a hand, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Within 5 minutes you will die before me in agony. Lin Tianwen's heart was now throbbing with excitement. He had absolute confidence in the king of goo. Even if a celestial descended from heaven, it would be impossible to save Chu He now. That insect would burrow into his brain and cause a sudden death. Now there are 4 minutes left. Lin Tianwen sat in his chair staring at Chu He with a venomous gaze. 3. Suddenly Chu He raised 3 fingers. Seeing this, everyone in the ward was stunned. Wei Yao was so anxious she stamped her feet. Could it be that Chu He truly had no solution? Otherwise, why would he just stand there? Why wasn't he taking any action? 2. The next second, Chu He lowered one finger, a smile on his face. Boy, are you playing tricks again? Lin Tianwen couldn't help taunting. It's useless. You're doomed. What? Chu He put away his finger, looked at Lin Tianwen, and said, fall. The moment he spoke, Lin Tianwen, who had been sitting upright on the chair, actually toppled straight to the ground and began convulsing in agony. Master. Several disciples were horrified, standing rooted to the spot, unsure of what to do. Isn't this the same symptom as my father's? Wei Qing narrowed his eyes and murmured, Father, after drinking his medicine you collapsed and convulsed like this. Wei Tianan's face darkened and he remained silent. In his heart he already understood that Chu He was not playing tricks at all. A master of Lin Tianwen's caliber was truly no match for Chu He. In the chaotic ward, Wei Tianan said nothing and no one knew what he was thinking. Chu He, what is the meaning of this? Lu Qingfeng, looking at Lin Tianwen convulsing on the ground, lost his composure for the first time. What did you— The goo insect inside Mr. Wei is the golden goo from Nanjiang. Chu He explained calmly, flicking his fingers. The golden goo comes in a male and a female pair. They live and die together. Earlier I used blazing fire to kill the male inside Mr. Wei, which paralyzed the female. He looked at Lin Tianwen with utter disdain. Now that the female insect senses the male's death, it will secrete toxins and perish together with its host. This Master Lin, who claims to be the goo king of Miaojiang, doesn't even know about the golden goo. At these words, the entire room fell into dead silence. A flicker of surprise crossed Wei Tianan's eyes, and his hand involuntarily clenched. On the ground, Lin Tianwen, relying on sheer willpower, momentarily regained consciousness. Chu He, save me now. Otherwise, everyone dies. Malice blazed in his eyes, and his former masterly demeanor was completely gone. He had indeed heard of the golden goo, but had never seen it. Legend had it that the thing had vanished for centuries. How did this boy know about the golden goo? At this moment, Lin Tianwen no longer cared about his reputation. He only wanted to survive. I just crushed a poison pill. Everyone in this ward will die without my antidote. As he spoke, Wei Yao raised her hand to gently touch her temple, then collapsed weakly. Chu He extended his left arm and pulled Wei Yao into his embrace, his expression unchanged. Lin Tianwen, you are despicable. Wei Qing leaned against the wall, breathing rapidly, as if all strength had been drained from his body. Wei Tianan and Wei Yuan, who was still in bed, also began to feel unwell. Hey, you forced my hand. Lin Tianwen roared in agony, his veins bulging. Chu He, since you could save Wei Tianan, you can surely save me. Save me now, or all of you will die. Thump. The disciples behind him and the guards at the door all collapsed limply. The only ones still standing in the entire ward were Chu He, Lu Qingfeng, and Shunbai. This is 10 fragrant soft bone powder, isn't it? Chu He held Wei Yao with his left hand while with his right, he pulled a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. This poison is colorless and odorless, but it will incapacitate a person in a short time. After a few minutes, due to muscle paralysis, they will suffocate to death. Am I right? Chu He asked calmly, the cigarette dangling from his mouth. How? How do you know? A flash of surprise crossed Lin Tianwen's agonized eyes. Even if you know, so what? If you don't save me, well, all die together. Even the efficacy of the Hunyuan golden core could not suppress the poison of the golden goo. He was on the verge of collapse. Master Lin, haven't you noticed that I'm still standing? Chu He asked with a smile. Hey, I know you are capable. Lin Tianwen, now beyond caring about anything else, said, Unfortunately, I failed to poison you. But do you not care about their lives or deaths? He was extremely shocked that Chu He could deduce the poison he had administered, but now nothing mattered more than survival. Master, save us. Several disciples collapsed in agony, incessantly pleading. I'm not dead yet. Stop mourning here. Lin Qingcheng trembled all over, his pale lips parting with difficulty. If you people don't want to die, let Chu He save me. His gaze was fixed on Wei Yao and Chu He's arms. Are you afraid of death? Chu He took out a lighter, looking at Wei Yao in his arms. Not afraid. Though Wei Yao was utterly weak, her eyes were resolute, without a trace of fear. I am afraid of death. Chu He, quickly save him. Dad, say something. Wei Yuan, lying on the bed, his face drastically changed, shouted in terror. Do you all want to die? Worthless. Wei Tiannan cursed with difficulty, sitting on the chair, without uttering another word. Chu He. Do you really want to drag so many people to be buried with me? Lin Tianwen was about to collapse. An ordinary person would have died from the poison long ago. Yet he managed to endure until now by relying on his extraordinary resistance and the Hunyuan golden core. The antidote for 10 fragrant soft bone powder is not difficult to prepare. Chu He flicked the lighter and lit the cigarette in his mouth. Phew. He exhaled a plume of smoke and smiled at Lin Tianwen, who was nearing his end. If I want to kill someone, you cannot save them. Similarly, if I want to save someone, you cannot kill them either. As he spoke, the cigarette in his fingers burned out rapidly. Inside the ward, blue smoke curled up. Wei Yao, closest to Chu He, suddenly felt her strength returning. She stood up in surprise, leaving Chu He's arms, and exclaimed in disbelief. I am fine. I seem to have recovered my strength too. Wei Qing gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet. We are also fine. As the smoke dispersed, several of Lin Tianwen's disciples struggled to get up, their faces bearing incredulous joy. This cigarette contains the antidote for 10 fragrant soft bone powder. Chu He looked at the dazed Lin Tianwen, opened the cigarette case, and pointed at the cigarettes inside. 6 harmonies powder, 8 gates, golden lock, spring night, once 10 palaces of Yama. You. Lin Tianwen's eyes widened in disbelief that a young man not only surpassed him in the art of poisons, but also far exceeded him in administering them. The antidotes Chu He had just recited corresponded to poisons that were nearly lost to history. Even Lin Tianwen himself had never seen some of them. Can you tell me why you are fine? Lin Tianwen asked painfully. How could the king of poison insects have no effect after being swallowed? Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Chu He replied with utmost humiliation. PFF. Lin Tianwen spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. He died with eyes wide open. Master Chu. No, divine Dr. Chu. Please be our master. Several of Lin Tianwen's disciples scrambled and crawled, kneeling before Chu He. As long as you are willing to take us, and we are willing to do anything. Chu He frowned slightly. He despised such people. But recalling the wushou wood in Lin Tianwen's chest, he nodded and said, all right, go wait outside the door. Also take that medicine chest. Thank you, master. The men were ecstatic, kowtowing repeatedly, then picked up Lin Tianwen's medicine chest and walked out of the ward. Chu He. Lin Qingcheng, seeing his companion die, tragically walked angrily to Chu He. Do you dare to compete with me? The 3 of them were from the same master. Although they were rarely together, they were still brothers. Seeing his junior brother die tragically, Lin Qingfeng's fury reached its peak. He wanted to avenge his junior brother, to restore their honor. In Lin Qingfeng's eyes, Chu He was nothing but a young man. At only 20 years old, to have studied the art of poisons so deeply, he must have no time for anything else. Back then, the 3 of them were all outstanding talents, yet they could only specialize in one field to become masters in their respective domains. Therefore, Lin Qingfeng was convinced that Chu He was far inferior to him in the way of meridians and internal medicine. What benefit do I get if I win against you? Chu He sized up Lin Qingfeng, but did not find him carrying any medicine chest. Benefits. I, Lin Qingfeng, am renowned throughout Jiuzhou. Who doesn't know me? Lin Qingfeng snorted coldly. If you win against me, you can become famous overnight. Fame, fortune, and wealth will be inexhaustible. What? Scared, he pressed aggressively. But I am not interested in these. Chu He shook his head and said disdainfully, get lost. Fine. A cold glint flashed in Lin Qingfeng's eyes as he raised his hand and flicked. Swish. 3 silver needles shot out and struck Wei Yao. In an instant, Wei Yao fainted and fell to the ground. This is the Tai Ching divine needle. I have infused my inner energy into the silver needles to seal her meridians. Lin Qingfeng said smugly. If you can save her, I will be truly convinced. But if you cannot save her and still want her to live, everyone present must kneel and beg me. And you must keep vigil for Lin Tianwen for 7 days. He spoke arrogantly, as if certain that no one could undo his needle technique. Sister. Wei Qing stepped forward and held Wei Yao in his arms. You dare threaten us? He drew a pistol and pointed it at Lin Qingfeng. Threaten? How? I said kneel and beg me. Lin Qingfeng was completely fearless, even with a trace of mockery. He had studied the way of meridians for over 60 years. The Taiching divine needle technique was especially refined to perfection. Within Jojo, those who could break it were few and far between. Taiching divine needle, is it? Chu He bent down and glanced at the position of the silver needles. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Taiching divine needle seals the meridians. If you are the least bit careless, this girl will die of blocked qi. Lin Qingcheng stood with his hands behind his back looking like a spectator. He was extremely confident that no one present could break it. In the end, they would have to kneel and beg him. Then do you recognize this? Chu He flicked his wrist and 13 golden needles appeared at his fingertips. Then he gently moved his palm. The 13 golden needles landed gracefully on Wei Yao's body. This is the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Seeing this, Lin Qingcheng's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Correct, you recognize it. Chu He spoke calmly, pinching 2 golden needles with his fingers and exerting a slight force. Swoosh. The 3 silver needles that Lin Qingcheng had inserted flew directly out of Wei Yao's body and embedded themselves into the ceiling. Impossible. The Ghost Gate 13 needles have long been lost. Lin Qingcheng stepped back and shook his head frantically. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Ghost Gate 13 needles were a legendary ancient acupuncture technique lost for centuries. The only thing left was a fragment of the manual. It was precisely based on these fragments that Lin Qingcheng recognized Chu He's technique. I said what you don't know does not mean it doesn't exist. Chu He gently brushed his right hand over Wei Yao's body, and all 13 golden needles returned to his hand. Swish. In the next second, Chu He shot the 13 golden needles into Lin Qingcheng. Ugh. Lin Qingcheng staggered and leaned against the wall, his eyes full of disbelief. You? Who is your master? His voice was already trembling. If news of the Ghost Gate 13 needles resurfacing spread, the entire medical world of Jojo would be shaken. That is not something a dead man should consider. Chu He curled his lips into a smile and said, the Ghost Gate 13 needles can save lives, but they can also take lives. You should know that once this needle technique is used, even immortals cannot save you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qingcheng aged at a visible speed. In just a minute he collapsed to the ground, becoming a shriveled corpse. You? Whose disciple are you? Shunbai watched Lin Qingcheng visibly age before his eyes, his inner shock beyond measure. Only the long-lost Ghost Gate 13 needles could drain a person's vitality, achieving such instantaneous aging and subsequent death. A youth, one he had never heard of, never seen, actually possessed the Ghost Gate 13 needles. What is this master skilled in? Chu He raised his hand, pointed at Shunbai, and asked with a smile. Inchbone hand, Shunbai. Wei Yao suppressed the excitement in her heart and introduced, he is renowned as the greatest orthopedic master in Zhonghai. For an ordinary person who breaks a leg, it might take half a year to recover, but with Shunbei's treatment the patient can walk again within a week at most. Normally, upon hearing such praise, Shunbei's eyes would gleam with pride. But now only shock remained in his eyes. You killed them. Our master will not let you go. Shunbai raised his hand, pointing at Chu He, and said sternly, you will pay an unimaginable price. Before he could finish, Chu He stepped forward and struck Shunbei's chest heavily with his right hand. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed through the ward. Shunbei's chest caved in, and his entire body flew sideways, crashing heavily against the wall. The newly renovated wall of Donghai Hospital developed cracks, like a spider web. Shunbai lay on the ground, spitting blood in agony, his eyes filled with unprecedented terror. Set your own bones. Chu He walked with his hands behind his back, step by step to Shunbai, looking down at him. As long as you can set them, I'll let you go. You will pay for this. Shunbei's internal organs were shattered, blood oozed from his 7 orifices, and he struggled to lift his head. I don't like people threatening me. Crack. Chu He lifted his foot and stomped down fiercely. All of Shunbei's cervical vertebrae snapped, and he lay dead on the ground. Even Wei Tianyan found this scene horrifying. Wei Qing instinctively placed his hand on the pistol at his waist. The ruthlessness of a youth was no less than that of the underground big shots. Your leg, did Shunbai said it. Chu He took out a handkerchief, placed his foot on Wei Yuan's hospital bed, and gently wiped the bloodstains off his leather shoes. Seeing this, Wei Qing was about to step forward, but Wei Tianyan stopped him. What are you going to do? Wei Yuan trembled in fear and shouted, Dad. Brother, doctors are not allowed to touch the people I injure. Chu He discarded the handkerchief, bent down, and gently squeezed Wei Yuan's leg. Crack. Wei Yuan's face contorted with pain, his whole body trembling. Dad. Wei Qing roared, unable to restrain himself from stepping forward again. Come back. Wei Tianyan held Wei Qing firmly, his eyes fixed on Chu He, his mind racing. He had underestimated Chu He. It seemed Chu He was not, as the outside world said, noticed by the Dragon God Group because of a patent. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Wei Yuan shouted hysterically, Sister, I'm dying. What did you call me? Chu He raised an eyebrow slightly and slowly withdrew his hand. Brother-in-law, I Wei Yuan swear to the heavens that no matter who my sister is, you are my brother-in-law. Wei Yuan was drenched in sweat, tears streaming from the pain. Chu He is immature. Whatever I owe you the Wei family will repay. Wei Yao in a long dress stepped forward and said softly, let him go, okay. Chu He hesitated for a moment, then directly tore off Wei Yuan's pants and took a bottle of medicinal liquid from his pocket. He sprinkled it gently, and the liquid instantly seeped into Wei Yuan's skin as it touched. It doesn't hurt. Wei Yuan widened his eyes looking at his own legs in disbelief. As the liquid seeped in, he felt a cool, soothing sensation, very comfortable. Before sunrise tomorrow you will be able to walk. Chu He raised the bottle, looked at Wei Yao, and said, the Wei family owes me a lot. Thank you. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Wei Yao's eyes. She hadn't expected Chu He to be even more skilled in orthopedics than Shun Bai. From this perspective, the patent for the smart pill was the least noteworthy thing. Now, Chu He turned to Wei Tiannan. I saved your life again. Let's settle our accounts, shall we? In an instant, the atmosphere in the ward was tense. I saved you, yet you not only broke your promise and tried to take the white Ganoderma, but you also repeatedly sent people to kill me. Chu He put his hands in his pockets, looking at him coldly. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Chu He, I did under. Wei Tiannan laughed self-deprecatingly. I've hunted eagles all my life, but an eagle pecked my eyes. The value of the white Ganoderma is terrifying, but since you saved me twice, I'll give it to you. He was very reluctant. That was just the payment for saving you the first time. What about this time? Chu He took out a prescription and handed it to Wei Tiannan. The items listed here. Your Wei family must find one of them, trace its origin, and hand it over to me. Since even Duan Kuan was a mere dog of the Wei family, it showed the immense power of the Wei family. With such a prominent family's help, the efficiency would certainly be much faster than Tang Zhan's. All right. Wei Tiannan nodded and suddenly said, are you interested in working for me? Whatever 8E gives you, I can give you more. He took a few deep breaths to calm his weakened body, slowly stood up, and said, what you have seen, whether Duan Kuan or the 3 masters I invited, are merely the tip of the iceberg of the Wei family's power. If you work for me, I promise. You can't give it. Ignoring Wei Tiannan's darkening face, Chu He walked to the bulletproof glass in the ward and gently touched it. This glass is sturdy. It's German imported bulletproof glass capable of withstanding sniper rifle rounds. To shatter it, you'd need a grenade launcher. Wei Yao, as the president of Donghai Hospital, explained from the side. As the little princess of the Wei family, she had always been proud. Having founded Donghai Hospital in her 20s and being hailed as the foremost among the 4 golden flowers of Zhonghai, she now found herself intrigued by the man before her. She couldn't understand why the Lin sisters had driven Chu He away. Had they lost their minds? President Wei, do you think this glass is safe? Chu He tapped lightly, and then changed the subject. Now tell me, where did you get your white Ganoderma? The ward fell into silence once more. This matter is top secret. Wei Tiannan hesitated for a moment. I bought it from Tianhua International, the predecessor of the Lin Group. Chu He whirled around, staring at Wei Tiannan. Are you saying that Lin Tianhua sold you the white Ganoderma? That's right. Wei Tiannan frowned slightly. That's why I always thought that as Lin Tianhua's eldest son you knew I had this item and poisoned me to take it. You'd better not be lying to me. A chill emanated from Chu He's eyes, making everyone present shiver. I Wei Tiannan do not lie. Wei Tiannan was also curious. You didn't know? True or false, I will find out myself. Chu He turned and walked to the door of the ward. Don't forget our agreement. You still owe me a medicinal herb. With that, he disappeared from the room. Father, are you all right? Wei Qing finally let out a long sigh. I'm fine. Crack. Wei Tiannan had only spoken half a sentence. The bulletproof glass that Chu He had touched shattered instantly. Shards scattered everywhere in the ward. The Wei family stared at the broken window, dumbfounded. Wei Yao, you're friends with Tang Guohua. Contact her immediately and find out who this 8th master really is and what exactly Chu He's relationship with 8th master is like. Wei Tiannan once again felt his life was threatened. Such a person, if he cannot be used by me, must be killed by me. In Zhonghai, the Wei family had dominated for many years with deep roots. Therefore, he was not concerned about the sudden appearance of 8th master. A strong dragon cannot crush a local snake. Moreover, the Wei family was itself the dragon in Zhonghai. But now, after witnessing Chu He's formidable power firsthand, Wei Tiannan was finally shaken. He'll do it right away. Wei Yao nodded, her eyes a mixture of joy and concern. Wei Qing, go investigate the medicinal herbs listed above. Wei Tiannan handed the prescription Chu He had given to Wei Qing. Use the Wei family's influence to get it done as soon as possible. Deep down, he still wanted to win Chu He over. If he could gain this man, it would be like a tiger with wings. Also find out who placed the goo curse on me. Wei Tiannan's face darkened. I always thought it was Chu He who was harming me. Now it seems it's not him. The overlord of the underworld in Zhonghai, humiliated by being cursed with goo. He could not accept it. Outside the hospital room, seeing Chu He appear, several disciples of Lan Tianwen immediately knelt on the ground respectfully, shouting, Master, where's the medicine box? Chu He reached out his hand, scanning the group. Master here. One of the men quickly brought the medicine box and respectfully handed it to Chu He. Chu He opened the medicine box, took out the wushou wood, and glanced at the other items. Inside were various bottles and jars, some of which bore the characters Ghost Gate. Perhaps this was the sect of the 3 men Shun Bai had mentioned. But he had never heard of Ghost Gate. Could it be related to the Ghost Gate 13 needles? Chu He put away half of the wushou wood and casually tossed the box to the man in front of him. Take it as a gift. Thank you, master. The men's eyes lit up and they kowtowed excitedly. That was Lin Qingcheng's treasure. Many people desired it but could never obtain it, yet now it was given away casually. Their admiration for Chu He instantly reached its peak. Master, I have a female classmate from university who admires you greatly. When you have time in the future, could you allow her to meet you? The man was a little nervous. He feared that his abruptness might displease the master. Master, she is very famous in Zhonghai, and her abilities even surpass ours. The man explained, having someone like her to help you would make things much easier for you. We'll talk about it when I have time. Chu He put away the wushou wood, stood up, and said to the men, give me your phone numbers. He'll need you when the time comes. Although these men were far inferior to him in ability, Chu He observed that they were still among the elite in Zhonghai. In the future, when he investigated medicinal herbs and formulas, they could be of use. Now he needed to find Lin Qingcheng and check the Lin Group's accounts to see if Wei Tiannan had lied. The medicinal herbs he had searched for so long were actually in the Lin Group. Chu He still found it hard to believe. Master, please take care. The disciples were ecstatic. The man who had spoken earlier quickly took out his phone, walked to a corner, and made a call. At that moment, in Zhonghai Hospital, the frustrated Lin Qingcheng sat dejectedly outside the vice dean's office. After her own investigation, she discovered that Chu He had indeed been frequenting this place. This made Lin Qingcheng question her own abilities for the first time. She wanted to beg her mentor, the vice dean, to intercede and lift Wei Yao's ban on her. But because Lin Qingcheng had once betrayed Zhonghai Hospital and transferred to Donghai Hospital, the vice dean chose not to see her. Lin Qingcheng sat there for an entire day. Suddenly her phone rang. Senior brother. Seeing the number, Lin Qingcheng perked up and answered excitedly. Senior brother, only you can help me now. If Master Lin says a word, Wei Yao will lift the ban on me. Her hand holding the phone trembled. In the afternoon, she learned that her university senior brother had become a disciple of the renowned Master Lin Tianwen in Zhonghai. And Lin Tianwen was currently at Donghai Hospital helping Wei Yao treat patients. So she placed all her hopes on this senior brother, who was Lin Tianwen. Insiders called him the immortal Lin. If Lin Tianwen was willing to speak, Wei Yao would definitely not refuse. Now she had finally received the call, and every nerve was instantly tense. Xiaoxue, Master Lin is dead. The man's voice came through the phone. What? Lin Qingcheng was first shocked by Lin Tianwen's death, but then came despair. She felt as if her world had collapsed. How could hope appear only to be dashed again? Master Lin lost his life in a duel with someone. The man spoke excitedly, but there was no sadness in his tone. Who could defeat the immortal Lin? Lin Qingcheng asked dully. At this moment, she no longer cared about the cause of Lin Tianwen's death. Unable to lift the ban, she would be a useless person in Zhonghai with nowhere to go. Thinking of all the efforts she had made over the years, Lin Qingcheng broke down in tears. Xiaoxue, don't cry yet. The man heard her sobbing and quickly explained, the master who defeated the immortal Lin is my new master. It's a long story. But anyway, I just told him about your situation. Prepare yourself well. When the opportunity comes, he'll introduce you to him. Are you serious? Lin Qingcheng laughed bitterly. Senior brother, don't try to comfort me. Xiaoxue, I'm not lying. That master is very kind and treats us well. The man quickly explained he will definitely be willing to help, and he has already agreed. Do you know? Even Wei Yao treats him with utmost respect. That's Wei Yao? The aloof goddess of Zhonghai, the first among the 4 golden flowers. Lifting the ban on you is just a word for him. I have recommended you to my master. The man's tone carried pride. With your abilities, you can certainly become a disciple of this great master. Then you will become famous in Zhonghai. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Qingcheng said excitedly, feeling a surge of energy throughout her body. A long-lost hope was rekindled. A master who could defeat Lin Tianwen. What kind of immortal was that? She knew her senior brother's character and believed he had not lied to her. Lin Qingcheng took a deep breath, a smile on her face, and began to envision the future. Chu He, who do you think? She sneered. When I become a disciple of that master, it'll make you pay. Thinking of her current miserable situation, her hatred for Chu He grew even stronger. You just latched onto the Tang family, didn't you? Now even your background can't compare to mine. I hate your arrogant face. It'll make you kneel and beg me like a dog. Boundless hatred surged in her heart again. Lin Qingcheng. Just then the office door opened. The vice dean of Zhonghai Hospital, Lin Qingcheng's mentor, looked at her and sighed helplessly. If you had known this day would come, why did you do it in the first place? The vice dean shook his head. Tomorrow I'll go with you to apologize to Wei Yao. No need. Lin Qingcheng suddenly smiled. Teacher, don't trouble yourself. I'll walk my own path. With that under the stunned gaze of the Vice Dean Lin Qingcheng, I put her hands in her pockets and disappeared down the corridor with a cheerful heart. President Lin opened the door. Midnight. Urgent knocking echoed from outside the Lin family villa. Lin Qingcheng, tormented by a severe headache, rose groggily and flung open the door in irritation. Before she could vent her fury, a pungent stench of feces assaulted her, forcing her to cover her mouth and nose. What's going on? She instantly sobered, retreating step by step. At the doorway, 2 Lin family security guards were supporting a man covered in filth, their faces contorted with distress. The smell was so overwhelming that even they couldn't help retching. What are you doing? A surge of anger flared within Lin Qingcheng. Learning of Chu He's death had lifted her spirits, and she had finally managed to sleep. Yet now she was rudely awakened. And the 2 guards before her seemed to have lost their minds, bringing such a filthy person to her doorstep. President Lin, this is your younger brother Lin Li. The security captain spoke between bouts of retching. A car stopped at the gate just now and dropped someone off. We went to check and found it was the young master. Lin Li. Lin Qingcheng's eyes widened. Fighting the stench, she leaned in for a closer look. It was indeed Lin Li. But wasn't her brother supposed to be with Gao Hu hunting down Chu He? How had he ended up covered in filth, barely conscious, and carried back like this? President Lin, well, leave the young master here. Unable to endure the stench any longer, the 2 guards set Lin Li down at the entrance and fled. Ugh. At that moment, Lin Li sprawled on the ground, kept vomiting as well. Brother, what? What happened? Lin Qingcheng stood at a loss. She wanted to help, but the filth covering Lin Li made her stomach churn beyond control. Xiao Luke. Lin Qingcheng shouted to the security guard at the entrance. Bring the fire hose and rinse him off first. Wang Ma, fill the bathtub. Her commotion roused the entire Lin family. Big sister. Just then Lin Anning rushed in through the door, reeking of alcohol, a bag in hand. Ugh. She leaned against the doorframe, gagging for a long while before asking weakly, Sis, did our sewer back up? It's little brother. Lin Qingcheng covered her nose and frowned. I'll ask him when he wakes up. Have you been drinking? She looked up, glancing at the alcohol-laden Lin Anning. That question jolted Lin Anning back to the reason she had rushed home. Big sister Chu He beat up Duan Kuan at Haisha Street. She wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, her face tense. Duan Kuan was someone even the Lin family dared not provoke. That Chu He could harm Duan Kuan and walk away unscathed meant his backing went far beyond just Tang Guogua. Lao Si, are you drunk? Lin Qingcheng shook her head. Chu He offended Gao Hu and was already hacked to death. The news Lin Li personally delivered couldn't be wrong. Big sister, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Anning looked incredulous. Who told you Chu He was dead? Had Chu He been killed by Gao Hu on the way back from the bar? Lin Li called me 2 hours ago. Lin Qingcheng patted Lin Anning's shoulder earnestly. Go sleep off. Impossible. Lin Anning shook her head vehemently. An hour ago I saw Chu He beat Duan Kuan with my own eyes. Lao Si. Lin Qingcheng's head throbbed at the mere mention of that name. They'll say it again, Chu He is dead. I don't want him haunting us. Who died? Just then, a voice came from within the Lin family villa. Lin Qingcheng looked up and saw the figure she least wanted to see. What? Don't recognize me. Chu He, wearing a black trench coat, slowly walked up to Lin Qingcheng. Did you do what I asked? You're not dead. Lin Qingcheng was momentarily stunned. Lin Li had spoken so convincingly on the phone. How could Chu He be perfectly fine? Sorry to disappoint you. Chu He smiled faintly. Shall we? In an instant, Lin Qingcheng wilted like a frosted eggplant. Fine. She forced out the word and left with Chu He. Hope kindled, then dashed into despair. Her emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. In the dead of night, the 2 arrived at the chairman's office of Lin Group. The confidential documents lay on the desk. Chu He sat in the chair once occupied by Lin Tianhua, leafing through the bills one by one. Time ticked by. Finally, Chu He spotted a clue on one of the bills. 500 million. He pulled out the receipt and examined the date carefully. A year ago. It matched perfectly with the time Wei Tiannan had mentioned. But the name on it wasn't Wei Tiannan, it was Donghai Hospital. Chu He took out his phone, found Wei Yao's number, and dialed quickly. A year ago, Donghai Hospital and Lin Group, then called Tianhua International, conducted a transaction. Do you remember anything? A year ago. Wei Yao pondered for a moment, then seemed to recall. I remember now, my brother once used my company's name to buy something from Tianhua International. But I don't know what it was exactly. Then I understand. Chu He hung up and looked at Lin Qingcheng. President Lin, can you explain what this item on the bill is? Something worth hundreds of millions, yet marked as a prescription. What could be so expensive? He was utterly astonished. All along, Chu He had believed that Lin Tianhua had bought the medicine for him from someone else. But he never imagined that Lin Tianhua hadn't bought anything. Instead, he had surplus herbs to sell to others. And a single white Tai Sui alone was worth hundreds of millions. Chu He, I know nothing about father's past dealings. Lin Qingcheng's eyes were red, her emotions in turmoil. She had never once looked at this brother before her with any respect, yet now she was groveling before him. Was she wrong? Should she not have driven Chu He away? Lin Qingcheng didn't think so. She felt only hatred for Chu He. The strange disparity was unbearable to her. She was born to be above others. Why should an orphan be so insolent in her presence? We're even now. Chu He closed the folder, stood up, and walked over to Lin Qingcheng. Smiling, he asked, "The headache doesn't feel good, does it? I don't need your pity. I don't need your sympathy." Lin Qingcheng's eyes were bloodshot, her body trembling with rage. "Chu He, don't get too cocky." Impotent rage. Chu He shook his head with a smile and turned to leave the office. Impotent rage. Those two words echoed in Lin Qingcheng's ears. Out. She hurled her teacup, smashing it against the computer screen. "Chu He, I swear before the heavens, I will make you kneel at my feet and beg for mercy. I will. I will." Lin Qingcheng collapsed to the floor in despair. Without raw materials, without the smart pill, Lin Group had plunged into an abyss. Thinking of the board's attack and the company's future, a wave of helplessness washed over her. Heaven, what did I do wrong to deserve this? She buried her face in her hands, weeping bitterly. Just then Lin Qingcheng's phone suddenly rang. "Second brother, what's the matter?" Lin Qingcheng wiped away her tears, forcing down her sorrow, and feigned composure as she said, "I'm handling some company matters, and will be home soon." "Big sister, I have great news." Lin Qingcheng's voice was brimming with excitement over the phone. "My senior from university has found a new master. This person is incredibly powerful, even more so than the immortal Lin." At that moment, she had completely shed the dejection she felt when Wei Yao had blacklisted her. "He put in a good word for me with this master, and soon he'll be able to make a comeback. Congratulations." Lin Qingcheng wiped her tears and smiled. "It's a silver lining after all. That's not all. My senior also plans to introduce me, so I can become a disciple of this great master." Lin Qingcheng grew more excited as she spoke. "Just now I spoke with my senior about the health supplement formula. I already know about the smart pill. Now to revive the Lin Group, we must launch a new product. Could it be?" Lin Qingcheng immediately dried her tears, stood up, and sat down in her chair, her heart beginning to race. "This great master is extremely kind. He directly gave my senior a calming formula. With it, I believe the Lin Group can definitely go further." "Second sister, are you telling the truth?" Lin Qingcheng was somewhat taken aback and said bitterly, "Big sister can't afford any more setbacks." Ever since she took over the Lin Group, she had been trying to prove herself. But things had gone against her wishes. Ever since Chu He was driven away, the Lin Group seemed to have fallen into a streak of bad luck. One problem after another. From the raw material supply being cut off to the current smart pill infringement, the group had lost its cash cow. All night long, the shareholders' and directors' phones had been ringing off the hook. Lin Qingcheng could imagine the immense pressure she would face at tomorrow's company meeting. But if Lin Qingcheng wasn't lying, then Lin Qingcheng's situation would be entirely different. With a new product, the internal opposition would diminish. Moreover, since that great master was even more formidable than the immortal Lin, he naturally wouldn't care about patent issues. It's true. Barring any surprises, he'll also become a disciple of that great master. Lin Qingcheng's tone was filled with joy. By then, with us sisters working together, the Lin Group will surely become the leading force in Shanghai. Is the information really reliable? Lin Qingcheng recalled Lin Li's phone call and still felt uneasy. Absolutely reliable. My senior is already contacting the master, Lin Qingcheng declared with conviction. Then we must properly thank this senior of yours. Lin Qingcheng clutched the phone, biting her lip in excitement. I can get the prescription within an hour. Big sister, come back now, and he'll decoct the medicine for you. It will definitely cure your headaches. Lin Qingcheng was extremely excited. This master's calming formula must be something extraordinary. He'll head home right now. Lin Qingcheng went to the restroom, washed her face, and let out a long sigh of relief. Indeed, heaven never seals off all exits. Chu He, just you wait. She grabbed her bag and quickly disappeared into the Lin Group building. At that moment, Chu He looked at the text message from his newly accepted disciple and felt puzzled. A calming formula. To him, this was a trivial matter. Chu He casually composed a text message and sent it off. There were many calming formulas, but the herbs were expensive. Before he could put away his phone, Wei Yao called again. "Mr. Chu, you're still awake?" Wei Yao asked gently. She was different from Tang Guogua, yet shared some similarities. Tang Guogua was enchanting, like a girl who loved to play. Wei Yao, on the other hand, possessed the unique charm of a mature woman. She was quiet, aloof, always giving off an impression of keeping others at a distance. She always knew how to maintain the right distance. "Not yet. Miss Wei, is something the matter?" Chu He had a favorable impression of Wei Yao. Even when the Wei family defaulted on their agreement, she still insisted on delivering the items, which earned his respect. This was also one of the important reasons he saved Wei Tiannan a second time. "There's an auction tomorrow." Wei Yao explained softly. "Many rare medicinal herbs will appear at the auction. Perhaps there will be something unique." "You mean something like the white tide song?" Chu He found it hard to believe that such a precious item would be auctioned off. Herbs like white taitsong were in demand, but not available on the market. Yes, but the auction rules are different this time. To buy something you need to offer something else in exchange. Wei Yao said in a gentle voice. It could be a prescription or other spiritual herbs. Whoever offers the most valuable item gets it. Where is it? Chu He decided to go and take a look. The appearance of the white taitsong at the Lin group had shocked him too much. But with Lin Tianhua dead, the trail was completely lost. They'll have someone take you there tomorrow. Wei Yao breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of auction requires a referral from an acquaintance. All right, I'll wait for your call tomorrow. Chu He paused, then asked, who bought the white taitsong back then? With Lin Tianhua dead, the only possible lead might be the person who made that transaction. After you called, I arranged for an investigation. Wei Yao said on the phone. The person responsible for the transaction was a subordinate of my eldest brother. He said that Lin Tianhua delivered the white taitsong personally without going through a second party. Moreover, at the time of the transaction, the product was listed as a customized prescription. He also demanded that my eldest brother sign a confidentiality agreement absolutely forbidding the disclosure of the white taikang source with a penalty of 3 billion if breached. It seems he didn't want anyone to know. Chu He recalled the word top secret that Wei Tiannin had mentioned and assumed it was because of this agreement. Thank you for your trouble. His tone softened. After hanging up, Chu He fell into deep thought. Even with solid evidence, now he was still reluctant to believe that Lin Tianhua would harm him. For over a decade, he had regarded Lin Tianhua as a father, and Lin Tianhua had treated him like a son. In the dead of night, Chu He sat in the car, gently took out the white taitsong, cut off a small piece, and slowly swallowed it. The white taitsong was an extremely cold substance only able to grow in places of extreme heat. As the white taitsong entered his mouth, He felt a wave of cold surge through his entire body. This sensation was all too familiar. His limbs were ice cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. For over a decade, he had endured this torment. In the 30-degree summer, while others enjoyed air conditioning, he had to wrap himself in a blanket. Hiss! He gasped in a breath of cold air. All the strength in his body instantly dissipated. It was as if he had returned to his former self, a weak and sickly ordinary person. Even the fire phoenix inside him seemed suppressed by the icy cold, silent and still. Time passed minute by minute. Suddenly He opened his eyes. A flicker of firelight danced in his eyes. A wave of heat dispelled the cold, more intense than before. How could this be? He stared at his trembling hands, shock overwhelming his heart. Logically, the white tai sui should have been suppressing the power within him. Though the moment he ingested the white tai sui, its potency did indeed suppress that force, yet within mere minutes the power rebounded like a coiled spring, surging back with a vengeance. Even fiercer than before. It seemed Lin Tianhua's choice of those cold-natured herbs was no coincidence. They were meticulously compounded to produce effects far exceeding any single ingredient. After He had stopped taking the medicine for several days, the power within broke through the seal and began its first rebound. Compared to the mere minutes of suppression by the white tai sui, the difference in efficacy was thousands of times greater. With this in mind, he took out the wushou wood obtained from Lan Tianwen, cut off another piece, mixed it with the white tai sui, and swallowed it. Just as expected, the combination of wushou wood and white tai sui produced an even more intense effect. He felt as if encased in a frozen mountain, an icy chill permeating his entire body. A full half-hour passed before the power within him broke through the seal again. As He had anticipated, after breaking through, the force seemed to have grown slightly stronger. A thought suddenly struck him. Although both wushou wood and white tai sui were rare, intensely cold medicinal herbs, their essence was far beyond that of ordinary remedies. This explained why a single white tai sui could sell for 500 million, and Wei Tiannen's purchase of it was likely for longevity. It is well known that power does not materialize from nothing. The slight increase in He's inner strength was most likely the result of absorbing the white tai sui and wushou wood. Recalling that he had been unwittingly drinking it for over a decade, his body must have accumulated a vast amount of spiritual energy. Was Lin Tianhua harming him or helping him? The more he investigated, the more perplexed He became. Inside the Lin family villa, though it was early morning, the lights blazed bright. The sisters had shed their earlier dejection, and the living room echoed with long-lost laughter. Little brother, who reduced you to this state? Lin Qingcheng looked at Lin Li, who lay on the sofa. Despite having been washed, a foul odor still clung to him. Big sister Gao, who was in league with Chu He. Lin Li's eyes were red as he roared in humiliation. That bastard made Gao who throw me into a pile of cow dung to eat filth. Hatred blazed in his eyes, a burning desire to see Chu He dismembered. No wonder Gao who confiscated my goods. Lin Qingcheng nodded slightly. So he and Chu He were in cahoots. The Heijin group's shipments passed unimpeded through the eastern suburb, while the Lin group's goods were repeatedly seized. It must have been Tang Zhan who approached Chu He and bribed Gao Hu. But now Lin Qingcheng no longer cared. Little brother, rest well. Soon your sister will avenge you. She grasped Lin Chukshu's hand, and looked at the remaining sisters before her. This time the second sister has made a great contribution. She obtained a tranquilizing prescription from a highly accomplished medical master, one who even defeated the immortal Lin. Imagine how valuable this prescription must be. Her words stirred up a commotion in the villa. Second sister, how did you come to know such a formidable master? Big sister, did I hear that right? More powerful than the immortal Lin. The immortal Lin is renowned as the southern Jiang's Gu King and famous across the land. The Lin Group was the pillar of the Lin family, and health products were its mainstay. Outsiders might not know of Lin Qingcheng's fame, but as a family of medicine, and with Lin Chu He having graduated from the capital medical university and worked in Zonghai's medical field, all seven sisters knew the legend of Lin Tianwen. Now hearing that Lin Chu He had befriended a master even greater than Lin Tianwen, and that the master had personally crafted a prescription, the Lin sisters were astounded. Secret Lin Qingcheng's eyes sparkled. Once I become this master's disciple, our Lin family will surely rise to become the top family in Zonghai. Indeed, with this prescription, the Lin Group will no longer stoop to selling low-end products like the Smart Pill. Lin Qingcheng was brimming with confidence. Mentioning the Smart Pill reminded her of the humiliation she suffered at the Shenlong Group. Chu He's image surfaced in her mind. Fourth sister, Lin Qingcheng, turned to Lin Anning, who had sobered up. Did you say Chu He beat Duan Kuan in Haisha Street? She had left in a hurry earlier and hadn't had time to ask. Huh. Lin Anning blinked, then suddenly smiled. I had too much to drink. She knew Duan Kun's status in Zonghai better than anyone. In 3 years as a lawyer, Lin Anning had handled thousands of cases, yet not a single one involved Duan Kuan. What did that imply? It meant no one dared to provoke or even sue the overlord of Haisha Street. But Chu He shot Duan Kuan and walked away unscathed. Even Gao, who wouldn't dare do such a thing. Chu He must have a far greater backer. Such a secret she decided to keep to herself. With all the Lin sisters bent on revenge, if she extended a helping hand, now she might repair her relationship with Chu He. Wouldn't that mean she could enjoy everything Chu He possessed? I knew you were just drunk, Lin Qingcheng sneered. Chu He might have Gao Hu and the Tang family backing him, but who was Duan Kuan? Beating Duan Kuan? A pipe dream. Big sister, I had the herbs delivered overnight and brewed this medicine. Lin Chu He rose and went to the kitchen, returning with a bowl of medicinal soup. Beaming, she said, the first bowl goes to big sister. Thank you. Lin Qingcheng accepted the bowl with a mix of nervousness and excitement and drank it. Though it was a master's prescription, this was the Lin Group's last-ditch gamble. She still harbored some doubt. As the medicine went down, everyone watched Lin Qingcheng, eager to see just how formidable this master said to surpass Lin Tianwen truly was. A few minutes later, Lin Qingcheng opened her eyes in astonishment. My headache, it's gone. Big sister, is that true? Lin Chu He stood up, grabbing Lin Qingcheng's hand, her whole body trembling. The headache that had plagued big sister had defied countless renowned physicians. Now a single prescription from the master produced immediate results. If she became the master's disciple, she might obtain even more powerful formulas. Then what would Chu He's petty tricks amount to? Lin Chu He could already envision herself, after mastering her skills, standing before Chu He and humiliating him. It's true, it's true. Lin Qingcheng wept tears of joy, grabbing a napkin to wipe her eyes. Second sister, you are the Lin family's greatest contributor. Wonderful, wonderful. Lin Chu He took a deep breath, trying to calm her excitement. With this, the Lin Group will soon become the largest pharmaceutical company in Zonghai. Lin Qingcheng joyfully picked up the prescription, but then frowned. Second sister, the herbs listed here are too expensive. If we follow this ratio, it will be hard to sell. The prescription contained over a dozen herbs, 2 of which were extremely costly, unsuitable for mass production. No worries, I found 2 substitutes. Lin Chu He said smugly. I still have that much skill. The effect might be slightly diminished, but compared to competitors on the market, it's still a crushing blow. Good sister, thank goodness for you. Lin Qingcheng looked at Lin Chu He with eyes full of gratitude. Big sister, are we just going to let this grievance go like this? Feeling ignored, Lin Li stood up in anger and flipped the coffee table with one sweep. I was thrown into cow dung and forced to eat shit. Didn't any of you see it? With red eyes, tears, and snot mingling, he roared, none of you care about me. No one cares about me. Dad. He slowly walked to the spirit tablet of Lin Tianhua and knelt down. Dad, why did you give birth to me? Why? With that, Lin Li burst into loud sobs. Little brother, Lin Qingcheng said, seeing Lin Li's pathetic state, and recalling Chu He's overbearing attitude, felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Don't worry, big sister promises you that once our new drug hits the market, we'll make Chu He kneel before you and apologize. She helped him up and comforted him. Big sister, can you give me 2 million? I want to go out and clear my mind. This was an insult he couldn't swallow. He would spend money to buy Chu He's life. Well, Lin Qingcheng hesitated. The Lin Group had suffered from raw material supply cuts, and now the Smart Pill had been forced off the shelves with compensation due to dealers. It was already living beyond its means. She wanted to refuse, but seeing Lin Li's aggrieved expression, she gritted her teeth and nodded. Fine, I'll transfer it to your account tomorrow morning. Having received the promise, Lin Li didn't even say thank you, turning around to go upstairs. Big sister, are we too indulgent with our little brother? Lin Anning couldn't help but compare him to Chu He, their former brother. One had done so much for the Lin family, was so outstanding that even Tang Guoguo and Wei Yao were interested in him. The other only knew how to ask for money and cause trouble all day long. For such a brother they drove away, Chu He, who had once been devoted to them. Was it really worth it? Fourth sister, he is our only brother. Lin Qingcheng said nothing more. After the joy, harsh reality, a shortage of funds meant the Lin Group could hardly mass-produce new products. Where would the money come from? And where would the raw materials come from? Big sister, are you worried about money? Lin Qingcheng noticed her difficulty and asked. Yes, the previous incident has left the Lin Group in financial difficulty. If I could get 2 billion to mass-produce. Lin Qingcheng looked at the prescription that Lin Qingcheng had swapped the herbs for and said with some reluctance, with our reputation, and this miraculous prescription from a master's hand, the Lin Group could soar in a few months. But without money she could only proceed bit by bit, wasting so much time. Sis, my senior brother told me there's a medicinal herb auction in Zhonghai tomorrow. Lin Qingcheng's eyes sparkled, and she said, that place is full of connoisseurs. If you bring the decoction I've prepared, someone will surely invest. Such an event. How come I don't know? Lin Qingcheng was very surprised. After all, her Lin Group was one of the larger pharmaceutical companies in Zhonghai. If there was really a pharmaceutical event, how could there be no news at all? This auction is of a very high level. Only the most influential figures and the top few pharmaceutical companies in the province are eligible to attend. Lin Qingcheng said proudly, if my senior brother hadn't leaked the news, I wouldn't have known either. Xiaoxue, you are truly big sister's lucky charm. Lin Qingcheng saw hope again, but how do we get in? At this, Lin Qingcheng also found it difficult. Even my senior brother isn't qualified to go Sai. How about you approach President Wang Baichuan? She suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Our common enemy is Chu He. President Wang has previously expressed support for you in public. That's right. It was already early morning. After drinking the decoction, Lin Qingcheng felt not the slightest fatigue, but instead was unusually energetic. This raised her expectations for the drug to a new level. After organizing her words, Lin Qingcheng, with a feeling of trepidation, called Wang Baichuan. President Wang, I'm sorry for disturbing your sleep so late. I'm not asleep. Wang Baichuan's weary voice came through the phone. What is it? President Wang, I heard there's a medicinal herb auction in Zhonghai tomorrow. Lin Qingcheng asked tentatively. How do you know? Wang Baichuan was somewhat surprised. Hearing his tone, Lin Qingcheng immediately confirmed the truth of the news. It's like this, my sister obtained a prescription from a master. But after Chu He messed things up a few times, the Lin Group has a shortage of funds, so I was thinking. That place has a high threshold, and without a family heirloom prescription, you're not qualified. Let's leave it at that. Wang Baichuan was about to hang up impatiently. Lin Qingcheng had already lost her usefulness. He planned to avenge his son through other means. Having been the vice president of the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce for decades, he still had that much influence. President Wang, the master who wrote this prescription, is even more formidable than Lin Tianwen. Lin Qingcheng shouted urgently. Wang Baichuan was now her only hope. You mean the master who defeated Lin Tianwen today gave you a prescription? Lin Qingcheng, have you lost your mind? Hearing this, Wang Baichuan's mood suddenly changed. An hour ago, he had learned a shocking piece of news through the upper circles. The 3 masters of the Ghost Gate had actually died in Zhonghai. It was said that they lost in a contest of magical arts, perishing with their reputations ruined. The news of the 3 coming to Zhonghai had been well known in high society, with countless wealthy individuals queuing for their medical treatment. Therefore, the news spread quickly among the upper class as soon as the 3 met their demise. Everyone was speculating about who this legendary master could be. Yet despite inquiries everywhere, there was still no information. And now Lin Qingcheng calls claiming she has obtained the prescription from that master. President Wang, I Lin Qingcheng swear by heaven that I am not lying. Lin Qingcheng quickly explained, my sister's friend is a disciple of that master. That's how I got the prescription. If you give me this chance, I guarantee the Lin Group will soar. By then we'll swallow up the Shenlong Group. And with Chu He losing his backing, won't he be at our mercy? If it's true, I'll invest 100 million to buy 10 of your Lin Group shares. Wang Baichuan pondered for a moment and said, in return, I'll take you to tomorrow's medicinal herb auction. President Wang, this. Lin Qingcheng hesitated. If it were before, she would have gladly accepted. After losing the smart pill, the Lin Group's market value had plummeted. But now with the Lin Group about to take off, 10% was too high a price. 5%. President Wang, even with 5%, I promise you that if the Lin Group's market value doesn't exceed 10 billion in a month, I'll compensate you 10 times over. She said with conviction. Fine, tomorrow morning I'll arrange a car to pick you up. And I'll sign a gambling agreement with you. With that, Wang Baichuan hung up. Saved? The Lin Group is saved. Lin Qingcheng walked excitedly to the window looking at the rising sun outside. Chu He, Chu He. I gave you the chance to return to this family and serve us, but you refused. Didn't expect this, did you? The Lin family is now like the sun in the sky, breaking through the darkness and beginning to rise. She hadn't laughed this happily in a long time. The next morning, Wei Yuan arrived early at the gate of Shenlong Group, leaning on his crutch. The moment he saw him, He was taken aback. The Wei family had only mentioned that someone would come, but not that it would be Wei Yuan. Brother-in-law. Wei Yuan approached with great enthusiasm, a flattering smile plastered on his face. Today's herbal auction, I'll take you there. Don't call me brother-in-law, he said softly as he got into the car. All right, brother-in-law, Wei Yuan replied with a cheeky grin, all traces of his former arrogance gone. What was your sister thinking sending an invalid like you? Chu He leaned back in the seat and asked calmly. Even though his medical skills could have Wei Yuan walking overnight, broken bones still needed time to heal. Well, my sister's idea was simple. Wei Yuan handed over a cigarette with a grin. You're so capable, she wants me to get closer to you, curry favor. There'll be plenty of benefits down the road. Chu He took the cigarette, pausing for a moment. You're quite honest. Brother-in-law, let me give you a brief overview of today. Wei Yuan eagerly offered a light. He was the fourth young master of the Wei family, and in Zhonghai this was the first time he'd ever lit someone's cigarette. There are 2 auctions today. The first one is private. Wei Yuan, sitting in the passenger seat, explained. A wealthy merchant from the south is bringing a spiritual herb for a small-scale auction. I'll need you, brother-in-law, to give me your expert opinion. Is Wei Tianan interested? Chu He immediately understood the Wei family's motive in inviting him. But as long as everyone got what they wanted, he had no objection. Yes, my father needs this spiritual herb, Wei Yuan said, scratching his head awkwardly. Originally, he planned to ask Lin Tianwen to authenticate it. But then, as for the second auction, it's for the upper circles. That one doesn't require money. It's about who has the more valuable items. I understand, Chu He nodded. Half an hour later, the car stopped in a shanty town. Wei Yuan limped along, supported by a bodyguard, leading Chu He into one of the single-story houses. After showing an ID card to the guard at the door, the house's door slowly opened. It was dark and damp inside, but strangely there was an elevator. The group entered the elevator and pressed the button. The elevator descended rapidly. When the doors opened again, they were greeted by a dazzling sight of splendor. Nearly 100 people milled about in a space of several hundred square meters, whispering to one another. They were strangely dressed, some in suits, others in long robes. But it was clear that everyone was of high status. Brother-in-law, this way. Wei Yuan, leaning on his crutch, led 2 bodyguards toward a private room inside. Chu He closed his eyes slightly and took a breath. Just as he expected, the air was thick with the scent of various herbs, and none of them were ordinary. There was even a trace of the red spider lily's fragrance. He recalled that when he had treated Lin Qingcheng's headaches, he had risked his life to find a single red spider lily on a cliff edge. When Chu He followed Wei Yuan into the private room, he found 4 people already seated inside. Fourth Master Wei, if you had arrived any later, this item would have been ours. A fat man twirling prayer beads joked from his chair. Oh, did someone beat you up? What's it to you? Wei Yuan's face darkened, his gaze icy. Mind your own business. Enough. A middle-aged man with a southern accent raised his hand to play peacemaker. Stop arguing. Since everyone is here, let's look at the item. Hey. The fat man suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Chu He. Wei Lao, see, who is this? This, Wei Yuan said with a smug expression. This is the one who even Lon. I'm his friend brought here to help authenticate the goods. Chu He cut off Wei Yuan's words. The killing of Lin Tianwen was something Wei Tianan had ordered the entire Wei family to keep secret. And Chu He's few disciples had also kept their lips sealed, revealing nothing about their new master's identity. Having been under Lin Tianwen's tutelage, they understood the rules. A tall tree catches the wind. Chu He now only wanted to unravel the mystery of his own origins. He didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble. Wei Lao, see, have you been kicked in the head? The fat man couldn't help but laugh heartily, pointing at Chu He. A kid his age to authenticate the goods. Are you sure you're not being scammed? Huo Zubing was only a teenager when he sealed the Langjuxia Mountains. Ability has never been about age. Chu He said calmly. Bring out the item. How well said. The middle-aged man with the southern accent opened a... In an instant the room was filled with a rich fragrance. In the center of the box lay a finger's-sized, translucent amber-like piece. Gentlemen, place your bids. The middle-aged man carefully set the item on the table and looked at the 4 bosses, including Wei Yuan. Please appraise it in turn. The highest bidder wins. Let me see. The hook-nosed man stood up and said to the white-robed middle-aged man beside him, Professor Song, please take a look. All right. The white-robed man put on gloves, carefully picked up the spiritual herb, and examined it under the light. The more he looked, the tighter his brow furrowed. Professor Song, what do you think? The hook-nosed man asked. Professor Song's full name was Song Qingfeng, a well-known medical professor in Zhonghai. The hook-nosed man had invited him, clearly taking today's auction very seriously. This is indeed a rare spiritual herb, excellent in color, appearance, and spiritual essence. Song Qingfeng frowned slightly. However, I can't quite recall what it is. Let me have a look. The fat man stood up staring intently at the piece of herb. It's truly a fine item. Master Zhao, please take a look. Behind him, an old man in a long robe stepped forward slowly. That guy is Feng Lei, a big boss from Jiangnan in Zhonghai. Because of business rivalry, he's always been at odds with our Wei family. Wei Yuan whispered to Chu He, that bastard came today to steal my deal. The one examining the herb now is called Zhao Tianlong, said to be a very famous Chinese medicine expert. As he finished speaking, Zhao Tianlong, holding the herb, exclaimed with emotion, "It is indeed a treasure." "Oh, does Master Zhao recognize what it is?" Feng Lei asked curiously. Even the hook-nosed man and Song Chengfeng looked on with anticipation. Zhao Tianlong said smugly, "I have seen much in my long life. How could I be compared to those useless lab rats?" Hearing this, Song Chengfeng felt insulted. Fine. Since you call me a useless lab rat, let me hear what this thing really is." Song Chengfeng laughed in anger. "This item is called the phoenix crest feather." Zhao Tianlong slowly raised the herb, then with a flick of his wrist, a small white mouse appeared in his palm. "Gentlemen, watch closely." Squeak. He squeezed gently. As the mouse let out a cry, Zhao Tianlong walked to the crowd and opened his palm. "Please check. Is this mouse dead?" "He's dead as a doornail." Feng Lei gently nudged it with his finger, nodded, and said, "Master Zhao, what do you mean by this?" "Don't rush." Zhao Tianlong handed the dead mouse to each of the remaining three in turn. Even Wei Yuan examined it carefully, confirming the mouse was indeed crushed to death. Chu He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if beginning to understand. "Master Zhao, don't keep us in suspense." Several people spoke up at once. Just as everyone was baffled, Zhao Tianlong took out a lighter and roasted the spiritual herb with the flame. Then a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. The dead mouse, after being fumigated by the white smoke, began to twitch. Seconds later, it stood up and let out, "It's alive!" Feng Lei exclaimed excitedly. "Does this phoenix crest plume have the power to revive the dead?" "Let me see." Song Chengfeng stepped forward, grabbed the mouse, and nearly got bitten. "This?" He was completely stunned. As a professor, distinguishing a dead mouse from a live one was child's play. But now, seeing the mouse that was clearly dead miraculously come back to life, his eyes were filled with disbelief. "I'm sorry, Master Zhao." Song Chengfeng's face was full of shame. "I apologize for my earlier rashness. Please forgive me, senior." As a professor, he didn't even know what the herb was. Yet the other party not only knew the name of the herb, but also its effects and usage. He was mortified. "This is called phoenix crest plume. In the classic of mountains and seas, there is a legend about the phoenix crest plume." Master Zhao spoke eloquently. "This spiritual herb sprouts once every 300 years, blooms once every 300 years, and bears fruit once every 300 years. And each time only this tiny amount is produced. It contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If a dying person takes it, they can even be revived from the dead. I never imagined that in my lifetime I would lay eyes on the phoenix crest plume, which has been unseen for centuries." His tone was extremely agitated. "Hey!" At this moment, the southern businessman stepped forward angrily and snatched the herb back. "What are you doing? How dare you burn it directly? What do you have to say for ruining my medicinal herb? I want it." Feng Lei stood up smiling. "I broke it. I'll pay 10 billion for it. Sell it to me." "I'll pay 15 billion. The eagle-nosed man raised his hand. 20 billion. Wei Yuan quickly raised the bid. Such a treasure, if brought back home, would surely delight his father. "I'll pay 30 billion. Feng Lei immediately raised the price. "Wei Laosi, don't compete with me today. My man identified the item. Just do me a favor. Next time I won't fight you for it." "Heh." Wei Yuan sneered. "Auction is auction. Each relies on his own ability. The highest bidder wins." He raised his hand, steeled his heart, and gritted his teeth. 35 billion. Even for the Wei family, this was an enormous sum. But seeing a divine herb that could revive the dead, 35 billion was worth it. "Damn it. Wei Laosi, you bastard." Feng Lei stood up in anger. "I'll bid. Damn fine you have money." He plopped back onto his chair in frustration, his eyes full of regret. Seeing his rival defeated, Wei Yuan's earlier heartache vanished completely. He gloated, pulling out his bank card ready to make the transaction. A surge of satisfaction filled him. "What? Fourth Master Wei, aren't you going to ask the loudmouth behind you?" Zhao Tianlong taunted. "Didn't you say age has nothing to do with ability?" At these words, everyone present turned to look at Chu He. Zhao Tianlong had originally just wanted to spite the arrogant young man, hoping to humiliate Chu He. But he never expected Wei Yuan to actually put away the bank card and turn to Chu He, saying, "Brother-in-law, would you take a look?" At that, the smile vanished from Zhao Tianlong's face. The southern businessman also frowned slightly, but the expression quickly disappeared. What could a 20-year-old kid possibly stir up? Under Wei Yuan's expectant gaze, Chu He didn't even look at the herb and said, "A worthless piece of trash." "Kid, reckless words come with consequences." Zhao Tianlong's face changed drastically. "Exactly. If you can't explain yourself, don't think you're leaving." The southern businessman's eyes turned icy cold. "Phoenix crest plume. Chu He smiled and shook his head. Heh, nice name indeed. But in reality, it's just a piece of synthetic amber laced with a bit of Qianli Hong and Baijiang Ling. At this statement, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. I knew there was a strange smell. Now that I think about it, it really is the medicinal scent of Qianli Hong and Baijiang Ling, but mixed with the aroma of amber, I couldn't place it. Song Chengfeng slapped his forehead, his eyes burning with curiosity. Young man, are you saying this phoenix crest plume is fake? As a medical professor, he naturally understood what Chu He meant. Remembering how he had been humiliated by Zhao Tianlong for no reason, he asked eagerly, but the mouse was clearly dead. How? Before he could finish, Chu He stepped forward, grabbed the mouse, and pinched it lightly. Then he handed it to the people nearby. Is it dead? Dead. Everyone present examined it, and confirmed the mouse was dead. Now open your eyes wide, and watch carefully. Chu He placed his finger on the mouse's neck and gave a gentle squeeze. Squeak. The mouse that had just died let out a shrill cry and came back to life. What's going on? This time, everyone present was dumbfounded. They no longer dared to underestimate the young man. Master Zhao here is proficient in the art of acupressure points. He simply sealed the mouse's acupoints, making it appear dead. Chu He tossed the mouse to Zhao Tianlong. Once the acupoints are unsealed, the mouse naturally hops back to life. It has nothing to do with that herb. Kid, you're talking nonsense. Zhao Tianlong's face turned pale and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He now deeply regretted opening his mouth and asking that question. Now there was no way to salvage the situation. I'm talking nonsense. Chu He snatched the herb and snapped it in two. Whether it's true or not, everyone will see. With that, he casually tossed it. Thud. The eagle-nosed man caught it, examined it closely, and burned it with a lighter. Damn it. You dare to play me. Seeing the amber melt, he stood up, murderous intent radiating. Fine. Wei Yuan finally caught on. Fong Lei Yu and this swindler set up a trap to cheat me out of my money. Though he was a playboy, he wasn't stupid. After realizing the truth, Wei Yuan felt a chill of fear. If Chu He hadn't been there today spending 35 billion on a piece of amber, wouldn't his father have killed him? Wouldn't the whole Zhonghai laugh at him? At the thought, Wei Yuan's anger flared. You scumbag, he'll kill you. Arrest this Fong Lei. The eagle-nosed man also gave the order in a deep voice. Several bodyguards rushed forward, charging at the southern businessman and Fong Lei. Though Fong Lei had a considerable reputation in Jiangnan, everyone present was a big shot. In that case, Zhao Tianlong flicked his wrist and flung his hand forward. Dozens of insects and venomous snakes instantly landed on the bodyguards. Several bodyguards were bitten and immediately collapsed lifeless. A single bite was fatal. Seeing this, Wei Yuan and the others' faces changed drastically, and they retreated in terror. One even dropped his cane. Only Chu He stood still, unmoving. Kid, you meddled where you shouldn't. You deserve to die. Zhao Tianlong gave a sinister grin and whistled. The venomous insects and snakes, upon receiving the command, swiftly advanced, darting straight toward Chu He. Brother-in-law, run. Wei Yuan, hidden in the corner, saw Chu He standing still and grew frantic. Those venomous creatures could kill at the slightest touch of blood. If Chu He died here, how would he explain to his sister? Young man, these are poisonous insects bred in the southern borderlands, raised in venom since birth. They kill upon contact with blood. Step back quickly. It'll be too late if you delay. Professor Song Chengfeng recognized the danger at a glance. Run. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Today no one is going anywhere. Kid, you love showing off, don't you? Think you're tough. His eyes gleamed with mockery. This is what happens with these, Chu He stood with his hands behind his back, utterly still, and sneered disdainfully. They'll stand right here. Open your eyes wide and see if they can so much as scratch me. How would a joke? Zhao Tianlong looked down on him scornfully. Still talking tough when death's at your door? Within seconds, over a dozen venomous snakes and countless poisonous insects had reached Chu He's position. Strangely, however, the poisonous insects and snakes came to a halt less than 10 centimeters from Chu He. Zhao Tianlong frowned slightly and whistled again. Yet the insects and snakes still refused to advance. They remained where they were, extremely agitated. Is that all you've got? Chu He stepped forward. You truly disappoint me. As he planted his foot right into the mass of venomous creatures, everyone present felt their hearts leap into their throats. Just half a minute earlier, those bodyguards had died instantly from a mere touch of those insects. In their eyes, what Chu He was doing was no different from seeking death. Even Zhao Tianlong was taken aback. But the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. The poisonous insects scattered in panic. How can this be? Zhao Tianlong's eyes bulged as he whistled again. Yet the insects and snakes, which had been trained so well, completely ignored him. No reaction at all. What did you do? Zhao Tianlong stared at Chu He in horror, utterly unable to comprehend. I won't kill you this time. Chu He said, reaching out to grab the two fingers Zhao Tianlong used to whistle and snapping them with a sharp crack. Crack. With a crisp sound, Zhao Tianlong collapsed to his knees in agony, screaming incessantly. I hope the next time we meet you won't disappoint me so much. Master, I want dare again. Zhao Tianlong's face was etched with terror, his courage nearly shattered. In his 30 years of practice, he had killed many yet never encountered such a bizarre event. Get lost. Chu He uttered a single word. Master, I Zhao Tianlong swear by the heavens. I will never cross you again for the rest of my life. If I break this oath, may I die a miserable death. Zhao Tianlong trembled, all over his lips ghostly pale. In that moment, his Dao heart crumbled. He now regarded the youth before him as a god. In over 30 years of wandering the realm, this was the first man who could frighten off venomous insects. Zhao Tianlong knelt on the ground, kowtowed 3 times, and prostrated himself 9 times, then fled the room in disgrace. Chu He poured the liquor from the table onto the poisonous insects and snakes, setting them ablaze with a single flame. Song Chengfeng stood by dumbfounded. He racked his brains, but couldn't recall any such figure in Zhonghai. Could it be that this man was from elsewhere? Brother-in-law, you're a true immortal. Seeing Zhao Tianlong slink away, Wei Yuan rushed forward, brimming with adoration. If not for you today, I'd have been finished. Fong Lei. The man with the aquiline nose snapped back to reality, seizing Fong Lei by the neck in fury. You fat bastard, you actually dared to set me up. In the earlier clash, 2 of his bodyguards had been poisoned and killed. And all of this stemmed from the fat man and the southern merchant. Brother Guanai, I didn't mean to screw you over, I just wanted to take down Wei Yuan. Fong Lei's face was as pale as paper, his voice quivering. Though he wielded considerable power in the Jiangnan district of Zhonghai, even daring to challenge Wei Yuan, he was now trapped without allies, and could only back down. Fong Lei'll fuck your mother. Slap. Wei Yuan delivered a stinging slap to Fong Lei's face. What? You think I look like an easy target? Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you today? Crack. He grabbed a bottle, smashed it, and pressed the jagged glass against Fong Lei's neck. Murderous intent blazed. Wei Laosi, let's talk this out. If I die, your Wei family won't get off easy either. Fong Lei's face twisted in terror as blood seeped from his neck. Threatening me. I may be known as the family's prodigal son, but the Wei family has no cowards. With that, he grabbed Fong Lei's head and viciously shoved the glass shard forward. If I can't deal with you today, they'll change my surname to yours. 4th Master Wei. Slap. The man with the aquiline nose seized his wrist and urged in a low voice, this fat bastard deserves to die, but killing him now won't do any of us any good. Right. Fong Lei panted, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Let's talk. Brother-in-law, I owe it all to you today. Wei Yuan dropped the bottle and looked at Chu He. Life or death, you decide. Master. Brother, my dear brother. Fong Lei trembled as he turned to Chu He. Today's affair was my fault. Name your terms, anything's negotiable. He had been terrified by Wei Yuan's glare, truly fearing he might die here. How about this, isn't there 30 billion in your card? Chu He clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile, leave that card, and it buys your life. What? Fong Lei's eyes bulged. Yes, at auctions like this you have to prove your assets before entering. Without $1 billion, there's no getting in. Wait, what? Is Boss Fang's life not worth that much? Chu He narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. I only have $1 billion in my card. I came today purely to set a trap and fleece Wei Laosi. Ill pay, ill admit defeat. Fong Lei hastily pulled out his bank card and handed it to Wei Yuan. Auction cards have no password. You know the rules, Wei Laosi. Fong Lei, we've got a score to settle now. Wei Yuan pocketed the card with a cold smirk. Let's take our time figuring this out. Meanwhile, Chu He stepped forward, approached the southern merchant, and sniffed lightly. What are you doing? The merchant cowered in the corner, snarling. Yes, I tried to trick you, but that's not a capital offense. Auctions have rules. If I die, none of you will get off easy. You misunderstand. Chu He reached out, pulled open the man's shirt, and retrieved a fiery red herb. What are you doing? The man snatched it back, sneering. What? Trying to rob me. Tell me how much for this herb. Chu He stared at the crimson medicinal herb and asked. I'm not selling. The man gloated, taunting. Forcing a sale here breaks the rules. You're not Wei Laosi, and I'm not Fong Lei. That trick won't work on me. Oh, if you give me that herb, it'll cure your heart condition. Chu He reached out and patted the merchant's shoulder gently. This herb for your life. A fair trade, isn't it? 2 silver needles concealed at his fingertips pricked the acupoints on the man's shoulder. Stop trying to scare me. The merchant pushed Chu He's hand away, sneering. My heart is perfectly fine. Step aside, I'm leaving. With that, he strode toward the door. 5. Chu He held up 5 fingers. 4, 3, 2. Ha, don't bother bluffing. The merchant jeered disdainfully. 1. Snap. Chu He lightly snapped his fingers. Silence fell over the room. Although uncertain of the situation as the countdown ended, everyone's gaze fell upon the merchant. The merchant, who was about to leave the room, suddenly had his smile freeze. Then he collapsed upright. Thud. With a dull thud, the merchant, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, lay on the ground, eyes wide and motionless. Song Chengfeng hurried forward, pride opened the man's eyes to examine his pupils, and exclaimed in surprise, sudden cardiac arrest. As a medical professor, he instinctively tried to resuscitate him. But after several compressions, there was no response. At that moment, everyone looked at Chu He. Previously, they might have believed the merchant had a heart condition. Could someone who had beaten Zhao Tianlong into begging for mercy really lack the means to cause an accidental death? Gentlemen, you didn't see anything, did you? Chu He bent down and took the red medicinal herb from the man's arms. What a stroke of luck. This red herb was one of the 7 main ingredients Lin Tianhua had chosen. Phoenix feather. This item was extremely precious and hard to come by. He never expected to obtain it from a southern merchant. We saw nothing. The hook-nosed man was the first to speak. Regardless, Chu He had saved him by defeating Zhao Tianlong. Yes, we saw nothing. Song Chengfeng genuinely admired this young man and was willing to cooperate. Besides, the merchant was no good person. His death was well-deserved. Brother-in-law, can you tell me why those poisonous insects were afraid of you? Wei Yuan stepped closer, curiosity burning in his eyes. If he couldn't find the answer, he would be sleepless all night. The others in the room also looked at Chu He, eager to know the answer. Why were deadly venomous insects as terrified of Chu He as a grandson seeing his grandfather? Evil cannot prevail over righteousness. Chu He smiled calmly without explaining. To cure his eldest sister and help his second sister advance, he had tasted countless herbs over the years. His body, tempered by those medicinal herbs, was nearly immune to all poisons. Among those herbs was the nemesis of those insects, ivy vine. Sensing Chu He sent the poisonous insects dared not approach. They'll leave this to you. They'll step out for a moment. Chu He said, pocketing the phoenix feather and heading out of the private room. He had now obtained 3 of the 7 main ingredients. Unfortunately, Lin Tianhua was dead, making it difficult to trace the sources of the other herbs. The Lin Group's scale alone could not support such expenses. Who had been helping Lin Tianhua? Friend? Was it helping him or plotting against him? As Chu He pondered, a clear bell rang, signaling the official start. President Wang, I truly appreciate your help. In the front row of the venue, Lin Qingcheng, dressed in a black evening gown, raised her wine glass to Wang Baichuan. Only now did Lin Qingcheng realize how distinguished the guests at this auction were. The attendees had a minimum net worth of over 5 billion yuan. Billionaires were commonplace. Her idols and the entrepreneurs she saw on TV were all present at this. Standing in such an environment, Lin Qingcheng suddenly felt she had entered high society. With the divine prescription in hand, she would soon stand shoulder to shoulder with these people. I will rise to the top and prove it to everyone. Lin Qingcheng silently vowed. Wang Baichuan asked with some doubt. Lin Shushue is connected to that mysterious master. How come I didn't know before? Wasn't she blacklisted by Wei Yao not long ago? I'm sorry, that's a secret. Lin Qingcheng said with a hint of pride. Please understand, President Wang. No matter. No one in Zhonghai knows the master's whereabouts. I understand your need for secrecy. Wang Baichuan nodded. When the auction starts, I'll recommend you to pitch for investment. Okay. Lin Qingcheng took a deep breath, her hand holding the glass trembling slightly. President Wang. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached with a smile. President Lin, let me introduce you. This is one of the 4 heavenly kings under Feng Lei of Jiangnan, Black Snake. Wang Baichuan gestured. And this is Lin Qingcheng, CEO of Lin Group. She holds a prescription from the mysterious master, so her future is bright. Oh, the legendary master who defeated Lan Tianwen, Lu Qingfeng, and Shun Bai. Black Snake became intrigued. Indeed, my younger sister has some connection with that master and was favored. Lin Qingcheng was immensely proud. In the past, even thugs like Gao who dared to bully her. Now she could converse with Black Snake. And all of this was thanks to the prescription her sister had obtained. Lin Qingcheng felt her confidence soar. I've heard that Snake Yi is said to be the most capable right-hand man under President Feng, managing the most important casinos and bars. She flattered. I've long admired your reputation. Haha. Everyone in the Jiangnan district of Zhonghai has to show Snake Yi some respect. Wang Baichuan chimed in. President Lin, may I ask why you're here today? Black Snake's eyes darted with curiosity. If not for the mysterious master's prescription, he wouldn't have bothered. Companies like Lin Group were a dime a dozen in Zhonghai. At least 100 if not 200. But he, Black Snake, wielded power in Jiangnan. President Lin's company is facing some difficulties and is seeking investment. Wang Baichuan explained. I've already invested a few $100 million. Oh. Black Snake's eyes lit up. President Lin, can I have a piece of the pie? The mysterious master had taken the top circles of Zhonghai by storm overnight. Everyone was searching for a way to meet him, but there was no clue. If not for the endorsement of Vice President Wang Baichuan of the Chamber of Commerce, Black Snake would never have believed it. But since Lin Qingcheng had the master's prescription, her rise was only a matter of time. Short of funds. Simple, he had money. Could I buy a stake? Black Snake rubbed his hands together. This was a surefire, risk-free investment. If Snake He is willing, I would certainly welcome it. Lin Qingcheng was overjoyed. Just as she was about to explain her financing plan, a familiar figure caught her eye. Chu He. Lin Qingcheng gasped, certain she wasn't mistaken. In the center of the venue, a young man in a black suit with his hands in his pockets. How could it be anyone but Chu He? Chu He. Wang Baichuan followed her gaze, his hatred intensifying. He couldn't help but exclaim, how did he get in? Ever since his son died, he had been desperate to kill Chu He to avenge Wang Yang. Could it be through Tang Zhan? Lin Qingcheng probed tentatively. Seeing Chu He at such an exclusive event was baffling. Impossible. Tang Zhan himself doesn't have the qualifications to enter. Wang Baichuan immediately refuted. That kid must have sneaked in. He frowned. Oh, you know him. Black Snake keenly sensed something amiss. Snakey, you don't know, but this kid was originally an orphan adopted by the Lin family. After President Lin kicked him out, he held a grudge and repeatedly humiliated her. He even joined forces with Tang Zhan to nearly bankrupt the Lin group. Wang Baichuan sneered. He must have sneaked in with no good intentions. Is that so? Black Snake's face darkened. President Lin, this kid has quite the nerve to sneak in here. Watch me teach him a lesson. Black Snake cracked his neck, eager to show his power. He snapped his fingers, and 4 bodyguards immediately strode over, following him as they closed in on Chu He. Chu He, let's see how you handle this. Lin Qingcheng felt elated and followed with a smile. This was Black Snake. Chu He, how could you possibly fight him? Back then, relying on the backing of Gao Hu and Tang Zhan, Chu He opposed her at every turn. He even forced Lin Qingcheng to kneel publicly and humiliated her in every way imaginable. Even the Lin group, left by Lin Tianhua, was driven to the brink of bankruptcy. But now, with the prescription personally written by that grandmaster from Zhonghai in her hand, and with the help of Wang Baichuan and Black Snake, Lin Qingcheng's situation had changed. Neither in wealth nor in background connections could Chu He compare to her. Recalling the various humiliations she had suffered, and imagining the shame Chu He would soon endure, Lin Qingcheng suddenly felt as if the entire universe was conspiring in her favor. She hadn't expected her revenge to come so swiftly. Young man. Black Snake, a cigarette dangling from his lips, led 4 bodyguards as he slowly approached Chu He. Are you talking to me? Chu He, who had been staring at the stage, turned around to see an unfamiliar face. Of course, Black Snake said with a grin. You look a bit unfamiliar to me. Who brought you in? Are you the manager? Chu He glanced at Black Snake and asked indifferently. No, Black Snake shook his head. Then get lost. Chu He turned back to watch the auction of spiritual medicine on stage. Kid, what did you just say? Black Snake's face darkened, his smile vanishing instantly. In all his years in Zhonghai, no one had ever dared to tell him to get lost. You're asking for death. How dare you speak to Brother Snake like that? Before Black Snake could make a move, the 4 underlings immediately surrounded him and demanded, Are you tired of living? I told you to get lost, can't you hear? Chu He looked around at the men before him, his voice cold. Chu He. Just then Lin Qingcheng, wearing high heels, walked over with the air of a victor. A day ago she had been threatened and humiliated by him with arrogance. But now, less than 12 hours later, their positions were worlds apart. Lin Qingcheng. Chu He was somewhat surprised to see her. How did you get in? The scale of the Lin group was not enough to support her attendance at such a grand event. How I got in is none of your concern. Instead, how did you sneak in? Lin Qingcheng carried her lambskin bag and circled around Chu He. What? Surprised? Unbelievable, isn't it? Right now I should be begging you in misery. I should be cornered by the shareholders, humiliated in the board meeting, and then kneeling at your feet begging, isn't that right? Lin Qingcheng's expression suddenly turned cold. Chu He, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I gave you the chance to return to the Lin family, but you didn't cherish it. From now on we are no longer on the same level. Refusing my request will be the most regrettable decision of all. The grievances she had suffered before surged to her heart. Nonsense, Chu He muttered, having no idea what Lin Qingcheng was going on about. Kneel down and crawl over to me. Lin Qingcheng extended her hand mockingly. Just like you made me kneel back, then crawl to my feet and call me big sister. Otherwise I'll call someone right now to have you arrested. She raised her hand, pointing around the venue, and snorted. Do you know what happens to people who sneak into a place like this? Oh. Chu He raised an eyebrow with interest. How is it that you, President Lin, can get in, but I can't? Chu He, let me repeat myself, we are simply not on the same level. Lin Qingcheng shook her head with a smile, contempt in her eyes. I was born the eldest daughter of the Lin family. You, on the other hand, are just an orphan adopted by my father, a servant who waited on us. Just because you stole some prescription from who knows where and teamed up with Tang Guo would mess with me once you think you can forget your place. She pointed at the ground beneath her feet. I can get into this place. You don't deserve to. Even Tang Zhan hadn't received an invitation. How could Chu He, a dog kept by Tang Zhan, possibly get in? President Lin, this kid is incredibly arrogant. Black Snake said with a mocking smile. In Zhonghai he's the first person to ever tell me to get lost. But his face darkened as he spoke with a half-smile. If he does as you say, President Lin, I'll give you face and overlook his disrespect toward me. Black Snake could see clearly that Lin Qingcheng was determined to humiliate Chu He today. Since that was the case, he would go along with it and later get more shares. With the prescription from that mysterious Grandmaster, Lin Qingcheng's products would sell like crazy. in the upper circles of Zhonghai who didn't know the legend of that grandmaster taking on 3 opponents alone. This was an opportunity. Then why haven't you gotten lost? Chu He smiled back at Black Snake. Kid, don't be Black Snake roared with murderous intent. You really don't know how to spell death. Chu He, do you realize who you're? Lin Qingcheng was delighted to see Chu He acting so arrogant. It would make his downfall even more satisfying. This is the renowned brother snake of Jiangnan District Zhonghai. She raised her eyebrows and introduced, your background, your backer Gao, who wouldn't even dare to fart in front of brother snake. Chu He Black Snake is one of the 4 heavenly kings under Feng Lei of Jiangnan. Wang Baichuan also stepped forward. If you offend me, I might still think twice about how to deal with you. But if you offend brother snake, you might not even know how you die. Black Snake was ruthless in his methods, as infamous as Duan Kuan in Zhonghai. Anyone who crossed him would inevitably be found floating in the Zhonghai River the next day. Hearing their flattery, Black Snake felt quite pleased with himself. So, still want me to get lost? He took a drag from his cigarette and looked at Chu He provocatively, just as Lin Qingcheng was waiting for the drama to unfold. Bang! Chu He reached out, grabbed Black Snake by the neck, and slammed him hard onto the ground. Then stepping on his chest, he asked with a smile, now satisfied. You? Black Snake felt the world spin, nearly passing out, unable to speak the words on his lips. Before his bodyguards could react, the commotion attracted the security guards responsible for the venue. What's going on? The leader's eyes were murderous and sharp. Clearly, he was a martial artist. This man sneaked in, and when we discovered him, he flew into a rage and tried to kill us. Lin Qingcheng, inwardly gleeful, quickly explained to the security guards. He's skilled, you need to be careful. Sneaked in? The leader frowned. There are 7 layers of identity checks here. How could anyone sneak in? Please believe me, he has no qualifications to attend, Lin Qingcheng hurriedly explained. He has no money, no company. How could he possibly get in? Then looking at Chu He, she said meaningfully, to borrow your words, I really like your arrogant attitude right now. Don't disappoint me later. Brother Wang, this gentleman is a guest of Master Wei Si. A security guard recognized Chu He and whispered, oh. Hearing the name of Master Wei Si, the leader immediately became polite and walked up to Chu He with a smile. Sir, if you need anything at all, feel free to find us anytime. Then his expression darkened as he looked at Lin Qingcheng and threatened, if you cause any more trouble, don't blame us for kicking you out. With that, he turned and left with his men, as if he hadn't even noticed Black Snake being pinned under Chu He's foot. The name Wei Laosi was not particularly renowned. However, anyone who had attained a certain status in Zhonghai would certainly know the identity of Wei Yuan's father, the underworld ruler of Zhonghai, Wei Tianen. Therefore, the visitors naturally had to be courteous toward Wei Yuan's guests. As for Lin Qingcheng, the leading man knew she had entered with Wang Baichuan. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Vice President Wang Baichuan wielded wealth and influence, radiant with glory. But who among those attending this auction was poor, who had no status? Thus he naturally understood which side weighed more. Lin Qingcheng stood still, her face blank. Why was everything so different from what she had imagined? She had expected Chu He to be beaten like a dog and thrown out. How could the security guards treat him so courteous and even threaten her in return? Lin Qingcheng blinked momentarily, unable to recover. Bang! At that moment, Chu He kicked He Shi away and glared at him coldly. Bother me again, and he'll turn you into a dead snake right now. You're asking for death. He Shi's face flushed crimson as he scrambled to his feet, trembling with rage. Having suffered such humiliation in public, where was his dignity? Not to mention that he commanded the wind and rain in Jiangnan, basking in glory before others. The very words Lin Qingcheng and Wang Baichuan had used to boast about him now pierced like thorns. If he let this loss of face slide, how could He Shi continue to operate in Zhonghai? Just then Feng Lei, who had finished cleaning his wounds in the restroom, happened to walk out. Big brother. Seeing Feng Lei, He Shi approached him in a disheveled state. He Shi, what happened to you? Feng Lei, twirling his prayer beads, was genuinely surprised to see his trusted subordinate, with blood at the corner of his mouth and clothes, ask you. I want to kill someone. He Shi's eyes glinted with murderous intent. President Feng, Lin Qingcheng, and Wang Baichuan hurriedly stepped forward. They would not miss the chance to get acquainted with Feng Lei. Feng Lei nodded, frowning. Someone hit you. Exactly. He Shi wiped the blood from his mouth. Big brother, how many years has it been since I last got beaten? Feng Lei let out a cold laugh, his belly full of pent-up fury with nowhere to vent. What the hell? Someone dares to touch my man. Where is he? They'll kill him right now. Having been threatened by Chu He and slapped by Wei Laosi, he was feeling utterly aggrieved. He needed a punching bag. Who do you want to kill? A voice came from beside Feng Lei. At the sound, Feng Lei shuddered. That voice was... He turned around and saw Chu He walking toward him with a smile. A bad premonition instantly arose. Could it be that this living hellhound was the one who beat He Shi? Could it be such a coincidence? Chu He, do you even know who you're talking to? Lin Qingcheng, still smarting from failing to humiliate Chu He earlier, spoke up. Now seeing him lashing out like a mad dog at everyone, she couldn't help but feel a gloating delight. President Fong is the boss of the Jiangnan district with countless resources both in the underworld and the legitimate world. She sneered, "Why are you biting everyone like a rabid dog?" Insulting Fong Lei would surely mean Chu He's death, without a burial place. For 10 years Fong Lei had dominated Jiangnan, controlling both the underworld and the legitimate world with assets worth billions. He had thousands of underlings. Together with Wang Lei, one controlled the north, the other the south. No one could encroach on these two territories. President Fong, it was him who beat He Shi. Wang Baichuan stepped forward. "And this man is the one who killed my son." Before Wang Lei died, Wang Baichuan, thanks to his uncle's connections, often met with Fong Lei. But now that Wang Lei was dead, the Wang family's power had plummeted, and he had to be deferential. Betting everything on the Lin group and bringing Lin Qingcheng to this auction was Wang Baichuan's attempt to salvage his family. "Yes, it's him." He Shi spat blood onto the ground, sneering coldly. "Big brother, this isn't just hitting me, it's slapping your face." The more he heard, the more alarmed Fong Lei became. The body of the southern merchant was not yet cold. He didn't want to die inexplicably like that merchant. Zhao Tianlong, a master hired by Fong Lei, had done many dirty jobs for him. Therefore Fong Lei knew very well how easy it was for Zhao Tianlong to kill someone. And the man standing before him had made Zhao Tianlong kneel and beg for mercy. Killing someone would be a trivial matter. Fong Lei wiped his sweat, his throat bobbing nervously. He was certainly going to take revenge. But not now. President Fong, this man won't learn his lesson without. Lin Qingcheng added fuel to the fire. "Oh, so you're President Fong." Chu He smiled, looking at Fong Lei. "So you're that formidable." As he spoke, he took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and said, "Light." This scene stunned everyone present. "Chu He, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Lin Qingcheng laughed bitterly. "Do you think President Fong is as easygoing as I am? Do you think that by relying on Tangguogua, no one in the world dares to touch you?" Before she could finish, with a click, Fong Lei flicked the lighter and held it forward to light Chu He's cigarette. Puff! Chu He exhaled a stream of smoke and looked at Lin Qingcheng. "What did you just say?" The air fell into dead silence. Whether it was Wang Baichuan or Lin Qingcheng or He Shi and his four underlings, all were dumbfounded. Fong Lei dominated Jiangnan with connections and power among the most formidable in Zhonghai. Yet now he was lighting a cigarette for some nobody. "Go on, why stop?" Chu He spread his hands, grinning. "Didn't you say you liked seeing me act arrogant?" Is this under Lin Qingcheng's stunned gaze slap? Chu He delivered a backhanded slap across He Shi's face. Staggering backward, He Shi nearly lost his footing. "So, is this arrogant enough?" Chu He flicked the ash from his cigarette, stepped forward, and pressed the burning but hard against He Shi's face. He ground the cigarette out while looking at Lin Qingcheng. "Enough." Lin Qingcheng stood frozen, her mind a blank. She couldn't understand how Chu He could possibly know Fong Lei. The man had only left the Lin family a few days ago. There was no way he had the chance to meet such a big shot. Although He Shi's eyes burned with hatred since his big brother said nothing, he could only swallow his rage, looking helplessly at Fong Lei. He Shi was Fong Lei's right-hand man, yet he had never seen his big brother have any prior dealings with this young man. How could he be lighting his cigarette in public? Fong Lei was even more distressed, unable to speak. If he were in Jiangnan, no matter how formidable Chu He was, he wouldn't be afraid. His thousands of underlings and the numerous masters he had hired at great expense were not just for show. But now he had no one by his side, and the only expert, Zhao Tianlong, had been driven away. If he didn't bow his head, was he waiting to die like that southern merchant? "President Fong, he has no regard for you at all." Lin Qingcheng couldn't help shouting excitedly. "You?" Slap. Fong Lei slapped her across the face. He snarled viciously. "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you have any right to speak here?" He vented all his fury on Lin Qingcheng. Slap. Slap. Fong Lei delivered 2 more blows, sending Lin Qingcheng to the ground, her face swollen. Tears streamed down her face as she stared blankly, trembling, covering her face with her hands. "Miss Lin." Chu He crouched down, smiling at Lin Qingcheng. "I told you I like your unyielding attitude. But now you're really disappointing me." "President Fong." Lin Qingcheng, filled with humiliation, tears brimming in her eyes, asked, "Why did you do I need a reason to hit you?" Chu He took out a handkerchief and handed it to Lin Qingcheng, sighing. "Let me return those words to you. Don't forget your place." With that, he rose and walked toward the center of the venue. Finding medicinal herbs was the reason he was here. Watching Chu He's retreating figure, Lin Qingcheng sat on the ground, in despair, her emotions instantly collapsing. "Vague brother." Black Snake, clutching his scalded face, stepped forward angrily and asked, "Why didn't you kill him?" Since he followed Fong Lei from the start and rose to become one of his 4 heavenly kings, he had never endured such humiliation. He had never suffered such disgrace. Slap. In response to the accusation, Fong Lei slapped Black Snake across the face and said in a low voice, "What? As the big brother, do I have to explain myself to you?" "Sorry, big brother." Black Snake covered his face, lowered his head, and his eyes flashed with malice. Let's go back to our own turf. Fang Lei took a deep breath, his voice murderous. This kid is one of old wise men. But don't worry, I won't let you take that beating for nothing. Within 3 days. He raised 3 fingers. Within 3 days I'll have him lying dead in the streets. How dare someone make the top dog of the Jiangnan underworld light a cigarette for him? Fang Lei strode toward the door, his voice dark and chilling. It'll make him understand that even Old Wei can't protect him. Crossing me, Fang Lei, only leads to death. Black Snake followed behind him, his face somber silent. Seeing them leave, the bewildered Wang Baichuan bent down to help Lin Qingcheng up. President Lin, have you had a conflict with President Fang before? He asked tentatively. If Lin Qingcheng had crossed Fang Lei, the Lin Group would surely face destruction. Then his investment would be wasted. President Wang, this is my first time meeting President Fang. How could I have a... Lin Qingcheng, holding her swollen face, couldn't help but sob in grievance. If I had truly provoked President Fang, the Lin Group would have been finished long ago. Never mind, the investment is the priority. Wang Baichuan thought it over and agreed. Fang Lei was vengeful. If Lin Qingcheng had truly angered him, would it have been just 2 slaps? Besides, Black Snake was also hit. In the past, Han Xin endured the humiliation of crawling between someone's legs, yet he later became a marquis and prime minister. Wang Baichuan comforted her. Even Fang Lei started from a construction site. You have the prescription. Why worry about not becoming the next Fang Lei? President Wang, you're right. A flame of vengeance ignited in Lin Qingcheng's eyes. I will grow, I will become strong. One day they will look up to me. Go wash your face. We'll be up soon. Wang Baichuan was unwilling to give up this cash cow. 10 minutes later, Lin Qingcheng emerged from the restroom, bag in hand. She had reapplied her makeup and composed herself. Without a close look, no one could tell her face had been struck. Now let's welcome the 3rd guest president of the Lin Group, Lin Qingcheng. On the podium, the host in a black suit raised a copper mallet and gently struck a 20-centimetal bronze bell. As the crisp sound echoed, Lin Qingcheng took a breath and walked steadily onto the stage. The Lin Group. I've never heard of it. You're not from Zhonghai, so naturally you wouldn't know. But you must have heard of the Lin Group's smart pill. Oh, the smart pill is from the Lin Group. But I heard the smart pill was pulled from shelves for patent infringement. The guests present buzzed with discussion. Some were leading entrepreneurs of the province, others were tycoons with regional power. More were wealthy outsiders seeking miracle herbs. Hearing the murmurs, Lin Qingcheng felt not dismay but a surge of fighting spirit. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Qingcheng. She leaned slightly forward, adjusted the microphone, and said with a radiant smile, I know many of you here haven't heard of me, or even the Lin Group. But I promise you here and now. Her blood nearly boiled. Within 6 months, the name Lin Group and Lin Qingcheng will resound throughout Zhonghai. Even you in other provinces and abroad will hear my name and see my products. Nearby, Chu He furrowed his brow slightly. He suddenly felt curious about what foolish thing his former elder sister would do next. Over the past decade, if he hadn't provided the smart pill formula, the Lin Group would have gone bankrupt. If he hadn't persuaded Cheng Wen to cooperate with the Lin Group, they wouldn't even have the raw materials to produce the smart. Yet Lin Qingcheng believed it was all her own achievement. How ridiculous. Miss Lin, your grand words are... Someone in the audience asked. But this isn't a super speaker show, it's the triennial Chinese herbal medicine. So what treasure does your Lin Group have? Hearing the challenge, Lin Qingcheng smiled confidently and gestured to the staff. Please serve a cup of my medicinal broth to everyone here. Soon a small teacup filled with black liquid was placed before every guest. I believe everyone knows about the mysterious master who appeared in Zhonghai. Lin Qingcheng pressed close to the microphone excitedly. And my younger sister is a disciple of that master. To ensure a smooth investment, she decided to exaggerate. After all, the prescription came from the master, and she had personally verified its effects. And her sister would surely become the master's disciple. So her words weren't entirely a lie. Originally, Lin Qingcheng had hoped to meet the mysterious master, but the master seemed to shun public appearances. Otherwise, given his influence, he would have been surrounded by admirers. Since he wasn't there, she could say anything and be believed. At worst, she'd give him a share of the company, These words stunned the entire hall. The number of business owners at this fair far exceeded previous years. One major reason was the presence of Lan Tianwen and 2 others in Zhonghai. The bosses had come specifically to see them. But unfortunately, on the day of the fair, they heard rumors that the 3 masters had died in Zhonghai. It was said that the 3 masters had engaged in magical duels, and all lost to the mysterious master who had emerged. Yet no one knew who that master was. People believed the rumors because the bodies of Lan Tianwen, Lu Qingfeng, and Shun Bai were kept at Donghai Hospital. Many reputable medical professionals had examined them, and each was astounded by the results. Lu Qingfeng died from chaotic meridians and depleted vital energy, his own specialty. Shun Bai's bones were shattered, and he died violently. Most bizarre was Lan Tianwen. Though killed by a poison bug, the autopsy revealed he had been poisoned with over 30 different toxins. Killed by bugs and poison, it eerily reminded one of Murong Fu's technique of turning the enemy's own methods against them. The deaths were so shocking, each dying by their own expertise. Thus the mysterious master's name spread through Zhonghai overnight. At the back of the hall, Chu He raised an eyebrow. When did Zhonghai produce another master? How come he didn't know? Miss Lin is the mysterious master you speak of, the one who defeated Lan Tianwen and the others? Someone asked in shock. At that the hall fell silent. Everyone pricked up their ears, staring at Lin Qingcheng. Only Chu He frowned. Recalling how his disciple had asked for a calming prescription last night, he suddenly realized, could this mysterious master be himself? Exactly. Seeing the stunned faces of everyone present, Lin Qingcheng nodded with satisfaction. It is indeed that master. Miss Lin, this is no place for jokes. Someone immediately stood up and questioned. We have wealth and influence, and we've inquired everywhere, yet we can't find that master's whereabouts. How could a mediocre entrepreneur like you possibly know that master? That's right. This isn't how you tell a joke. Do you believe we can join forces and blacklist you? Many refused to believe. That master was too mysterious. They had searched all day without finding a single clue. How could Lin Qingcheng, a mere entrepreneur, know the mysterious master? A pipe dream. I know you all doubt me. The prepared calming sedative is right before you. Just taste it and you'll know. After speaking, she turned around, personally took the tray from the staff, and brought 4 bowls of calming sedative to the 4 elderly experts seated aside. These 4 elders were renowned medical experts invited at great expense to the event. They were responsible for assessing the authenticity of the herbs and the quality of the prescriptions. Extremely authoritative. The reason Lin Qingcheng personally served them was that these 4 bowls differed from those distributed to the others. The original prescription obtained by Lin Qingcheng had ingredients that were too expensive. Thus Lin Qingcheng only brought 4 bowls of genuine decoction. The rest of the attendees received a modified version by Lin Qingcheng. Her reasoning was simple. Since the others weren't professionals, drinking the real thing would be a waste. Good steel should be used for the blade. The 4 of us are also very curious about that mysterious master. We hope you are not lying. One of them picked up the decoction, gently sniffed it, and then drank it. At their level, they could determine if something was poisonous just by looking and smelling. No need for silver needles or other aids. Seeing the 4 elders drink, the other guests also picked up their bowls and began to savor the decoction. After all, this was the prescription of the legendary mysterious master. Chu He also raised his cup and took a small sip. As soon as it entered his mouth, he sensed something was wrong. This prescription was indeed the one he had written last night, but it had been altered. The ingredients were changed. He naturally understood the reason. The original prescription was highly effective but used expensive ingredients, making mass production impossible. To reduce costs, Lin Qingcheng had arrogantly substituted ingredients, leading to dire consequences. If taken continuously for more than 3 days, the body would enter a state of poisoning. Chu He felt helpless. If only Lin Qingcheng had taken the time to read the book he left behind, she wouldn't have made such a basic mistake. Meanwhile, on the podium, Lin Qingcheng watched with eager anticipation. Truly marvelous. One of the elders widened his eyes and asked in surprise, Miss Lin, is this a calming sedative prescription? Yes, it is. Lin Qingcheng's heart was racing with excitement, but she forced herself to remain calm. 4 seniors, how do you find this prescription? Smooth on the palate, and within 5 minutes, it has a refreshing effect. Simply superb. Another praised without reservation. I can feel my fatigue fading away. This is clearly the work of a master. Initially, the 4 of them had low expectations. Even secret prescriptions that could be marketed were nothing more than inferior products. Good things are hard to come by. That's why they were astonished after tasting the decoction. Even if the person who wrote this prescription isn't that mysterious master, they are still incredibly skilled. The 4 nodded in affirmation. Thank you all. Lin Qingcheng bowed deeply, tears welling in her eyes. Heaven has eyes. Finally, it has smiled upon her Lin family. But I have a question. One elder sniffed the cup and said doubtfully, if I'm not mistaken, there are some precious herbs inside. If mass-produced, wouldn't the cost be extremely high? Lin Group spares no expense. I, Lin Qingcheng, only want to prove myself. Her gaze was resolute. Below the stage, many weary tycoons who had drunk the decoction felt their dizziness and fatigue ease. Coupled with the words of the 4 elders and the influence of the mysterious master, someone stood up and said, Miss Lin, I want to buy your prescription. 2 billion. A calming sedative was something everyone needed. They were constantly exhausted from corporate affairs, and their elderly parents often had trouble sleeping. In short, this product was perfect for any family, any demographic. I bid 3 billion. More people below raised their hands. 4 billion. With each bid, Lin Qingcheng, recalling her previous humiliation, she could no longer hold back her tears. Miss Lin, 5 billion. Will you sell it to me? Someone raised the price again. I'm sorry. Lin Qingcheng choked, holding the microphone, tilting her head to keep her tears from falling. I won't sell this prescription. All along, my Lin Group and I have faced endless doubt. I have suffered betrayal from my own kin, stabbed in the back by the one I once regarded as a younger brother. And the Lin Group, built by my father through hard work, nearly went bankrupt. Now I only want to find investors to expand and strengthen the Lin Group, to prove to those who betrayed me, to those who look down on me, that I, Lin Qingcheng, am truly capable. As her words fell, cheers erupted below. Miss Lin Il invest 1 billion. Il invest 2 billion. Many were moved by her speech. I'm sorry, I only accept 5 billion in total investment. Each person can invest no more than 500 million at a time. I hope you understand. Lin Qingcheng slightly bowed and stepped down. Before coming, she had calculated with Lin Anning. Only by keeping the total investment at 5 billion would the company's shares not be excessively diluted, and she could maintain control while ensuring the company could go all-in on producing the new medicine. Within seconds, the 10 slots were all taken. Seeing the investment of 5 billion secured, Lin Qingcheng smiled and walked to sit beside Chu He. Did you see that, eh? She asked mockingly. I saw it. Chu He nodded. Regretful. Lin Qingcheng tossed her hair, her eyes full of contempt. Like a victor, she boasted, I've secured 5 billion in investment. This time next year the Lin Group will be worth tens of billions, or even more. Do you know who wrote this prescription? Chu He swirled the cup in his hand. It was me. Hearing this, Lin Qingcheng was stunned. Then she burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. You? Haha, what did you say? Are you saying you're that mysterious master? Chu He, I know you're miserable and scared inside, but you can only watch me rise to the top and crush you under my heel like an ant. She found it utterly ridiculous. The prescription has been altered. After 3 days of consumption, people will fall ill from poisoning. Chu He also smiled. Don't you think it's absurd that heaven would ever favor someone as foolish as you, eh? Oh really? So you're Master Chu. Lin Qingcheng suppressed her laughter, stood up, and made a mock solemn bow. Thank you, Master, for your help. Ha ha. With laughter she swaggered away. In Lin Qingcheng's eyes, Chu He would always remain that humble servant who did laundry and cooking. The next treasure, a pure wushou wood. Clang. The bronze bell rang, and Chu He's attention was instantly captured. The blackhead wood was pitch black in color, hence its name. Like the white taisue, it grows in cold and damp regions. However, unlike the white taisue, which grows in soil, the blackhead wood grows on tree trunks. It can only be found inside the heart of willow trees that have lived for over 100 years. The piece that Chu He had taken from Lan Tianwen was already somewhat withered. Even its medicinal properties had weakened considerably. Yet even so, consuming a small piece of blackhead would made him feel an unprecedented cold. The boiling fiery power within him was also suppressed. Now that someone was offering blackhead wood for sale, Chu He naturally wanted to inspect its quality. If the quality was better than the piece he intended to buy it. Once he had gathered all the medicinal ingredients, he would prepare it according to Lin Tianhua's proportions. He wanted to see whether this substance would suppress him or temper him. Blackhead wood. That's a rare find. 3 years ago someone offered a high price for blackhead wood to save a life, but no one had any at the time. Hearing that someone was selling blackhead wood, many people became interested. Under everyone's gaze, an old man with an immortal air carrying a small wooden box slowly walked onto the main stage. This piece of blackhead wood in my hand was picked 3 years ago, the old man said with a smile on the stage. As everyone knows, after being picked, blackhead wood needs 3 years of spirit nurturing, and this one has just completed its spirit nurturing. At these words, the crowd below buzzed with discussion. After being harvested, spiritual herbs need to be placed in a special environment for a period to achieve optimal medicinal efficacy, similar to the ripening of fruit. In the industry, this method is called spirit nurturing, which means allowing the spiritual herb to gestate spiritual energy. Everyone knows the rules. The old man opened the box and handed it to the 4 experts. I don't want money for this. I want to exchange it for a valuable prescription. After taking the blackhead wood, the 4 experts examined it carefully, then opened the microphone and said to the guests, this blackhead wood has indeed just been spirit nurtured. It is genuine. Clang. The bronze bell was struck. The bidding began. Old man, I have an ancestral prescription for bruises and falls. Someone stood up and said, for fractured bones one can walk on the ground in just half a month. No, the value is insufficient. The old man shook his head. I have a prescription for treating cancer. Even terminal patients can live another 3 to 5 years if they take it on time. Another middle-aged man stood up from the audience. Hearing this, many people became interested. Cancer is an incurable disease. Being able to live 3 to 5 years longer, countless people would be willing to pay to buy that prescription. It seemed that this blackhead wood would be his. Even the middle-aged man who made the offer thought the blackhead wood was already in his pocket. But to everyone's surprise, the old man on the stage shook his head again. Still not enough. Old man, are you here to cause trouble? Someone immediately questioned. Even a newly spirit-nurtured blackhead wood cannot be worth more than a cancer-treating prescription. I think you're not sincere in selling. If that's the case, please don't waste everyone's time. Get down. None of the people attending the grand gathering were simple. Feeling they might be toyed with, they grew angry. Everyone calm down. The old man on the stage signaled for silence. Since it's a transaction, it must be fair. As long as any of you can present a prescription that moves me, I will agree to the trade immediately. Can't force a sale, can we? After he finished, silence fell in the audience. Everyone attending the gathering had something to offer, but some were worth less than the cancer-treating prescription, and making an offer would only bring humiliation. So they simply waited to watch the show. Meanwhile, those who held high-value prescriptions felt it was not a fair trade for a piece of blackhead wood. Just as the host was about to strike the bell and declare the blackhead wood unsold, Chu He stood up and said, "I want it." The two words, though spoken softly, drew everyone's attention. Lin Qingcheng turned around, and upon seeing it was Chu, he couldn't help sneering. "Do you even know what that is? That's a spiritual herb. It's blackhead wood. Forget about you, even Tang Zhan can't afford this newly spirit-nurtured blackhead wood. What? Are you going to exchange it with the smart pill patent you licensed to the Dragon God Group?" Her eyes were full of mockery. Truly a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, didn't even understand spiritual herbs, yet dared to make a bid. The smart pill formula was indeed good, but in this place the smart pill was nothing but trash, and low-grade. Recalling the pain of having the smart pill taken from her, Lin Qingcheng, now holding the divine prescription, felt triumphant and couldn't help but taunt. "Ladies and gentlemen," she slowly stood up and said with a smile, "he doesn't know the trade. Please excuse his ignorance. This person was once a servant in my house. He doesn't understand the value of spiritual herbs. I hope you don't mind." Her words were full of derision. How did someone of his status get in? The auction's threshold is getting lower, and hearing this, many shook their heads, their eyes filled with contempt and disgust. Even the old man on the stage ignored Chu He and was about to leave with the wooden box in disappointment. "All right, since no one bids, I declare this blackhead wood unsold." Wait. Just as the host was about to strike the bell, Chu He patted his shirt cuff, stood up, and walked to the stage. "I said I want it." He looked at the host with a smile. "Young man, this is no place for troublemaking." The old man hugged the blackhead wood, frowning slightly. "Can't you understand me?" Chu He looked at him and said calmly, "Humph." Challenged like this, the old man grew angry. Smack. He slammed the box containing the blackhead wood onto the table and sneered, "Here it is. What can you trade for it? Don't blame me if I didn't warn you. I even turned down a cancer-treating prescription." The audience below immediately started heckling. "Stop wasting time. Our time is precious. Start the next item. Throw him out. Where's the management?" A servant bidding. Wasn't that just pure troublemaking? They had no time to watch a show. Hearing the abuse, Lin Qingcheng was in high spirits. She looked at Chu He on the stage and muttered to herself, Chu He, you just don't know your place." A servant with ambitions higher than the sky. In Lin Qingcheng's view, Chu He was surely unwilling to be outshone because she had stolen the spotlight on stage. Thinking that Chu He intended to use the smart pill formula as a trade, she couldn't help laughing out loud. "Sir, please present the prescription you wish to exchange." The host also suspected the young man was causing trouble. "We have 4 experts here. As long as you present your prescription, they can assess its value," he explained patiently. "What do you want?" Chu He asked the old man, his expression calm. "Did I hear that right?" The old man said in surprise, "You're buying my item and you're asking me what I want." "Yes," Chu He nodded. "Is that hard to understand?" "What do you mean? What I want, you have it." The old man was amused. Since the grand gathering began, it had always been the people on stage who offered their wares at a price. No one had ever taken the initiative to ask. "Fine then. I want a prescription that can cure blindness." He clasped his hands behind his back, determined to humiliate this young upstart. The heckling grew louder. "Are you sure?" Chu He raised an eyebrow. "They'll give you a chance to reconsider. No, if you can produce a prescription that restores sight in 7 days, they'll give you the item. Remember, right now, within 1 minute." The old man said with a smile. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Time's almost up." In truth, there were many prescriptions for improving eyesight. Even the one that could restore sight in 7 days, though relatively rare, was not exceptionally scarce. By value, it naturally could not compare to the one that cured cancer. The old man spoke thus because he was certain that the other party absolutely did not possess a prescription for treating eyes. Moreover, he created the illusion that it was not he who was unwilling to sell, but that the other party had missed the opportunity. "Old sir, my family has been ophthalmologists for 6 generations. I have a prescription." From the audience, someone stood up. "Not you. I only want his." The old man shook his head and smiled as he looked at Chu He. "Young man, don't say I didn't give you a chance. The value of this prescription is merely 3 to 500 million, far less than a fifth of that cancer-curing one." "All right." Chu He picked up a brush and directly wrote down a list of medicinal herbs on the paper, annotating the proportions. "Take it." He tore off the paper and handed it to the host. Behind the podium, there was an area where medicinal herbs were stored. Apart from spiritual herbs like wushu wood, common herbs were all in stock. The purpose was to prepare the medicine on the spot to verify its efficacy. "Young man, scribbling recklessly won't do," the old man said scornfully, "and it must be a prescription that no one has ever bid on. All prescriptions traded at the grand event had backups." The aim was to prevent anyone from reselling the same prescription multiple times. He refused to believe that a young man could improvise a prescription for treating eyes. Please wait a moment, we will immediately arrange for on-site preparation of the medicine. The host reminded. No need. Chu He flicked his wrist, opened a pouch, rummaged through it, and tossed a pill in front of the 4 experts. This is already prepared. You only need to check whether this pill matches the prescription. Young man, you really make— The old man couldn't help but guffaw. I've been in this profession for decades, and this is the first time I've met someone who brags like you. Then we'll see how you define blindness. Chu He smiled back at him. As long as your prescription can cure blindness, I have no further demands. The old man snorted. I'm awful, I have no time to play games with you. Wait. Just as the old man was about to leave Chu, he stepped forward, grabbed his shoulder, and pulled him back. What are you doing? The old man cried out in alarm. Before he could react, Chu He took out a cigarette, lit it in full view of everyone. Young man, let me go. The old man was frightened. Don't be afraid. Chu He pressed the burning cigarette directly onto the old man's eyes. A piercing scream rang out. Dead silence fell over the entire venue. The guests widened their eyes, utterly shocked that someone would dare to assault another in such a formal setting. Security. At the shout, dozens of security guards rushed onto the stage. Below, Lin Qingcheng froze for a moment, then her smile grew even more radiant. Chu He must be jealous of her to the point of insanity. Now that he had caused trouble at the venue, he would surely face dire consequences. I ask you, are you blind now? Chu He held the cigarette in his mouth, grinning. My eyes. I can't see. Young man, I'll kill you. The old man clutched his eyes in agony. Please come and examine him. Chu He paid no heed to the surrounding security guards, but turned to look at the 4 experts. Though shocked curiosity drove one of the experts to step forward and see what the young man was up to. Retinal burns, vitreous damage. He is indeed blind. The expert gave the conclusion after examination. Quick, take me to the hospital. The old man screamed in agony. Good. Then bring me the pill I gave you earlier. Chu He nodded. For a moment the venue was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The expert fetched the pill and returned to Chu He. Now everyone watched closely. Chu He crushed the pill and slowly sprinkled the powder into the old man's eyes. The old man screamed even more miserably. Is there water? Chu He asked. Yes. The host quickly grabbed a bottle of mineral water and handed it over. By now the situation had escalated to such a point that everyone's curiosity was piqued. The security guards hesitated to act, and no one urged them. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Chu He unscrewed the bottle and poured the water directly over the old man's eyes. In less than 10 seconds he released the struggling old man and said, It's done. The moment he finished speaking, he threw a punch forward. The old man, now free, opened his eyes just in time to see the fist coming and instinctively dodged. That dodge caused an uproar in the entire venue. Hundreds of guests stared in shock and disbelief. The expert's diagnosis of blindness was still ringing in their ears. The old man's instinctive dodge proved he had regained his sight. Remarkable. Even the experts on stage rushed over, picked up the remaining half of the pill from the ground, and examined it closely. They quickly returned to their seats, placed the pill into a device, and began analyzing its composition. After testing, the pill's formula and proportions are exactly the same as the prescription he provided. The 4 experts announced excitedly. Impossible. Lin Qingcheng's eyes widened, doubting whether her ears were deceiving her. Where did Chu He get the prescription? Why wasn't he dead yet? Why was he still alive and strutting on stage? Lin Qingcheng felt a tightness in her chest and slumped into her chair in agony. President Lin, where did Chu He get that prescription? Wang Baichuan was equally stunned. Maybe like the Tsongming pill, he stole it from somewhere. Lin Qingcheng said bitterly, that orphan has always been lucky. Indeed, Wang Baichuan sneered. But this prescription's value is indeed low. Compared to the one in your hand, it's still trash. I know, but seeing him so smug fills me with hatred. Lin Qingcheng took deep breaths, trying to calm her anger. Yes, even if Chu He had that prescription, what difference did it make? Compared to what she held, wasn't it still worthless? I don't believe fate will favor you again and again. Lin Qingcheng clenched her fists, growling in frustration. On stage, Chu He smiled and tucked the prescription into the old man's breast pocket. Amid the envious gazes of the crowd, he picked up the box containing the wushou wood. Thank you, he said, adding insult to injury. Heh. The old man narrowed his eyes and said venomously, that thing is hot to the touch. You'd better hold on tight. How could an extreme object be hot? Chu He opened the box and in front of everyone took a bite directly. Holy crap, what a waste of heavenly treasure. Spiritual herbs aren't meant to be eaten like that. Has he lost his mind? What a pity. What a shame. The venue erupted instantly. Spiritual herbs were the pinnacle of medicinal materials and the rarest of items. They required proper preparation and targeted application. For thousands of years, no one had ever heard of anyone eating a spiritual herb raw. The old man's heart nearly seized, and he almost fainted on the stage. Quivering with rage, Chu He paid no attention to the reactions. He put away the box, returned to his seat, and began to sense the changes the just nourished Wushou would brought to his body. SSS. Though it was summer, a sudden chill surged through him. His joints felt as if frozen solid, stiff and immobile. The Wushou wood that had just nurtured its spirit was indeed formidable. Chu He endured the pain sitting upright in his chair, waiting for his body to absorb the spiritual energy, waiting for that scorching force to rebound. The Wushou wood he had obtained earlier from Lin Tianwen was more than 10 times less effective compared to this newly nurtured one in his hand. At that moment, if anyone had been beside Chu He, they would have been astonished to find a layer of frost forming on the iron armrests beside him. However, as the auction continued, everyone's attention gradually shifted away from Chu He. Only Lin Qingcheng occasionally cast a resentful glance toward Chu He. Half an hour later, the auction concluded successfully. Guests began to leave one after another. Wei Yuan searched around and finally spotted Chu He in a corner, his eyes tightly shut. "Brother-in-law," Wei Yuan called out softly. He assumed Chu He was mentally exhausted from his clash with Zhao Tianlong. He stepped forward, intending to give him a gentle nudge. Hiss. But the moment Wei Yuan touched Chu He's body, an icy chill seemed to pierce through his flesh, reaching the depths of his soul. Wei Yuan shuddered and jerked his hand back as if struck by lightning. A shiver ran down his spine. "Brother-in-law, don't scare me." He blinked, bent down, and carefully observed. When he realized Chu He was still breathing, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "You two come over here. Take off your coats and cover my brother-in-law." Then carefully lift him into the car. Although Wei Yuan had no idea what was happening to Chu He, he knew this was definitely not normal. How could a living person's body be as cold as a corpse? The two bodyguards also trembled when they touched Chu, yet they suppressed the chill and carefully carried him into Wei Yuan's newly purchased Range Rover. "Is the air conditioner broken?" Wei Yuan sat in the back with Chu He wrapped in 3 layers of coats, yet still shivering uncontrollably from the cold. "Mr. Wei, the AC is already on max, and the temperature is set to the highest." The driver had even turned on the steering wheel heater, but his hands and feet were still freezing. "Hurry up, go straight to Donghai Hospital and find my sister," Wei Yuan urged impatiently. At this moment, Chu He was fully aware of everything happening around him inside the car. Yet he could not speak. It was as if his soul had been ripped from his body, leaving his flesh frozen. This newly nurtured Wushou wood was truly extraordinary. "Why did we stop?" Wei Yuan curled up in his seat, noticing the car had suddenly stopped, and couldn't help asking. "Mr. Wei, there's road construction ahead. We'll have to take a detour." The driver pointed at the road signs and a few large trees lying in the middle of the road, then turned the car around with a resigned look. The convoy entered a desolate path that had seldom been used before, but they hadn't gone far before the car stopped again. "There's construction ahead too." The driver frowned and couldn't help complaining, "What's going on today?" Then turn on the navigation. Wei Yuan was already freezing and nearly catching a cold, his mood growing more irritable. But before the driver could reply, swoosh, a steel dart pierced through the driver's window, striking him in the head. Thud. The driver slumped sideways, blood splattering everywhere inside the cabin. "Assassin!" Wei Yuan's eyes widened. He grabbed the walkie-talkie on the seat and shouted, "Quick! Someone help!" The Wei family held an extraordinary position in Zhonghai. Thus Wei Yuan always traveled with a convoy for protection. Hearing his cry for help, the bodyguards from the 3 cars in front and back immediately surrounded Wei Yuan's vehicle, guns drawn. One of them pulled open the driver's door and dragged the corpse out. But before he could climb in, another steel dart shot. The bodyguard who had just entered was also hit in the head and died instantly. "It's coming from the south." The Wei family bodyguards raised their guns and fired continuously into the woods. But there was no movement from the forest. Just as everyone was on high alert, one bodyguard sniffed and said, "What's that?" A scent of osmanthus flowers permeated the air. "Cover your noses." Among the Wei family bodyguards, an elderly man's face changed, and he shouted, "It's poison." He quickly held his breath and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. But it was too late. The Wei family bodyguards collapsed one by one, limp and weak, clutching their necks with blood oozing from their 7 orifices. In less than half a minute, the entire team of nearly 20 bodyguards had succumbed to the poison. Only the old man covering his mouth and nose stood guard at Wei Yuan's car door. "Not bad. You actually recognized my 9 heavens jade laurel dew." From the woods, 4 figures slowly emerged. Leading them was the old man who had sold the Wushou wood at the auction. "I'll give you a chance. Join us," he said, pointing at the old man blocking the Wei family car door, speaking with a smile. "Otherwise you'll end up like them, dead." "Uncle Song, what do we do?" Wei Yuan fumbled for his phone, only to find the signal had been jammed. His only hope was the old man just beyond the door. That was Song Xian, the expert the Wei family had assigned to guard him. "Young Master Wei, your father took me in back then and spent a fortune to heal my wounds." Song Xian's expression was solemn, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Today I will risk my life to get you out of here." He took a fighting stance, looking as if facing a great enemy. "Uncle Song, even you can't handle this." Wei Yuan's skin crawled. So many elite bodyguards had died without even firing a shot. If even Uncle Song couldn't manage, did that mean he was going to die here? They came prepared. One is skilled in poison, another in internal energy. If I were at my peak, alas. Song Xian sighed, helplessly, regret flickering in his eyes. Stubborn old fool, since you're asking for death, I'll grant it. Among the four, a middle-aged man stepped forward. He was heavily muscled, his wrists wrapped in white cloth. The fierce, killing intent in his gaze sent chills down one's spine. Thai ancient boxing. Song Xian narrowed his eyes and assumed a defensive posture. Old man, you've got good taste. Before the burly man had even finished speaking, he lunged forward in one stride. His fist, as large as a bucket, came crashing down with 1,000 pounds of force. Muay Thai emphasizes brute strength and deadly strikes. Song Xian, relying on his agile footwork, sidestepped and grabbed the man's wrist, pushing him away. Boom. The burly man's fist slammed heavily into the fuel tank area. The Range Rover, weighing over 5,000 pounds, nearly tipped over. Even though it didn't flip, the fuel tank began to leak. Wei Yuan, sitting inside the car, was stunned. If Song Xian hadn't deflected that punch, wouldn't it have torn through the door and killed him? With that thought, he couldn't help but glance at Chu He beside him. But this cheap brother-in-law of his still had his eyes tightly shut, motionless. An internal energy martial artist. After witnessing Song Xian's skill, a woman among the four smirked. Interesting. Internal energy, huh? The burly man grew even more excited upon hearing that. His fists rained down like hailstones, but Song Xian managed to evade them all with his footwork. Frustrated, the man turned and charged straight at Wei Yuan. Song Xian had no choice but to flash forward and block the punch with his own body. Bang! Their fists collided, and Song Xian staggered back a few steps. But the burly man's arm went numb from the impact. Long Jiu, hurry up. Seeing this, the leading old man urged impatiently. Retrieving the Wushou wood is the priority. Fine. Enraged, the burly man, Long Jiu, drenched in sweat, roared and swung his fist again. At that moment, the woman who had spoken earlier flicked her wrist, and a steel dart shot forth. Its target, Wei Yuan inside the car. The target was none other than Wei Yuan inside the vehicle. Vicious woman. Song Xian cursed, swiftly dodging and reaching out with his bare hand to catch the steel spike. It was clear that his opponent had identified Wei Yuan as his vulnerable spot, forcing him into the trap. Yet Song Xian could not afford to ignore it. Whoosh! The steel spike grazed past his fingertips. Although he caught it steadily, the spike still cut his finger. Ignoring the wound, he immediately clashed with Long Jiu, who was skilled in Muay Thai. Bang! 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 They exchanged dozens of punches, neither gaining the upper hand. But suddenly Song Xian's brows furrowed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Long Jiu let out a fierce roar. His right fist slammed down heavily. Thud! Song Xian was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the car door, vomiting streams of blood. You poisoned the steel spike. He raised his hand, pointing at the woman, and roared, how despicable. Ha ha ha. The woman smiled coquettishly, her voice sweet as honey. I have no habit of respecting the elderly. Old man, if you surrender now, it's still not too late. What a pity. If this fellow hadn't been injured in his youth, he would have been at least an inner strength mastery martial artist. The leading elder shook his head. Now that he's been crippled by Long Jiu, he's of no use. Kill him directly. Fine. Watch me smash his head. Long Jiu was extremely excited. Alas. Song Xian leaned against the car door, eyes tightly shut, muttering to himself, Boss Wei, I have done my best. Bang. But just then a gunshot rang out. Long Jiu howled in pain, staring at his bloodstained arm. And before him, Wei Yuan, who had been trembling in fear, was gripping the gun tightly with both hands, having fired through the car window. Up! Long Jiu roared, clearly enraged. Young master, if you hadn't fired, they might have let you go. Song Xian knew there was no turning back. What they want is the person in the car. Uncle Song. Wei Yuan panted heavily. Damn it, if we die together. Whether it's you or Chu He, I will never abandon you. I Wei Lao Si may be a bit reckless, but I am a man. With that, he let out a furious roar and frantically pulled the trigger. Thump thump thump. Long Jiu dodged, swiftly arriving before him in a few steps. Kid, you're asking for death. He seemed possessed by a war god, tearing off the car door barehanded, ignoring his bleeding arm, and yanking Wei Yuan out of the car. How dare you shoot me? Long Jiu's eyes blazed with fury. I warn you, I am from the Wei family of Zhonghai. If you kill me, none of you will escape. Facing death, Wei Yuan showed rare backbone. The Wei family. Even if you were the Jade Emperor, I'd kill you today. Long Jiu gathered all his strength and punched down. Wei Yuan shut his eyes tightly, waiting for death. But the punch never came. He quickly opened his eyes only to see a hand gripping Long Jiu's fist, preventing it from advancing an inch. Brother-in-law. Wei Yuan, seeing the one who intervened, exclaimed in surprise, You're okay. Barely still alive. Chu He, who had just broken through the cold chi, replied with a smile. This time it took him nearly an hour to break through that barrier. In that hour, every inch of his skin and every bone was constantly tempered by the cold chi. Accordingly, after the power within him broke through the seal, it was even stronger than before. Chu He was now eager to test just how much stronger he had become. Kid, you're still alive. The elder's face showed surprise. He had come this time with two objectives: to reclaim the Wushou wood and to seize the pills in Chu He's pocket. As for Chu He himself, having consumed so much Wushou wood, he should have died from the cold Qi invasion long ago. How was he still alive and kicking? It defied all logic. May I ask? Chu He pushed Long Jiu aside, clasping his hands behind his back. I have no grudge against you. Why did you ambush me? Huh? The elder raised his hand, pointing at Chu He's waist. Kid, outsiders may not recognize it, but I can tell those pills in your pocket are valuable. An innocent man has no fault, but possessing a jade is a crime. Don't you understand the principle of not flaunting your wealth? He chuckled. I brought the Wushou wood to see if there was a good formula, then ambush you. Look, the prescription for treating cancer is in my hand. The old man shook a blood-stained piece of paper. I thought I'd gain nothing this time, but then I met you. Bullying the honest. Chu He let out a soft laugh, not angered. Right or wrong, possessing resources that exceed one's strength is the original sin. Long Jiu, cripple him. Kill the other two, the elder commanded sternly. Yes. Long Jiu was greatly displeased. He twisted his neck and asked provocatively, Kid, can you withstand the power of my 30 years of cultivation? If you're smart, kill those two yourself, and then cripple yourself, and he'll let you live. Chu He, take young master away and run. Song Xian coughed up blood, struggling to his feet. He is a master of Muay Thai, and there's a woman skilled in hidden weapons in the distance. You're no match for them. He stood up, dragging his faltering body, and shouted anxiously, I'll hold them off. You two run. Chu He shook his head, gazing at Long Jiu a few meters away. I'm really angry right now. I need to vent. Is that so? Then taste my fist. Long Jiu's muscles bulged, and he threw a punch like splitting Mount Hua with raw force. At that moment, Chu He moved. With a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, he appeared before Long Jiu. His right fist slammed heavily into Long Jiu's chest. A dull thud echoed. Long Jiu's chest caved in, and he flew sideways like a cannonball. Whoosh! Chu He leaped into the air, leaving a blur behind, and brought his foot down like an axe. Thud! Long Jiu midair crashed heavily onto the ground. The asphalt beneath him was gouged into a 5-centimeter deep crater. I'm a bit disappointed. Chu He stood with his hands behind his back, stepping on Long Jiu's corpse, and looked toward the three in the distance. Thighs is inner strength mastery. Song Xian in the distance was stunned, and goosebumps covered his entire body. Inner strength martial artists were not rare, but one so young was extremely uncommon. Kid, you're impressive. The elder squinted, his voice low. I underestimated you. He's just an inner strength martial artist. What's there to fear? The woman beside him snorted coldly, and dozens of steel spikes shot out rapidly. Infused with inner strength, the spikes formed a net in the air, enveloping Chu He tightly. At this speed, even a celestial immortal would die. Before she could finish, she froze. Because Chu He had vanished from the spot. He disappeared from under those steel spikes. Little girl, you shouldn't be playing with weapons. Suddenly a voice came from behind her. The woman's body trembled, and she spun around, looking as if she had seen a ghost, her voice quivering. How did you? Swoosh. Before she could finish, Chu He, holding a steel spike, slashed her throat. Ugh. The woman clutched her neck desperately, trying to stop the blood. But it was too late. She fell straight to the ground, her pupils slowly dilating. Kid, do you know who I am? The elder, seeing his two companions dead, shouted in terror. I tell you I. Bang. Chu He punched him in the face and said coldly, does it matter who you are? The arrogant old man who had been so aggressive moments before was sent staggering backward by a single punch from Chu He. He collapsed onto the ground, clutching his nose in agony. That single blow had shattered his nasal bone. In my eyes, there are only two kinds of people, Chu He declared, clasping his hands behind his back as he looked down at him. The first are those I, Chu He, wish to kill. The second are those I wish to save. Now that I intend to kill you, you have only one identity. He strode forward slowly and spoke calmly. And that is a man on the verge of death. Wait. The child, who had remained silent throughout, finally spoke, just as the killing intent radiating from Chu He grew denser. Yet his voice belonged to an adult, a dwarf freak. Chu He raised an eyebrow, eyeing the diminutive figure who had spoken. If not for his voice, one would have taken him for a child of 6 or 7. Ordinary people would never be on guard against such a child. It was precisely because of this that these dwarfs could strike with decisive success. Chu He had long heard of such individuals who made a living as assassins. The one before him, he suspected, belonged to this category. You cannot kill him. The dwarf freak spoke coldly. He is a man of the Ghost Gate. Given your skill, you must have some reputation in the martial world, so you should know of the Ghost Gate. The sect of Lan Tianwen, Lu Qingfeng, and Shun Bai. Chu He frowned slightly. Ghost Gate. He had not yet had time to investigate this strange organization after killing those 3. Little did he expect to be ambushed by Ghost Gate members during the herbal auction. Oh, how do you prove that? Chu He did not answer, but instead questioned back. He knew nothing about the Ghost Gate. This was the perfect moment to extract information. Forgive me, Master Meng. The dwarf reached out and tore open the old man's clothes, exposing half his body. The mark on his shoulder is unique to the Ghost Gate. The dwarf freak pointed at the green tattoo on the old man's shoulder. Every disciple of the Ghost Gate bears such a mark on their shoulder. If you do not believe me, you may return with us, he said with a cupped fist salute. Then we will personally apologize to you. Who are you? Chu He glanced at the dwarf freak, then pointed at the two corpses on the ground. Why do that woman and the Muay Thai fighter not have tattoos? The three of us are house servants of Master Ming. The dwarf freak explained respectfully. House servants are not qualified to bear the Ghost Gate mark. House servants. Chu He grew even more intrigued. He looked up and pointed at the two. I know of the Ghost Gate, but I have never heard of house servants. Are you lying to me? Please calm down and let me explain. The dwarf freak was startled and quickly said, the masters of the Ghost Gate are skilled in poisons, but their fist and foot techniques are relatively weak. So they keep house servants to serve them. The two who died and I are all house servants of the master trained by him since childhood. And you are willing to be servants? Chu He asked again. Though we are house servants, we enjoy many scarce resources. And after the master passes away, we will receive the antidote and gain our freedom. The dwarf freak spoke without reservation. Clearly he was terrified by Chu He's ghostly speed. Otherwise he would have pretended to be a child and struck a fatal blow while Chu He was dealing with the old man. Not lying to me. Chu He walked up to the old man and asked coldly. He is not lying. I am a member of the Ghost Gate, and also the senior brother of Lin Qingcheng. The old man quickly pulled out some medicinal powder to stop his bleeding. But the pain of his broken nose was still unbearable. In that case, I have no reason to spare your life. As soon as Chu He finished speaking, he pointed at the dwarf freak's chest, and from that 1-inch distance, unleashed a punch. Bang! The dwarf freak flew sideways, crashed into a tree trunk, and died on the spot. His chest, where the fist had struck, caved into a deep pit, blood gushing out endlessly. You, Meng Dihe's eyes widened, his heart filled with utter terror. He had never expected that this seemingly kind young man could be so ruthless. Now I ask and you answer. Chu He bent down face to face with Meng Dihe. Understand. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the tattoo on Meng Dihe's shoulder, and his expression changed drastically. It was a soaring 9-li demon tiger. Chu He suddenly recalled that when he bathed with Lin Tianhua as a child, the other had a similar 9-li demon tiger on his shoulder. Could it be that Lin Tianhua was also a member of the Ghost Gate? They'll talk. They'll talk. Seeing his murderous aura, Meng Dihe's face turned pale and his body was drenched in sweat. Do all members of the Ghost Gate have such tattoos? Chu He stared fixedly at the tattoo, emphasizing each word. Is there anyone who has this tattoo, but is not a member of the Ghost Gate? No, only Ghost Gate members bear the 9-li demon tiger. And it must be a formal disciple. Meng Dihe hurriedly explained, my 3 house servants are not qualified. Chu He fell silent. Lin Tianhua was actually a member of the Ghost Gate. Then what was his own relationship with the Ghost Gate? He could not accept it for a moment. Do you know all the members of the Ghost Gate? Chu He's gaze fell on Meng Dihe's face, bearing an immense chill. He still refused to believe that Lin Tianhua was connected to the Ghost Gate. The Ghost Gate is different from other organizations. It is relatively loose. Many disciples, after completing their training, leave the sect and go down the mountain on their own. Some establish their own schools, some travel the world. Meng Dihe wiped his sweat and explained nervously, but all Ghost Gate disciples must obey the sect's orders. No matter how long they have left the sect, they must remain absolutely loyal. Have you heard the name Lin Tianhua? Chu He asked in a deep voice. His fists clenched tightly, and his eyes seemed to spit fire. Lin Tianhua. No impression. Meng Dihe quickly shook his head. Then do you recognize this picture? Chu He took out his phone, found Lin Tianhua's photo, and handed it over. I don't recognize him. Meng Dihe's throat moved, and he couldn't help begging. Let me go. If I die, the Ghost Gate will never forgive you. Is that a threat? Chu He's heart felt as if shrouded by dark clouds, unable to dissipate. No, it is a sincere warning. Meng Dihe slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and squinted. I carry a mission from the Ghost Gate. If I die, the Ghost Gate will surely find out that you did it. Your mission is to do murder and robbery for the Ghost Gate. Chu He's gaze was icy. No, no, no. Meng Dihe gave an awkward smile. They'll give you this prescription for curing cancer, and you let me live. This whole thing was my own foolish idea to make some money. He handed over the bloodstained prescription, adding with a hint of threat, but I carry a heavy responsibility for the Ghost Gate. You are strong, but you don't want to be an enemy of the Ghost Gate, do you? Crack. The moment he finished speaking, Chu He grabbed his shoulder and slammed him down. Meng Dihe's legs spurted blood as he fell to his knees. The white bones pierced through his clothes, exposed to the air. I don't like people standing while talking to me. Chu He released his grip and said coldly, kneel and answer. Tell me, what exactly did the Ghost Gate send you to Central Sea to do?